Chapter 401, Remembering a Grudge. The man on the ground wailed for a while, before slowly sitting up from the ground. He covered his legs with one hand, and pulled his hair apart with the other, revealing a pair of eyes that were almost made up of dark circles, and looked at Shinshinfu in confusion. Although he was lying in an inexplicable place, Shinshinfu stepped on him after all. Sorry. I didn't know you were here. Sleeping. It was too dark, and I couldn't see clearly. The man's eyes gradually focused after a while, and his vision became clear. You are? Shinshinfu? Shinshinfu always felt that the man's breath was a little familiar. So he asked, Who are you? Have we met? The man waved his hand casually. You will know when the time comes. She had never seen him, but he suddenly smiled like a prank. Hee hee. Shinshinfu. I will remember your kick. Shinshinfu. It sounds a bit bad. The man got up and limped forward, and suddenly remembered that he was not wearing shoes. So he bent his butt and lay in the grass to look for his shoes. So weird. Such a strange person. Seeing this, Shinshinfu silently lowered his presence and left quickly. As soon as he walked to the main road, he ran into Su Ming. Unexpectedly, he saw that there was no one around. So he took the initiative to greet Shinshinfu. Hey Shinshinfu. Where did you just come from? Shinshinfu pointed to the direction she came from. Su Ming seemed to have thought of something and asked her, Did you meet any strange people? She nodded repeatedly. I met one and stepped on him. Su Ming's eyes widened, and he immediately concluded. You are finished. Shinshinfu. ? It's just stepping on someone's foot. How can it be the end of you? Su Ming showed a sympathetic expression. Anyway, if you can't hold on, come to me. Shinshinfu showed a puzzled expression. Su Ming explained. You and Shinshinfei are both Shinyoli's sisters. Right? He repeatedly asked me to take care of you, but he didn't even mention his brother. Hearing this, Shinshinfu was stunned for a moment. Okay. Thank you, Major General. Shinyoli would never say those caring words to his face. He seemed to be very disciplined. I didn't expect him to ask his friends to take care of him. Therefore, Shinshinfu was in a more cheerful mood. However, the cheerful mood ended after a night of happiness, because the next day she saw the man she stepped on the stage. Now he has completely recovered. Walked steadily to the stage, and began to introduce himself. I am one of your instructors, Amu-chin, but I can't teach you anything. I could only let you pass the levels, mainly the levels related to physical fitness. Amu-chin smiled, mobilized his supernatural power, and condensed a square block in his palm. This is your training ground. After that, he threw the block into the air, and it unfolded 100 meters above the ground, and a large white space appeared. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Isn't this the maze ball from the league? Is this a maze cube? So the previous stadium was made by this teacher? What kind of magical supernatural power is this? I have never heard of it. Shinshinfu only knew at this time why she felt so familiar when she saw Amu-chin for the first time. Because she felt his supernatural power fluctuations when he was in the maze ball. Amu-chin explained. This level-breaking block will be a little harder than the minigames you played before, and the difficulty will automatically change according to the different abilities of each of you. That is to say, the same room will become different levels of difficulty when different people enter it. When Shinshinfu heard this, she knew why Su Ming said she was finished yesterday. That's right. Amu-chin must have set a hell-level difficulty for her. Thinking of this, Shinshinfu quietly hid behind Shinyoshing a little, and then revealed half of her face. When she looked over, she found that Amu-chin looked at her sinisterly, revealing an ambiguous smile, as if he wanted revenge. Amu-chin added, By the way, it is forbidden to use supernatural skills in the maze. If you use them, you will be sent back to the starting point. If you break an arm or leg, remember to pick it up and say pop up, so that you can get out and get treated. Xiaoshu sighed. Does a healing system like me have to train so hard? His voice was not loud, but Amu-chin heard it from a distance. Even non-aggressive supernaturals have to train. After all, this is just physical training. But the difficulty is different for everyone according to their strength. So just go for it. However, those who have experienced the difficulty of the maze ball, looking at this block, hear in their ears, just go for it. Xia Hua is a little eager to try, and raised her hand high. Teacher, when will we train? If we don't complete the level on the first day, can we continue on the second day? Just like saving the game? Yu-chin liked her game save file very much. It will be refreshed every 3 days. But you only need to come to the level in the morning. You will be ejected when the time is up. When you enter the next day, you will be teleported to the room where you were ejected on the first day. There are a total of 100 rooms. You can only be considered to have passed the level if you complete the level within 5 hours and take the flag at the end. By the way, if you fail to pass the level in a month, you will face punishment. Now, let's start. After he finished speaking, a platform extended from the level-breaking space in the air, and a long ladder extended downward. Of course, it would not move. So you had to climb a height of 100 meters at first, which is as high as a regular 33-story building. After everyone walked up the stairs, Lu Shikai followed slowly behind. He really hated climbing stairs. Which ice cream shop owner in the world would need to climb 33 floors of stairs? Although he is not the boss yet. When the first student got on the platform, he pressed the space with his hand and was teleported to one of the 500 routes. The routes of everyone who came in later would not be repeated, so they would not actually meet in the room. Shinshinku flashed in front of her and arrived at her own route. There was a mark of 1 under her feet and a long glowing arrow pointing to the door opposite. This room was not as high as the previous league. It was a rectangular block with a floor height of only 4 or 5 meters, a length of 20 meters, and a width of 5 meters. As soon as she stepped on it, the whole room instantly turned red, and arrows began to be released from all directions, whistling towards her legs. Shinshinku saw this scene and thought, Yu-chin is really a vengeful person. These arrows are really heading for her legs. Without any disguise, she jumped up quickly to avoid those arrows. But suddenly, many infrared-like lights appeared in the room, densely packed with only small gaps, and the lights began to move. Overall, it was very similar to her cutting wall, except that there were arrows shooting at her at the same time. So she twisted her body before landing, fell sideways, and then when she was about to land, she used her arms to support herself, flipped sideways, and passed through the narrow gap between the lights. But a few strands of her tied hair were still cut off. Chapter 402 Hard Training. Only then did she understand why Yu-chin said to pick up the broken limbs. Because these rays can completely cut off a person's limbs. And the cut surface should be quite neat and easy to connect. She could feel that there was no intention of letting the room down. In the previous league, the small games in those rooms were really just small fights. Perhaps, for the purpose of passing the review. After all, even in StarCraft, some things that are too bloody cannot be broadcast. But there was almost no time left for her to think. When she came in from the door, moving rays were also shot out from behind her, as if they were afraid that she would see them and accidentally let her avoid them. Shinshinku had not lived such a life that relied purely on physical strength for a long time. She dodged everywhere and finally found the only route when her limbs were about to be cut off. She leaned back and slid through the rays, then jumped up with force while hugging her body to pass through a gap formed by dozens of lines. Then stepped on the wall with her right foot, and from a position almost touching the ceiling, she rotated her body to avoid the sharp arrows, and then landed steadily in front of the exit door. Shinshinku suddenly felt like a gymnast. The moment she slapped the door, the room turned white again, and the arrows and lights disappeared. After the door opened, it was room 2, which looked exactly the same as the previous room, without any difference. However, as soon as she walked in, a big knife chopped at her. At noon, when the time came at 12 o'clock, everyone was ranked according to the number of rooms they had passed through, and one by one, they were teleported back to the big platform outside the level-breaking cube space. At this time, they found that some people had been treated below, and there were no broken hands or feet for the time being. After all, it was the first day, and they only suffered slightly serious cuts and stabs. Compared to others, Shinshinfu's condition was also shocking. She was also injured, and it looked like she had experienced a very difficult escape, since they were not required to wear combat uniforms. They all wore very simple training uniforms, very clear short sleeves and knee-length shorts. But now, they were all cut open. Her calves and thighs were bleeding, and there were even wounds on her face. Although her hair was tied up, it was a little messy, but her expression was still as calm as ever. You know, she has never been injured in the entire league. Isn't it that Shinshinfu's difficulty is so high? Is it because her body movement is not as powerful as her superpowers? After all, this time, The use of superpowers is restricted. It shouldn't be. It must be that her difficulty is particularly high. Fu wanted to say that it was very difficult. It was simply killing her. The further she went to the back room, the more difficult it was. She felt like she was in a blender. Just as everyone was discussing, another figure, who was more eye-catching than Fu, appeared. It was a black man. To be precise, it was a person who was blackened by powder. He was black from head to toe. There was something like glue on his shoes. Every step was difficult. For a moment, no one could tell who this special-looking person in front of them was. Didn't they say physical training? How come this person went to mine? Only Fu, who felt the black man's abnormal power fluctuations that could not be concealed because of anger, asked in disbelief, "Lu Shi? No way. No way. If it was really Lu Shi, he would be crazy." This man, who was originally silent and very depressed, spoke with difficulty after seeing Fu. "It's me." He even sprayed black ash when he spoke, forcing Fu to drag his injured leg and retreat a lot. Lu Shi's route was full of dirty things he didn't want to touch, such as dust, charcoal powder and sticky things, and launched various attacks. Because he was afraid of dirt, he had a hard time hiding. He accidentally stepped on a place he shouldn't step on, triggering charcoal powder all over the house. He now only had the whites of his eyes and teeth. Fu was speechless for a long time, and finally comforted, "You have worked hard too. Lu Shi, you too." Suddenly another person appeared between the two. Tujia had burns on her body, and her hair was burnt a lot. As a child of the sea, she was naturally afraid of fire. But those rooms seemed to be targeting her, and the weapons that attacked her were all on fire. If she made a mistake, didn't choose the best position, or had a wrong posture when walking, she would be burned. Wu, her beautiful long hair. Who knew there were people who were even more sad because of her hair? Liu was almost heartbroken. "Where is your beautiful hair? Such perfect long hair. How did it become like this?" She noticed her hair during the leak, and she was super envious. It was ruined just like that. When Tujia was about to say something, he saw the black man next to him. Her already nervous spirit was shocked again at this time, and she hid behind Fu in fear. "Which planet is this person from? Have you seen him before?" "Lu Shi, Just pretend you haven't seen him before." "Lu Shi?" Tujia's hair was burned into straw, and now he began to cover his mouth and laugh at Lu Shi. Fu now felt that Amuchen was not targeting her alone. She couldn't help laughing when she saw the miserable state of the other two people, since everyone was in a mess and injured that day. In addition to the people arranged by the military district, they also received treatment from their classmates in the healing department. There was a new training in the afternoon. The training schedule did not specify what to train. It just asked them to go to the garden. There was no name, just called the garden. The place was a bit far, so after they finished their treatment, had a meal and changed their clothes, they took a flying vehicle to the garden. This garden was many times larger than the exotic plant garden that Fu and others had visited on Xueching Star before. Many rare exotic plants were planted in it. Fu didn't move for several times. Still, he was dragged away by Liu and Tujia, and he looked really useless. Xiu, who followed silently behind, took pictures of all the beautiful exotic plants that his sister liked, and planned to find or cultivate them and give them to her later, even if they were really poisonous. He was not afraid, as long as his intentions were positive. A waiter took them to a rest lawn in the garden. Even this lawn was wool lawn, as the name suggests. It was soft like a ball of wool, and it was surrounded by colorful and extremely bright flowers. Just as everyone was checking in and taking pictures, a woman in a blue freesia flower pattern dress came over. Because the weather was good, she also wore a straw hat with a white ribbon on it, tied into a big bow at the back, and some small flowers were dotted on her long braids. When she walked in, everyone thought she was an older sister who took care of the garden, until she said to everyone with a bright smile, "Nice to meet you. I am one of your instructors, Mu Xian." No one had seen her before, and didn't know what kind of superpowers the person in front of them had. They had a good impression of this smiling big sister, until she said, "I am one of the planners of your league's Wusuo Bridge Stadium." Her eyes darkened a little when she said this. "Another important planning teacher has been killed by the rebels. He is a 3S psychic superpower Zayu. So I also hope that everyone can train well and have the power to protect themselves in the future." Everyone was shocked when they heard Wusuo Bridge. Wusu a bridge. I think the most terrible thing is the competition field. Me too. I didn't come out in the end. Who doesn't? I died many times in my dreams. Mu Xian smiled. My training is mainly to train your mental endurance. If you are not affected, you will come out quickly. Half an hour is excellent. 1 hour is qualified. And if you can't come out, you will automatically pop out at 6 o'clock. But in order not to affect your spirit, 1 round of illusion lasts for 2 weeks. If you fail in 2 weeks, you will fail this round of illusion training. If you fail, there will be punishment. Shin Shinfu was ready. She felt that she would not be so flustered when facing the Freestar Cave again. Mu Xian unfolded her superpowers. After the colorful superpowers, like flowers, floated in front of them, everyone entered the illusion. Shin Shinfu slowly opened his eyes with a breeze. I thought I had enough confidence, but I didn't expect to come here. Chapter 403 Happy Illusion. She was sitting in the lily of the valley garden of the old house, next to the rose maze. Everything was so real. She could even smell the rich fragrance of the flowers. She was holding a shovel and sitting on the ground. There was a half-dug pit in front of her, and there were a few flower seedlings, and her hands were full of mud. Not very clean. Suddenly, there were very light footsteps behind her, and the rustling sound of the corners of clothes brushing against the lily of the valley. Then, there was a female voice, which instantly broke Shin Shinfu's defensive mentality. She said, Hill, have you dug the pit? After planting, we will go to eat delicious cakes. She turned her head nervously and looked over. It was a face that she was familiar but unfamiliar with. At this time, she had an extremely warm smile on her face. Seeing that she did not respond, she asked again, What's wrong? Is it too difficult? Shin Yang walked to her side, and her long hair brushed her face when she squatted down, and then took the shovel from her hand and started digging. Shin Shinfu clenched her small hands inexplicably, looking at the lively Shin Yang beside her without blinking. She completely forgot where she was just now, and where this place was actually. Shin Yang dug a few holes in a few seconds, and then held Shear's hand to put the seedlings in, and then filled the soil, and asked her to sprinkle some water, and then planted them. After planting, she looked up at Shin Yang, and Shin Yang pinched her little face with his own hands that were also covered with soil, and made her into a little cat as a prank, and then praised her generously. See, isn't it very simple? Our Shear is the smartest child in the world, and Mom likes you the most. Shear also smiled. I like Mom the most. But she smiled and laughed, and suddenly tears fell down in big drops, and the tears slid down with the mud that Shin Yang had just smeared on her face. Shin Yang didn't understand why she was crying, and asked in a panic, Hey, what's wrong? You weren't a crybaby before. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Hill choked and said, I don't know either. I don't know why she was crying, and I don't know why she was so sad. Suddenly another teasing voice came. What's the matter? I was away for a while. And you bullied the child? They looked over together. Theon was wearing a gardening apron and holding a watering bucket in his hand. Shin Yang picked up the shovel on the ground and threw it at Theon's face without saying a word. But he grabbed it. Let's have pork chops tonight. After being interrupted by the two, Sia really forgot to cry. She wanted to eat the delicious pork chops, although she didn't like to eat meat very much. She thought the pork chops at home should be delicious. Theon put down the things in his hands, bent down, picked up Sia with one hand, and held Shin Yang with the other hand, and left the garden and returned to the castle. Shin Yang took her to clean up and changed into clean clothes. There were few servants in the old house, and they took care of Hill themselves. Then he took her to the living room to play games. Suddenly, 2 little boys in bunny jumpsuits ran over, chirping and calling Mom and sister. She sat in the middle, with a child on each side. Suddenly, another little girl came. She was young but eloquent and drove the other 2 away, saying that Xiaofei was the sister's favorite sister, and the brothers should go away. The 2 little boys pouted and couldn't beat her at all, so they had to give up their seats and let her sit closest to her. The 4 children played together for an afternoon with candy in their mouths. Although the game was a bit difficult, they were very smart and knew the basic operations. Finally, it was dinner time. Their family sat at the dining table. Not a regular long table, but a round table. Everyone was very close to each other. The parents were chatting, probably saying that they had recently passed by an orphanage that was a bit remote and saw many poor children. The Lang family bought the orphanage and would give them a good life and education in the future. The two younger brothers were fighting for the cantaloupe on the plate. But Xiao Fei took a piece from the two and put it on her plate. Smiling obediently, she looked at the fragrant pork chop rice in front of her with burning eyes, picked up a piece with a fork, and put it into her mouth with satisfaction, biting into nothing. In the blink of an eye, everything disappeared, and she lay in Mu Xian garden with a sense of loss. Not only her, but many people around her were also like this, and they were only pulled out when Mu Xian finally lifted the illusion. In Jiche illusion, he was like Lu Shi of Kata Military Academy, becoming a powerful and reliable commander-in-chief in the league. Everyone praised him for his intelligence, and said that he was a genius that was rare in 1,000 years. His father also looked at him with satisfaction, saying that with a good son like you, I don't have to worry about you in the future. By then, I can retire early with your mother and live a good life. Life is really full of expectations. He enjoyed it like this, and never got out of the illusion. But in reality, Lu Shi did not come out. He was really sad when the illusion ended at 6 o'clock. He had just seen the perfect world, without star beasts and rebels. He became an unmotivated boss of an ice cream shop, hired an employee to make ice cream, mainly for him, and put a lounge chair outside to bask in the sun. He covered his face with a book and basked in the sun for an entire afternoon until the illusion closed. He really didn't want to come out. This happy illusion of desire was more depraved than the illusion of fear in the previous league. For example, Zhao Chengcheng woke up as if he had lost something very important, wailing, "Oh my god! Where is my gold? Where is my money? Where are my star coins?" It was obvious that he wanted to get rich quickly. Of the 480 people who came here, less than 50 came out before the end of the illusion, and less than 15 people came out within an hour, and only a few came out within half an hour. Among these people, the one who came out the fastest was Xiao Fei, because she actually had no desires at all, and what she wanted in real life had already been satisfied. If it was before, she might still want some money, but now the money her sister gave her was enough for her to spend for dozens of lifetimes. In reality, she was very satisfied. In the illusion, she just watched her sister live a happy life, and then she felt very good. She wanted to go to training, so she opened the door and came out of the illusion. It took less than 10 minutes. Even Mu Xian was a little surprised that she could come out so quickly. So this afternoon, she was helping Mu Xian plant flowers, and asked some questions she didn't understand from time to time. And Mu Xian also patiently answered them. So they were already very familiar with each other. She said that she could not come to participate in this round of illusion training in the future, but she could still come to play with her. Mu Xian said that this was an illusion that grew according to the desires in the heart of the human heart, and it would show what everyone wanted most in their heart. Only those who could resist their own desires could come out of it. Most people would see the part of themselves that they lacked the most. Xiao Fei thought, if she really had to say what she was missing, it might be the parents she had never seen. But she didn't expect it, nor did she have a strong desire to possess it. So those things would not appear in her fantasy. Even if they did, they would only be two people without faces. How scary. About them, she only knew that her mother died in the ruins after giving birth to her, and was later buried by the people around her. But she didn't know where she was buried, because before she knew it, the robbers killed everyone around her. Chapter 404. She didn't know who her father was, or what he looked like. In fact, she felt that she was more indifferent and more realistic than her sister, although she looked as naive as her peers. It was not the case. Her appearance was more to better observe whether others were good people. It was just that her sister thought she was a simple child, so she would be a simple child. However, although she was realistic, she didn't have so many desires. She just wanted her sister and she to live happily. Now it has come true. She was more worried about her sister. She had been lying on the grass and sleeping all afternoon, with no signs of waking up. She thought that she must have seen her parents. In that case, she would definitely not be able to get out. Look, the Lang brothers over there were the same. Their eyes were red, as if they didn't want to come out of the illusion at all. Her guess was right, because Xian and Xiyu also met their biological mother Xinyang for the first time in the illusion. But they didn't know her that well, so she didn't need to do anything. Just smiling at them was enough to make them cry. In their fantasy, although their father told them to study hard, their mother always stopped them. She said that children should be happy, so why be so strict? and laughed at their father, saying that you are not an old teacher. If you want to study, just go by yourself. She easily silenced her father, and then took them and their sister to play everywhere. But the sister was so smart that she could learn everything after seeing it once. So a lot of their knowledge was taught by their sister, who was only a few years old. They heard that their parents wanted to adopt a child from an orphanage, and asked them if they agreed. They just said that they agreed if their sister agreed. And the sister just nodded and said that it was okay, and she could buy the whole orphanage. After all, other children also needed money and food. Then the father and mother laughed. But they actually listened to her and bought everything. As a good friend of their parents, Irene was their godmother and always brought gifts to see them. Everything was perfect. But everything was fake. It didn't exist. Mu-Xian announced the end of the training. When they came back tomorrow, everyone was even a little disappointed. But if they couldn't get out, they would not be able to carry out the following training. If they couldn't get out for half a month, there would be punishment. In short, after a day of training, they were beaten in the morning and had sweet dreams in the afternoon. Everyone felt dizzy and felt that the training in the military district was really abnormal. It was not the simple repetitive training in the school before. It was physically and mentally tiring. After Shinshinfu went back, Xiao Meichio noticed that she was dejected. This state was really rare. In fact, she was not just angry because she failed to meet the standard today. It was because she was still looking forward to entering the happy fantasy again and wanted to let herself indulge in it. Is her mind so fragile? Can't resist the temptation at all? The next day, in the morning, they continued to enter the training maze and continued the training of the previous day. Because the difficulty of the room was gradually increasing, it became more and more difficult as it went on. Everyone slowed down and everyone was like a refugee who had fled in the morning. After 2 mornings, Shinshinfu only reached room 50. She would definitely not be able to pass it tomorrow. So her record would be reset the day after tomorrow. This level-breaking block is a bigger test for Xiaoshu, because he not only has to train himself, but also has to treat others. There are other healing systems, but the people queuing here are the most. He thought that he would make a fortune even if he charged 5 yuan per person. But under Xiaohua's surveillance and everyone's grateful eyes, he couldn't say this at all. It made him look too vulgar. Although he thought he was not an elegant person, others obviously didn't think so. So he was framed by the character others gave him. In the afternoon, Shinshinfu, who came to Mushin Garden for the second time, was even more nervous. In fact, it was not just her, but many people who had an extreme fear of yearning for this irresistible temptation. As soon as she entered, she was confused again. It's just that she has grown up a little this time, and Xinyang is already teaching her shooting. But the difference is that it was Feiyong who felt that her decision was made too early. He said that Hill was just a child. Why did he have to learn shooting so early? Wouldn't it be better to learn cultural knowledge? Xinyang said that Hill was already 8 years old. Wasn't it natural for her to learn shooting? Her father asked her to hold a gun when she was 5 years old, and she hoped that her daughter would be strong. Feiyong, who was retorted, caught his sons who were playing, and then took them to learn. After shooting, Feiyong took Hill to paint. Feiyong was good at painting, so he also hoped that Hill would like painting. He taught her to draw a family portrait, but her painting skills were still too immature, and the characters she drew were all cartoon-like. But this did not prevent Feiyong from hanging the painting in the most conspicuous position in the living room at home. When it was almost time for dinner in the evening, Feiyong and Xinyang called her in the restaurant, and she hesitated for some reason. She subconsciously did not want to go over, so she stood in the living room without moving. Even so, Xinyang came over and took her over, but she looked at the table full of delicious food, and as soon as she started to eat, she returned to reality. The dinner she had avoided before. She could no longer eat it. Xiao Fei and other people who came out of the illusion within an hour on the first day went to other places to study, and did not stay here. Shinshinfu suddenly felt frustrated. He always thought that he could protect his sister, but he could not even come out of the illusion. And more people were able to wake up early that day. Even Ji Che, because he was too capable, was tired and woke up early. And gradually he didn't envy Lu Shi so much. Lu Shi also woke up early. Only Tujiao was still a good sister to her, and the two of them always woke up last. They didn't need to say much, just looked at each other, and knew what the other saw. Because their families were very similar, so they must have seen similar things. When they left, Mu-Xian looked at them with some sadness and sighed. because as long as she wanted, she could check other people's illusions at will and then find the problem. But compared to other people, their desires were too ordinary. But it was this ordinariness that made people feel sad. If this goes on, they may be fascinated by the illusion and will never be able to pass it, or even wake up on their own earlier. For more than 10 days after that, the military cadets have been training. Amuchin did not mean to let them go. After many resets, no one still passed, and he usually laid down to sleep. When Shinshinfu and his team passed by after training that day, Amuchin spoke like he was talking in his sleep. At your speed, when can you break through the 80th floor? The three people who were all 3s paused, although they looked very embarrassed now. Especially Lu Shi, who was dirty. Shinshinfu asked, the 80-level realm? Amuchin was too lazy to open his eyes. You are too slow and too cautious. Chapter 405. After saying this, he actually fell asleep again and began to snore. But what he meant was that they had to work harder to quickly reach the 80th level. But why was they so anxious to reach the 80th level? No one had ever said what was different about the 80th level before. Not even Qi Yan had mentioned it. Compared to the confusion of the others, the pressure on the three of them was suddenly very great. 80th level. That's still a few levels away. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to improve. And naturally the more time it takes. But every time after an extreme battle, the probability of the domain increasing will increase. Just like when they killed the star beasts before. They all improved their domain by 1 level. But it was still not enough compared to the 80th level. Shinshinfu thought about going to find Qi Yin with Tujia Lu Shi. But she still needed to go to Mu Xian Garden in the afternoon. Since it was the last training day of the second week, this day would be the last time for this round of illusion. More than half of the people had passed this illusion. But among the more than 150 people who did not pass, only Shinshinfu had not come out before Mu Xian closed the illusion even once. If she still can't come out of the illusion within an hour this time, then it will be declared that this round of her training has completely failed. In 2 weeks, Jiche has passed the test. On the 5th day, he woke up early because he couldn't stand the huge pressure brought by being too focused and cared about by others in the illusion. And then, he went to other places for training. After passing, you can choose to go to class or train independently, which is relatively free. And Tujia is better than her. Tujia can already wake up in an hour and a half. But Shinshinfu didn't know why. Even if she held that she must be firm in her heart this time, she always couldn't realize that it was an illusion. During this time, she seemed to live again in the illusion. She and Shenyang learned shooting, fighting, and supernatural control. Theon taught her to draw and read. Her parents always gave her various gifts. She had no worries in her life. Although her younger brothers and sisters always quarreled, they listened to her very much. They were simply a group of her soldiers. It was so perfect that people didn't want to let go. And except for the first time, Mu Xian never mentioned precautions or made any suggestions. But on this last day, she said for the first time, you must learn to let go. Let the past go. Don't worry about the future. What you have lost will not come back. And what you have not obtained will not fall from the sky. You must figure out what is the most important thing. After saying this, the illusion unfolded. Shinshinfu thought about what she said and what was important. He blinked and found himself sitting in the room. She was 15 or 16 years old in the mirror, wearing ordinary clothes. She was a little strange. Why she was wearing such ordinary clothes? And it looked a bit like a training suit. What was she going to do just now? Why can't I remember it suddenly? There was a knock on the door, and Shenyang called her outside the door. Hill, the party is about to start. Are you ready? Party? She looked at herself in the mirror. She was originally wearing an ordinary t-shirt, but suddenly it seemed like the screen flashed, and she appeared in a dress from time to time. She felt that she shouldn't be sitting here. She had other important things, but she couldn't remember them. Looking out the window, passing the garden, her eyes fell on the gate. She didn't know what was outside the gate. She seemed to have never been out, since she didn't respond for a long time. Shenyang opened the door and came in directly. When she turned her head to look at her, she was wearing a dress. Shenyang was wearing a long dress and looked at her with satisfaction. It's really beautiful. Then he took her hand and walked out. Your father and your brothers and sisters are already waiting. She just let Shenyang take her to the banquet hall. But she suddenly felt a little strange. Mom, why is there a banquet at home? She always felt that banquets should not be held here, and outsiders should not be allowed to come in. Shenyang didn't answer, but saw her friend and went up to say hello. But she was always anxious in her heart, so anxious that she was restless. She looked to the side, and the decoration of the brown glass reflected her figure. Suddenly, she saw herself in the reflection of the glass, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, tapping the glass, as if she was saying something. She walked over, hesitated, and raised her hand, reaching out to her own shadow. At the moment of touching, Hill heard itself say, "Wake up. The important thing is now." Shin Fu. She felt like she was in an electric current, and her fingers were aching. And it was this pain that made her mind clearer. She remembered that she was Shin Fu. This was an illusion, and she wanted to get out. When she lowered her head again, she found that her clothes had turned into short sleeves, and her exquisite makeup and accessories were gone. As she regained consciousness, the originally noisy banquet hall became completely silent. The guests all disappeared, and only a few people in the family stood together and looked at her. Shin Fu turned and looked at them. Her eyes swept over Feiyong and Shenyang, who looked very gentle, and her two confused brothers, and Xiao Fei, whose identity was rationalized as her biological sister because of her desire. She said, "I'm leaving." Shin Fu lowered her eyes, feeling a little sad. But she thought that these imaginary people would use all kinds of reasons to drag her away, like the fake teammates in the Wusua Bridge Stadium before. But they all laughed. The fake Shenyang said, "Mom believes in you, and you can live bravely and strongly wherever you go." The fake Feiyong said, "You have learned a lot, and you are the child that Dad trusts the most. You can do it." The fake brother and sister said, "Sister, you have to be good." Shin Fu's eyes gradually became moist, so that the way they stood in front of her was blurred. Yes, if this was an illusion that grew out of her heart, then everyone here would be like this now. If she wanted to leave, she could leave, and no one would stop her. She took a deep look at them and turned to walk out the door. No one called her back, but she knew that they were all watching her leave. She walked out without looking back, walked out of the main house, passed through the rose garden, and finally walked to the gate. Her eyes moved slightly, but she still didn't turn her head. Finally, she looked up at the sky and laughed out loud. Then she walked out. After opening her eyes, she still saw the sky, but with relief in her eyes. During this period of time, she grew up in the illusion once, and it seemed to make up for her regrets. Although she chose to come out, it seemed that she really lived with them in another world. She was still happy. In the future, she would never assume what would happen if they were still here. She would not look at the past or the future, but only at the present. After sitting up, Mu Xian said to her, "Oh, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. You are really good at keeping time." She looked around at the people around her, and they were all still lying with their eyes closed. Only she woke up. Mu Xian asked her to come to the pavilion where she was. After sitting down, Mu Xian poured her a cup of tea. "Your friend will wake up soon. Wait a little longer." Shin Fu took it. "Thank you, teacher." She took a sip and found that the tea was very good. But the strange thing was that Mu Xian kept looking at her, as if expecting something. "Teacher, is there something on my face?" Mu Xian shook her head and asked her, "Didn't you notice any changes in yourself?" Shin Fu looked down at herself. "No." Chapter 406 80 Layer Domain. "Is there no change in your domain?" Shin Fu closed her eyes and mobilized the domain pattern in her mind. She did find something wrong. The domain actually increased by 1 layer. Is it because of breaking through this illusion? She stared at the smiling Mu Xian with wide eyes. She explained, "The domain is like this. The more layers there are, the more different the factors are when it grows. The change and breakthrough of the state of mind can also affect the growth of the domain." She didn't know this statement, but since it has become 74 layers, she knows it is true. Suddenly, she remembered the 80-layer domain that Amu Chen mentioned before. So she asked Mu Xian tentatively, "Teacher, can I ask a question related to the domain?" She knew that Mu Xian was also 3S, and there were some questions that only 3S knew. If she knew, she wouldn't need to bother Qian. According to Tujia, because of the rebels, the Blue Sea Star recently started a cleansing operation. So Qian, as the Star Master, was busy. Mu Xian nodded. "Of course. Just before, Teacher Amuchen said that we should quickly reach the 80th level. Will there be any difference in the 80th level? Mu Xian paused for a while. Slowly, as if he wanted to express it, and then said yes. The 80th level is a watershed. If the strength of the skill points triggered by the field before the 80th level is from 1 to 10 points. Then after the 80th level, it will directly increase by 5 points, which will increase the bonus to teammates and weaken the enemy. In addition, the large field can be divided into several small fields. And there are as many as there are layers. You can no longer follow the psychic and act as you wish. Your skills may also have new changes, and the original restrictions will be reduced. Moreover, your mental power will be further strengthened. Shin Chenfu's eyes were shining when he heard it. Mental power can be strengthened, which is a direct increase in combat power. It's like the original 100% power increased to 120%. Seeing her like this, Mu Xian smiled and continued, also, after that, you can minimize your fluctuations and presence. Even if someone with the same 3S level as you, but whose domain level has not reached the 80th floor perceives you without using your superpowers, they will only think that you are an ordinary person without superpowers. Even before they see you, they will not feel that there is a person at your location. I see. Shin Chenfu finally understood why she stepped on Amuchen at the corner. It was completely impossible according to common sense. And when she went to the Crystal Palace to find Qi Yin, she did not find anyone in the Crystal Palace when she sneaked in, because both of them are superpowers above the 80th floor in the 3S. Shin Chenfu thanked Mu Xian for telling her this, but she didn't understand why she didn't tell them at the beginning. Mu Xian explained that everyone has their own rhythm. If they said from the beginning that they had to reach the 80th floor, some people might not be able to maintain a normal mentality, because the 80th floor might take a long time to achieve. After all, even 3S has different qualifications. 3S, who used to have average qualifications, was too eager to achieve success. But he spent more than 30 years, and still couldn't reach the 80th floor. In the end, he collapsed. Therefore, not everyone can reach above the 80th floor. If you always look at the distant goal, but can't reach it, your state of mind will be very problematic. So the practice of 3S is to wait until the younger generation reaches at least the 70th floor before telling them. This is like a surprise. And the goal is not that far away. While the two were talking, Tujiao woke up. Shin Chenfu saw her wake up, thanked Mu Xian again, and left. After dinner in the evening, she returned to the dormitory and told the two the news of the 80th floor field. The two reacted completely differently. Lu Shi looked like he wanted to kill him, and Tujiao was very excited. The two spoke at the same time, and it sounded like an angel and a demon fighting in Shin Chenfu's ears. Tujiao, great. This way we can become stronger. Lu Shi, damn it. You have to be exhausted to get promoted. Shin Chenfu, Lu Shi sighed. Never mind. Fortunately, I can rest tomorrow. They have been training recently. After 2 weeks, they finally have a day off every 2 weeks, so they can go out. But not everyone is willing to go. So less than 100 out of 480 people go out, and the others sleep in the dormitory. Shin Chenfu, Xiafei, Li Yu, Shin Yoxing and Ji Che all went out. Li Yu wanted to purchase, while she and Xiafei wanted to go back to the ruins during the break. Shin Yoxing wanted to see other places, and Ji Che just wanted to join in the fun. The other people in the study tour team and the free one team did not come out to prepare for a day of rest. She and Shi went out to train early and did not intend to rest. They followed the airship to M76, which was much more prosperous than M77, where Shin Chenfu often went before. After everyone agreed on the meeting place and time, they went their separate ways to buy what they wanted. When Shin Chenfu and Xiao Fei were about to leave, Li Yu asked her, "Where are you going? Aren't you going to go shopping together?" She shook her head. "We are going to go back to the ruins, the abandoned garbage planet where we used to live." Ji Che was very excited when he heard this. "I haven't been to such a place yet. I want to go. I want to go." Shin Yoxing was silent for a while. "I want to go and see it too. See what kind of place they lived in before. Although I know it won't be good, I still want to see it with my own eyes." Li Yu originally wanted to go shopping, but when they said this, "Can I go?" she felt that this kind of place was like the hometown of Shin Chenfu and Xiao Fei. After all, they had lived there for so long. So if they wanted to go, they still had to ask. Shin Chenfu glanced at Xiao Fei and asked with his eyes if it was okay. Xiao Fei raised her lips. Of course. She knew that the people here would not despise them just because they lived in such a place before. Moreover, people who work hard to live a serious life should not be laughed at. She did not think she was inferior to others. So, Shinshinku prepared to find a hidden place to take them to the ruins. Although she could use the portal to connect to the anchor point directly. This was her first planet. So she still had to set up a new anchor point. And then she would not need to take the airship again. Ruins. The red tassel tree under the gray clouds was still dropping petals. And under this, a bearded man was being stepped on by someone. The man who stepped on him was a man without a nose. His nose seemed to have been cut off by someone, which looked very scary. There were many people around, and the same pattern was carved on their arms with knives. They seemed to be from the same gang, and they all had ornaments made of polished human bones hanging on their belts or wrists and necks. The noseless man stepped on the man's face, crushing him with force, showing a disdainful expression on his face. "We let you be our doctor because we respect you. But I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and dare to directly reject us." The people next to him echoed, "That's right. I think it's all bullshit that they said there were high-level superpowers guarding the red tassel tree. That's right. We have been here for more than half a year, and we haven't seen any superpowers. This tree is growing well. When the time comes, kill all these pigs and this place will be ours." The noseless man stepped even harder. "I give you another chance. Just say whether you agree or not. If you agree, I let you go. If you don't agree, you die." Suddenly, a blue light flashed at the location of the red tassel tree. And then a female voice sounded. "The superpower you are talking about seems to be me." Chapter 407 Return to the Ruins. Hearing the voice, the group of people turned their heads and saw 5 boys and girls wearing the same black short-sleeved shorts and casual clothes. Their temperament was out of tune with the ruins. Like young masters and young ladies who had mistakenly entered the garbage dump. Some people hiding under the garbage near the red cherry tree even forgot that they were hiding when they saw Shinshinku coming back. "Shinshinku is back. She will drive these people away. Great. We are saved." The group of men frowned and were very disdainful of their words. What kind of people with special abilities can there be in such a place? Even if they are rich people from other planets. Who knows whether they will live or die in such a place? Shinshinku said. "Move your feet away." The noseless man sneered. "Hee hee. You little girl." The man originally wanted to taunt him, but the sudden severe pain made him unable to say a word. He looked down and saw that his right leg, which was stepping on someone's face, was cut off at the knee by something. He fell down with a snap and was actually moved away. It was completely moved away from his body. Others picked up their weapons and pointed at the 5 people. Shinshinku pointed at the injured bearded man on the ground, and he was teleported behind her. Shifei quickly helped him sit up and asked, "Uncle Bearded Man, are you okay?" He was a little shocked when he saw Shifei, as if he was surprised that Shinshinku actually found a way to save Shifei. At that time, he tried his best to prolong Shifei's last breath for a while. But even if Shinshinku took her away, he didn't think he could really save Shifei. This was incredible. Did she meet a 2S healing system as soon as she went out? He shook his head, saying that he was fine. But he still had injuries on his body, and his face was swollen. He sat up and began to heal himself. When Shinshinku came back, these people would have to be explained here. In fact, most of the bad guys on this planet had been cleared by Shinshinku before. But these people were not the same as before. They came to the ruins right after Shinshinku left. They were star pirates before, specializing in robbing and killing people on remote planets. After being ordered to hunt them down by the military district, they immediately fled here and hid. They initially heard that the area near the red tassel tree was the territory of high-level attacking psychics, so they didn't dare to get close. But after a long time, they found that no psychics appeared, and they sent people to observe for a while. But they saw him, the healing psychic. They wanted to wait until things calmed down before robbing. At that time, they would need the healing psychic, although he was only B-level. It was much better than ordinary medicines, and didn't cost money. And on this kind of planet, B-level is also a very good level. So today's scene appeared. Liu was the first to notice the decorations of these people. The decorations on them feel a little wrong. Shin Yoshing looked at the color and texture, and his tone was not very good. "Those are human bones." Ji-Che cursed. "You are really not human. In Master Ji's world, there has never been such a horrifying thing, as someone killing someone, and then taking their bones for decoration. Even star beasts would not do such a thing. He felt so disgusted. They actually regarded cruelty as merit. And the noseless man whose leg was chopped off fell down in pain. Quickly tied his wound with a cloth strip. Took out a bottle of medicine and applied it. And soon the bleeding stopped. It seems that he cherishes his life very much. The people behind pulled out an old signal flare and fired it into the sky, calling others to support. And then a similar signal flare was fired into the sky at a distance. It's not that Shinshinfu and others didn't have time to stop it, but they wanted to catch those people in one fell swoop after they came. So they had the leisure to wait. The noseless man didn't even see Shinshinfu operation, and one of his legs was easily taken away. You know, he is a super A-level mutant, which is very powerful among them. So they didn't dare to act rashly. But the man's leg was cut off. So he wanted to take revenge and directly sent the strongest support signal. Wanted to kill these young people to vent their anger. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen aircraft flew over. Shinshinfu looked a little surprised. This aircraft is much better than those of the robbers before. In this way, 400 or 500 people came down in a crowd. And half of them were in their base camp. Not all of them came. And everyone was wearing white bone decorations. The noseless man didn't understand why these people didn't take action all the time. And even had the leisure to point at the tree and say that it was beautiful. And then take some flowers back to make specimens and keep them as a souvenir. It seems that they are here for tourism and don't take them seriously at all. When the people from their organization arrived, he regained his confidence and said, "You are looking for death." He did not feel awkward about the few minutes of silence when they dared not speak or move. And it just connected naturally. But Ji-che was merciless. He's so good at pretending. Knows man, I hang your bones in the most conspicuous place when the time comes. Shinshinfu swept his eyes towards one of the people who was trembling and avoiding his eyes and dared not look directly at them, and waved his hand to slap him away. Then, when all of them used their special weapons to attack, for people faced them, without moving their feet, and casually used skills. The reason why there were 4 people was that it would take some time for Shinyoshing's skills to unfold, and he felt that they could solve the problem in this time. Several black chains emerged from the ground full of garbage, swinging on their own, and hitting people would break their bones. The water dragon rushed into the crowd with strong water vapor, and could bite more than a dozen people to death with one bite. The air was instantly filled with dense white feather arrows, shooting at people's heads, or piercing their hearts in a curve, and disappearing immediately after causing damage. Then, there was an unstoppable space-cutting wall, with only more than 10 centimeters of space between the interlaced cutting blades. If they can't avoid it, they will be chopped to pieces. And their relatively old-fashioned alien weapons, coupled with their already low-level mental power, can't cause any damage to them at all. They don't even have the skills to reach their barrier through the cutting wall that Shinshinfu casually created. Those people only now realized how terrifying the people in front of them were. They are really high-level aliens. This kind of large-scale skills must be above S-level. Our 3 S-level leaders are far less powerful than them. Are they 2 S-level? How is this possible? How can they be defeated? In the wasteland at the border of the Interstellar, even A-level is outstanding. S-level can walk sideways, and the appearance of 2 S-level is simply a miracle. Not to mention that these people are all at a very high level. How can so many high-level people appear at once? They obviously look like students. In fact, it is only because most of the students who can participate in the league are in the best military academy in the Interstellar. So it seems that there are many high-level people. They are rare on any other planet. Chapter 408. But it is too late to realize that they are strong now. After these waves of super strong energy blew like a strong wind, those people fell down like reeds in the wilderness. And they died tragically. It was lucky to leave a whole body. In less than a minute, they were all wiped out. Compared with the rebels and puppets in the previous Star Beast battlefield, the people here are too weak. Even Ji-che, who is the worst fighter among them, can fully rely on his own ability to crush them. Not to mention the others beside him. But Liu still couldn't bear to watch it. After all, she didn't go to the battle against the Star Beast at that time. So she was quite shocked that Ji-che could kill people without changing his expression. Even if Shinshinfu later told her part of the rebels and the Black Beach War, and knew that Ji-che, as a teammate at that time, was there, she still didn't expect that he could do this now. Sure enough, people still need to exercise. The bearded man, who had treated his internal injuries, which were not too serious, paused for a moment, and smiled with relief when he saw the white feather arrows that Xiao Fei had released in the sky. He had known Xiao Fei since she was very young, and would give her some food because she was pitiful. In fact, before Shen Fu appeared, there was a period of time when they could only talk to each other because everyone else was killed. Before Xiao Fei became Shen Fu's sister and was named Shen Fei, he called her Little Bucket, because she always carried a bucket to pick up things, and she had been using it for a long time. And she called him Uncle Bearded Man. Both the Bearded Man and the Little Bucket actually supported each other. He also watched her grow up. From the beginning, when others picked her up and fed her for fun, he saw that he often thought she would die of illness at some point. But she never did. She survived strongly, although it was also very difficult. Originally, he thought she was an ordinary person who didn't even have mental strength. Now it seems that if she was an ordinary person, she would have died long ago. He was still happy for her that she now had the ability to protect herself. I think she will never be easily chopped into the same state as before by those bad guys again. And the other person who was left behind by Shen Fu, the one who was beaten away by her at the beginning, was so scared that he lost his voice and dared not say a word. He just watched these people lightly and killed so many of them with a wave of his hand. But these hundreds of people didn't even touch the corner of the other party's clothes. This is an absolute crushing of strength. The rumors here are true. The Red Tassel Tree is the territory of high-level superpowers, so there are people living around it. But even so, those people are still separated by a distance and dare not live under the Red Tassel Tree, because they want to protect them. But they dare not offend them. He was so frightened that he trembled all over, sweating profusely, watching Shen Fu draw a space block, directly frame all the people who were killed just now, and then quickly became smaller. Just like this, she put them all into the small block, and all the garbage they were contaminated with was cut away by her. Her expression was still a little cold and disgusted. She threw the space block out casually, just like throwing away a piece of dirty garbage. After doing this, she turned to look at him. "Hey, take me to your place." How could he dare to say no? He nodded repeatedly and just asked, "I will take you there. Can you let me go?" Shen Yoxing seemed to be the easiest person to talk to. He could still reply to him with a smile. "It depends on the situation and your performance. After all, you have no choice." Shen Fu didn't even have time to go back to the tree to take a look, and followed the man to their base camp. In fact, from the cunning expression of this man, it can be seen that there should be people of relatively high level there, and he was still looking forward to those people being able to defeat them. But half an hour later, they came back after dealing with it. The bearded man was a little surprised. "How can you come so quickly? Those people solved?" Shen Fu nodded. She teleported twice according to the direction the man said, and arrived at their place. But there were more equipment there, and there was also a simple defense system similar to a fortress. So it took some time. But they didn't let go of the man who led the way at the end. At that time, the man saw them ruthlessly killing all the others. He was still holding out hope that they would let him go. But when he saw the murderous intent in the eyes of several people approaching him, he denounced Shen Fu and others for not keeping their word. Shen Yoxing interrupted him. "I said to see the situation. Now I have seen it. You must die too." "Why? Why? I clearly did what you said." Shen Yoxing pointed to the necklace exposed on his neck. It was a very small hand, which looked like a baby's. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Before he could quibble again, he closed his eyes forever. A cowardly ordinary person can kill people, and he is even more hateful than others when he kills weaker people who have almost no ability to resist. During the time they were away, the people who were hiding by the Red Tassel Tree had already crawled out and returned to their own places. Seeing that the two were fine, the bearded man said he would go back to clean up first. His clothes had been kicked with several big holes before, and he felt it was not good to hang them on his body in front of these children. Several people walked along the stairs to the place where Shen Fu and Xiao Fei had lived for 6 years. This place was previously protected by Shen Fu with a space block, so it was still the same as when she left. Compared to Shen Yoxing's silent sadness, Li Yu and Ji Che were completely seeing the world. Li Yu, "Oh my god! How could there be such a room?" Ji Che, "Wow! So pitiful. It's smaller than my toilet. Wow! How could it be like this?" Li Yu, "Aren't you cold living here?" Ji Che, How about I give you some money for no reason? Shin Shinfu was amused by the two. Okay. It's not that exaggerated. This room is considered very good here. She put all her books into the space world. And Xiao Fei finally only took her small bucket. They knew that they might not come back again. The ordinary people living here now are mostly native poor people. And most of the outsiders are the bad guys they dealt with today. So Shin Shinfu will send people from the Lang family to pick them up and settle them on a normal, livable planet with at least regular food. They will also arrange learning and practice. And teach them skills to make a living. Of course, if they don't want to, they can refuse. In the end, Shin Shinfu and Xiao Fei decided to go to the big bearded man to formally thank and say goodbye. And the other three waited for them at the red tassel tree. They walked to the aircraft shell where the bearded man lived with ease and knocked. The bearded man came out. He seemed to know what they were here for. So he asked, "Are you leaving?" Shin Shinfu looked at him solemnly and bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you for buying precious time for Xiaofei." Xiaofei also bowed. "Thank you, Uncle Bearded Man, for saving me." Seeing the two people's grateful attitude, he shook his head repeatedly. "Hey, what are you talking about? I live nearby and have received a lot of protection from you. You guys should get up quickly." Shin Shinfu didn't say much, moved 3 boxes of nutrient solution from the space world, and gave him a light brain with a card bound to it. "Uncle, this is a small thank you gift. Someone will come to take you out and register your identity. You don't need to live here anymore." The bearded man took it, and Shin Shinfu told him, "The password is 123321. When the time comes, log into the registered ID card and verify the money in it before you can use it." He clicked on the only balance displayed, and the long string of zeros made him wonder if his eyes were blurry. Did the computer press the wrong key? 10 zeros. Isn't this small thank you gift too generous? Chapter 409. No. No. I can't take it. This is too much. The bearded man's hands were shaking. He had never seen so much money in his life. But he was a little worried. "You guys, you're not going to do anything illegal or criminal, like robbery?" Xiao Fei laughed. "Uncle, do you think we are robbers? That's not what I mean. It's just too incredible." Shin Shinfu shook his head. "I found my home. This is all my family's money. It can't be spent. It can't be spent." "Really? Your home? That's great. Most of the people here are living alone in the world. Where can they find a home? It's the best thing in the world to find a home after going out once." But he still didn't dare to ask for so much money. However, under the repeated requests and emphasis on the fact that they still have money, he stuffed it into his pocket. Shin Shinfu also handed him an empty small space block, telling him that the people who came to pick them up would take a few days to arrive. If there were still bad guys, go to the red tassel tree and throw the space block at the trunk of the red tassel tree, and she would come over. However, when the two said goodbye and turned to leave, the bearded man suddenly realized that the two of them might never come back here. So he stopped them. Mainly Xiaofei. "Xiaofei, do you know where your mother is?" Xiaofei didn't quite understand. "Didn't my mother die a long time ago? This place is so big. I don't know where she is. She was still young before. And the old lady who saved her died before she grew up. So naturally, she never said where she was picked up at the time, and where her mother died. People who knew about it also thought that they all died that time. And thinking about this kind of thing will make her vulnerable. Being vulnerable in such a place is to seek death. So she doesn't think about it. And even if she occasionally thinks about it, she will force herself to stop immediately. Besides, this place is very big, and there is too much garbage. If there is no direction and information, I am afraid it will never be found." But now it seems that the bearded uncle actually knows. So she asked, "Do you know where it is?" He said, "I roughly know where they brought you back from. But I only heard it from one person. They also said that the clothes she wore looked very expensive, and maybe someone would come to find her. Partly for this reason, some stingy people are willing to give Xiao Fei a bite, thinking that such a precious person died here. And if her family came to find her, the child would be considered raised by them. In that case, there will always be some benefits. But that large group of people almost all died later. And he was the only one who knew the approximate location. But he has been hesitant whether to tell Xiao Fei, because although she looks cheerful, she is a little gloomy in her heart. But she never shows it. When she was a child, She was always cold and expressionless when no one was around. But if she found him coming, she would immediately put on a smile. After Shinshinfu came, her condition became better and better, and she looked happy every day. Even if she was not facing anyone, she would be happy. So he thought, if he let her face her mother's corpse, it would also tear apart her happiness and force her to see the sad background underneath. So he thought about waiting until she was older, and then he would talk about it. Until now, she has the ability to live a better life, and maybe she will never come back. Only then did he think that as she grew up a little bit, she would feel sad when she recalled that she had left her mother in the ruins. And maybe he would be dead by then, and no one in the world could tell her any information. Shinshinfu looked at Xiufei, who was silent at this time, as if she was thinking, or as if she was in a daze. But in the end, she smiled and said, "Okay. Then please take us there, uncle." It seemed as if he was taking them out for a walk and was relaxed, without any negative emotions. On the contrary, this state made Shinshinfu worried. So she took her hand and followed the bearded man forward. The bearded man remembered the direction, even though it was a little far from here, because that was the last garbage dump of the planet, and no garbage dumper had come since then. And this place officially turned from a garbage planet into a ruin, because of the distance. When the people near the red tassel tree went there, 2 or 3 days had passed, because there was no one living there at that time. And it was the young people who went out to explore who found it and came back to tell them. Everyone rushed over to grab the new expired food. And then Xiaofei was brought back. Shinshinfu teleported according to the direction he said, and took the two to the location he said. After about 10 minutes, they found the place they went to at that time. Compared with other places, this place is indeed more desolate, uninhabited, and there are no creatures or plants, even fewer insects. When Shinshinfu was about to use the mental power network to quickly scan over and sense, Xiaofei stopped her. "Sister, I do it myself this time." Shinshinfu felt a little distressed, but still nodded in agreement. Xiaofei spread her mental power to carefully sense the garbage dump within a radius of 1 kilometer, passing through the rusty discarded fragments, moldy and rotten rags, various scrapped connecting wires, etc. Then she changed positions from time to time and moved to search. But it's not that the bones can't be found, but there are too many bones underground. Xiaofei only needs to say a word to the correct position, and the garbage piled above will all move away by themselves. And the bones that have been buried for many years will fly out by themselves. But some are already incomplete, and it's normal to have missing legs and feet and heads. In 2 hours, she had found hundreds of corpses. Some of them still had clothes, while others were only covered with rags like sacks. They were laid out in rows, and the bearded man shuddered when he saw them. When Xiaofei thought she had found all the corpses nearby and was ready to check them carefully, she suddenly found a relatively small but complete corpse in a large box made of wooden boards in the ground, which was not particularly deep. For some reason, her heart trembled, and she flew out with the box. In fact, the box was broken, and a purple corner of clothes slid out from the gap. It was embroidered with very delicate and beautiful patterns. It had been buried under the garbage for so many years, but it had not decayed. But the light was a little dim. Xiaofei's hand gently brushed the box, and the rough texture on it made her inexplicably uneasy. Shinshinfu walked over, put his hand on Xiaofei's shoulder, and did not speak. After a while, Xiaofei took a deep breath, used both hands to pry open the wooden board on the box, revealing the corpse inside. Chapter 410. When Xiaofei saw the person in the simple coffin box, her pupils shrank, and she felt sad unconsciously. The person in the coffin had completely become a skeleton, but her long hair had not been decomposed. As the bearded uncle said, her clothes were indeed very gorgeous. She wore a black skirt inside, and a purple flowery robe outside. There were holes on the robe that were cut by a sharp weapon, and there were large pieces of blood that had dried for many years. She was not wearing shoes. I don't know if she had no jewelry, or the jewelry was taken away by the person who buried her. There were no decorations on her wrists, ankles, and neck. There was no need to check again. She could almost be sure that this was her mother, because she would not have such a strong psychological feeling when she saw other corpses. Shinshinfu asked Xiaofei, "Is it her?" She nodded. "It should be." "Then let's take her away." "Okay." Shinshinfu carefully packed her with a space block and slowly lifted her out. However, when moving, He felt something sliding inside, just at the position of her abdomen. But she couldn't just reach out and take it. So she used a smaller space block to take out the things there. The small space block slowly drilled out of her clothes. And after flying out, it stopped in the air. She took it out, and after a simple rinse, they saw that it was a necklace. The chain was star moon silver, a precious silver metal, and the pendant was a simple star stone, without color, and it was hard to tell what kind it was. It was transparent. It looked like it had been simply processed, and the shape was still very natural. But perhaps because the owner of the pendant had worn it for many years, it became smooth. But if all the other precious jewelry on her body was taken away, and only the clothes that were too conspicuous and damaged were left, the pendant should not still be here. So the two of them quickly realized that this necklace was swallowed by her. And if you look closely, you can also see scars on the bones on the back of her hand, indicating that she had been injured before, and the injury was visible to the bone. Shinfu shrunk the space block containing the bones and handed it to Xiaofei. After she took it, she put it in the innermost layer of her backpack. Xiaofei understood what she meant. She didn't want her mother to look like a collection in her space block, so she gave it to her. But she originally wanted to keep it for herself. Shinfu reburied the bones they found, and then sent the big bearded man back. When they returned to the red tassel tree, Li Yu and the others were almost asleep. "Why did you come back just now?" They didn't say what they did later, but just said that they talked to the big bearded man for a few more words. But Li Yu just complained a few words. After returning to M76, the time was almost up, so they went back to the training planet with the team. Xiaofei was even smiling when he returned to the room, and there was nothing wrong with waving goodbye to Li Yu, Ji Che and the others. Only Shin Yoshing noticed a hint of something wrong, but he thought he was back to the ruins, and she thought of the bad things in the past, so she didn't ask any more questions. Xiaofei in the room had taken out the small space block, put it in the palm of his hand, and looked inside very closely. Xiaokai seemed to know that her master was in a bad mood, so she didn't disturb her. Instead, she went out to play with Tuanchuan, leaving the space to her alone. Xiaofei let out a long breath as soon as the door was closed. She felt that it was right for her not to think about her parents for so many years, especially when she knew that her mother was 100% dead. Now she was dragging this small space in her hand, but she didn't even dare to inject mental power to enlarge it. It was too heavy. It seemed that she had never held such a heavy thing in her life, and it almost crushed her in an instant. Originally, she thought that she had never seen it before. So could she have any feelings? Reality gave her a hard slap in the face. No matter what. She was only 13 years old, holding the bones of her biological mother in her hand. She still felt suffocated. But then she became curious. Who is she? What is her name? Where is she from? What is her personality? Why did she become like this? How did she die? Did she die because of giving birth to her? Those things that she deliberately didn't think about now came rushing back at her more violently than when she was a child. But she didn't know the answer to any of them. Her whole life was a mystery. But she couldn't even see the test paper that could help her solve the problem. It wasn't even a blank. It was just air. But at least she had her sister, who was her confidence. She knew that there was someone who would definitely support her behind her. And even if she escaped, she would build a safe little house for her so that she could hide in it more safely. Thinking about it this way, she suddenly calmed down a lot, and she quickly decided to know her identity and who she really was. She didn't want to know if there were other relatives with blood relations alive, because she already had many family members now. In addition to her sister, the Shin family was also very kind to her. They always sent her food and gifts, which were the same as her sister. Because she was young, she even had more beautiful clothes and toys than her sister. Grandma also said that Xiaofei would go home with her sister. The whole house had been decorated for her new room. But because of the rebels, everyone was in a mess and had no time to get together for the time being. So she just wanted to know about her mother's life and what happened to her to become like this. Her current situation was enough for her to think about these issues. So in less than half an hour of independent thinking time, she walked out of the door. Shinfu room was still opposite her, and the door was open, as if waiting for her to go over. Xiaofei curved her lips and walked in. "Sister, I'm here." Shinfu, who was sitting on the lazy sofa, looked up and said when he saw her, "Xiaofei, people don't have to smile all the time." Meow. Xiao Meiqiu seemed to agree with her and responded. Xiao Fei was stunned, as if she had not expected that Shin Shinfu, who was very slow in feeling, could actually find out that she didn't want to laugh now. In fact, she herself didn't realize it, because she was really used to it. When she was a child, she had to please others to have a bite of food. So she smiled. Later, she was afraid that her sister would abandon her and leave alone. So she smiled. It has always been like this. She has obviously hidden many of her negative emotions very well, and even deceived herself many times. She is indeed not like Shin Shinfu. She doesn't laugh when she doesn't want to laugh. She will only laugh when she is really happy. She is just her true self wherever she is. Xiao Fei's mouth corners lowered a little, with a hint of sadness and some grievance in her eyes. Come here, Xiao Fei. Shin Shinfu waved at her. She walked over. There was a carpet under the lazy sofa. She took off her shoes, and was pulled by Shin Shinfu to sit on the furry carpet with her back facing her. Then Shin Shinfu reached out and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her head, and said in an absolute protective manner, Xiao Fei, you could be sad. I don't know why. As soon as she said this, her tears rolled down quickly. Obviously, her mind already knew that she would never abandon her, but her actions were still habitually subtle and flattering. It was she who was questioning herself, and at the same time, the insecurity in her childhood was equivalent to questioning Shin Shinfu. So she hid all the negative emotions. But even if she didn't believe herself, she should believe her. She sniffed, her voice trembling. Sister, I want to know who she is. Shin Shinfu's voice was not at all slow. Okay. What if I don't want to check it again? Okay. Then I want to know why she came to the ruins. Okay. The two of them said one after another, and the child hiding in the safe house dared to say anything. Chapter 411 Injury. After Shin Shinfu asked Xiao Fei to give her the small space block, she returned to the Capital Star that night. She returned early in the morning on the Capital Star. She didn't want to trouble Irene at first, but Irene soon knew that she was back and immediately contacted her to ask her not to leave. When Irene came over, Shin Shinfu was looking at the skeleton in front of her, frowning, as if she was angry. She walked closer and understood the reason, because there were many wounds on the skeleton in front of her. After taking off the coat, you can see that there are many wounds on the arms, legs, shoulder blades and other parts, as if they were injured by a sharp weapon. She should have treated it roughly by herself, using cloth strips to tie up the wounds, and now it is hanging loosely on her bones. It's just that they didn't open the clothes to see before, so they didn't know. Shin Shinfu was a little lucky at this time. Fortunately, Xiao Fei didn't see it. This was the first time she saw her so depressed in so many years. Seeing her mother's bones was a heavy mental blow to anyone, not to mention that she might have died from serious injuries. In that case, she even gave birth to her. Shin Shinfu felt sad thinking about it, because she herself had at least had a few years of happy times, and she remembered them all. But Xiao Fei didn't. Her life was bitter from the beginning. Irene asked, "Who is this?" Xiao Fei's mother. We found her in the ruins and wanted to find out her identity. After that, she handed over Xiao Fei's hair. We still need a paternity test. So that's how it is. Irene didn't ask much, just told her the fastest way. We can use her bones and teeth to check genes, although it takes more time than ordinary people's examinations. But then, we can confirm her identity by searching in the Interstellar gene bank. How long will it take? If it's fast, I won't go back yet. 2 hours. Shin Shinfu waited in the laboratory. But because she still had to wait for 2 hours, she decided to go see Luo Heng. It is said that his condition is much better now, although he is still confused from time to time. His attack tendency is not as strong as before. Shin Shinfu entered his residence. Since someone was arranged to take care of him, he looked much more respectable now than when he was crazy before. Even his messy hair was tied up, revealing his thin and sunken face. Luo Heng slowly turned his head when he heard someone coming in, and showed a puzzled look when he saw Shin Shinfu. He asked, "Who are you?" Shin Shinfu did not answer, but asked, "Do you remember who you are?" He nodded. "I am Luo Heng of the Luo family." The effect of this treatment was much better than Shin Shinfu had imagined. In just over half a month, he could accurately reply who he was. Before, Irene said that his memory was like paste in his mind, and he could not remember anything most of the time. So Shin Shinfu replied, I'm the one who helped you recover. Why do you want to help me? Shinshinfu didn't answer, but guided him. Who are you looking for? I can also help you find someone. Luo Heng didn't seem to understand. Looking for someone? What are you talking about? I don't have. Suddenly he covered his head, as if he was in severe pain. His face flushed instantly, and his mouth was still venting. Yes. 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 I want to find him. I want to find. Who am I looking for? Who? He held his hair tightly with both hands, and his hair, which was originally neatly combed, was messed up by him. He looked at Shinshinfu. Tell me, who am I looking for? The people outside heard the movement inside, and immediately opened the door, and gave him a sedative. He gasped and fell asleep after a while. Shinshinfu felt embarrassed to see them busying around. She just wanted to ask him what he remembered, but she didn't expect to cause trouble for them. She quietly withdrew, determined to wait until Irene was cured before talking, and not to be impatient anymore. 2 hours passed quickly. When Shinshinfu was drowsy, Irene called her seriously. Hill, the examination is complete. Shinshinfu stood up immediately. How is it? Where is she from? First, confirm that this is Xiaofei's mother. Their genes are matched. But we searched the Interstellar gene bank and found no genetic information about her. How is this possible? Looking at her clothes, she can't be an undocumented person. You are right. But we can also start from her clothes. Although it was cut and there were large blood stains, it can be seen that this outer robe was designed by a very famous designer. I remember that only 10 pieces were produced in the entire Interstellar. Irene remembered it because she didn't get this dress at the time, although it was a long time ago and the designer has retired. She can contact the designer team of that year to check if there is any record. She glanced at the time and saw that Shinshinfu looked a little sleepy. So she asked her to go back and rest first, and tell her when she found it here. When Shinshinfu left, she did not forget to mention that she would scan the skeleton and make a portrait restoration. She went back to sleep and then participated in the training in good spirits. What was different today was that a bracelet that suppressed mental power was issued. After wearing it, mental power would not be easily released unless you force it to break through. In this way, everyone had no way out. Shinshinfu thought about what Amuchen said before, that he was too cautious. It should be that they knew that they still had mental power to rely on, so they did not have the determination to face death. In fact, she had reached the last level before, and the previous levels were becoming more and more familiar. But she found that there was a big difficulty every 10 levels. If you want to pass this big difficulty without injury, it will take more time than this group of previous levels. What he meant was that these people should not go through the levels with the idea of not getting hurt. Before entering, Shinshinfu told others this guess. Lu Shidu smiled speechlessly. Not only did he let me pass the level in such a dirty place, but he also asked me not to be afraid of getting hurt, although they were all made of Amuchen superpowers. It was disgusting enough. Tujiao was even more speechless. If I hadn't dodged, I would have turned into a grilled fish many times. Shinshinfu thought that he didn't mean not to dodge. Xiaohua was about to go in, caught the key words, and turned his head suddenly. Grilled fish? What grilled fish? Is it delicious? I didn't see any grilled fish in the cafeteria. 3 people, Ji Che gloated. Tujia, she's going to eat you. Tujia threatened him. If you're not careful this time, be careful that your ears will be cut off again. Ah! Ji Che covered his ears in fear, because once before, he accidentally had his ears cut off by the mechanism in the room. After coming out and being cured, he was so scared that he didn't dare to go in. He was less courageous than an ant. He even cried, "What reward cut off my ears?" Woo woo. It was only after Nai tied 10 lucky bracelets for him that he reluctantly went in. Fortunately, Amuchen didn't think he was cheating. However, thinking about Amuchen's words, everyone's mood dropped to the lowest point. They walked into the space even more tragically than the previous trip to the Star Beast battlefield, and started a new round of challenges. Chapter 412, Breaking Through the Levels. Shinshinfu's start was smooth, because she knew the attack modes of the previous levels, and they were not completely random. There were 100 rooms in total, and they were from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the morning. A total of 5 hours. A total of 300 minutes. That is, in order to successfully pass the levels within the stipulated 5 hours in the morning. The average time for each level should not exceed 3 minutes. But there is a difficult level every 10 levels. And she was always injured in these difficult levels before. If you want to save time, you can only make a breakthrough in those difficult levels. Or choose. The previous levels were okay. She could shorten a lot of time. But after the 50th level, the time that could be shortened was very small. And after the 80th level, she began to consume the time she had saved before. And because she always wanted to pass quickly, she didn't care so much about her injuries. For example, when she had to choose between getting injured and extending 2 minutes to choose a safer route, she would choose to pass faster. Compared with Muexian, Amuchin wanted them to arouse everyone's reckless fighting spirit while calculating the route and physical limits. The attacks from the rear were more treacherous and changeable. She couldn't just dodge. As she rushed again and again, Shinshinfu found that she was actually a little excited. Just like the feeling of killing star beasts in the Freestar Cave. What ice swords, rain needles, fire blades, swords, spears, and halberds. The deadly attack seemed to have really become a game. She passed through it swiftly, almost like a leopard, and the oncoming ice arrows were caught in her hands. Even if her palms were frostbitten, what did it matter? There is no rule that you can't take things in the room. And she found that in many cases, you must get weapons to pass faster. And, perhaps because she is a space system, after the 50 levels, long spikes began to appear in some parts of the space, as if Amuchin deliberately compressed her available space. After getting the ice sword, the light knife slashed past her face, and then the floor under her feet all grew black spikes. She knew that the spikes could not be cut, so she used the ice sword to support her body upside down. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. It was a huge air punch from 3 different directions. She was waiting for this. The 3 air punches were in different positions, so they arrived at different positions in front of her. She did not choose to dodge them completely, but grabbed the hand of the ice sword and pushed herself up. After dodging 1 air punch, she grabbed the 2nd air punch and rotated in the air to change her posture, and then was hit by the 3rd one. She stepped on the 3rd air punch and was hit by it to the ceiling, just pressing on the door on the ceiling. Although she would be hit by this punch and hit the door panel, it was indeed the fastest way. She had tried it before, and it could save 5 minutes. While Shinshinfu was moving forward, Tujia saw a ghost again. Her first 50 levels were flames, and the last 50 levels turned into hellish evil spirits to fight her, supplemented by flame attacks. At first, she felt very scared, so her body was unstable, and she was slashed many times. Especially when she saw a ghost at the 51st level for the first time. She even bounced out because she was too seriously injured. Because Amuchin didn't know how many horror movies he had watched. He actually set up a child with a pale face and black eyes, standing in the room with an expressionless face and watching her come in, and then took off his head and threw it at her feet. And that head turned out to be a cannonball. Who would have thought that a child's head would be a cannonball? What's more, she was already scared and only dodged a little instinctively. And she still remembered that in the end. Room 100, which she couldn't get through, was a female ghost with extremely long hair crawling on all fours. Her hair was sharper than a steel needle. She just shook her head on the ground to attack her. And Tujia was so scared that she didn't dare to rush over several times. There were also 2 times when she couldn't help using her superpowers, and was bounced out of the room. Because the ghost would split into 20 after she attacked to a certain stage. Her scalp tingled when she thought about it. And she did know that she had the backing of superpowers. So she always felt that she was not at the end of her rope. And she was not in a state of trying her best. However, today was the time to try her best. And the bracelet that suppressed superpowers was on her hand. If she couldn't get through, there would be punishment. For someone like Amuchin, she didn't dare to think whether the punishment was to build a haunted house for her to live in. No, absolutely not. Thinking of a more terrifying result, Tujia was not as scared as before. Tujia snatched the flame knife of one of the ghosts. Although the handle was very hot, she couldn't care less. Turning fear into strength, she went forward to fight those evil ghosts while cursing. The 2 of them were getting better, and Lu Shur was holding back and didn't vomit. The recent training made him dare not eat more. In half a month, he lost the most weight compared to others. Even he, who never cursed when he saw the sheep dung balls used as bullets to throw at him. Is this something a human can do? Now he not only wants to break through this room, but even wants to hit Amuchin. And he thinks that if he calls Shinshinfu and Tujia, they should be happy to do it. Especially Tujia, who has been training so much that she is weak in spirit. She would jump 7 or 8 meters away when she is called. Occasionally, she seems to have hallucinations. And the questions she asks are scary. That day when they were having dinner, she suddenly pointed out the window and asked carefully, Just now, was there a little boy walking by? He thought she was joking. So he replied, Yes. She widened her eyes and asked him with a face as pale as the fish-faced star beast before, Can you see it too? So his insomnia became worse that night. But now, he could only resist the urge to vomit and avoid those. At 11:56, Shinshinfu stood in room 100 with injuries all over his body for the second time. The time was always displayed in the upper right corner of the room. So she knew that there were only 4 minutes left. The good news was that if she could pass the level today, she might not have to come tomorrow. The bad news was that if she failed, she would have to do it again tomorrow. The weapon she got could only be used in the room where the weapon was condensed. When she arrived in another room, it would disappear again. So she was still in a state of bare hands. And in the last room, there was really no place to stand. This space really forced her, who was a space system, to not know how to go. Because up and down, left and right, front and back, except for the small piece when she first came in, the rest were all 60 to 70 centimeters of spikes, densely packed and impossible to avoid. And these spikes would also be fired in the opposite direction, weaving a spike defense net. She didn't succeed in getting out from here last time. She observed for a long time that time. But when she was about to be stabbed to death by the floor below, she said she would bounce out. Seeing that there were only 3 minutes left, Shinshinfu resolutely grabbed a spike that was fired at the front, adjusted his body shape, turned over and squatted, and was brought into the spike defense net. Chapter 413 The Miserable Trio. As soon as 12 o'clock arrived, everyone was teleported out. However, some people saw 3 very different people. Because although they were miserable, they held a pass flag in their hands. Shinshinfu was almost pierced by 7 or 8 sharp spikes. And the spikes did not disappear after she came out. Perhaps to protect her. Tujia's neck was still wrapped with someone's hair. And he looked seriously injured. Blood was flowing from his neck. And his eyes were red. He looked like he was going to go crazy and hit people at any time. And he looked very aggressive. Although Lu Shur was not covered in black and gray this time. His body was dirtier, with all kinds of dirt and wounds. And he looked like a sloppy king. However, they all held a pass flag with a smile in their hands. In contrast to the smiles they held, the 3 of them had murderous expressions on their faces. When Lu Shur saw Shinshinfu, she was stunned. Why are you pierced like a hedgehog? Yes, that room can only be like this. She felt that Amuchin wanted her space system to be helpless and have no space to move. But she found that the spikes that were constantly launched sometimes intersected. And she had to not fall to the ground or touch the wall. And she couldn't rely on her own space to use the spikes to pass through the room and touch the door in the corner. However, the price was that she would definitely be stabbed just to save time. Obviously, if she had superpowers, these wouldn't require any effort. But when the use of superpowers was prohibited, she couldn't move an inch in that space. It was at that time that she realized that she actually relied too much on superpowers. What if she ran out of mental power and couldn't use superpowers in the future? Obviously, after these trainings, her body movements became much smoother and more refined. Shinshinfu glanced at Lu Shur from top to bottom, stepped back several steps, and looked a little nauseous. Stand further away. I'm afraid I vomit on you, and you feel worse. Lu Shur shook his head. I'm still in a defensive state. These things don't seem to matter. Shinshinfu, ? Are you a germaphobe? No. I think I can stop being disgusting in a combat state. Shinshinfu looked at another person who had been silent. Tujia. Are you okay? Tujia suddenly grinned. I'm fine now. Shinshinfu wanted to say, No, you're not fine. Her pale face, burnt hair, and strangled neck looked like she had just crawled out of hell. Did you see a ghost? Tujia nodded. Well, I can kill one now. And I can kill a pair if there are 2. Are you not afraid of ghosts? Yes. Tujia turned his head mechanically. I'm afraid, but I can kill. Shinshinfu, it's over. Another one is crazy. When Shinyoshin came out, his wound was still bleeding. Seeing Shinshinfu like this, He seemed to be greatly stimulated. He rushed forward and wanted to help her, but didn't dare to touch her. How did you become like this? Why don't you be more careful? Isn't it just a training? How can it compare with his sister health? Yuchen is really a psychopath. Without waiting for Shinshinfu to answer, he shouted everywhere. Xia Shu! Xia Shu! Where are you? Xia Shu! Xia Shu himself had just come out with a limp, and had no time to treat himself. He heard Shin Yoshing looking for him, and replied in a neither loud nor soft voice. I'm here. As he said this, he condensed a ball of healing light to heal his own wound first. Just when the white light was about to be injected into his injured leg, a big hand dragged him away. When he felt pain, the healing light dissipated. Shin Yoshing, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm still limping? Give me some time if you want treatment. I can't walk on one leg. He was dragged by one leg and jumped, and he almost fell to his knees. Who knew that Shin Yoshing bent down and lifted him up when he heard him say that? Xia Shu couldn't help but swear. You really have to go to this extent? Didn't you see that the eyes of the people around him became strange? He didn't want to have any weird scandals with him. You know, there were 45 pairs of CPs among the 10 people in the Freedom 1 team at that time. Soon, Shin Yoshing put him on the platform, and Xia Shu saw the pale hedgehog Shinshinfu, the hanged ghost like Tujia, and the homeless Lu Shi. Shinshinfu looked the scariest, and Xia Shu was so shocked that he forgot that his leg was still broken, and he quickly treated her. The healing light was injected into her body, pushing out all the long spikes that pierced her body, and then instantly stopping the bleeding. Shinshinfu didn't even groan during the whole process, and was even able to talk to others. Although the spikes avoided the fatal position, it should be very painful. And there are many other wounds. It must be that her room is particularly difficult. Xia Shu thought so. But fortunately, he cured Shinshinfu before Xiafei found them. And Xia Hua. He was extremely glad that Xia Hua didn't see it. She was scared to death when Shinshinfu scratched her face. Not to mention that her noble sister Shin had become a hedgehog. So after the treatment was completed, Xia Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He almost didn't react when Shinshinfu called him. Xia Shu, your leg. He then remembered his injured leg, and it suddenly hurt. While he was treating it, 3 people who passed the level appeared in the air. That is, 3-3s. Yuchen was willing to stand up and say a few words. Those who pass the level can go to Major General Su Ming or practice freely in the next half-month. The others only have the last half-month. If you don't pass, the punishment is very interesting. As he spoke, he laughed gloatingly, and everyone who heard it was scared. However, although the training time for this round of the level-breaking cube has not yet ended, the punishment for not passing the Mushin illusion has come. Even though Shinshinfu had passed on the last day, she was still a little curious, since there were still 40 or 50 people who failed to pass on the last day. They were taken to another hill in the garden area by some people. No one knew what the specific punishment was for the time being. Only screams could be heard from afar from time to time. And Mu Xian had begun to weave a new illusion for them. But this time it was different. Shinshinfu returned to the night of the battle against Ji Mingyi. But facing this situation, she was much better than before. So there was almost no sluggishness. And she still killed Ji Mingyi in front of her again. Even faster than the knight in the real world. So this time she was the first person to come out. But Xiao Fei, who came out first last time, was not so fast. Shinshinfu looked at Xiao Fei frown, and guessed what she saw. Soon the others woke up one after another. When they saw Tujia's look of wanting to kill the ghost, they knew that she had seen something terrifying. But she could still come out. Perhaps because she was not in fear, but wanted to overcome fear above fear. Before Shinshinfu and the others left, he said to Xiao Fei, "You have to believe in yourself and your mother." Chapter 414 I'm sorry. Xiao Fei was in a dream. She saw the skeleton, wearing a robe with mottled bloodstains. Her mother's skeleton stood up and walked towards her. The closer she got, the faster her heart beat, and the smaller she became. When colorful lights flashed around her, she found herself standing in a garbage dump with a small bucket next to her. She forgot where she was, and what she was doing. She carried the bucket and searched for something in the garbage, hoping to find some cookies today. It would be best if it was strawberry flavored. She didn't know what strawberry tasted like, but she had heard about it from others. But the upper layer here had been turned over many times, and she had to dig down many layers to find some food. But as she turned over, A white bone hand suddenly stretched out from the inner layer of the garbage and clamped her wrist tightly. She was so scared that she trembled and started screaming. But she couldn't get rid of it. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She was so scared because the old lady and everyone else had died not long ago. Only a bearded uncle was left. He had gone out to look for food. No one could save her. Woo! Who will save me? Her cry echoed over the vast garbage dump. No one responded to her. So she twisted the bones on her wrists and shouted, "Let me go! Let me go!" She picked up the hard steel plate next to her and smashed it. In this way, it really loosened. She was still frightened and was about to run away. But at this time, a woman's cry came from the garbage dump. She was crying and seemed to be very sad. Xiao Fei rarely heard such crying. Even when there were more people living here before, those people would not cry easily. Because crying here was a sign of weakness. Others would bully you if they found you weak. But she cried so sadly that Xiao Fei couldn't bear it. So she went back and knocked on the garbage pile below. "Why are you crying? Are you a human or a ghost?" Hearing her question, the crying below became much quieter. And then, there was a sound from inside. As if something was about to come out from inside. Xiao Fei wanted to run again. And she still regretted that she didn't leave just now. Just like that, she watched a skeleton in a woman's dress crawl out from inside. It was just a skeleton. But it made a sound. "You don't even know who I am?" Xiao Fei felt very strange. "Why should I know who you are?" She suddenly started laughing. "You don't even know who I am. I've been waiting for you here all the time. But you don't know who I am?" Her voice became sharp. "How can you not know who I am? I'm your mother. I'm your mother. I'm your mother." As she spoke, she approached her. Xiao Fei was frightened and stepped back, but was tripped by a protruding wooden board and looked at her with horror. The empty eye sockets almost sucked her in. She screamed uncontrollably. "Help! Help! Sister!" The little child's mind suddenly went blank. Sister? She has always been an orphan. Where did she get a sister? She tried to calm herself down. Although her voice was trembling, she miraculously gained some courage just because she inexplicably said sister. "You are my mother? Why did you come out after you died?" The woman was still gloomy. "That's because I hate you so much that even after I died, I still wanted to ask you why you didn't come to find me. You knew I was on this planet. I was too young. If I found you, I could only bury you somewhere else." She continued, "It was so cold lying there alone. The bugs ate my flesh and blood. I died for you. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be able to leave alone. You are really my sin. Why do I have a child like you? Even after I died, you never came to find me. Selfish. Despicable. Hateful." Although she could no longer frown or make any expressions, Xiao Fei seemed to see her disgust and hatred. Xiao Fei had nothing to say. But she continued to ask, "I gave birth to you with my life. Is this how you treat me?" Her accusing voice made her body cold. "But Grandma and no one else told me where you are. This place is so big. I can't find you." She had already tried her best to survive. So she was a little angry. "You hate me. What about me? I was born alone in a garbage dump by you. I don't even know who I am. I can't even eat. I don't blame you. How can you blame me for not looking for you?" Who knew the woman was even more angry. "You don't blame me? Listen to what you said. You obviously blame me. You wanted to say this a long time ago. But you always pretend to be a cute little girl. But you actually hate me the most because I can't give you a good life." Xiao Fei frowned and argued. "I didn't. You have." On the garbage dump, a little girl was bizarrely arguing with a skeleton. And the two of them argued for a long time. Until Xiao Fei was in a trance. What was she doing? Why was she arguing with her? If it was really her mother, then she was really pitiful lying alone on the ground. How could her mother, who was injured and ran to the ruins to give birth to her, hate her? Is it because she was wrong? Maybe not. She should just be too sad. Xiao Fei stopped talking back, walked forward amid the woman's scolding, and trembled but bravely hugged her bone without any flesh, and said muffledly, "I'm sorry. Mother, forgive me." After she said this, she suddenly remembered. What she feared most now was that she would blame her. So what her mother said was actually her own blame for herself. Which was why she saw such a scene. "I'm sorry. I thought too badly of you. You must have done your best to give birth to me. But I thought in my heart that you would blame me, and that I thought too little of you. But I am such a useless daughter. Because I didn't dare to think of you since I was a child. I got used to avoiding you all the time and deliberately not thinking about your existence. Xiao Fei continued. I have made up my mind. No matter what happens in this life, I will find your home and send you back. You must be very lonely alone. Right? Hearing her say this, the woman's voice suddenly changed. No longer sharp. No longer complaining and cursing. But unusually gentle. Don't be sad. Don't apologize. Xiao Fei. I just hope you are happy. I am sorry for leaving you in that place. Can you forgive me? Xiao Fei felt that she seemed to be the real her like this. And the hysterical, just now, was her illusion. I will never blame you. Mother. And because of the ruins, I have a sister. And I have always regarded it as the best gift you gave me in my life. Good child. Suddenly, her arms were empty and she woke up. But she lay on the ground for a long time and didn't get up. When she sat up and calmed down, she saw Mu Xian waving at her and asking her to come over for dessert and cookies. Xiao Fei was very grateful for Mu Xian illusion, which helped her break through the psychological dilemma. So she walked over with a smile. But when she saw the food on the table, she was stunned. Xiao Fei's eyes were moistened unconsciously, and finally picked up a strawberry sandwich cookie. Teacher. Thank you. Chapter 415 Creative Skills. On the other side, the 3S team that had come out a long time ago had already started free training. And their free training was just 3 people simply and roughly finding an empty training ground to squander their mental power and fight. After they came out of Amuchin's breakthrough space, they found that their domain had increased by another level. Shin Shinfu thought it was okay. But the other 2 were shocked by such rapid progress during this period. It's only been more than half a month. And they have added 2 levels. Isn't this very close to the 80th level? Lu Shi 76. Shin Shinfu 75. Tu Jia 74. The 3 people have almost the same level. But they have been using physical strength for training recently. And they rarely start to use supernatural powers. Lu Shi threw the judgment rune like rain. Shin Shinfu used the space-piercing cannonball to stimulate his characters in advance. And Tu Jia's sound arrows can already reach 4 layers of superimposed sonic booms. It was only at this time that Shin Shinfu realized that Qi Yin had not put much water in when she tried to attack her. After all, her sonic boom must be more powerful than Tu Jia's current one. Lu Shi drew out his judgment sword and slashed at Shin Shinfu, while Tu Jia sat on the water stool made of his own power and played beautifully and elegantly, shooting cold arrows at them from time to time. She was no longer as crazy as she was in the morning when she was scared by the ghost. But her hair had been cut to only chest length. Shin Shinfu's space blade was strengthened by her again, using the method of mental power space barrier, using mental power network superposition, so that it would not break so easily. Like when she fought Mu Tuo before. The space blade broke 3 times. But now the enhanced space blade can already fight against Lu Shi's judgment sword. The 2 moved in the field at an incredibly fast speed. And only 2 figures could be seen. And there were countless colliding sword lights. Because their fighting was too loud. It also attracted some people from the military district to watch from the side. However, these new recruits in the training star cannot use optical computers like the military academy students and officers in the military headquarters. They can only use military equipment for 5 minutes every half a month to contact their families. So they don't know that the 3 military academy students who are fighting lively are the new generation of 3S. Is that the cadet who came this time? It should be. But the speed and level don't seem like it. I thought I had double vision again. What skills are they? Those small characters seem to be able to blow down a building. That sound system is much more powerful than the sound system in our group. It looks elegant and noble. But it occasionally plays dirty tricks and secretly shoots sound arrows at them from the ground. This is the first time I have seen a sound arrow emerge from the ground. And that sound arrow actually has 4 layers of sonic boom. Yes. And what's even more strange is that the other 2 people fighting seem to have anticipated her actions. What kind of supernatural power is used to stab? But it's hard to tell. But the energy blade in her hand is too strong. It split many characters without breaking them. Can an energy blade have such strength? They fought for an hour. And the others came and went. And they also watched for an hour. But suddenly they saw that these 3 people stopped fighting. The black-haired girl took out 3 chairs from somewhere. And they sat down in the training ground that was full of holes. They realized that it was the space system. What's going on? Stop fighting? Chat instead? Hey, you're still kids. You need to rest after practicing for a while. Let's go. Let's go. But in fact, they didn't do it all for rest. Instead, Shinshunfu was playing and suddenly envied Lucier. The characters that were thrown out like small cannonballs looked small, but very useful. And it looked very easy, she thought, if she could also compress the skills into small ones and throw them out. Moreover, it would be great if she could compress other people's skills like space blocks. So she wanted to ask the two to help her try. She asked Lucier if the operation of the Judgment Rune was independent. And Lucier said yes. After the rune was thrown out by him, it could be triggered by his thoughts or when it was hit. But his cross could not be triggered. Independence and non-independence are the differences between Shinshunfu space blocks and space barriers. The barriers need her to maintain them all the time. But the space blocks are independent after they are drawn out. She only needs to use fixed energy, and does not need to connect energy all the time to maintain them. And Tujia's battle song is also independent after it is composed. In other words, as long as they release these skills, even if they are not triggered, it will not affect their subsequent mental recovery. The practice of packing these supernatural skills is equivalent to making supernatural space block bombs. The three people became more and more excited and decided to give it a try. Lucier raised his hand, and 4 different judgment runes of water, ice, wind, and fire rotated and floated on his palm. Tujia played invisibly in the air, forming a new battle score. Then Shinshunfu drew 5 space blocks in the air, and Lucier and Tujia carefully put their skills into them. Shinshunfu used a small mental lock to connect the diagonals from the center of the block, keeping these skills in the middle of the space block, avoiding collisions like when saving the alien beasts, and then slowly compressed them into small space blocks with a side length of 3 centimeters, neatly arranged in the air. Moreover, these are the most common space blocks, which do not require any mental power, and are far from reaching Shinshunfu extreme strength space blocks. But they are enough. There is another space lock outside the mental lock. As long as you inject mental power, you can directly release it. Throwing it out will break it like an eggshell, and the mental lock connected to the diagonal will also disappear, so that the supernatural skills inside can be triggered. Lucier took a burning space block and shook it violently like a bartender mixing a cocktail. Tujia was so scared that she moved her chair to the side. Her hair couldn't stand being burned again. However, the space block was locked very steadily, and the skill did not burst out due to the collision. Lucier turned his head, looked at the open space next to him, injected a little mental power to release the space lock, and threw it into the open space. With a bang, the white flame exploded instantly, leaving a deep pit on the ground. The three looked at each other and smiled very satisfied. This skill can be used to create supernatural skills when their mental power is not needed, and store them when they need to use them. Wouldn't it double the power? Moreover, the supernatural space block bomb does not only contain a certain skill, but any skill that can be independent of the supernatural can be stored. Anyone who encounters it can be caught off guard. Generally, supernaturals of S level and above have independent supernatural skills, and only very few supernaturals of the following levels have them, especially those non-aggressive psychics, such as Nai. Her attack power is better than nothing. But what if she throws out the psychic space block bombs of Shinshunfu, Lucier and Tujia? At that moment, she is 3S. The three people were scalped by this idea, and Lin Xian and Eugenia came nearby to prepare for the battle. The two have been addicted to fighting recently, and they make appointments to fight every day until 10 minutes before lights out. But they were stopped by the three people that day. They saw the three people with strange and expectant expressions and asked, "What independent psychic skills do you have?" Although Lin Xian didn't understand why they asked this, he still replied, "The lightning ball array is independent. What about your lightning storm?" Tujia thought his ultimate move was the most powerful. Unfortunately, he shook his head. That is not independent, and it requires my mental power to support it for a long time. This is the only way to control the duration of the skill. Unexpectedly, the three people showed a very regretful expression, as if they had missed something precious. Chapter 416. Shinshunfu said to him, "Try to release a lightning ball array. We just created a creative skill." Lin Xian was a little confused. Creative skill? Shinshunfu previous space bubble array. Space beast. What kind of rolling bean skill? It's already very creative. She's creative again? And this time she even needs the cooperation of others. Although he still didn't understand, he still did it. He launched a lightning ball array consisting of 30 lightning balls at low altitude. As long as it touches an object, that object will be electrocuted in all directions. And it is a chain electrocution, which is very effective for group attack. Then he saw Shinshinfu draw a large space block for his skill. And then the space began to compress and become smaller. His skill was installed by her like this. Yu Jianyao looked at it and took a breath. You are now collecting everyone's skills? This is too niche. 3 people, There are not many problems with this. Shinshinfu didn't say much. Just looked at the wind punishment space block bomb that Lu Shi had placed in the air. And the space block immediately flew in front of Lin Xian. And she motioned him to pick it up. Lin Xian and Yu Jianyao both came over. Isn't this Lu Shi's skill? Yes. You inject a little mental power to unlock the space block and then throw it out. Lin Xian instantly understood something. And looked at Yu Jianyao in shock. But found that this silly man didn't notice anything. The content in Lin Xian's eyes, really awesome. The content in Yu Jianyao's eyes, what? What are you talking about? What are you doing? He grabbed the space block and threw it far away. After the space block touched the ground, it exploded with a swish. And a strong wind rose from the ground. The energy vibration was obviously Lu Shi's fluctuation. And the wind punishment was so sharp that it cut many deep pits on the ground. Yu Jianyao, who had fought against Lu Shi, only felt at this time that this skill was not weakened at all compared to the strength of Lu Shi's attack at that time. If there was a strange beast there just now, it would have been chopped to pieces in an instant. Oh my god. You guys are using superpower bombs? The 3 of them smiled. Yes. Yu Jianyao suddenly felt a little discouraged, but I only have the shadow giant hand that is independent. Most of his superpower skills need to be connected to his mental power. And most of the shadow warriors and shadow superpowers are like this, because they can freely shuttle between their skills by connecting to mental power. Shinshinfu comforted him. It's okay. The shadow giant hand is very good. And you can also use other people's superpowers. He was immediately happy. Is that so? That's good. Then he thought about the skills he liked without hesitation. Just like buying vegetables in the vegetable market. Then I want a few of Lu Shi's judgment runes. Shinshinfu kaleidoscope. And Tujiao's battle song. Finally, he turned to Lin Xian. The lightning ball formation is also very practical. He also wanted it. Becoming a 3S is not a dream. So they made superpower space block bombs in the training ground for an afternoon. The more they made, the more perverted they laughed. People passing by thought they were finally exhausted. Sure enough, anyone who goes to a Muchin's level-breaking cube will go crazy for a while. They are still children. Too strict. Didn't they say that a few people succeeded in half a month? What? Who? This is too amazing. I didn't succeed in a month and was punished. I don't want to go again in this life. Yeah. It's terrible. When they went to the cafeteria to eat at 6 o'clock, they found that Muexi and classmates had also returned. Except for those who participated in the second round of illusions that day. The dozens of people who did not pass the first round all looked dazed and haggard, and seemed to have been beaten by something. And their clothes seemed to have been pecked with many holes. Everyone was very curious. Was the punishment to ask them to go out and beg for food? Someone asked them what happened. Was the punishment so severe? And it seemed that their ears were a little bit bad. It took them a long time to react. And their tone was extremely sad. It's heavy. You must remember to pass the training. Oh. What punishment is it? Just tell me. The classmates next to him couldn't wait to find out. The back mountain is full of screaming chickens. She asked us to pick up screaming chicken eggs. And we can't hurt the screaming chickens. Oh my god. My ears are going deaf. The people next to him also looked desperate. She said that we need 100 eggs to avoid punishment. But I only picked up 5 today. Shinshinfu understood the horror of this punishment when he heard about the screaming chicken. The screaming chickens often use sonic attacks and pecking attacks. It is possible to become mentally ill if you are frightened by them. They are also very good at pecking people, and can even peck open A level and lower barriers at once. S level? Then peck a few more times in one place. And they have strong jumping ability. But they can't fly. They usually run wildly on 2 legs. If someone wants to steal their eggs, they will be attacked by a group and pecked into the current state. They are usually white. But when they get really angry, they slowly turn yellow, and then blow all their feathers out. They hurt the enemy but also hurt themselves, and are very difficult to raise. Many people were still frightened, patting their chests and sighing. Fortunately, I passed. No one expected that such a gentle teacher like Mu Xian would have such a punishment. If it was Mu Chen in the future, wouldn't it be really fatal? They made up their minds while eating. And they must break through Mu Chen's space in the last 2 weeks. When they went back, everyone who knew them gathered together. Shin Chenfu explained the new skills he had during the day and asked everyone what independent supernatural skills they could store. But in fact, there were not many. For example, Ning Chung. His main attack was 3 giant swords, all of which could not leave his control. If someone took one away, he would have one less. And Zhao Qingqing's summoning system couldn't lock up her void beasts. Right? It wasn't like forcing them to go to jail or something. The same was true for Shin Yoshing undead army. Let alone Xiao Hua, who is a physical type. Her skills are all used to strengthen herself. But surprisingly, Xia Shu's healing light can be independent. As long as Shin Chenfu is equipped, he can treat wounds of all sizes. As for the extent of the wound that can be cured, it depends on the energy injected by Xia Shu. But it is also very practical. At least much more practical than ordinary medicine. Liu has more dark abilities. And the cursed thorns, dark thorn balls and corrosive black gas are independent. Shiyu said that he can divide an independent purple garden scene. That is, to make a fixed poisonous garden, which is a little different from what he usually uses. The purple garden he usually uses connects himself and can continuously grow new skills. But the independent scene, poisonous flowers and poisonous grass will disappear after being used. But everyone thinks that the general ones are enough. Xian can put some fire birds and fire phoenixes. But he said that he has to throw more accurately without him. Otherwise those fire birds will not distinguish between enemies and friends. In addition to the Freedom 1 team and the Study Abroad team, Bai Ling, Mu Tu, Li Shizi, Sun Yao and others joined the discussion. And did not leave until 10 minutes before lights out. However, after the discussion, Shin Yoshing saw Shin Chenfu frowning and thinking about something after receiving the message. So he asked, Xiaofu, are you in trouble? His expression was a little expectant. And it was clearly written, if you have any problems, come to me. Shin Chenfu nodded. I investigated a person, but found that her genes were not in the Interstellar gene bank. Are there such people in the Interstellar, except for black households? And just received a message from Irene. She said that the designer of that dress had passed away a few years ago. And it is not certain that there will be records from so many years ago. Usually, they are cleaned up regularly. If it is a high-end customer, it is kept confidential. It's just that the Lang family gave some money, and the studio is willing to try to find it. But Shin Yoshing was stunned when he heard it, and replied, my genes are not in the Interstellar gene bank either. Chapter 417, is she starting to get excited? She immediately understood that it was because he had said before that the military district's identity needed to be protected. So even the Lang family couldn't easily find their genes. Shin Yoshing's reply showed that her idea was right. The genes of the family members of the military district chief will not exist in the gene bank. Even if there are, they are fake and can't match the real ones. This means that Xiaofei's mother is indeed very likely to be from the military district. But this is also reasonable. When she was avoiding being hunted down, she had no choice but to go to the ruins. If she had the ability, she would not choose to give birth to a child in such a remote place. Seeking shelter from the military district or just calling the police could get help. So maybe at that time, she couldn't even do the simplest help. Seeing her entangled look, Shin Yoshing immediately said, if you need to come here to check, then you send the genetic information to the eldest brother. He can apply for a search. But it should take 3 or 4 days to review. The military region is very strict in this regard, because the military region has also divided several gene banks for confidentiality. Soldiers, officers, and officers' families are different. Those who come to check must have a legitimate reason and go through layers of review before they can check. Especially recently, the rebels have been rioting. Even Shin Yoli can't just check casually. But who are you looking for? Although Shin Yoshing and the others went to the ruins that day, they did not go to find the big bearded man together. So later they didn't know that the two of them left with a corpse. Shin Chenfu did not hide it from him. It was Xiaofei's mother. She died in the ruins that year. But the place was too big, and I didn't expect to find her. The last time Shin Yoshing went to the ruins, he was shocked by the harsh environment they had been in for those years. Let alone Li Yunji Che. He had never been to such a place. Except for the accident when he was a child. He had always lived in a very good place. And the schools were all top-notch. And the living expenses were also high. Compared with him. His life was so good. And now Shin Chenfu told her that Xiao Fei's mother was finally found and brought out from such a place. And it was even related to the military region. Which meant that Xiao Fei should also have a good life. In fact, it was not only Xiao Fei, but also the people who lived in the ruins before. They heard that there were still more than 100,000 people living there. Which only showed that the management of the Interstellar was not so comprehensive. Although Shin Chenfu asked the people of Lang's family to deal with it later, he still reported it. Seeing that he was in a low mood, Shin Chenfu changed the subject. If you don't pass the level-breaking space, you might have to go to the mountain to steal eggs. Shin Yoshing, She obviously changed the subject. Should I pretend to be distracted by her? He nodded. I know. I will work harder. You can't make it if you work hard. You can't make it if you don't work hard. Shin Yoshing really laughed now. I know. Go to bed early. You have to go to other places for training tomorrow. So the two of them went back to their rooms and turned off the lights soon. The dormitory immediately became quiet. But Xiaohua came to knock on Shin Chenfu's door secretly that day. She was only 1 year older than Xiafei. And she had been training hard recently. So she was hungry not long after the lights were turned off. The food she had bought had already been eaten by her gluttonous constitution. She originally thought that she would not be hungry after falling asleep. But she was so hungry that she couldn't sleep. She also thought that Sister Shin must have a lot of delicious food. And she would definitely not be angry that she went to find her so late at night. So she went to knock on the door. After knocking for a while, no one responded. Xiao Fei, who was about to fall asleep, was knocked out. She looked at Xiaohua, who looked like a thief. In a daze. Hua, what are you doing so late? Shoo. She came here secretly. If her brother knew, he would definitely laugh at her for being a starving ghost. I asked Sister Shin for something to eat, but she didn't respond. In theory, it is impossible for her level to be woken up. Xiao Fei frowned and used the divine word spell directly on the door lock to open the door. With a click, the door opened by itself. The two walked in, but did not see Shin Chenfu or Xiao Meiqiu. She must have taken them out. The two walked out of the door, and Xiao Fei explained, maybe she went out to train by herself. She used to go out for training often, so Xiao Fei didn't find it strange. After closing the door, Xiaohua's stomach growled like thunder, and Xiao Fei took her to her room to eat. The next morning, Shin Chenfu came out of the room on time, and he did look a little sleepy. Both of them just felt that she was starting to get excited. And actually, Xiaohua and Xiao Fei said at the door yesterday that she might have gone to practice, because it was too quiet. Everyone living in the 10 or so rooms around heard it. They also felt that Shin Chenfu was starting to get excited. She was actually working hard behind everyone's back. She was not like this before. Does she not need to sleep now? Lin Xian and Yu Jianyao felt that Shin Chenfu was so terrifying. She was so high in level. But she still dragged them down. She even passed one round of the level-breaking space. But she still went out to train late at night. Those who were not as good as her were not as hardworking as her. How could this be possible? Drag them together. Suddenly, the military academy students found that those high-level classmates suddenly became very motivated, and even spent a short time eating to read 100 tips for superpower training. Why your body movements are not as good as others? 5 key points of physical training, and so on. And Amu Chen suddenly passed several more levels of the level-breaking space. But Shin Chenfu knew nothing about this. She and Tujia Lushir followed Amu Chen to find Su Ming. But he was about to go out. When he saw the 3 people coming, Su Ming took them away directly. Originally they thought they were going to go somewhere for regular training. But he took them, and 200 other recruits from the military district to another extremely hot planet to kill blazing dragons. Because there were too many blazing dragons, the planet was no longer suitable for normal activities. If it continued like this, it would become a nest like the Black Phoenix nest. And even worse. Especially he knew that they had passed Mu Xion's second horror illusion. And he was very satisfied. Because now they could do tasks for him all day. How useful it is. Su Ming has never used 3-3S in his life. He didn't dare to think how smooth this task would be. But the problem was Shin Chenfu. She asked before starting work, "Can I take the blazing dragon away?" The 3 students looked at him with their clear eyes. After all, they were not from the military district. So Su-ming was not that dark. So he wanted to say of course not. But his mouth suddenly changed direction. You should at least leave me half, so I can make new weapons. He was heartbroken enough about the Black Phoenix last time. He didn't know what radicals were. They didn't leave him a single one. There were only corpses on the ground. He was very generous to let them take half of the blazing dragon they killed. Su-ming thought so. He didn't know that Shin Fu was the culprit who killed all his Black Phoenixes. Chapter 418 Group Fight? So on this day, when others thought Shin Fu was trying hard to win them over, she was actually crazy stockpiling. Not only did she stockpile herself, but Lu Shi and Tujia also helped her stockpile. Since the three of them were so powerful together, Su-ming originally thought that it would take a whole day to finish the work in half a day. Shin Fu did not take away all the fiery dragons he killed, because he said he wanted to make a special weapon for the military district. So she did not do it too hard, but just set up another fiery dragon rack next to the Black Phoenix rack. She was very happy. And Su-ming was also very happy. After all, Shin Fu only took a small part. He came out for a morning, and he actually got a fiery dragon mountain. It has never been so smooth in his life. And because they were there, the others did not suffer any injuries. They came in one piece and left in one piece. This was the first time Su-ming felt that his luck had changed. He was more and more satisfied with the three people and led the team back happily. When he went back, he was full of joy. Shin Fu felt that he seemed to want to jump and walk, but he held back. Back to the starship, Shin Fu began to check the information again. Of course, it was mainly the news of the Luo family and the other 5 families. Compared with the Silent Bai family and Luo family, the Song family is now in chaos. According to the investigation, the Song family siblings have experienced 4 and 5 assassinations respectively during this period, and each time was very sensational. And the people who wanted to kill them were not puppets of the rebel army, but the siblings themselves arranged to kill each other. Now the 2 of them did not hide their actions. Song could set a bomb in her brother aircraft, which blew up in the sky like fireworks. And her brother means were also extremely strong. Even in public, he dared to let people blow up the building and tried to bury his sister in it. Both of them wanted to kill each other directly. Compared with the chaos of the Song family, the Ji family is now very safe. And the Li family is also guarded. Li Yao had made preparations in advance. The rebels did come to them, but were blocked. He did not tell Li Yu about these things. Shin Fu finally understood why Ji Che and Li Yu were so naive. Because someone was there to protect them from the wind and rain. The 2 were completely different from the other children in the 5 families. But now she was not envious, because she felt that it was better for her to be the one to protect them from the wind and rain. But as soon as they returned, the wind and rain came. They were too dirty after fighting the fiery dragon, so they prepared to wash before going out for training. So they went back to the dormitory first. The dormitory guard was stamping his feet anxiously at a distance from the dormitory, as if waiting for someone to come. She was very excited to see the 3 people coming back. You are back. Help me. The person I just called has not come yet. Tujia asked her what happened, and she sighed. There are a few flowers fighting over there. The 3 were shocked. What? They rushed over immediately, and saw a mess of flowers. Ajin wove dozens of spider webs with shining spots in front of the dormitory building, on which were stuck several people who wanted to stop them from fighting. Lu Bingbing used the ice dragon to attack it, and it immediately fought back with a majestic energy-transformed ice flame lion, although it also looked cold. They all knew it was fire. Ian seemed to be trying to persuade the fight, but as soon as he stepped forward, he faced the attacks of 2 flowers at the same time, and he could only use the electric shield to resist those attacks. When he was attacked and repelled, Tuanchuan still supported him. However, Tuanchuan had no time to take care of this side, because Xiaokai was already riding on Altian's neck and plucking the petals on his head. Altian's 2 leaves slapped it frantically, but its slap was obviously not as strong as Xiaocai's, because Xiaokai was the only flower that ate the Pupo beast. When it slapped, Xiaokai opened it up. Lanning pulled them apart and pushed out a ball of water to drown them. Tuan Tuan helped to inject a ball of electric light, thinking of shocking them. But the crazy Xiaokai and Ao Tian were not afraid of electricity at all, because they also ate lightning-type beasts. And Lan Ying's water ball was not difficult for them at all, and they drank it all directly. Shin Fu didn't understand. Didn't they get along well during this period? Why did they suddenly fight in groups? What happened? Lu Shi, who was standing next to him, was very happy to watch it, and proudly talked to Tu Jia that his Lu Bingbing's fighting skills were pleasing to the eye, and the viewing experience was excellent. Tu Jia said, "Does Lu Bingbing know that you are watching the fun on the side and don't help it?" Lu Shi was a little shocked and reasoned with Tu Jia. Of course, the flower has to solve its own problems, so that it can grow. Tu Jia, that's enough. But she found something wrong. Lu Bingbing's body doesn't seem so clean. Look, there seems to be some red stuff on her body. Lu Shi squinted his eyes and looked carefully. It turned out to be true. Shin Shinfu, who was standing next to him, obviously didn't have the same good mood as him, because Aoyan's head was about to be pulled down by Xiao Kai, so she could only stop it quickly. After all, she had worked hard to grow it, and she would feel bad if any of them were damaged. And she didn't even use her superpowers to deal with Xiao Kai, but just shouted at it. Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai trembled all over when she heard her voice, turned her head in disbelief, as if she didn't understand why she came back so early, and unconsciously let go of the leaf that was pulling Aoyan's head. Tuanchuan and Lanning took the opportunity to drag it down. It immediately changed its face, like a child who had done something wrong, hiding behind Lanning and Tuanchuan. And Aoyan was still dizzy after being hit on the head by it a few times, and he walked unsteadily. He couldn't even walk in a straight line when he wanted to settle accounts with it. On the other side, she used the space plane to separate Ajin and Lu Bingbing, and then crushed the spider webs, and the people on them fell down. In this way, this war was finally stopped. The dormitory manager stood at the door and watched them smash the ground. He was still frightened and walked over slowly. Oh my God! Who raises such flowers? They are scary to look at. Aren't they beasts? Shin Shinfu pulled the corners of his mouth dryly. Well, sorry. We raised them. In the end, the incident ended with a row of flowers bowing and apologizing to the people who were scared by them. After they left, Shin Shinfu asked, "Why? There must be a reason for fighting like this." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Kai immediately lowered her head, while Ajin looked to the other side unhappily. Lu Bingbing impatiently rolled up the leaves, and Aoyan put his leaves on his hips. It was obvious that there was something wrong with these flowers. Shin Shinfu called them out. Ayin, you say it. If you really don't know, just write it. She knew that Ayin had learned a lot of characters and read a lot of books, so she prepared paper and pen for it. Finally, as Ayin's various actions and writing were coordinated, the few people gradually understood the reason for their fight today. Chapter 419 Childish Flower Group. Because the masters are in training and usually come back at night, the flowers often stay together during the day, because they have so many flowers and the dormitory has enough rooms. They have also set aside a separate room with a projector for watching movies and TV series and playing games. There are many books and various chessboards. There are drinks that each of them likes, which are specially for them to rest and play. During this period, they have become more familiar with each other, but their temperaments have not changed much. I don't know why Xiao Kai likes Lanning the most, even though there are so many devouring roses now. Recently, it is Xiao Kai's happiest time to be with Lanning, so it surrounds Lanning and harasses it all day long. When it plays chess with Ayin, Xiao Kai holds her face and watches. When it makes tea, Xiao Kai, who doesn't like tea, also insists that it make a cup for it. When Lanning reads a book, it also reads it. But in fact, it doesn't even hold the book properly. In short, it is the most noisy in the whole flower group. Aoyan can only be ranked second temporarily, except for the fact that it hangs on the chandelier all day. On this day, Xiao Kai pestered Lanning as usual, but this time it learned to be smart and wanted to try to make tea for Lanning. There was no tea table in the room, so it needed to be prepared on the operating table and brought over. However, when it walked to Lanning, it didn't stand firmly, and the four walking roots tripped together, and it knelt down directly to Lanning. And this scene was seen by Aoyan on the chandelier. It laughed so hard that its whole body trembled, and even pointed at it with its leaves and laughed, swaying on the chandelier, which was very annoying. Xiao Kai was so angry that even Lanning helped it up by hand. It couldn't feel happy. It looked at Aoyan on the top and slapped a ball of lightning to knock it down. Unfortunately, Ajin was sitting below, and he had just poured a glass of red wine at that time. Next to him was Lu Bingbing, Although Altian rotated in the air to control his body in time, he still accidentally bumped into Ajin, who seemed to have a bad temper and didn't want to provoke him. Ajin shook his leaves and splashed red wine on Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing wanted to go crazy instantly. However, at that time, he might still be thinking about Lu Shi's earnest teachings and wanted to see what Ajin would say, who knew that he picked up a pack of tissues and threw it at him, thinking that this was enough to give him face. Later, the four flowers quarreled. Laniying and Ian wanted to persuade them to fight but failed. In the end, they fought outside. At that time, Tuanchuan, who was awakened by the noise they made, came out of the room slowly. In the end, it became what the three saw. Fortunately, they thought the room and the corridor were too small and they couldn't move. So they jumped out of the window and went outside to fight. Tujia concluded. In other words, Xiaokai fell. Altian laughed. Ajin poured wine. Bingbing got angry. And Samhua tried to stop the fight. Shinshinfu's eyes widened. And she didn't understand how their happy and leisurely life could develop to this point. So she thought, are you two idle recently? Just like Huahua kindergarten. After she asked, the four fighting ones shook their heads. And the three trying to stop the fight nodded. And Lu Shi took on the role of father again. To be honest, it's not our Bingbing's fault. Our Bingbing is very sensible now. It can only be said that Ajin didn't apologize properly. Lu Bingbing didn't seem to expect that Lu Shi would speak for her. And she was so surprised that she looked at him a few more times. But Ajin was very disdainful. It felt that the main reason was that Altian bumped into it. Even if Lu Bingbing wanted to defend her rights, she should find Altian. Not to mention that she gave it tissues, which was enough of a step backward for a noble flower like it. So it pointed to Altian and asked Lu Shi to find Altian. But Altian felt that even if he had hit Ajin, it was Xiaokai who had hit him. But Xiaokai was not convinced. Because it was Xiaokai who laughed at him first. It had lost face in front of Xi and Shanhua. And it was still laughing at him. It was totally unreasonable. After hearing what Lu Shi said, they were ready to fight again. Finally, Shinshinfu decided, I take you to a place in the afternoon. If possible, you can play there when we train later. The seven flowers were a little confused. Play? Where? What to play? The answer was, take them to Muexine Garden and let them be with other plants. It was just that later. They went to feed the screaming chicken beast. But that was a story for later. They were still very happy when they first went to the garden. When the masters of the flowers came back from training that day and learned about what happened during the day, they had very different reactions. Xiaofei took out a few books and read them to Xiaokai. The main ones were you can only succeed if you ignore other people's ridicule, and the success theory of being firm in your heart. After Liu found out, she felt that a gene reaction was normal. Lu Bingbing was just too hypocritical. If it got dirty, just wash it. Is it necessary to rub it? Ning Ting found a crime documentary and showed it to Altian. There were so many tragedies in it. All because of a word. A ridicule. And let Altian accumulate some moral virtue. In short, Huahua, who was educated by the masters, reconciled the next day, as if there was no episode before. During the days of waiting for the military district to find out the genes, Shinshinfu received good news. The medicine developed by the Shin family laboratory to erase the Star Beast puppet pattern has reached the point where it can eliminate the puppet pattern of sea-level mutants. This is a good start. However, in order to prevent the rebels from knowing the progress of the experiment here, it was decided to wait until the A-level medicine is developed, at least B-level, before putting it into use. Because the number and attack strength of these two levels are considered the main force of puppets. Unfortunately, other star beasts have never appeared again. Not even ordinary vicious and disaster level star beasts have appeared. And the Interstellar is now strangely calm. This is the biggest problem. If they keep hiding, this matter will never be solved. And they will always try to destroy humans in the dark. Therefore, it is very important to cure Luo Heng. After all, if we know the family list related to the rebels, we may be able to find the star beast. Since Shinshinfu came up with the skill of the space bomb, everyone has to empty themselves after training every day, constantly create independent superpowers, and install them for Shinshinfu. Especially after everyone quickly passed the second round of Muexine illusion. They had plenty of time in the afternoon, and built an assembly line in a slightly farther training ground. Shinshinfu sat in the middle of the air, while others released superpowers, and Shinshinfu framed and installed them one by one, neatly stacked together. This strange phenomenon finally attracted Su Ming's attention on the third day, because someone came to report that those military academy students didn't know what they were doing, and they were always releasing their skills and playing. So he came over with great interest to see what these kids were doing. His lieutenant was very surprised. Is that true? They really are using their skills. But why are they using the same skills? Even if it's just practice, they should fight. Chapter 420. You dig your own hole, and you jump into it. Su Ming saw that Shinshinfu used the space block to pack up all the supernatural skills. And he did not disappear. He said, "Are you stupid? Didn't you see that it was Shinshinfu who packed up his skills?" The adjutant was shocked. "Can this work?" Su Ming, "Yes." "Can this work?" Su Ming realized it later. "Oh my god. Can this work?" Shinshinfu answered behind him. "It should work." Su Ming, "Why?" "It won't explode." Shinshinfu, "Because it is locked in the middle of the space block. It won't explode without collision." Su Ming and the adjutant, "I see." The two were stunned, and then slowly turned around and saw that Shinshinfu, who was supposed to be in the air, was behind them. The adjutant suddenly felt so embarrassed. They were a major general and an adjutant after all. But they were peeking here and were caught red-handed. Su Ming coughed twice. That? We just happened to pass by and saw it." Shinshinfu, "Then, I believe it." Su Ming, At this moment, everyone's skills in the kung fu field were about to collide with each other. Tujia asked Shinshinfu to go over quickly. Su Ming and the others also went over. After carefully checking Shinshinfu operation, they asked, "Can my skills be installed?" "As long as it is an independent superpower skill, it will be fine." Su Ming was surprised. "Then I can do it too. I have dark superpowers." The independent superpower skills that 2S level dark superpowers can do are more than those of the following levels. And the strength is naturally greater. Shinshinfu looked at his eager look and asked, "Then try it?" Su Ming nodded, and the black air on his body surged. He pushed towards the air, and a black mist slowly appeared. On the other side was a group of entangled plants, and a black round sphere, which looked very much like the dark sphere of the Black Phoenix. He explained, "The dark fog can make the opponent lose their way. Although it is only a small ball now, it can actually cover a distance of 1,000 meters after being triggered. It is a good helper for assassination or escape. However, I do not recommend using it for assassination, because if it is not me, others will also lose their way. So it is best to use it to escape." Another dark jungle looks like a bunch of garbage like withered plants, but it will strangle after being triggered. The last one is the corrosion dark ball, which is a bit similar to the Black Phoenix skill you encountered in the previous league. It has the ability to swallow and corrode substances. An independent one can last for about 10 minutes. After the opponent enters, it is also a bit difficult to open it. As he said, he began to sigh again. "Hey, I was going to take down those Black Phoenixes at that time to make special weapons." He looked at a few people. "You don't know that I found the Black Phoenix competition field, right? I wanted to let you play. But when you finished the game, and I went over, the Black Phoenix's nest was destroyed by extremists." The extremist Shinshinfu silently moved his eyes away. She really didn't know that he was going to use those Black Phoenixes. Otherwise she would have left him half of them. Shinshinfu felt a little guilty, and quickly skillfully put Su Ming's supernatural skills into the space block and put it in the palm of her hand. Su Ming and the adjutant picked it up and looked at it, feeling the energy inside, and were very excited. The adjutant asked, "Student Shin, how many space blocks like this can you make?" "This is an ordinary space block, so to speak. As many as you want." Su Ming knew the power of this skill. It was like a foreign weapon bomb with no energy limit. But in fact, foreign weapons have many restrictions. But Shinshinfu's space block can be non-contact, without energy limit, and maintain the independence of supernatural skills. The previous space system never thought of putting other people's skills in it. She said it simply. But in fact, only space systems of her level can easily lock and compress other people's skills in their own space. He didn't dare to think that if this supernatural space bomb was made in large quantities and dropped on relatively low-level people in the military district, how much help it would be, and how much the war would catch the other party off guard. Anyway, when there is no war, it is a waste to leave mental power alone. After releasing the supernatural skills, it will recover soon. Let the S-level or above skill users cooperate to make such supernatural bombs, which is a direct increase in combat power. Su Ming looked at Shin Shinfu excitedly. I trouble you with this assembly line in the future. Shin Shinfu, ? She looked at Su Ming happily following others to perform skills, and also signaled her to quickly install them. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Very bad. As if there was a pit. It seemed that she dug it herself. After a busy day, several people returned to the dormitory late. The others were in the dormitory at this time. Before turning off the lights, Shin Shinfu received a video call from Shinyoli. Shin Shinfu was a little strange. Generally speaking, Shinyoli would not communicate with her late at night when she was here, let alone directly video. Could it be that there was any progress in the rebels? After the call was connected, Shinyoli's anxious face appeared in front of him. This made Shin Shinfu feel even more strange, because Shinyoli gave people the feeling that he would not show such an expression even if the sky fell. When fighting against the 4-star beasts before, he was like a reassurance pill. Very steady. Shin Shinfu didn't have time to speak. He saw the call was connected and immediately asked, Shiofu, how did you get the genetic information you said before? Because she heard Shinyoli's messy and busy voice that day. She only said that she wanted to check a gene, and didn't explain in detail what the situation was and whose it was. He seemed to have an urgent matter at the time, so he directly agreed to do it for her without asking more questions. This is the remains of Xiaofei mother that we found a few days ago in the ruins where we used to live. Because the Lang family can't be found outside, Yoshing said that the people in the military zone will keep the genetic information confidential. So I asked you to help find it. After explaining, she asked again, is there any problem? Shinyoli's expression was quite serious, and he looked a little sad. There is a problem. While he was talking, Shin Shinfu's optical brain received another message from Irene. It was what she had said before, that the portrait restoration based on human bones. They rebuilt many times and made the portrait restoration closest to reality. When she was looking at the photo, Shinyoli said something that surprised her. She immediately opened the door and walked toward Xiaofei's room. After Xiaofei opened the door for her, she saw Xiaofei sitting on the chair with a shocked face, because the necklace on Xiaofei's neck was glowing. The necklace projected several three-dimensional figures in the air. It was a recorded video that was repeatedly played, and she knew several of them. There were Grandpa, Grandma, Shinyang, a young man who looked very much like Shinyoshing, and Xiaofei's mother, whose portrait she had just received. But they all looked very young. Chapter 421 Image. A few minutes ago, Xiaofei was writing his training summary for today at the table, while Xiaofei was lying on her own small recliner, covered with her own blanket and ready to sleep. There was only one desk lamp on in the whole room. After writing the summary, Xiaofei looked at a wooden box on the table. She tidied the table and opened the box. A necklace lay quietly inside. She picked up the necklace. The transparent star stone constantly refracted white light under the illumination of the desk lamp. The white light fell on the wall, the top of the quilt, the curtains, and her face. She held the necklace in front of her and looked at it carefully in front of the desk lamp. Now the necklace has been carefully cleaned by her, and there is no blood stain on it. Because of this, it now seems that the necklace actually has some handmade traces. The star stone should have been adjusted in size with a sharp blade, but in order to retain its original rustic feeling, it was not cut very finely, and she found that even the chain was handmade. Although the material of star moon silver is precious and beautiful, it is more difficult to shape than ordinary metals. It needs to be burned with a very high temperature flame for 2 or 3 days before it can be melted into liquid and shaped. Generally, star moon silver is used to make pendants, and few people use this material to make chains. The chain is connected by a cross chain, and the rings are square and linked one by one. You can see that there are subtle traces of polishing at the joints of the rings. Each one is different, but there will be no such traces on the necklaces produced by machines. Xiaofei thought that this necklace was worn on her mother's neck before, and now it is in her hands. It should be considered a gift from her to her. Thinking of this, she put the necklace on her neck. The touch of star moon silver is cold, and after wearing it, she feels a strange feeling at the star stone. It's like guiding her to do something. She picked it up and looked down, but found that there seemed to be a light spot in the center of the originally transparent star stone. What should she do? For some reason, she injected a trace of mental power into the star stone, and suddenly the star stone lit up with a very dazzling light. Xiao Fei's eyes were pierced by this sudden light and closed. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a scene in the air. It was a video of 5 people in front of a very quaint and tall house. She saw the very young grandma and grandpa of the Shin family. Grandma also liked to wear cheongsam at that time. And grandpa looked more serious than in the previous video, wearing a military uniform. A girl who looked very much like her sister pulled grandpa here, followed by a smiling young man who looked very much like brother Yoshing. The last girl, who looked only 13 or 14 years old, walked from this perspective to where the few people were standing. She wore a birthday hat and stood in the middle, holding the 2 people on the left and right, while the grandpa and grandma sat on the chairs in front. Everyone laughed. Even the grandpa laughed. It seemed that someone was taking pictures of them on the side. And then the girl who looked very much like her sister ran over, took the necklace, and put it on the girl who was having a birthday. The last thing she saw was the 2 girls looking down at the necklace. And the young man came over. The video ended here. But as long as she injected her mental power, it would be played repeatedly. Xiao Fei looked at the video in the air, not knowing how to react. So she was completely stunned, as if she had been paused, so that Xiao Kai was scared by her. And she didn't feel anything even when she lifted the quilt and shook her next to her, because she had too many questions in her mind. That was clearly someone from the Shin family. She knew her grandparents. And the one who looked very similar to her sister must be her mother Shinyang. The young man who was older than the 2 girls must be the father of brother Yuxing and brother Yuli. But the girl who looked the youngest and wore a birthday hat finally put on the necklace. If she was the owner of the necklace, then wouldn't that be her mother? How could this be possible? Just as her thoughts were in a mess, someone knocked on the door outside, and she couldn't hear it at all. So Xiao Kai opened the door. After Shin Chenfu walked in, her face and Shin Yang's face in this video were almost one in front and one behind, looking like twins. Shin Chenfu also had 2 light brain projections in front of him. And the video with Shin Yoli was not closed. Shin Yoli's voice was still saying, "Shifu, did you hear that? Xiao Fei's mother should be my father, and your mother's biological sister. Shin Mo." Shin Chenfu moved Shin Yoli's video interface to midair, and he immediately saw the situation in the entire room and the image in the air. The 3 people didn't know what to say for a while. Only Xiao Kai. It covered its face with 2 leaves, pretending to shout, but without a mouth. Was so shocked that it was a little hunched. And it looked very scared. Xifei was in a trance. She silently stopped injecting mental power, and the image in the air dissipated. She was thinking, after all the searching, my sister is my sister? But then she thought, wouldn't Xian and Xiyu be her cousins? It took a long while for the 3 of them to come back to their senses. But suddenly the lights went out. It was time to turn off the lights. The 3 of them were a little flustered. Shin Yoli's face was particularly clear in the dark. He scratched his head and said, "You go to bed first. I tell Grandpa and Grandma the news. They may be shocked and surprised for a while. After all, no one knew that Shinemo had given birth to a child. Judging from the time Xifei was born, she was pregnant before she was reported dead and missing. There are still too many questions about the whole thing. Why did she run to the ruins? Why was she injured? Why didn't she come back? And whose child is it? How did Xifei meet Xiufu?" But he didn't say these for the time being. It was too late. He was afraid that his 2 sisters would not be able to sleep thinking about it. Finally, Shin Yoli smiled at Xiao Fei's position and said, "Xifei, welcome home." Xifei nodded blankly. But it was not clear in the dark. After Shin Chenfu hung up the video, the whole room was completely dark. Only the voices of the 2 people could be heard in the dark. "Xifei, sister. I am really your sister. It seems that God is not so bad to me." Shin Chenfu's voice came with a chuckle. "I am very happy too." She knew Xiao Fei's insecurity. If there was a blood connection, she would definitely feel that her relationship with her family would be closer. Shin Chenfu walked up and gently hugged Xifei before leaving Xiao Kai like a flower crying silently, almost flooding the room. As a result, Xiao Fei's sad mood was interrupted, and he mopped the floor in the dark for half an hour, and finally patted it to sleep. On the other hand, Shin Yoli did not treat his brother so gently. He sent this explosive news to him directly regardless of day or night. Shin Yoshing looked at the message on the light brain in a daze, and felt that he was dreaming. After a while, he sat up in shock, took a deep breath, and finally understood what was going on while coughing violently. Chapter 422. The next day, The two sisters who had slept well went out and saw Shin-Yoshing, who looked like a ghost, waiting for them. It seemed that he had not slept all night. Xiafei was shocked. Sister, has Brother Yoshing become a member of his army? Shin Shinfu waved his hand in front of him. What's wrong with you? Tujia happened to be out and saw this situation and walked over quickly. I know. He must have been scared by a ghost. Ghost? No way. Really? Tujia moved closer. I tell you, even Lucier saw a ghost that day. Shin-Yoshing looked down and saw Xiafei looking at him with a puzzled look on her face. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed with grief and hugged Xiafei. Xiafei understood the reason and patted his back comfortingly. Ji-Che closed the door and saw the scene as soon as he turned around. He rushed forward and pulled the two apart. What are you doing? Do you know that you can't hug a girl casually? You are so old. How can you bully Xiafei? Shin-Yoshing, Xiafei explained. Well, that's not the case. No. Ji-Che stared with his bright eyes. My smart eyes can see it clearly. Come with me. Stay away from this strange person. After saying that, Ji-Che pulled Xiafei and Shin Shinfu away, and turned his head to stare at Shin-Yoshing as he left, with an expression that said, Be careful. Ji-Che couldn't stop walking with pride, and asked, Xiaofei, just tell me whether your brother Ji-Che is reliable or not. Xiaofei replied with difficulty. But, he is my brother. Brother? Don't you have only one sister? No. Shin-Yoshing is my brother. Ji-Che stopped. What about Shin Shinfu? She is also Brother Yoshing's sister. We are both his cousins. Ji-Che looked at Shin Shinfu. You are playing nesting dolls here, with layers of identities. Besides, he was so embarrassed. Just when he stopped, Shin-Yoshing and Tujia had caught up. Ji-Che looked at them and hesitated for a long time. You are her brother, so you should say it. I misunderstood you. Right? Hee. Yoshing, you won't blame me. Right? We are still good friends. Right? Ji-Che looked at him with an innocent and pitiful expression and asked for forgiveness. Shin-Yoshing was silent for a long time, and finally replied that it was okay. In fact, he wanted to say that you didn't give me a chance to explain. Ji-Che emotions come and go too quickly. He gets angry, apologizes, and forgives too quickly. It seems that if he cares about him, he is narrow-minded. Humph. Shin-Yoshing has always felt that he has no way to deal with him since the maze ball game. Why are the people from the 5 families so difficult to deal with? Except for his sister, of course. On the other hand, the 2 elders of the Shin family were more shocked than the children in the family after learning the news. No one of them really knew that she had given birth to a child, even though her personality was more casual than her sister, and she was more stubborn in some aspects, although she was only 2 years younger than Shin-Yang. Shin-Yang said that it was enough for her and her brother to work hard in this family. But Imo couldn't do it. She could do whatever she wanted. She had this attitude since she was a child. So with the insistence of her brother and sister, Shin-Imo had the highest degree of freedom among the 3 children. She didn't even go to school, because she was very smart. She learned everything the military tutors taught her very quickly. After that, she would go out to study for a period of time every few months, and many people would follow her to protect her. When she was 12 years old, she went out to study completely by herself. At that time, she said that she didn't want to stay at home all the time, and she still didn't want to go to school. She wanted to go out to study by herself without anyone following her. Shin-Yang supported her very much, but Shin-Yen disagreed. The father and daughter argued for a long time. Finally, Shin-Imo agreed that she would still carry out tasks when the military district needed her in the future, and gained a short period of freedom, because she awakened the 2S summoning system at the age of 12. She summoned the ancient void beast, the star unicorn, for the first time. So Shin-Yen, who was half captured and half released, began to think about the new subordinates again. But Shin-Yang actually thought so. When she or her brother became the head of the family, it would be up to them, and they didn't have to take it to heart. This matter was told to Si Zheng by her brother Shinzei later, when he was joking. Si Zheng just smiled when she heard it at the time. She actually supports children to choose their own lives, but she is always caught up in various things, and finds it difficult to do so. So Shin-Imo was very young, and she was very brave to go on a study tour with her storage bracelet and backpack, without asking her family to arrange anyone to protect her. She has experienced many things outside. She was cheated of money by scammers, had food and cash stolen by thieves, and was robbed by robbers. But the robbery did not succeed because she fought back. These are not only what she said, but also written in her more than 40 thick travel notes, which are still at home. It is also because she would bring back 1 or 2 thick travel notes every time she came back, all handwritten and illustrated. Later, Shen Yin saw them. After flipping through them with the mentality of casually looking at them, he was somewhat touched by the freedom and seriousness in the travel notes. So he did not always ask her to go home. And as time passed, the longer she went out, the more cheerful and tenacious she became. And she could get along with anyone. She made many friends outside. And because she didn't care what she ate or wore at all, others never doubted her identity, and thought she was just a child with a little wealth at home who dreamed of traveling all over the stars. However, she would definitely go home every time someone in her family had a birthday, but not necessarily her own birthday, which depended on her arrangements, and she would come back to spend the New Year's Eve every year. She would also buy or pick up some strange gifts from outside for her family, or even abstract gifts. So later everyone looked forward to what she would bring back. They still remember that once she came from far away and gave Shenyang a dung ball pushed out by a dung beetle. She said, "Sister, this is the most amazing dung ball I have ever seen. When you break it open, it turns out to be a heart shape." Shenyang doted on her to no end, and said happily, "It's so beautiful. I like it. And Emo is so amazing that you can find this." The two sisters stared at the dung ball for a long time. As a father, Shen Yin thought at that time that there was something wrong with his genes. How could a child pick up a pile of dung as a gift for his sister? So he has never forgotten that wonderful memory. Although she usually couldn't spend all her living expenses when she was outside, she would occasionally do odd jobs to experience different lives. She could go anywhere, and was happy wherever she went. This freedom was well protected by her brother and sister. But everything ended when Shenyang died. Shenimo was so calm that it was scary. She packed her bags and went home neatly. She never went out to study again. She went directly to the military area and surrounded and killed the rebels, because she knew that there were a large number of rebels in the hospital that day. Unlike her parents, she believed that the person her sister chose would not be a strange person. Even if Feon did not say it, he must have his own difficulties. So she led the military district to kill the rebels crazily. Her travel experience made her very familiar with the strange and abnormal places in the interstellar space. So in 2 years, she destroyed hundreds of rebel hideouts. So much so that the rebels wanted to kill her. But no one thought that she did not die that time and gave birth to Xiufei. No one knew what happened at the beginning. Chapter 423 Necklace. Shen Yin and Si Zheng were unable to react for a long time after hearing the news. They were of course happy at first after understanding it. But then they began to feel sad again. Because although they usually didn't say it, they still thought deep down that maybe Shenimo was not dead, but just had an accident and was still alive somewhere in the interstellar space. And now, there is only a scarred corpse left. And they have seen the photos sent by the Lang family. Yes, they looked at it carefully. Although dressing is not her style. As parents, just looking at the skeleton, they know that it is Shenimo, their child. Since Shinshinfu came back, everything seems to be guided back on track. All the treasures they lost and scattered in the interstellar space have been found. But they still don't know what happened to Shenimo to become like that. Shen Yin told Xiaofei some of the things that are known now, and told her that someone would send Shenmo's travel notes over, which would take about 2 days. He felt that this kind of thing was what Xiaofei needed most. She could see clearly from the travel notes what kind of person her mother was, and how far she had traveled. Shen Yin asked Shen Shenfu to bring Shenimo and Xiaofei back to the Shen family with Shen Yoxing on the next rest day. The matter was a foregone conclusion, and they could not change it no matter what. Now, investigations and research in all aspects were at a critical moment, and the training of the children could not be delayed. They could only live up to the dead by going all out. After receiving the news, Shen Shenfu told Shen Yoxing and Xiaofei in the evening. The three of them sat on the roof of the dormitory, each holding a popsicle to eat, which was made by Lu Bingbing with soda drinks. They didn't have much time to stay quiet and blow the wind like now recently. Everyone rushed forward with their heads covered. Even at night, they would go to the battle room or training ground for training. The leisure time at this moment seemed very rare. Xiaofei sat between his brother and sister, his legs swaying. Shen Yoxing smiled. Xiao Fei is in a good mood. Yeah. Xiao Fei nodded heavily. I have a lot of photos of my mother in my brain. She was very happy. She would be able to dream of her face in the future. When the travel notes are delivered, she will know what kind of person she is. How great it is. But Xiao Fei had a question. She picked up the necklace on her neck. Brother, do you know what kind of necklace this is? Xin Yoxing was very careful, and naturally would not miss the upgraded name Xiao Fei gave him. This almost made him cry. But he still held back. This necklace? He moved closer to see it clearly. He didn't know the image left in the necklace they saw in the room last night. And asked, what are the different characteristics of this necklace? It can be seen that the chain is very precious. But the star stone is a little ordinary. Xiao Fei injected mental power. And then, the necklace began to glow. The previous image appeared in the air. Xin Yoxing widened his eyes, and couldn't believe that he actually saw his father. 2 aunts. And very young grandparents. They just watched Shinemo walk to stand between her brother and sister. The 3 of them grinned brightly, while the grandparents in front were much more reserved. The magical thing was that the 3 of them stood exactly opposite to the 3 people eating popsicles at the moment. Xin Yoxing hadn't seen such a lively father for a long time. And suddenly, he was choked and couldn't speak. And Xin Chenfu and Xiao Fei just looked at the image in front of them quietly. No one urged him to interrupt his thoughts, and asked him to answer the question just now. They looked for a long time, until it was completely dark. Xiao Fei stopped injecting spiritual power. And the 3 of them retracted their gazes. Xin Yoxing said, maybe it's the star stone. By injecting spiritual power, it can record a video and preserve it for thousands of years. But Xin Chenfu felt something was wrong. Isn't the star stone colorful? I remember the most common is blue, followed by cyan. And the extremely rare is red. But it has never been said that there will be transparent. Xiao Fei didn't understand these. Is it rarer than extremely rare? It's not impossible. After all, if it's not rare, you won't use a rare metal like star moon silver to make a chain. But after saying this, Xin Yoxing still thought in his heart that even the rarest star stone is still a little bit worse with star moon silver. Xin Chenfu held a small wooden stick used to make popsicles in his mouth and exhaled. It's a pity that I don't know what happened at the beginning. What went wrong? If there is a magical magic that can play the things of the year like a movie for us to see. Xiao Fei laughed, and was touched by her childish words. And Xin Yoxing's mood also became much better. However, as he was laughing, he remembered one thing. This magical thing was not completely non-existent. He turned to look at the 2 of them. Really? What is it? The magical magic you mentioned. There are such people with special abilities. But they are very rare. Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. You mean, there are really such people with special abilities, who can restore what happened in the past? Yes. Xin Yoxing nodded. There is a very rare kind of person with special abilities. The only use of their special abilities is to trace back what happened in the past based on old objects. This skill is called memory tracing. They cannot change or adjust the truth of the matter at that time by themselves. So such people with special abilities are best used for investigating incidents. But you said it is very rare. Can we find it? Although he asked this question, Xin Chenfu was actually thinking about letting the Lang family secretly publish a super high-paying recruitment notice. Although there are few A-level people, it is not impossible. There may be 1 or 2 in the entire galaxy. However, this level can only trace back to the old images within 5 years. If the qualifications are ordinary, it can only be 3 years. It is said that only S level and above can trace back to the images within 15 years. And it also depends on the individual's talent. There should be few people since the beginning of the world. Just as rare as Nei's lucky halo. Not to mention the fewer levels. B level 1 year. C level can only trace back half a month. But even these are so rare that almost no one knows that this kind of psychic exists. And even if there is the necklace that Shinemo has been carrying, too much time has passed. Xiao Fei is already 13.5 years old. If you want to know what happened back then, you must know what happened at least 14.5 years ago. Even if it is S level, the person must be very talented to do it. There is no hope that 2S level will appear. It's okay. Xin Chenfu looked at the 2 of them steadily. It's okay. As long as we know that such a person exists, we can definitely find him. After all, there is no other way to know what happened at that time. Chapter 424 Travel Notes. In this way, after Xin Chenfu returned to his room, he immediately issued a new order. The Lang family tried their best to find an S-level psychic with the ability to recall memories. And the Shin family also sent people to search. As long as they find one, no matter how much the price is, they must be invited back. They can't let Shinimo die in such an unclear way. The whole Shin family needs the truth in the next 2 days. Because some people not only passed the first round of AMU-chin, but also passed the second round of Muexian. These people can go to the new course first. The teacher named Su Xiao asked them to practice shooting. But it was not an ordinary shooting. To stand on the top of a mountain and shoot at 100 small circles on another mountain. Everyone uses their own superpowers. That is, to turn their own superpowers into arrows or thorns and shoot them out. While non-aggressive superpowers use superpowers to shoot. The wind on the mountain was very strong. And even Lin Xian felt that this kind of training was a bit abnormal. At most, he could see some colorful poles on the opposite side. And the circles were not clear. However, Su Xiao said with a cheerful smile, shooting is a feeling. Do you understand? Everyone, no. Su Xiao was more generous than AMU-chin and gave a direct hint. Use your mental power to sense the approximate location. Everyone, question mark. Can you hit the target just by sensing it? The answer is yes. Shin Shinfu's previous practice of mental net and rolling bean skills made her very good at dealing with these little things. So she passed through all the rings in 3 minutes and became the fastest person to pass this training level. She went down the mountain in everyone's shocked eyes. Compared to the teachers, she is the real pervert. I think so too. Why did she go down the mountain so soon? She went to rub the supernatural bombs with her hands. I saw that she made at least hundreds of kaleidoscopes every day. Major General Su would also ask her to store other people's supernatural skills. And she also sneaked to other planets for training late at night. I can't get over it. After Xiao Fei finally came out of the clearance space, she finally received her package. The Shin family packed all the travel notes, written by Shinimo, and sent them to her using the space storage bracelet. And all these travel notes were arranged in order. They were originally placed on the bookshelf and brought to her together. She started reading from the first one. She originally wanted to understand what kind of person she was, and see if she could find some clues. But the content was so interesting that she didn't go out for extra training at night for the first time. The travel notes not only recorded the characteristics, customs, and strange creatures of the places she passed by, but also her own feelings about what she saw and heard, and the strange things she encountered. She often laughed out loud. For example, she saw a magical plant on another planet not long after she went out. After describing its location, species, and characteristics, she said, when I went to the mountains and met this sad apple tree, I thought it was an ordinary apple tree. Although its fruit was light blue and looked unappetizing, I didn't want to eat it. But because I leaned against it for a nap, it hit my shoulder with an apple. The reason for the shoulder was because I dodged quickly and almost got hit on the head. What if I become a fool after getting hit on the head? Will I drool at my parents in the future? Then I got a little angry and said, "You are such a disgusting apple tree." I didn't expect it to throw fruits at me when it heard this. I laughed after throwing them because it threw a basket of them at me until I said it was okay and you are not a disgusting apple tree. And it stopped throwing. I tested these apples with poison test paper and found that they were not poisonous. So I took this basket of apples to the street to distribute for free. Originally, no one wanted to eat this blue fruit that looked like it could poison people. But I ate it myself and showed them that it was sweet. So everyone was willing to give it a try. But a few minutes after we ate it, we found something was wrong. We cried bitterly after eating it. It was really sad. Because everyone cried so hard. A policeman came to ask us if we had any difficulties. I cried and told him that it was okay. I just felt like crying suddenly. However, I thought the wonder of this fruit ended here. But I found that after crying, I felt particularly good. As if all the unpleasant things and unhappy emotions in my heart were vented. And there were no sequelae afterwards. Such a magical thing. I kept a few more. And I will bring them to my family to eat. And the whole family will cry together. No. Eat together. By the way, I left 2 for my sister. Or if someone robs her, she will also record it. Some of the new movie stars are more vicious than you might imagine. I was just robbed and my money was defrauded a few days ago. Later someone told me that those children's hands and feet were deliberately chopped off in order to deceive stupid kids like me. But I saw that he was only a little older than me. So I don't know how he knew so much. But it's okay. I invited him to follow the kids and secretly arrived at their den. I caught all the bad guys. Then when others found something wrong, I caught the new bad guys. I waited like this until no one came again. And then I secretly called the police. Even if my father knew about this, he would pretend to praise me. And my sister would definitely praise me as a righteous little angel. The world outside is really interesting. But the robbers looked very strange. How could they have the nerve to rob a 12-year-old like me? When I looked at myself in the mirror, I just felt that I was really a person without money. Didn't all the cash be swindled away? They really have no vision. She also wrote in detail how she found that the center of the feces pushed out by the mutant dung beetle was in the shape of a heart. And because she couldn't take the feces of the big dung beetle away, she secretly took the feces ball of the small dung beetle and replaced it with a meat bun. She also said that she hoped it would like it because its feces ball was too rare, and she must bring it back to show her sister. Sorry, dung beetle. Xiao Fei stayed up all night with a small lamp on until the early morning before going to bed. In her dream, she seemed to follow her to all the places she had been to. And this time she really dreamed of her face, which was still the 12-year-old Shenmo's tender, calm and innocent appearance. She liked it very much. In this world, some people sleep peacefully, while others sit in the mist in the early morning because they can't fall asleep. At this time, the servants have already got up to tidy up the housework and the garden. There was a cup of coffee in front of Luo Yuan, and the mist made the tips of his hair slightly wet. During this period of time, the people of the Luo family had not found where the Lang family hid Luo Heng. The longer the time, the more worried he became. Not only Luo Heng, but also the things he knew when he was awake. He sighed and took a sip of the coffee. There were footsteps behind him. A young man brought a breakfast and placed it on the low table. He sat down and asked, "Father, why didn't you sleep all night?" Thinking about something, Luo Ji lowered his eyes. "Thinking about my uncle. I think Father is too kind. Logically speaking, he should have been killed long ago to prevent future troubles." Luo Yuan smiled sarcastically, as if he was very resistant to the fact that he was kind. Chapter 425 Blessing. Luo Ji picked up a piece of bread and ate it, saying, if the Lang family cures him, he will immediately turn against them. No. At this point, Luo Yuan's eyes became firm. As long as he doesn't know the situation of that person, he will definitely not tell them. We just need to worry about them extracting his memory. So we still have to hurry up. However, this type of mental confusion is difficult to cure. So they didn't think that he, a mentally disturbed lunatic, was a big threat. Moreover, even if Luo Heng had been suppressed for so many years, he was still a 2S superpower. As long as he resisted with all his strength, his memory would not be easily extracted. And they had to act before they studied the operating rules of the Star Beast pattern and came up with a way to resist. This time, neither side had a way out. And they just hoped that Luo Heng would not have any problems at this time. Seeing him say this, Luo Ji didn't say anything else. After breakfast, he yawned and went back to his room. Luo Yuan looked at the misty surroundings that seemed to never dissipate. The gardeners were like shadows, holding scissors to cut off the extra branches in the garden. The flowers fell to the ground with a click, and the sound was particularly obvious in the quiet morning. He could only see a vague red color falling and dispersing into more red, just like the blood blooming after killing a rose. This ominous feeling spread from his heart. He hadn't looked at the things around him carefully for a long time. The people around him were like these flowers, always dying easily. All the beauty seemed to end from the moment his brother Luo Heng said to him, Yuan, can you be the head of the family in the future? And those beautiful things, for him at that time, were oppression and inferiority that he could not resist in his heart. That was a freedom. Although there were conditions, it was much freer than the head of the family. But now, everything is a foregone conclusion, and no one can change it. He has always advised himself in this way, so he does not look back and does not regret it. In the following days, Xiao Fei was always training and reading Shenmo's travel notes. But there were too many travel notes, and each one was big and thick. So she read for almost 10 days before she saw the one she wrote when she was 14 years old. She was reading with relish, but her eyes widened when she turned to one of the pages. It was about the necklace on her body, saying that this ordinary-looking star stone was not a photo stone. It just had the ability to take photos. She would not record it in detail when she occasionally went home. But because of this necklace, she carefully wrote down the origin. Today is my birthday. My sister and brother have been asking me to go home for a while. Especially my sister. She said she prepared a super gift for me. Since it has come to this, I must go back. After all, my sister is a person who never lies to me. So I will definitely like this super gift. And this time, I also brought a new gift for my sister. It was a radish plant that I dug out after chasing it for 3 days. It has grown legs and can run. I heard from the farmer's grandmother that this kind of stew is the best. So I specially brought it back in a space storage container. As expected, my sister liked my gift very much. She drank 3 bowls of the radish stew. And my brother was afraid that she would be stuffed to death. Of course, I also like her the most, because she actually gave me a blessing stone necklace. This is one of the most precious star stones in the world, and it is strung with star and moon silver. It can be seen that my sister made it herself. Although my sister painting is really ugly, she is really good at making jewelry. It's not that she makes it gorgeous and exquisite, but she can always find these precious materials, and she will never miss some materials from strange beasts. Year after year, her little hobby has become more and more her own. But my sister will only give such gifts to precious people. Before me, only my mother received it. And she hasn't even given it to my brother. It is said that she will make it for him next year. But so what? I'm ahead of him. And this is a blessing stone. The blessing stone looks ordinary, but it is very rare. It must be guarded by a beast god-level beast. Even if a person who doesn't know the value of it is lucky enough to have a beast die suddenly in front of him, he will think it is not a precious thing and miss it when he sees the blessing stone. There is another reason why the blessing stone is precious. It is because it has the ability to bless. It seems that in the legend, if the blesser blesses others with a sincere heart, the blessed person will be protected by the blessing stone once. But no one knows what this ability is and what restrictions it has. I haven't found too much information, and my sister seems to know only this. I will continue to look for information later. But even if the legend of blessing is just a legend in the end, and the people who have recorded it only say that it can take pictures like the photo stone, and no other abilities have been found, it doesn't matter. The gift she gave me was the best gift in the world. My brother even pretended to snatch it. He didn't even hide the gift he wanted to give me in his pocket. But I found it. And my brother and sister even brought my father back home. It was even more unusual than a pig climbing a tree. It was the first time I saw him go home on a weekday. So we took a photo together at the door of the house, using the blessing stone. I will always wear this necklace until I am buried. And I will wear it. Definitely. The record about the blessing stone ends here. But when Xiaofei saw her say that she would wear it until she was buried, she still sighed. She actually did such a thing. What a wonderful woman. She didn't break her promise. This time, she seemed to have received a lot of gifts she liked. After all, she met a lot of people on the road. Knowing that it was her birthday, many people would give her gifts. Even those who had just met for a short time would bless her. Everyone likes her very much. But after reading the travel notes, she felt that this was normal. Because she also liked the wonderful girl who was as lively as the fresh air with sunshine after the spring rain. Her soul was so free and easy, although it was still a little weird. But she loved everything in this world. Everything sparkled in her eyes. And sometimes when she met a few ants, she would squat down to see where they went. In this world, how many people would care about the comings and goings of a few ants? Shinemo would care. Compared to her sister mother, Shinyang, who was so powerful in protecting the world, Shinemo protected every little corner. Although she might steal the dung balls of dung beetles, she was also a very kind and upright person. She liked her so much. Chapter 426 Luo Heng. When Xiaofei told Shin Chenfu that the necklace on her neck for Shinemo was made by Shinyang, she felt it was very reasonable and felt a secret connection from it, which only they could feel. She was very busy in the following time and had almost no time to rest. Not only did they have to make a lot of supernatural bombs every day, but there was also the second round of clearance space that AMU Chen opened for them in advance, which was superimposed with Mu Xian illusion, and they would be caught if they were not careful. Although she was scarred every day, she upgraded very quickly. Half a month passed quickly. The day before she was going to take Xiaofei and Shin Yoxing back to the capital star to pick up Shinemo, she had upgraded 2 levels to the 77th level, and the range of space annihilation she could operate was much larger. During this time, Irene and others had also completed the treatment of Luo Heng's mental problems. However, the result was the same as what they thought. He did not cooperate to answer questions at all. Irene sat down on the sofa opposite Luo Heng. She originally wanted to control him forcefully, but his mind had just been repaired. And even if she wanted to control him, she had to do it when he was less alert. His mental tension at this time would easily cause him to become confused if she used strong mental means on him. So due to his situation, the mental department could not intervene. Because Shin Shenfu would come the next day, she also wanted her to see Luo Heng, who was already normal. Luo Heng now looked completely normal. And even though he was too thin, his every move was naturally elegant. Moreover, he actually remembered Irene. I've seen you several times before. Irene from the Clark family, and later married the head of the Lang family. May I ask what's the matter with arresting me? Is this your idea or Fan Lang's idea? Even though he was kidnapped, he was not in a hurry at all. His calm attitude was even a bit like a host receiving guests. Irene did not answer his question about the Lang family, but went straight to the point. I want to know the relationship between the Luo family and the rebels. Maybe you don't know that the Luo family is now completely exposed. It's good for you to tell it now. Luo Heng lowered his eyes, glanced at the steaming tea in front of him, and then replied, I don't know what you are talking about. Your brother Luo Yuan's daughter Luo Su was parasitized by a star beast and has been killed. You have been crazy for so many years, which must be related to him. Otherwise, how could you suddenly lose your position as the head of the family? We saved you because we wanted to cooperate with you. No, you are wrong. Luo Heng calmly. He smiled and said to Irene, I don't want the position of the head of the family. Looking at Irene's puzzled look, he said sincerely, as for the rebels you mentioned, I never knew anything about them. Irene was a little impatient. You know, I can find a memory-based psychic to check and extract your memory. Then you should also know that I am 2S. And it is not a big problem to let myself faint. And the memory must be extracted when the other party is awake. Or, I have a broken life. And it is not a pity to die. He was threatening that if the memory was forcibly extracted, he would kill himself. You clearly know that the Luo family is a rebel army and has a great connection with the star beasts. I don't know. Sorry. Luo Heng still refused to listen, and seemed to know nothing. Irene frowned. You kept shouting that you wanted to find someone. But now you don't need to find someone. Are you willing to die? At this point, his expression was a little broken, but he still suppressed it. What a madman says is not credible. After asking this, she also knew his attitude. In short, everything will be solved after Shin Shenfu comes back. After Irene left, Luo Heng sighed. Although he didn't know what was going on, his memory that was sometimes clear over the years was also fragmentary. Luo Yuan came to see him many times. He remembered. Even if he said that to Irene just now, he still felt it was ridiculous. Because in fact, his relationship with Luo Yuan is not good now. And it can even be said that his relationship with the entire Luo family has reached a freezing point. But he still has things to know from Luo Yuan and the people over there. So he can't say it. If they are all dead, how can he get the information he wants? Thinking of this, Luo Heng slowly closed his eyes. And it seemed that he thought of something. He smiled first, and then tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. His precious memory finally came back. The next day, although it was a rest day, everyone except Lu Shi was still working. Ji Che wanted to rest as well, but was dragged by longing to go to training. On the way, he pointed at Lu Shi's room and said, Why can't you learn from Lu Bingbing, and see how she doesn't care about her master's affairs? I'm just a donkey, so I should rest for a day. When he found that the doors of the 3 brothers and sisters of the Shin family were not opened, he felt even more sad. Even these few curl kings were not curling up and were sleeping in. But he was forced to train by a flower. Where is justice? However, in fact, at that time, the 3 people of the Shin family had already returned to the capital star. It was Xiao Fei's first time to come to the Lang family laboratory. I didn't expect that such a large and comprehensive laboratory could be built underground. Once again, I felt what level of wealth the Lang family had. The robots and personnel inside were all busy doing their own things. They didn't say hello when they saw the 3 people coming. This was Fei Ang's order after the laboratory was established. There was no need for everyone to affect research because of different secular identities. Here, research is the most important. After they arrived, they were taken to a comfortable and large rest room. While Irene was talking to them, she arranged for someone to bring Shinemo over. And she informed Luo Heng of his current situation and asked Shin Shinfu if he wanted to see him now, since he was already well. Of course she had to see him. Xiao Fei asked on the side. Luo Heng. Is he the madman from the Luo family before? She still remembered the way he rushed out. If you have anything to ask, I can try to help. Although it is difficult for her to ask the truth from a high-level stranger. Just like when Bai Ruoqing was there. It took her a long time to get her to let down her guard. But if she needs her, she will try to do it. Aaron asked someone to bring Luo Heng here as well, so that when Shin Shinfu finished asking questions, it would be more convenient to take Shinemo away directly. So someone went to knock on the door of Luo Heng's room and said that the head of the family wanted to see him. Luo Heng had a very good attitude, and when he left, he was still asking, I rarely see Mr. Lang. How is he now? But no matter what he asked, no one responded, just led him forward. But he was not angry, still walking in the middle with a faint smile. His expression was calm and not at all panicked. But when he was about to reach his destination, he saw two people carrying a skeleton on a stretcher at the corner and walking towards him. The skeleton was covered with a white coat for routine examinations, but next to the skeleton, there was a purple flowery robe that he was very familiar with. His heart couldn't stop beating wildly. His eyes were fixed on the skeleton, and he began to look at her height, shoulder width, and facial bones. Finally, the two groups stopped in front of a door. When the staff rang the doorbell, he unconsciously walked to the skeleton, his hand shaking uncontrollably, and picked up the blood-stained outer robe. The door opened, and the people inside turned their heads and saw Luo Heng's expression collapsed, and his eyes were red as he picked up Shinmo's outer robe. Then he said in almost despair and disbelief, Amo. After that, he immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground unable to support himself, still holding the outer robe tightly in his hand. Chapter 427. What's the relationship? His heartbroken look shocked everyone present. Luo Heng actually knew Shinemo. Moreover, he recognized Shinemo by just a piece of clothing, which means that perhaps Luo Heng was by her side in the last time before Shinemo went to the ruins. How could this happen? Irene felt that his mental state began to become unstable again, with faint signs of collapse, and immediately stepped forward to adjust him, and at the same time called a healing psychic to treat him. After all, he had just been too stimulated and vomited blood. The three members of the Shin family were very serious at this time. For the person in front of them, who was closely related to the rebels, but obviously related to Shinemo. They wanted to open his brain to see what happened in the past. After a while, when he was in better condition, Shin Shinfu spoke. Please let him in. The others helped Luo Heng, who was like a lost puppet, to sit down, and Shinmo's body was carefully placed aside. It was so quiet, but his presence was stronger than anyone else present. Luo Heng stared at her almost without blinking. The emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated. Regret, grief, despair, disbelief, and deep hatred, growing rapidly. Shin Shinfu called back his thoughts. Hello, Mr. Luo. We meet again. Luo Heng was stunned for a moment before moving his eyes to her face. You are? This girl seemed to have found him before and asked two questions. But she didn't answer who she was last time. In addition to Irene, there was a man and a woman sitting next to her, both with serious expressions. The younger girl was farther away from him, revealing a side face, looking a little familiar. But he didn't quite remember when he had seen her. Shin Shinfu pointed to the corpse beside him and replied, Shinemo is my aunt. From your appearance just now. Do you know her? Luo Heng reacted for a moment. She is your aunt. So you are? The daughter of Shin Yang and Fan Lang? It seems that you know her identity very well. I want to know what your relationship with her is. Luo Heng did not answer, but said to her, Tell me first where you found her. Xiao Fei and Shin Yoxing did not speak, but listened quietly to the conversation between the two. Shin Shinfu just observed Luo Heng's performance and did not think that he and Shinemo were opposites. Oh, of course. Shin Shinfu leaned on the sofa and began to narrate the facts very calmly, but deliberately did not mention Xiao Fei part. I found her at a ruined place at the border of the interstellar space, just a while ago. Mr. Luo is very smart, right? You can tell from her appearance that she has been dead for more than 10 years. Shin Shinfu continued to observe Luo Heng's reaction. When he said dead for more than 10 years, his chest rose and fell violently. Although his mental power was suppressed, it still began to release. with a murderous aura that could not be ignored. Although it is not visible now because of the new clothes. There are actually many scars on her bones. The people who chased her did not hold back at all. And every blow was to kill her. When I found her, she didn't even have shoes. I don't know if she didn't have time to wear them. Or if the people in the ruins took them away when she just died. She just lay in a garbage dump for 13 years. We don't know what happened back then. So if you know, you can make a deal with me. Our Shin family only wants the truth. Shin Shinfu's tone was calm, and his attitude was sincere. He looked at Luo Hung without any evasion. As if he promised that as long as he said, he would agree to any conditions. Luo Hung shook his head, suppressing his emotions. Where is your father? Let him come and talk to me. He only saw Mo now. And he had someone else to look for. He wanted to see the head of the Lang family. Didn't he just say that the head of the family was looking for him? Why didn't he see it? Unexpectedly, she said, you can't see him? He is dead. Just because of those rebels. So now you can only ask me for your request. I am the current head of the Lang family. Hill Lang. Even Luo Hung didn't expect that the young girl in front of him would be the head of the Lang family. And Irene was there too. She didn't refute. Which meant it was true. Vian Lang was really dead. Luo Hung began to calculate the trump cards he could trade. He knew that as long as the Lang family was willing to spend some time, it would not be difficult to dig out the truth from him. But according to the situation, that the head of the Lang family was dead. Maybe what they lacked now was time. So he could still trade. I have another question. Shin Shinfu nodded, motioning him to ask. Luo Hung asked tentatively. Did you only find Imo? Where's the child? Where's the baby in her belly? Even if she's dead, there should be a body. Shin Shinfu frowned. You have to tell me what your relationship is before I can tell you. After all, you are now related to the rebels. Why should I tell you? An outsider. All about my aunt's situation. What she said made sense. And she looked like she was standing up for her family, and was wary of him. Luo Heng's voice was a little dry. And he replied to her, I am her fiancé. What? Even Shin Shinfu hadn't thought of this. And Xiaofei looked up suddenly, and couldn't believe what she heard. Shin Yoshing held her hand and denied. It's impossible. The family never knew that she had a fiancé. Luo Hung looked at the boy who thought he was talking nonsense, with a puzzled look, not knowing who he was. Although Shin Shinfu didn't know the specific situation of the Shin family, since Shin Yoshing said so. It must be like this. So she agreed. My brother is right. The Shin family has never heard that my aunt has a fiancé. Mr. Luo can't say this casually. When I met her, she was only 12 years old. And we were together when she was 18. There was no need for me to lie to you. After Luo Hung finished speaking, he continued to ask. So, what about the child? Now everyone knows that if what he said is true, then Xiaofei is Luo Heng's child. Before Shin Shinfu spoke, Xiaofei spoke first. We didn't find the child you mentioned. We only found her body. When Luo Hung heard this, hope rekindled in his eyes. That means, maybe the child was not dead at that time. Maybe she is still alive? Yes. If she is dead, the two of them must be together. He murmured. At least she is left behind. Suddenly Luo Hung looked up. I can tell you everything I know about the rebels. And the family list you must want to know. But I only have one request. That is, help me find the child. Xiaofei didn't understand why this crazy man suddenly became Shin Mo's fiancé, which meant that he was very likely her father. But she still didn't like the fact that he was related to the rebels, and always spoke in a veiled manner. So her tone was not good. The Shin family will naturally do this kind of thing. You don't need to say it. What about helping or not? Chapter 428. That person is me. Luo Hung didn't understand why this little girl seemed to be very hostile to him. Just when he heard her voice, he remembered that he seemed to have seen her in a manner before. Her voice was very nice. He shook his head. No. It must be quick. She was born in that kind of place. What if she died? She must have suffered in that place. I want you to find her as quickly as possible. Otherwise I won't tell you. As long as you find her, whether she is alive or dead, I will tell you immediately. Xiaofei asked directly. Why are you so anxious? Are you the father of that child? Luo Heng's eyes dodged, and the momentum he had just raised weakened instantly. There was not even a trace of blood on his cheeks, as if he had no face to admit this. But he still nodded. Yes. So as long as I see her, I will tell you everything. This matter is very simple for you. If it is a ruin, it must be difficult for her to leave. Shinshunfu glanced at Xiao Fei. She seemed to be down and couldn't speak at all. Shinshunfu's pause made Luo Heng anxious. This is a good deal for you, right? Using one person's appearance in exchange for the information I know about the rebels. There is no such a good deal in the world. Let me think about it. Shinshunfu asked someone to take Luo Heng back first. But before he left, he kept looking back at Shinemo until he could no longer see her. As soon as he returned to the room, someone took his blood. He had no mood to think about what to do with the blood. His heart was desolate at this time, without any vitality, and his soul seemed to be completely drained. If Shinemo was a corpse, then he would be a walking corpse breathing at this time, and it would be better to lie on the ground with her. If there was no information about the child, he would even want to follow her to death immediately. No, he hasn't taken revenge yet. Yes, he still wants to take revenge on those people. Although the information was used as a bargaining chip for the transaction, he wanted to kill all those people immediately. Those disgusting star beasts. Those disgusting puppets. And the brother he once trusted the most. Ridiculous. His past life, except for Shinemo, was all a joke. But those people took away his most precious treasure. He would not let them go. Even if it cost the entire Luo family, he would take revenge. Thinking of this, crazy hatred overflowed from his tearful eyes. Huge sorrow and hatred intertwined. He finally laughed with tears. Irene went out to test Luo Heng's genes. He was a living person, so the genetic test did not take as long as the previous test of Shinemo. Only 10 minutes. There were only 3 brothers and sisters of the Shin family in the lounge now. Shin Shinfu and Shin Yoshing were very worried about Xiufei. Xiufei, are you okay? Shin Shinfu asked. She shook her head. I'm fine. But I feel a little magical that the person my sister found while investigating the matter actually knew about my mother. And it was possible that he was But she didn't know how to face the fact that a rebel might be her father. Moreover, when he was crazy before, the person he said he was looking for was Shinemo? Also, he would actually use the information of the rebels to exchange her existence, which she had never thought of. It was also because he was obviously doing this not-so-equal transaction just to find her, that she didn't know how to face him for a while. Shin Shinfu comforted. It's okay. Wait until the results come out. What he said may not be true. Although he said so, Xiao Fei's intuition was true. The fact is indeed so. 10 minutes later, the result brought back by Irene showed that he and she were father and daughter. Irene asked, what should we do now? After all, Xiao Fei is here. There is no need to find him at all. Whether to recognize this identity or not depends entirely on her mind. Xiao Fei lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Shin Shinfu shook his head. It's okay. We will check it ourselves when the time comes. There is no need to listen to him. Irene was anxious. Hill, do you know how important this matter is? I go. Xiao Fei looked up and smiled at Shin Shinfu and Irene. I've thought about it. It's no big deal. If it was me, I wouldn't lose a single cent if I showed him the information. It's great to get so much important information. Time is tight, and we don't have time. The information is not just a few words, a few sentences, or a few pieces of paper that can be exchanged for a living life. If it was Shinemo, the person she chose would not be a completely bad person. And if it was her, she would be happy to do this kind of business. She wrote in her travel notes that she would bargain for a fruit, and she would be happy if the boss gave her a date. Not to mention the current profitable transaction. Shinemo would smile with narrowed eyes. Thinking like this, her thoughts became clear. She was just caught off guard by the news that fell from the sky. But now she has accepted it. No matter whether her parents are good or bad. Her sister and brother views on her will not change. Her friends will not change. And she herself will not change. She will always be just herself. The father of the rebel army cannot represent herself. She has never enjoyed any benefits brought by his identity. She and him are complete strangers. And they have only met once in Lang Manor. So she said, I decided to go. I don't care. Besides, I want to ask about my mother's past. Shin Shinfu saw her eyes that were determined to do it. So he respected her decision. It was not a simple matter to recognize a father who had never met. What's more, it is possible that Shinmo's death was also related to him. In this way, several people and Xiufei walked to the door of the room where Luo Heng was locked up. After knocking on the door, Xia Fei walked in directly, while others were guarding outside. Luo Heng saw that the little girl, who had just been very hostile to him, seemed to have suddenly changed. She said in a completely polite manner to a stranger, "I'm here. Shouldn't Hill Lang be the one to negotiate the deal? Why did she change to her?" Luo Heng didn't understand their arrangement and thought she was asked to pass on the message. So he asked, "What does she want you to say to me?" "I have something to say myself." She raised the report in her hand and said, "The person you are looking for is me." "What did you say?" Luo Heng was stunned and his mind went blank. He stood up stupidly, staggered 2 steps to her, and took the document in her hand and looked at it carefully. The thin but slender man now bent over and read the contents of the genetic test report bit by bit, fearing that he would miss a word. And Xia Fei said again in a calm tone, "I said, the person born in the ruins is me." Chapter 429, First Encounter. The report clearly states that the 2 parties have a parent-child relationship. Luo Heng's mind is still echoing what she said. The person he is looking for is her, and the child born in the ruins is her. He could hardly hold the report in his hand, and took a deep breath to try to calm himself down. Perhaps it was because of his years of confusion that his ability to objectively judge things declined. He kept telling himself that nothing would happen so quickly, and nothing would be so good. How could it appear immediately after just making a request? It is very likely that the Lang family faked it. Yes. However, he also knew in his heart that he needed to rely on the Lang family to do anything he wanted to do now. And the child was originally a member of the Shin family, and they would go to find him. So he just said that. In addition to being really anxious, he also instinctively wanted to test the child's news. After all, as long as Shin was gone, he would be empty, and he would not keep secrets for anyone. After he calmed down, he focused his eyes on the face of the child in front of him. The first feeling was that he didn't look like Shin, and it was indeed fake. He wanted to say that the child was fake, but he was still very familiar. That familiar feeling from the depths of his soul. He knew why it was so familiar without any other proof. Because she was not so much like Shin. She was more like him. The old him. Even with a slight smile. The character of hiding his emotions underneath was somewhat similar. But now, he was too thin and old. When he looked in the mirror, he couldn't even recognize who the person who was as haggard as a dead branch about to be broken in the wind was. He walked slowly in front of her, bent down, and his eyes were at the same level as hers. The shadows of each other were reflected in their eyes. At this time, Xia Fei also found that Luo Heng's eyebrows were very familiar. Luo Heng slowly stretched out his hand, wanting to touch her face, but immediately retracted it when he realized it, and just asked her, "What's your name?" Shin Fei. "Are you 13 years old now? Are you 14 this year?" Xia Fei nodded. "When is your birthday?" "December 18th. The old people who picked her up guessed it, although they were not sure. But it was around this date. Luo Heng suddenly realized that she was still standing, and quickly asked her to sit down. Xia Fei did not hesitate, and walked to the seat opposite him and sat down, looking at him, as if to say, "If you have any questions, just ask them." Luo Heng did have a lot of questions, and even asked them anxiously. "Were you found by the Shin family? When were you found? Before? Did you suffer a lot? Were you hungry? Where are you studying now? How is the school?" Xia Fei answered one by one. "My sister brought me back last year. It was okay before. Many people helped me and gave me food, so I wasn't very hungry. Now I'm studying at the Galaxy Military Academy. It's a good school. I have many friends, and they are all very nice to me." Luo Heng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He seemed to have thought of something, and his mouth corners rose. "Yes, you must have many friends. Your mother has many friends and everyone likes her." Hearing him talk about Shin, Xia Fei also asked, "How did you know her?" After all, their identities were too opposite, and she really couldn't imagine how Shin and him got to know each other. When Luo Heng thought of Shin, a gentle smile immediately appeared in his eyes. "I was in a bad mood that day, so I came out of the banquet to get some fresh air. Not long after, this strange girl with a bag suddenly appeared and took out a blue apple and handed it to me. It was the first time I met such a person. She said, 'I treat you to this. You feel good after eating it.' I was still young at that time, so the first sentence I said to her was very direct. I said, 'You're too obvious to poison me.' Speaking of this, Luo Heng's eyes gradually dispersed, recalling the situation when they first met. When Shinemo heard him say this, she looked at him with a look that he thought he had no vision, and said, "You really don't know the value of things. I carried this over more than a dozen mountains, and crossed 2 or 3 planets to bring it out. It's super precious. If I didn't see that you were about to cry, I wouldn't give it to you. This is one of the 2 I brought for my sister. I don't even have it myself." Seeing that she was really reluctant to part with it, Luo Heng took the blue apple that looked very poisonous. The girl looked at him expectantly, as if to say, "Why don't you eat?" She also said, "I washed it." Luo Heng didn't eat anything at the banquet. Those people were like actors, saying something real and fake, and he lost his appetite just by looking at them. And he looked at her clear eyes, and when he bit off the blue apple inexplicably, he thought, "Is this a new method that the rival families who want to kill him have come up with? If he dies from this, he might be laughed to death." The rumor later was, the smart young master of the Luo family was poisoned to death just because he ate the poisoned apple given by others on the road. It turned out that he was a fool, and his intelligence was all fake. But at that time, he was actually thinking that it would be good to be poisoned to death, and it would be over. But it didn't happen. The fruit was very sweet, the sweetest apple he had ever eaten. Shinemo raised his head slightly. "How is it? Isn't it very good?" Luo Heng was in a better mood at that time, so he asked her with a smile, "Where did you buy it?" "It's very good." Shinemo shook her head. "I didn't buy it. The apple tree gave it to me, although it should have wanted to smash her to death at that time. It was also for her." Luo Heng thought she was joking, so he didn't ask more questions, but just turned on the light brain to transfer money to her as a thank you for the fruit. But suddenly a drop of warm liquid fell on his hand. Before he could react, he couldn't help crying. However, Shinemo still had a matter-of-fact expression, and even seemed to appreciate his crying. At that time, Luo Heng felt that the blue apple was indeed poisonous. Before being seen by the waiter, who was looking for him behind him, he hurriedly fled to the back of the hotel. This was the first time in his life that he was so embarrassed. He originally thought that Shinemo would just leave like this. After all, he didn't have time to settle accounts with her now. But she actually followed him and asked, "Are you okay? You will be fine after crying for a while. Anyway, I see that you are about to cry. So why should you hold it in?" Luo Heng said with tears streaming down his face. "Then should I thank you?" "You're welcome. Just cry freely." The girl laughed very energetically, and while he was stunned, she actually said, "You are also very beautiful when you cry." Beautiful? This was the first time someone dared to use the word beautiful to describe him in front of him. He was so angry that he almost laughed. But he couldn't stop crying. It was so embarrassing that he was tricked by a stranger into eating the poisonous fruit and crying in front of her. But he couldn't help thinking about the sad things in life. He didn't like crying before, but at that time, he seemed to want to shed all the tears that he hadn't shed for more than 10 years. When he was a child, his father, who was still his father, never let him cry. If he cried, he would be punished. Finally, he stopped crying when Shinemo handed him a tissue more than a dozen times. His nose was red. But strangely, his mood suddenly became very good. It was as if all the sad things were gone with the tears. Luo Heng asked her what her name was. She said her name was CMO. She asked him his name again, and he said his name was Wen Heng. She squinted and said suspiciously, "Your name is fake, right?" He smiled and replied with a look that saw through her. "Aren't you fake too?" After looking at each other for a while, they couldn't help laughing. It was also the first time he laughed so happily. That was the first time he, 13 years old, met the 12-year-old Shinemo for the first time. She made him cry bitterly, and then laughed sincerely for the first time. This was their first meeting. Chapter 430, The Secret of the Luo Family. Hearing him tell the story of him and Shinemo, Xiao Fei had a magical feeling, because these were actually the 2 people in the world who had the closest biological relationship with her. It turned out that they met because of a blue apple. But she did not forget another thing. I also want to know what happened to her at that time. She was reported to the Shin family as dead, but she still gave birth to me. Why did she run to the ruins and die later? Hearing this, Luo Heng looked away, was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. "Everything is because of my incompetence. You don't have to worry about those. I just hope you can live in peace in the future." Xiao Fei frowned. "But we need the truth." Luo Heng kept silent, using his attitude to show that he would not say what happened later. Xiao Fei was a little annoyed again, seeing how cautious he was about that matter. It would be impossible for him to tell it casually with the truth. What about what you promised? Luo Heng knew that he was referring to what he had just said. That after finding the child, he would tell them the list of rebel families he knew. So he replied, I do what I say. Xiao Fei stood up and opened the door, nodding to the people outside. Afterwards, several people took him to an operating room and asked him to list the family list. At the same time, compared with the problematic locations that Fei Ong had found before, there were indeed some overlapping families. But Shen Yoxing was more vigilant. How do we know whether what you said is true or false? If it is false, then our efforts are in vain. If you can cooperate with us to check the memory, then the credibility is still higher. After all, they are people related to the rebels. Even if they are related to Shen Mo, Shen Yoxing does not have a very good attitude. But Luo Heng was unwilling. He seemed to be holding on to something, and not letting them see his memory. He said that cooperation is fair, and checking memories is without human rights. If he was treated like this just because of his previous camp, he would reconsider whether to cooperate. Shen Yoxing had a lot of excessive words to say. But because he was Xiao Fei's father, he endured them all. No child in the military district would have a good face for the rebels. If it weren't for the fact that forced extraction would cause his memory and mental problems again, he would have wanted to take people to check directly. Shen Shenfu patted his shoulder to calm him down, and said to Luo Heng, Mr. Luo, you know, what he said makes sense. Luo Heng finally nodded. I know what you mean. So I will tell you about the Luo family. If I have no way out, you should always believe that what I said is true. Irene curled her lips speechlessly. Obviously, he had insisted that he didn't know what happened to the Luo family before, and put on an innocent look. He also said, my hope for the rebels to disappear from this world is no less than any of you. The Luo family is just one of them. Luo Heng gave people the feeling that he was using them to eliminate those people, rather than them using him. Shen Shenfu gestured to him. So Luo Heng told them everything that the Luo family had done over the years. 250 or 60 years ago, the Luo family did not have the current industry. It was just a small family. But the head of the family at that time suddenly met a very powerful person. He had a very powerful ability, and time ability. Everyone called him Sir. And he never showed his true face. The Sir helped the Luo family up, and he could easily help them solve any opponents. Gradually, the Sir's appetite was fed. He was not satisfied with the wealth at that time, and just wanted to eat more. At that time, the Sir had various conditions that needed to be met in order to exchange what he wanted. From small for small, to big for big. Under these transactions, the Sir was completely unable to get out of this vicious circle. Later, the Sir told him that there was a permanent solution. He only needed to offer sacrifices to a god to bring permanent benefits to the family. He was moved and asked how to offer sacrifices to a god. The Sir told him, sacrifice your child to him. Let the god live in his body. He will become a messenger of the god, and be the medium for the god to help you. The Sir quickly agreed, because he felt that he had 4 or 5 children, and sacrificing one was nothing. Moreover, deep in his heart, he actually believed that there was no god in the world, and he was just joking. But the one chosen by the other party was his most talented 2S level child. He sent the child away, and when he came back a few months later, he was completely different from the original him, as if there was another person in his body. But he became stronger, much stronger than the average 2S, and the head of the family found that the child's abilities had changed. He then thought, could he really be possessed by a god? Later, the god asked them to do various things. He said that to develop their own believers, they only needed to inject their tears into those people's bodies to select believers. In this way, the Luo family would become stronger and stronger, because they would also be used by the Luo family. At first, he still didn't think anything. But later, he always felt that those who were called believers became very strange, and often looked at him with the same expression. The head of the family finally felt something was wrong. So he asked the gods in the bodies of adults and children that the people in the family could not become believers. They agreed. However, the Luo family could never get rid of it. When the family became richer and stronger, they had to sacrifice a person to the god every other generation. The god lived in the bodies of those people, and the person who was the messenger of the god would not be the head of the family. It was not until more than 100 years ago that the Luo family began to support two gods. Shin Shinfu was shocked. Two? According to what he said, everyone knew that the god was talking about the star beast. Originally, it was thought that the Luo family had only one star beast at most. But he actually said two. Luo Hung nodded. Yes, two. It was at that time that a family head, who was unwilling to sacrifice his child, discovered the secret of these gods. They were not raising believers, but constantly making puppets. Because he was outside at the time, and was planning to kill the so-called god. At that time, those people who had become puppets without knowing when all spoke to him. And he realized that they could be completely controlled. That time, the adults appeared again, and told him nonchalantly that their true identity was star beasts. And the Luo family, unable to resist, had long been unable to get off the boat. As long as they told it, the Luo family would be exterminated by them first. One of the two star beasts had been in the Luo family since the beginning, and the other would go to another family, all depending on its mood. Later, it was my generation, and we were lucky enough to be separated from them, and we didn't need to sacrifice to them, because my father was an only child and my mother was also of a high level. Later, in addition to my father, even my mother was sacrificed to the two star beasts. His tone became firm. And the next generation of star beasts. If you have killed one, then the other one that you didn't find must be in my nephew Luo Ji's body. Chapter 431. Return to the Shin family. If these news were not known by the most important members of the Luo family, they would definitely not know them. So everyone present showed a look of astonishment. Now there are only two star beasts left that can make puppets. They have been worried that they can't find them, which will cause this matter to never end. But Luo Hung actually told them directly whose body one of them is in. This is very important information. However, Shin Shinfu still caught the blind spot. But they can change hosts. How can we ensure that they are still in that body when we go to find them? Luo Hung looked at her. They haven't been able to change in recent years. Star beasts can't change hosts too frequently, because they have to adapt to the host's body. They actually have a weak period every time they change. At least in 3 or 4 years. They will definitely not change. Because my parents died some time ago. He remembered a fragment of memory when he was awake. When Luo Yuan came to him, he said that his parents died some time ago. Because being parasitized by star beasts will cause the vitality to gradually lose. Those star beasts need to constantly change hosts during their long lives. And after they change, the body of the previous host will soon die. His nephew Luo Ji was smart, since he was a child. He held him before he became crazy. Although he didn't know what level he was. It should not be too bad. Because in order to cultivate excellent offspring, the Luo family would choose spouses with high levels, and would also marry with families that also worked for the rebels. Such as his Motherwen family. If they were successfully parasitized, then even if they could see what happened outside with their own eyes later, their personal consciousness should be suppressed and unable to come out. This is no different from death. It's just that I didn't expect that Luo Yuan would sacrifice his daughter, who was born later, and was still so young, to the star beast. In this way, he is really the most suitable candidate to be the head of the family. Shin Shinfu finally understood why the pink spider star beast in Luo Su's body had to take that body with it even at the end, instead of leaving it like Qi Mingyi, because it had just changed its host. And it turns out that parasitism is different from symbiosis. The Qi Mingyi is of different types. He was seriously injured and suppressed early, which led to the symbiosis. Theon can control his body with his own consciousness, while other star beasts are the masters of the body. The soul of the original owner can only shrink in the corner and watch. But after we surrounded the star beasts at the Black Beach last time, Luo Yuan disappeared with all the Luo family members. And there was no news about Luo Ji. They hid well and could also use masks to change their appearance. So it was very difficult to find them. The Luo family had hundreds of such hiding places more than 10 years ago. And there is also a very detailed operation to protect the family. Those are smoke screens to guide you to the wrong place. But I can tell you all the places I know. Here he added. Of course, you can check the information I gave you to see if it is true. This should not be too difficult for you. But there are many details about them that I need to tell you to avoid stepping into the trap. Erin could not have thought that Luo Hung, whom she always thought was a dangerous element, was really a dangerous element. But because of Xiao Fei's appearance, he kept his promise and really gave them the list of the rebels' families. You want these? She was still very skeptical. Luo Hung looked at Xiao Fei. You have done what I want. Finally, I want to see Shinimo again. Xiao Fei was silent for a moment, took Shinimo out of her bag, and injected her mental power to enlarge this space block to normal size. Shinimo just lay quietly in it. Shin Yoshing's brain was shaken. He glanced at the message and said to Shin Chenfu, "My brother said that Grandpa asked if we had set off." Shin Chenfu replied, "Soon." Then she looked at Luo Heng. "Mr. Luo, we are going to take my aunt home." He raised his hand to reach in, but was blocked by the space block. So he looked at Shin Chenfu with a pleading look. And she looked at Xiufei. And she didn't release the space block until she nodded. Luo Heng slowly walked to the side of Shinimo. Because the space block was released, she was not fixed in the air but slowly fell to the ground. So Luo Heng just knelt beside her. It was more than 13 years before he spoke to her again. "Amo. Long time no see. Look at you. You told me that the skeleton tribe was so skinny that I wanted to send them some pigs to eat. Now you are really skinny. Before, you always said that I was a little crazy inside. I didn't expect that your words would come true. I have really become a madman in the past 10 years. Don't you think it's funny? This time you are finally going home. Although you were always away from home before, you still cared about your family in your heart. You must miss them a lot after not going back for so long. Xiao Fei has also been found by the Shin family. If you were still here, you would definitely take her out to travel the stars. Amo. I miss you so much. Amo. Goodbye." He leaned over and kissed Shinmo's forehead gently, and then said 2 words imperceptibly. After doing this, he stood up, as if he had immediately adjusted his mentality and accepted the fact that Shinmo had passed away for many years, and said to Shin Chenfu, "Take her home." Shin Chenfu put Shinmo back into the small space block and gave it to Xiao Fei. During this time, Luo Heng did not look at him again. It seemed that just now was his last goodbye. Shin Chenfu and Irene arranged the guards to check the authenticity of the list and the investigation of Luo Ji's location, and repeatedly emphasized that they must not alert the enemy. Although this time took some time, the original plan to return to the Shin family did not stop. The people who came to pick them up had been waiting for a long time. The location was the number 10 space transportation station. After Shin Chenfu took the 2 to the transportation station, they boarded the airship that came to pick them up, and then sent them to the starship. Until the evening, they finally arrived at the Shin family on the nameless star closest to the first military district. This planet is confidential and completely controlled by the military district. The entry and exit are much stricter than the previous training planet. The 3 people of the Shin family went through various identity checks, including comparing them with a list of people who would return today that had been submitted long ago. Before they were allowed in, Xiafei turned his head and glanced at the layers of security checks that had just come over, and asked Shin Yoshing, "Brother, do you usually have to go through so much trouble to go home?" Shin Yoshing nodded. "Yes. Although the planet is not big, most of the residents here are military families, and it is not actually a completely resident planet. There are still many places for training here." After they walked out of the security checkpoint, the Shin family's aircraft was waiting for them on the roadside. About 20 minutes later, the aircraft stopped at the door of the Shin family. When Shin Chenfu and Xiufei came down, they looked at each other when they saw the house, because that was the house in Shinmo's necklace, and there was almost no change. Chapter 432. This house is not smaller than the Lang family's manor before, but the style is very different. If the Lang family is extremely luxurious, then the Shin family is low-key and simple. It doesn't look obvious, but everyone can feel the oppression brought by this place. Moreover, there are military personnel stationed dozens of kilometers away. Every time their aircraft passes a sentry point, someone will connect to the Shin family's security center and inform the specific location of the 3 people in the Shin family. When the 2 people's eyes fell on the location where the 5 people in the Shin family recorded the video in front of the house, they felt slightly touched in their hearts. It was as if their time and space were briefly intertwined because of their thoughts. They followed Shin Yoshing to the main house, and every step, every stair, was so hard won. When the 2 old people saw them walk into the main house, their eyes were wet. Shin Yoli stood beside Shin Yen and Si Zheng, looking at them with a smile. After Shin Yoshing went in, he also walked to his brother. The 4 of them spoke at the same time. "Xiaofu. Xiafei. Welcome home." Shin Chenfu and Xiafei smiled at the same time and said to them, "We are back. They are back. They are finally back." Back then, Shin Yang did not come back. And Shinemo did not come back either. But they finally came back. It was the first time for Xiaofei to meet her grandpa and grandma face to face. With curiosity in her eyes, Xizheng waved to her. Xiaofei. I am Grandma. I know. Xiaofei walked over obediently. Grandma? Looking at Shinyan again. Grandpa. Finally. She said to Shinyoli. Big brother. Shinyan saw her calling people one by one, and naturally thought of Shinemo at that time. What's more, Shin Shinfu was like the original Shinyang, standing a little behind and looking at her with a smile. Good child. Did you bring Imo back? Xiaofei nodded, and put Shinemo in the space on the low table that the Shin family had prepared long ago. But looking at the photo, and seeing her with the naked eye are completely different feelings. When Xizheng saw Shinmo's appearance, her heart tightened, and the dense stabbing pain was like a needle. Tears could not stop pouring out. She could hardly bear to watch, and she dared not think about what kind of pain she had experienced. Shinyoli supported her on the side to prevent her from being unable to bear it and getting into trouble. But she still insisted and saw Shinmo's appearance clearly bit by bit, because she hadn't seen her for a long time. Even if she was just a skeleton now, she wanted to see her. She really missed her so much. How many days and nights did she miss her 3 children? Thinking that her soul seemed to be torn apart. How many times did she wake up crying? She was the one who gave birth to them personally. The world gave them to her, but took them all away mercilessly. At that time, as a researcher, she actually knelt under the statue of the god and confessed whether she was guilty. If so, please let all the punishment fall on her. Not the 3 children. She had a special storage room, in which she kept all the gifts given to her by the children. Of course, compared to Shinyang and Shinzei, who were almost too busy to go home, most of the gifts were given to her by Shinemo. Since she left home to study at the age of 12, she would bring gifts for everyone every time she came back. She knew that her mother liked beautiful things, so she would buy local jewelry and scarves and lace headbands that she learned to make herself every time she went to a place. Once she came back with a bruised face, which scared her so much that she thought something had happened to her outside. As a result, she handed her a very gorgeous brooch. She said that the feathers on the beast god-level black feather beast were too beautiful, and the black feather beast was rare now. So she wanted to pluck 2 of them to make a brooch for her. But she was discovered and had a fight with it. She didn't win, but she still took the opportunity to pluck one and asked Shinyang to help her make a brooch for her. At that time, she also sighed that if her sister was there, she would definitely not be beaten like her. And she could still laugh while saying it. She always said, Mom, I will bring you a better gift next time I come back. Come back next time. But later, she didn't come back. The most favored child in the family has not come back for more than 10 years. Xizheng wanted to tell her that Mom doesn't want gifts. Mom just wants you to be safe and come home. Not to mention Xizheng. Even Shinyan sighed deeply, almost unable to maintain his dignity as the head of the family. Tears rolled down, and it seemed that some of his vitality was immediately taken away, and he looked a little older with the naked eye. Shinemo is the most careful child in the family. Although her thinking is jumpy, she can always understand how other people feel. So even if Shinyan is too strict sometimes, she can understand. Occasionally when she goes home and sees Shinyan and Shinyang quarreling, she will even go to persuade Shinyan. She said, Father, I know you are very capable, but can you be more magnanimous and treat my sister and brother like a normal father at home? Please let my sister go and give her some living expenses. I saw that she has lost a lot of weight when I came back this time. What's the worst that can happen? I will bring you a shit ball next time. How about that? At that time, he was so angry that he laughed. So he told her to get out of here. Who wants her shit ball? He felt it was too surprising and too outrageous. He looked at it for a few more times. She actually thought he liked it? I didn't expect that she would get out of here so far later. He couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't find it after more than 10 years. He couldn't find it even when his hair turned white. He felt that these were all punishments for him because he was not a good father. So he lost everything. Shinyoli's eyes were red too. She gave Shinshinfu a look. She immediately put Shinmo's bones back and put them on the table. It looked small, and the impact was not as strong as before. Shifei comforted them. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom must not want to see you like this. Several children helped the 2 old people sit on the sofa. It took them a long time to restore their superficial calm. Originally, Shin Chenfu was going to tell them about Luo Heng. But when she saw their expressions, she suddenly couldn't say it. She looked at Shin Yoshing. And he also shook his head at her secretly, indicating that now was not a good time. How to make two old men in the military district, who just saw the remains of their children, who had been missing for more than 10 years, accept the fact that their daughter's fiancé might be a rebel. It would only add to their troubles if they said it now. It would be better to wait until they have investigated it thoroughly, and the two of them have calmed down before they can talk about it. Xiao Fei also noticed the actions of her brother and sister. She was smart, and knew what they meant. She suddenly covered her stomach in silence. Ouch. Si Zheng was startled. Xiao Fei. What's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Shin Yan also stood up and looked over, his eyes full of worry. Xiao Fei smiled and looked up. Oh! I'm so hungry. When will we have dinner? I'm still growing. The solemn atmosphere at home was instantly diluted by her interruption. Si Zheng nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. I forgot that you haven't eaten yet. I prepared it a long time ago. I made a lot of delicious food. Xiao Fu. Yu Xing. Yu Li. Get up and eat. But when they walked to the dining table, they found that it was more than just a little delicious food. They couldn't finish it even if they ate it for 3 days. The dining table of the Shin family was also a round table, and everyone sat down one after another. Si Zheng sat between Shin Chenfu and Xiao Fei, constantly picking up food for them. This time, they really felt the love of their grandmother. In this way, the 6 people of the Shin family had a real reunion dinner for the first time in more than 10 years. Chapter 433 Her Drawer. But when Shin Chenfu was chewing on the chicken leg, she suddenly realized that they were reunited. But not completely reunited, because this time was mainly to send Shin Imo back. So everyone went back to the Shin family in their busy schedule. But she could have brought Xian and Shiyu home. But there were too many things recently, and they trained too hard and didn't see them at all. So she forgot. But Grandpa and Grandma didn't ask. So she couldn't help but wonder, do they really know about this? Shin Chenfu asked Shin Yoli tentatively. Xian and Shiyu. Did you tell me? Who would have thought that Shin Yoli was shocked? At that time he was helping to deal with the things left by Qi Mingyi, and Shin Yen focused on asking about Shin Yang's situation back then. So when he reported, he mainly asked about it. After describing the whole thing, thinking that even he knew about the twins, Shin Chenfu must have told Grandpa and Grandma a long time ago. So he put down his chopsticks and asked in disbelief. You didn't say it? Shin Chenfu, I thought you would say. The two looked at Shin Yoshing. You? Shin Yoshing curled his lips. Then I didn't expect you didn't even say this. Shin Yan and Si Zheng had no idea what the three were talking about. Why did they talk about the twins fostered by Fei An at this time? Although they knew that it was a fake marriage, they still thought that Fei An and Irene had no choice but to foster them. Si Zheng asked, are there any problems with those 2 children? Shin Chenfu finally told the 2 old people their identities. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. After all, no one would have thought that the twin brothers were also Shin Yang's children. At that time, she had already passed away. Shin Yan asked Shin Chenfu to bring them back to see it next time. It really felt like 2 grandchildren fell from the sky. After dinner, Si Zheng gave Shin Chenfu and Xiao Fei a key each and asked Shin Yoshing to take them around the house. When Shin Chenfu got the key, she knew it should be the key to Shin Yang and Shin Mo's room. But now she was in the mood to complain silently in her heart, thinking that if she had more keys, she would have to prepare a small shelf to hang them up. After they followed her around the house, they were first taken to the 3rd floor. After going up, Shin Yoshing pointed to the corridor on the left. That's my room and my brother's room. Your room is on the right. However, they did not rush to see their own rooms, but just looked at him expectantly. He pointed up. You go to see your aunt's room first. I won't go up. The location is also on the right. Shin Chenfu and Xiu Fei nodded and walked up by themselves. Some public areas on the 3rd floor were still being cleaned by servants, but the 4th floor was completely different. After walking up, there was no one, and it was very quiet. This is also one of the reasons why Shin Yoshing didn't like to go up. On the left side of the 4th floor was his father's room. When he was still there, he occasionally took him and his brother back to the main house of the Shin family, and he liked to go up and disturb him. But now he couldn't. It was too quiet and deserted. He didn't want to go. Even if he had to go to the 5th floor for something, he would choose to go up from another slightly off staircase. according to what Shin Yoshing said. The two went up and walked to the right, and saw two opposite rooms. The door was originally a double-open black door with a very sophisticated lock, which looked a bit like the key type of the Lang family laboratory. But this was only their door lock. They just looked at it, and all the important spaces in the whole house needed to be verified. They also entered the system to enter, but they still needed a separate key to enter the private room. Whose room is it can be seen at a glance. The one that keeps the original simple and clear shape of the door must be Shin Yang's, and the other door with many things hanging on it is Shin Mo's room. The two turned their backs to each other and inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it. And the door opened, and they entered Shin Yang and Shin Mo's room respectively. As soon as the door opened, the lights of this super large suite were all turned on, and the structure of the whole room was very clear. As soon as Shin Yang entered her room, there was a very large study room on the left, which was double-decker. She went up and looked around. The upper part was a study room for handling affairs, while the lower part was more like her leisure area, because the desk and bookcase above were all filled with very serious professional books, and the shelves below were filled with a lot of materials and tools that could be used to make some small things. There was also a pile of very simple sketches on the workbench that could not be seen at all. However, she was also a little surprised. She thought that at that time, her grandfather ordered that her photos should not appear in the house, and perhaps her room was cleaned up. Unexpectedly, it was still kept as it was, and no one touched it at all. In fact, he was also an old man with a hard mouth and a soft heart. It was like he was angry and said, "You should not come back in the future. I don't even want to see the photos." But the fact is that the child's room key is well kept. There was only one reason to keep the room: waiting for her to come back. Just like Feiyong waited for her to come back. She walked over and sat in front of her workbench, gently stroking the wood grain on it, and opened the drawer to see that there were still a lot of finished or semi-finished jewelry piled up inside. Shin Shinfu had never looked through the jewelry so carefully before, because she always felt that those gorgeous and brilliant things worn on her body would always affect her fighting speed and accuracy. So, in addition to the optical computer, she only had the bracelet that Nai had rewoven for her. It was a very simple type. Even though she didn't have the bonus of the lucky halo because of the passage of time, she didn't take it off. But now she was looking forward to having a usable finished product in Shin Yang's drawer. She wanted her things. There were 3 layers of drawers in the low cabinet under the workbench. She looked through them layer by layer. Finally, when she squatted down to look at the bottom drawer, she saw that all the jewelry was finished. There were all kinds of types, from rough to fine. It looked like they were made for many years, and were placed here. At the bottom, there were also square jewelry bags made of paper, like envelopes, with things in them, as if they were to be given to people. Shin Shinfu took out all of them, put them on the table, and counted them. There were 7 wrapped. She opened one of them, and the wrapping paper said, "A gift for Feiyong." She opened the other 6 one by one, including brooches, cufflinks, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, and all of them were written as for Feiyong. However, the fact that they were here only meant that she didn't give them to him. It seemed that Feiyong didn't know that Shin Yang loved him more than he thought, and her love was not later than his. Although she often quarreled with her grandfather, she really listened to him and understood his difficulties and painstaking efforts. She was also willing to use her practical efforts and forbearance to give her sister a wider living space. Shin Shinfu packed all the jewelry made of rare materials and put them back to their original positions. She looked at the jewelry that was finished and not finished, and prepared to choose one for herself. She had given him so much. It wouldn't be too much for her to take one. Right? Chapter 434, Memories on the Wall. But she looked through them and felt that none of them suited her. So she put them all back. Just as she was about to get up and leave the manual operation table, she found that the tabletop could be flipped open. She retracted her legs and flipped the tabletop open to see the unfinished product inside. It was a black star stone bracelet, but the 2 small lily-of-the-valley flowers at the connection had not been connected. Shin Shinfu immediately thought that since this was not finished, no matter who she originally planned to give it to, it was hers now. After all, it was just an unfinished product. She sat down happily and compared the length of the bracelet. She found that there was not much difference. She used a small space block to remove one of the longer bracelets inlaid with black star stones, and then connected the small lily of the valley flowers. And it was done. Shinfu wore it on her wrist just right. When shaking it, the lily of the valley flowers would jingle. It turned out that they were 2 small bells. It was really beautiful. She liked it very much. Even the sound. Afterwards, she went to see her bedroom. Compared to the study, it was super simple and had no atmosphere of life. It seemed that she didn't sleep late. The clothes in the cloakroom were also hanging. Shinfu saw the scarf hanging there and took one. She laughed a little while walking around. She was like a thief, looking and taking things in her mother's room. After a round, she returned to the first floor of the study and saw a familiar black notebook and a grid on the bookshelf. Those were Xinyang's daily training and life notes. In fact, since she graduated, she rarely wrote notes. There was only one notebook a year, which was very brief. Shinfu sat and read it quickly. Then she put the notebook she got from teacher Xian from her own space world to the place where it should be on the bookshelf. In this way, she felt that it finally became a complete set. She was very satisfied. While Shinfu was looking at Xinyang's room, Xiao Fei was also visiting Shinmo's room. This room is so spectacular that it would be the most eye-catching stall even if it was moved directly to the market. There is really everything. Unlike Xinyang, who has plenty of space, Shinmo's room is full of strange things. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a colorful carpet. When you look up, you will see that each lamp on the ceiling is different, with different shapes, colors and materials. There are stars, leaves, and smiley faces. They don't look like they are made in the same place. Photos and paintings are hung on almost all the walls. Some are photos of her with other people, and some are photos of her with other animals and plants. There are all kinds of strange poses. For example, in the photo in front of her, she is in front of an ancient tribe, taking a photo with a 2 or 3 meter tall domestic white lion beast. There must be something wrong, or the domestication has not been completely successful. The white lion beast bit her head, and her body was actually raised to make a yeah gesture. She is really carefree, not afraid of being eaten. For example, she was lying on her back hugging a golden pufferfish as big as a yoga ball. But she accidentally floated away on the pufferfish's back. Sometimes in the downtown area, she wore a local colorful hat with feathers, and when she shook her head, she didn't notice that she slapped a passerby. There are many such photos. But the older she gets, the fewer photos there are of problems, and the more reliable she looks. The birthday photo I saw in the necklace before is also hanging on the wall. She also took a lot of small life fragments of her brother, sister and family. Her study is also 2-story, and one of the places is empty. Xiaofei knows that the place should have been used to put travel notes, but now she hasn't finished reading it yet, and she doesn't have much time for training, so she can only read it for a few hours a day. The walls of the study are also full, but there are some more wall decorations on the walls, such as the horns of strange beasts, and her bedroom is also full of colors. But the material is relatively simple, with a quilt made of various types of cloth, which looks like she made it herself. It took her 2 hours to finish the tour. She felt that she couldn't see everything here in a short time. It was like a small museum. She was not in a hurry and prepared to go out first. But when she walked to the aisle, she suddenly saw a light blue streak on the top of the wall. She stepped back and looked up at the photo. It was a hand holding a blue apple under the street light, and behind the apple was a young man's figure, with his head down. Behind him was the light of the hotel. He couldn't see his face clearly, but he could feel the low atmosphere. Xiao Fei knew that this was Luo Heng. It was Shinmo who saw him first. So when they met for the first time, he was going to give him the blue apple and habitually recorded it. He didn't lie. This was really the scene of their first meeting. So she printed it out and hung it up later. But it should have been a long time ago, and there was not much space in other places. So she hung it on the ceiling. She didn't know what she was thinking. Anyway, she took a picture of the photo on the wall, and then walked out of the room. When she went out, Shinfu was already waiting at the door. When he saw her come out, he stood up and went downstairs with her. She soon found that there was a crisp bell sound when Shinfu walked, and she knew that it must have been taken from Xinyang's room. They also went downstairs to see their own room, which was almost the same as the room upstairs. But all the items were brand new. In fact, they didn't have time to rest here, and they would miss the training the next day. But they stayed that day and slept peacefully for a night. And they slept more securely than ever before. Recently, the training was too tiring. And the pressure in their hearts was also very high. They haven't had time to relax like this for a long time. And they inexplicably felt that as long as they stayed in this house, the wind and rain outside would not hurt them at all. The next day, the three of them prepared to return to the training planet. But this time Shinshinfu did not leave an anchor point here, because this planet was too important, and she did not want to break this rule. Moreover, she liked the anticipation on the way back. This time, they brought more food than before, and Grandma said that if they couldn't finish it, they could eat with their classmates. Shinshinfu was surprised to realize that Grandma knew they couldn't finish it. She always thought that Grandma's counting method was different from that of young people. When the three left, they waved goodbye to the grandparents and Shinyoli standing at the door, and then walked out the door together while talking. Sijing asked Shinyen, "Do you think?" "It looks like it." Shinyen replied, "It looks like it." After that, he spoke louder. "Remember to bring Shi in, and Shi back next time. Must come back." The three turned around and smiled and replied to him, "Okay." Chapter 435 Fire. After returning to the Training Star dormitory, Shinshinfu saw that the Lang family's action process had changed. Several families given by Luo Heng have been confirmed to be related to the rebels, with the location that Feiyong had investigated before. The speed was very fast, and other places were still being gradually confirmed. The places where the Luo family was located also began to be checked one by one, but they have not been found in such a short time. Shinshinfu also had a vague premonition that Luo Ji had a star beast body in his body. After all, if Luo Su, who was so young that he had not even awakened his superpowers, was parasitized, then the more powerful Luo Ji was even more so. According to Luo Heng, that adult did not often appear in the Luo family, which meant that the one in Luo Ji's body was the four-color star beast that took people as toys. Or according to the ability of color, it is a four-season star beast. Irene said that Luo Heng's attitude now is completely different from before. He cooperates with all their actions very well. There are some places that are easy to miss, and he will even give very detailed and useful suggestions, helping the Lang family to act in a completely rebellious attitude. It's like having a deep hatred with the rebels. Since a month of training has passed, there are more than 100 people who did not pass the first round of AMU Chen's maze. They will face punishment. So when they gathered in the daytime, they saw that the number of people participating in the second round was obviously not as many as before. Shinshinfu had a lot of things to do and had not met Xiao Lai for a long time. So when he greeted her smoothly, she almost didn't react. "Xiao Lai, are you okay?" Xiao Lai nodded. "I was trained by the maze. I almost didn't get out of the maze before. Fortunately, I caught up with the last day and didn't need to be punished." Cece covered her mouth and laughed. "You don't know. In addition to avoiding attacks, he also had to recite jingles to pass the level." "Haha. He actually let a stutterer recite jingles." Lu Shur hugged his arms and snorted at the side when he heard the words, as if he was still very concerned about AMU Chen throwing sheep dung eggs at him. But Shinshinfu thought this was really great. Xiao Lai was in this situation because of his childhood psychological problems. In fact, when he is completely relaxed and has no pressure, he can speak more smoothly. AMU Chen forced him to solve this problem. "That's great. Your superpowers will be released faster in the future." Xiao Lai was a little embarrassed because he was so afraid of punishment that he risked his life. So he couldn't remember anything in the past when he was in the maze. And he can now recite the 100 different types of jingles backwards. Shinshinfu was still a little curious. What is AMU Chen's punishment this time? It was afternoon when they left the planet where the Shin family was and teleported back here the day before. So she didn't know what kind of punishment those classmates received yesterday. Cece laughed. They have to shave the sheep pig beasts to use as raw materials for equipment for the soldiers in the military area later. Sheep pig beasts? Shinshinfu didn't expect that this planet actually raised sheep pigs. It was a kind of pig that was 4 meters tall, but they had long and soft hair like sheep, which was very warm. It's just that it's very difficult to control them, because they can suddenly accelerate and hit. Generally speaking, it takes at least 4 people to control a sheep pig, and if you're not careful, they'd be knocked away and hit the horizon. This statement has become a reality. And if you don't catch them, they all be carried away by the sheep pigs, and the pigs will run away. Shinshinfu felt a little sympathetic. Then, how much hair does one person need? 10 tons. Shinshinfu, ? 10 tons. Although sheep pigs are big and have a lot of hair on their bodies, That's 10 tons. Fu mourned for them for 3 seconds. While everyone was still waiting for the space to open, Zhao Chengcheng came over, looking at this person's pocket, looking at that person's clothes, as if he was looking for something. Cece asked, "What are you doing? Did you drop money?" Apart from dropping money, she really couldn't think of what else Zhao Chengcheng could be looking for now. No. Zhao Chengcheng stood up. "I'm looking for Huahua." "How could Huahua be here? Wasn't it in the room?" Fu didn't even know she brought Huahua with her. "You brought it. Why didn't you see it?" Zhao Chengcheng showed a helpless expression. The 7 flowers were guarding outside, and it was a cowardly little flower that didn't dare to go out at all, especially on the day when the 7 big flowers fought. The most mentally hurt were not them, but poor Huahua. God has mercy on me. Zhao Chengcheng searched for a long time when he returned to the room, and finally found Huahua curled up in the thermos. Those energy fluctuations scared it. But why did it suddenly disappear again? Don't Xiao Kai and the others fly to the garden early every day? It crouched for a long time, and only dared to go out after discovering this pattern. But it has become more and more courageous in the past few days, and she doesn't know where it is gone. What if it gets into trouble? What if it is caught by someone unknown? So she looked to see if it ran here. But the training will start soon, and she has no time to care about Huahua. But as she thought, Huahua was indeed caught. Su Ming grabbed the red, struggling rose and looked at the bread he was about to eat but had just stepped on, and was very surprised. What is this thing again? The little rose in Muxing Garden ran here? It's 200 or 300 kilometers away. Can this little leg run so far? The adjutant saw that the rose in its hand looked familiar. This flower is a bit like the swallowing roses that Fu fed before, which is the alien plant that needs to be fed to the alien beast. He received a report on the fight in the dormitory before. But after all, it was just a fight between a few alien plants, and they verbally criticized it and let it go. Didn't the devouring rose grow very big after feeding? How could it be so small? Perhaps Fu fed a lot of exotic beasts. After all, she threw the exotic beasts in the previous competition casually, and she stockpiled a lot more in the noisy swamp later. She should have a lot of exotic beasts. Su Ming sighed. Even if it eats exotic beasts, what use is this little thing? It looks no different from ordinary roses. But after hearing what he said, Huahua was dissatisfied. The originally fluttering little leaf pushed towards Su Ming's face, releasing a ball of blazing flames. And Su Ming, who was unable to dodge, was burned by it. When he loosened his hand, Huahua fell on the table, took the opportunity to jump down from the window, and ran away directly. At this moment, Su Ming's hair turned gray, and even his eyebrows were burned. The wind from the window blew, and he became bald. Only a little bit was left on the back of his head. The adjutant held back his laughter. "Major General." "Are you okay?" Su Ming gritted his teeth. "Do you think I'm okay?" He raised his hand to touch the dust on his head. "Go buy me some hair growth water." He was too ashamed to see anyone. Su Ming walked to the window and looked at the small red rose running wildly below. He sighed deeply. He really wanted to crush it to death. But it was a student's alien pet, so he couldn't care. No! But he really didn't expect that such a small plant had such great energy. The fire just now was completely unexpected by him. It seemed that it still had some energy left. Su Ming suddenly had an idea. Can't we plant more of this little thing? Although a small flower is nothing. What if there is a field of such roses in the military district? Who would have thought that the roses in the ground would rise from the ground and directly beat up the rebels? And such a small flower, if trained, can also do some very covert actions. Good idea. Su Ming wanted to find Fu right now, but she was still in training, and his hair hadn't grown out yet. Chapter 436 Swallowing Rose Plan. When Fu finished training at noon and was about to make a supernatural space bomb in the afternoon, she found Su Ming waiting for her with an expectant look on his face. He waved his hand with suppressed enthusiasm and asked her to come over quickly. Tu Jia squinted his eyes and looked at Su Ming in the distance, and said to Fu, "Why do I feel that he is so abnormal?" Lu Shi snorted. The last time he showed such an expression was when he wanted us to work hard to make a supernatural bomb for him. What about this time? After approaching, Su Ming immediately asked, Fu, how do you feed your swallowing rose specifically? 3 people, As expected. Fu would not deliberately conceal this aspect. because even if it is teacher Emolan, after her research is completed, it will be submitted to the knowledge network in the end, and everyone can check and learn. So when Fu explained the feeding method of the swallowing rose in detail, Su Ming was very happy. That is to say, it doesn't take 8 or 10 exotic beasts to successfully feed the devouring rose? Yes, Fu thought for a moment. My classmate has a devouring rose that was successfully fed with an exotic beast. But it's smaller, and its ability is only that of the exotic beast. The devouring rose we fed later has more comprehensive abilities. Su Ming laughed out loud. Very good. When everyone was still wondering, he spoke passionately. I'm going to feed a rose army. He has also accumulated a lot of exotic beasts for the sake of the exotic weapons. Not to mention that there were so many blazing dragons last time. As long as this report is passed, he can implement it. But devouring roses require seedlings, and we don't have many now. Then do you know the location? Fu had an ominous premonition of going into the pit again. But Su Ming knew she had a location when he saw her like this. He was not polite at all. I leave the job of digging the seedlings to you. He felt that it was not good to let her go alone. So he added, I leave it to you. In a few days, you can organize more people to go. And I give you leave. Because such large-scale development of combat power needs to be reported. He also needs to write a document and submit it. And only after obtaining permission can it be implemented. But this is not just because Su Ming is lazy. He also has his own considerations. After all, he is going to secretly arrange this rose army. If the students of the military academy go, even if they are discovered, they will only think it is some strange training. While the people from the military district will definitely be investigated thoroughly. What's more, Fu has cultivated so many devouring roses. Leading the team is absolutely foolproof. In the next few days, the military academy students are still training intensively. The amount of supernatural space bombs in Fu's space world has reached a very terrifying amount. She even needs to open a special area to temporarily store these bombs. The reason why it is temporary is that these bombs will be distributed at that time. Fu was so busy that her head was dizzy, and she would teleport out every night. Seeing that her dark circles were getting heavier, she almost played the battle song in response when she suddenly looked at Tujia that day. Finally, she saw that it was Fu, and she apologized. Oh, sorry. I thought I saw a ghost again. And the Lang family's investigation on the rebels was gradually deepening. The identities of the rebels of 20 to 30 families have been confirmed. And many of them are human rebels who do not make puppets. Compared with puppets, these people are more terrifying because they are completely human. From the inside out. If you don't find out, you will never be able to tell. And you can't confirm whether someone around you suddenly draws a sword and cuts off other people's heads one day. A few days later, Su Ming finally got permission from the top and asked Fu and others to dig flower seedlings. There were many people coming this time. In addition to the study tour team and the freedom team one, Xian and Xiu also came to help. And there were some friends who were familiar to everyone. But when they arrived at the small farmer star that Mo Lan had mentioned to her before, everyone was silent. This small farmer star was even more backward than Yukong Star where Liyuan Military Academy was located. Even in the urban area, there were few aircrafts. Fu didn't know how Mo Lan found this place. The mountain that Mo Lan mentioned was deeper in the mountainous area. There were still several small villages inside. People lived very primitively, and didn't have many high-tech products to help them with farm work. However, when they appeared here, they still attracted the attention of the villagers. Some of the brave ones saw that they were young and asked loudly, "What are you doing here?" Ji-Che smiled. "We are going to dig." Woo! He was covered by Ning Cheng's mouth. And Ning Cheng smiled and replied, "We are here to deal with those transparent plants that are easy to hurt people." Fu had already told them about the situation here before coming. The villagers suffered greatly from it. Whenever they entered the mountain, they would be pricked by those things if they were not careful. Even if they pulled them out, they would grow back very quickly. Now they heard that they were here to deal with those things. And they were very happy, and quickly pointed out the specific location to them. They wished that those things would disappear immediately. After all, even if they knew that these things could be fed with roses, they could not do it. So they were just a weed-like existence that made people worry. When they really entered the mountain, they understood why the villagers were so happy that they would come to deal with it. Almost a mountain was almost covered by the seedlings that devoured the roses. It looked crystal clear and shining. which was very beautiful. Everyone put on thorn-proof gloves, looked at each other and nodded, and started working immediately. Shinshinfu placed a follow-up space block in front of everyone. After pulling it out, they only needed to put the seedlings in it, and the seedlings would not die in a short time. This seedling is actually very easy to pull out. After all, there are only 4 rhizomes, and the grip is not strong, so everyone is very fast. Even Lucier, standing in the muddy mountain, pulled out the muddy devouring rose, and he didn't complain. His hand speed was very fast, just a little slower than Ning Chung. After all, Ning Chung was a good worker, and there was no job he couldn't do well. His hand speed was like an old villager who had worked here all his life, and he even had a white towel on his neck to wipe his sweat from time to time. They had to pull out a lot of them, because they were going to transplant them to Mu Xian Garden, and she still had several mountains to use. But when they were pulling, Zuoyu, who was of the earth element, looked very embarrassed, because he felt that he should be able to use the earth element ability to push the seedlings out, so that he could pick them up directly. But because everyone had been so agile after training recently, he wondered if the seedlings had to be pulled out by hand. Not to mention that those smart 3s didn't say anything. There must be rules he didn't know. Zuoyu suppressed his little thoughts and followed them to pull out the seedlings. After pulling for 5 hours, when no one could straighten their backs, Xiao Fei suddenly said something. I seem to have forgotten something. Do you remember? Ji Che was so tired that he looked unrecognizable. What did you forget? She spoke under pressure, activated the divine word and said a word, rise. In an instant, all the swallowing rose seedlings on the mountaintop flew out of the soil on their own and floated in the air. Everyone collapsed to the ground. Why didn't you say it earlier? Isn't the mouth of the divine word used to speak? Chapter 437 Lots of Roses. Zuoyu was shocked to realize that they had all forgotten that supernatural powers could be used for farm work. When he wanted to quietly reduce his presence, Shiyu called him out. I remember Zuoyu as an earth element. Right? You forgot it too? After all, the divine word technique has nothing to do with the soil, so it's normal to forget it. But he is a native earth element supernatural, so he can't forget that he has that ability. He smiled uglier than crying. Do you believe me if I say I forgot it? Shiyu stood up with his hands on his waist. What do you think? So you could only tell the truth. I saw you guys pulling so excitedly, and I thought that the seedlings had to be pulled by hand. Xian came down from above. Fortunately, you didn't say that you thought we'd just like to do this job. Otherwise, he might not be able to help but throw a few fireballs at him. Zuoyu trembled, because he almost said this reason just now. This farm work experience. Everyone returned with a full load. Even most people who had never worked felt the weight of an autumn harvest. This is more tiring than ordinary training. Since they originally arrived above the planet on the military district starship, Shinshinfu couldn't just teleport everyone, so he decided to return the same way. But when they were about to leave, the villagers found that the swallowing rose seedlings on the mountain disappeared completely. And they were very happy, and even gave them food to thank them. When Shinshinfu was holding a basket of eggs, she looked at Ning Chung, and he instantly understood what she meant and nodded to her, meaning, these eggs will be made delicious by him. Shinshinfu smiled with satisfaction. Then, Tu Jia, who was holding sweet potatoes, Lu Shi, who was carrying a big pumpkin, and Ji Che, who was squatting with a chicken in his arms, all cast their eyes on Ning Chung, until Ning Chung nodded in agreement one by one. Everyone also showed a satisfied smile like Shinshinfu. Xiao Hua didn't quite understand and asked, why does Ning Chung nod to everyone? Is it because his neck was twisted on the mountain just now? Nai told her that it was because Ning Cheng's cooking was very delicious. Xiao Hua immediately clamored for a free meal, and Xia Shu next to her mercilessly complained that she was a pig-like expert in free meals. Amid their noise, Shinshinfu looked around and found that the road out of the mountain here was very tortuous and difficult to walk, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to get out. She asked everyone to wait, and after teleporting out quickly, she came back quickly, and then teleported everyone to the location where the military airship was parked, and took the airship back to the starship. After they left, a middle-aged man who was carrying a shoulder pole and buying things from outside found that the road back to the village had become wider and smoother, and was compacted and paved with natural stone slabs. The rocks that were easy to hit the head were also neatly trimmed to a height that people would not hit. It seemed that these rocks were cut and paved on the dirt road, and those rocks that are high and easy to slip and need to be climbed with ropes, have been cut into neat stairs. And even the corners are curved. So you can just walk directly. He rubbed his eyes, and thought he had gone to the wrong place. But he was very familiar with the mountains and scenery around him. And it took him a long time to accept that this was really the way back to the village. After returning, he told the villagers about this news. And they all rushed over to see that the road out of the mountain was really like a miracle. I don't know when it was upgraded to its current appearance. The villagers quickly thought of the people who came to the mountain to weed today. And reacted. It must be them. They also helped us repair the road. It takes a lot of effort for ordinary people to repair this kind of road. But for high-level superpowers, it is very simple. To be honest, Shinshinfu has made too many superpower bombs recently, and almost forgot that his superpower can also do such convenient things. During this period, I always feel like a thug, constantly rubbing bombs and bombs. That day she dreamed of setting up a stall on the road and selling. Do you want bombs? Come and see the cheap and good quality bombs. It was enough. After returning to the training planet, Su Ming was already waiting for them. Seeing Shinshinfu, he quickly stepped forward and said, "How is it? Did you get it back?" The others immediately dragged their feet and prepared to go back to the dormitory. Su Ming asked, "Hey, are you leaving now? I was thinking that you should plant the seedlings in the garden." In the past few days, Mu Xian had led people to clear a mountain, which could be used to plant these devouring rose seedlings. As a result, everyone pointed at Zuiyu, and then pointed at Xiao Fei, meaning, these two are enough. Zuiyu and Xiao Fei nodded immediately. "We can do it. We can." Su Ming still didn't believe it. "Just the two of you? Can you plant so many?" He had seen the photos sent by Shinshinfu. Didn't they pull out so many seedlings for several hours? But soon, he found that these two really could do it. Shinshinfu put the seedlings in the space block and floated them in the air, while Zuiyu used his supernatural power to turn over all the soil. When Shinshinfu said to release them, Xiao Fei immediately used the divine word to save the seeds. The seedlings fell into the small pits in rows and in an orderly manner. Zuiyu then filled the soil, and Xiao Fei then arranged for the next appropriate amount of rain. The whole process took less than 10 minutes, which was quick and convenient. Mu Xian wanted to applaud them. "Next time you can come to help the teacher more. Aren't these the chosen farmers?" The 7 swallowing roses that were originally helping in Mu Xian garden felt the breath of many of their kind, and they were stunned when they flew over with their leaves flapping. Even Lu Bingbing and Ajin found it incredible and almost fell from the sky. Xiao Fei told them that they would have many of their kind in the future. And Xiao Kai was so happy that she flew around in the sky and knocked out several birds. After that, Su Ming began his own plan to cultivate the army of swallowing roses. First, it was divided into 3 levels. At the 3rd level, only 1 exotic beast is fed, and each exotic beast has an officer as its master, which can reduce the personality differences, make it more unified, and make it easier to manage. At the 2nd level, 3 exotic beasts are fed, and the masters are also determined in batches, with 100 plants per person. At the 1st level, 5 exotic beasts are fed to manage these devouring roses, and they will also be the strongest among these rose armies. It is too extravagant to feed more than 10 of them at a high level like Shinshinfu, and to eat the flowers of multiple exotic beasts. They also need to choose the right abilities. They must have basic attack, defense, and healing abilities, and other abilities can be matched differently. Su Ming thought about these for 2 or 3 nights before he could match them. In the end, he was so tired that his eyes were straight, and he could only get the flower seedlings and start cultivating. 5 days later, Su Ming successfully completed the first round of cultivation of the army he had envisioned. That was 5,000 devouring roses, 3,000 at level 3, 1,500 at level 2, and 500 at level 1, almost using up all the existing exotic beasts in his 33rd military region. So he spent the next whole day outside fighting those dangerous beasts. The more dangerous they were, the more he liked them, which meant that their roses were stronger. Xiao Kai and Ao Tian were busy. They were different from the other flowers. They liked to play with these small flowers. They even started to train the flowers like a teacher. Seeing this, Ji Che advised Lan Ying, "Isn't this what you should do? Go quickly. In the future, take care of those flowers. Don't catch him getting up at a certain time." He was just talking, but he didn't expect Lan Ying to really agree. From then on, he followed Xiao Kai and the others to train those flowers and ignored him. In this way, Ji-che was lonely. Lanning went out early and came back late every day, and rarely met him, so that he was so sad that day that he covered his quilt and shouted, "Lanning, I misjudged you. I thought I was the most important person to you. Woo woo." But Lanning didn't know these. He came back late and rested in the lounge. Chapter 438. Long time no see. Unlike Ji-che, Xiao Fei didn't have those thoughts at all. When Xiao Kai wasn't around, she just quietly read the travel notes. In the past half-month, she had read the content when Shinemo was 18 years old. After she grew up, she was not as lively as before, but she was relatively lively. She knew that her sister had entered the military area, so she rarely disturbed her and told her about her life. However, she always mentioned a friend after reading it continuously. Every time, she prepared very precious things for her, or told her where there were very interesting things to see, because many times the beginning was, "He told me that there was a..." Xiao Fei had a hunch that this person was Luo Heng. Xiao Fei originally thought that Luo Heng would ask her to do something or ask her some questions because of her current identity. However, none of them happened. He tried his best to analyze the location and behavior of the rebels, and even told them the pattern of the Luo family making puppets in recent decades. He said that the planet with the most puppets was Papant Star, when the star beast was in his father's body before. The most star beast condensate was transported there. Shin Chenfu confirmed this when she heard it. However, Shin Chenfu asked Xiao Fei if she had to know the truth of the year, because she vaguely thought that Luo Heng didn't say it, perhaps to prevent her from falling into hatred, just like her when she knew all the truth. At that time, the world had an unrealistic sense of nothingness for her, and she was completely overwhelmed by anger. The things she liked before could not make her happy, and it took a long time to recover. But Xiao Fei nodded and said, "I want to know everything, because those are what I should know. Even if there is hatred and sadness, it should be borne by me. I can't accept a person living in confusion. Such happiness is built on falsehood." But she won't force Luo Heng. He has his considerations, and she has her choices. Such an answer was also expected by Shin Chenfu. At that time, she only wanted an answer, even if the answer would hurt her. So she understood. So she was more eager to find an S-level memory recalling superpower. But from the first rest day to the third rest day, a month had passed, and there was no news at all. On the third rest day, Shin Chenfu received a message from Boss Jean, whom she had not contacted for a long time. He was almost begging, "Miss Shin, you haven't come for a long time. Just give me some money. Isn't it okay?" Shin Chenfu finally replied with a good, because that was Boss Jean who helped her at the beginning. Although it was also a transaction, he helped her to reach it. And now thinking about it, she didn't know the price at all at the beginning, and he didn't choose to cheat her. He was really a person with a bottom line. Now it's just to trade some exotic beasts. She will agree. What's more, a batch of new blazing dragons have been imported recently. Shin Chenfu returned to the vicinity of the underground trading city of the capital star, and walked into the building with ease. The old man who was guarding the door didn't even doze off when he saw her coming. He actually led her to the elevator entrance and pressed the elevator for her. The head of the Lang family, Shin Chenfu, was a little flattered. He was the old man who was guarding the door. Who could call him? Every time he came before, he would just yawn and glance at her, and point his finger inside casually. Now he actually pressed the elevator button for her personally. She didn't know why until the old man asked her for an autograph, because this was her 60-year-old fan. When she went down, Boss Jean was waiting for her at the elevator entrance on the -18th floor. He smiled so hard that his eyes could not be seen. "Miss Shin, you are here. Well, there are new goods this time." Boss Jean saw the blazing fire dragon in the space block. There were faint golden patterns on the red scales. He knew it was a good product at a glance. He finally bought 5 of them, one of which was for collection. Shin Chenfu didn't see a yi, so he looked at it twice more. Boss Jean knew who she was looking for at a glance, and explained, "I have stopped collecting debts recently, and has become a bounty hunter. He is very capable, and can earn much more than before. But I don't know what happened recently. He often says that he has something to do, and can't come. This is of course." She remembered that I was an S-level shadow-type psychic. Before, he lived in poverty because of his sister's illness and his young age. Now his sister has been cured, and as long as he works hard, He will definitely live a good life. After the transaction, Shin Fu was ready to return to the training star, but suddenly thought of the psychic he had been looking for so long and couldn't find. So he asked Boss Jean, "Do you have a psychic with the ability to recall images?" "Recalling images? What is that?" "Hey, now that you mention it, it seems that there is a local tyrant who is also looking for this recently." The local tyrant explained, "It is the ability to reproduce past images based on old objects. It is very rare." Boss Jean shook his head. "No, but I can help you find it. Since we are friends, I won't charge you for helping you find someone." Shin Fu smiled and accepted it happily. "Okay, I send you something good when the time comes." She is no longer the girl who just came out of the ruins. She knows that the exchanges between people are not just based on transactions and calculations. She just came out of the building and saw a boy rushing over. Miss Shin, who hadn't seen him for a long time, called her. "I now looks much better than when he first met him. And he has the vigor of a teenager. Long time no see." "Long time no see. Miss Shin, I just heard that you are here. But I changed my residence, so it's farther than before. And it takes some time." With the help of Shin Fu before, he not only cured his sister's illness, but also understood the value of strange beasts to become a bounty hunter. Now he even has the spare money to buy a new house and take his sister Alan away from the slums. Shin Fu was in a good mood when he saw that the people who helped him were living well. But she said to "You don't need to be the middleman between me and Boss Jean anymore. I can contact him myself in the future. Thank you for this period of time." I understood what she meant. But in his heart, Shin Fu was his benefactor. Just imagine. Who would transfer 20 million to a person to treat his sister's illness just because he led her to the place she was going? I'm afraid there will never be such a person in this world again. But in fact, if Shin Fu heard his voice, he might tell him that there was a way to go to Kata to find Ji Che. He would transfer money to you while crying and ask you if it was enough. So I just said, "Miss Shin saved my sister's life. You can still find me for anything in the future." Shin Fu raised his lips. "Okay. If your work is not going well, you can also contact me." Then he waved and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Ice-Light Brain flashed, and the taskbar received an announcement from Boss Jean to find an S-level superpower named Ying Husu, which also had a description of the superpower skills. Seeing Shin Fu leaving, I chased after her and asked, "Miss Shin, is the person that Boss Jean is looking for the same as you are looking for?" After all, she had looked for a healing person before. Shin Fu stopped and said, "Yes, I have something important to know. But I have been looking for a while, and there is no news at all." I thought about it, and told her in her somewhat worried eyes, "I may know such a superpower. Do you know? Who is it? I can hire you at any price." I shook his head. "I don't need your money. But I am not sure if it is this superpower, because she has just awakened." In Shin Fu's stunned eyes, he said, "It's my sister, Alan." Chapter 439, The First Lawn in the Anti-Black Camp. Alan? Shin Fu recalled the scene when he saw her when he went to the slums. She was ill at that time, pale and thin, with a gloomy atmosphere that was unique to the torture of illness. Who would have thought that she might have awakened the memory of the shadow recollection now? I nodded. Alan is nearly 2 years younger than Xiafei. In fact, her mental power was not weak at the beginning, but she just got sick. Their family was not as poor as it is now. They still had business and assets. It was just that they heard that several generations ago, a rival family acted unscrupulously and hit their industry hard, causing the entire family to go bankrupt. After that, they were also targeted and had to move to several planets to survive. But when the luck is bad, everything will go wrong. The children born in their family later were of low level, and they never got up again. They were down and out until only he and Alan were left to depend on each other in the slums. Unexpectedly, when it came to them, both of them had S-level mental power. Alan just awakened after his birthday not long ago, but he didn't make it public because neither he nor Alan knew what the superpower was. She took an old cup and injected the superpower into it. A circular light pattern appeared above the cup, and then it was like smoke floating out, and an image unfolded, as if there was a camera shooting. The content displayed was the scene of this cup being made in a factory not long ago, with many machines running, and staff inspecting the factory, etc. He went to ask the doctors who were doing the tests at the clinic. But he didn't know whether the person he asked didn't understand or was too lazy to pay attention to him. So he just waved his hand and said he had never heard of it. He searched the internet, but there was very little information. Alan's body has been well recently, and he is still thinking about finding a school for her after finding out what her skills are. In today's society, it is difficult to move forward without knowledge. If she doesn't study, she may be beaten by a plant if she accidentally steps on any superpower in the wild. But she just awakened, and her superpowers are unstable. So he has been observing her at home recently. The reason why he didn't go to the hospital was because he received a rumor that day that a big shot was looking for a supernatural person who could trace back the image of an object. As long as he could provide information, he would be paid 30 million. And more would be given if he found it. He thought it was too unreliable at the time. First of all, it was not known whether it was a scam or not. Even if it was true, it was unknown what the big shots were investigating. If Alan got involved and saw other people's secrets, it would be hard to say whether she could survive. They were not so short of money now. So he protected Alan instead and prevented others from discovering her ability. But if it was Shin Fu who wanted to find her, that would be another matter. When Shin Fu heard him say that the big shot's offer was too high and too unreliable, she fell silent. Recently, the Lang family had asked her to approve too many activities, and each one was a huge sum of money. So when it came to finding a supernatural person, she forgot to think that others might be afraid. The offer was so high that it made others think it was a scam. She thought it was a bit humorous. But after finally getting the news, she still asked anxiously, "Can I meet her? This matter is very important to my family." I was stunned, thinking that she was still an orphan when she helped her get an ID card. "Have you found your home?" Shin Fu nodded. Yes. She still trusted I very much. So she didn't hide it. I want to find out what happened before my aunt passed away. So I need to find a supernatural person who can recall memories. She added 2 more sentences. I will definitely not harm Alan, because she saw what happened at that time. You can rest assured about this. I smiled. What are you talking about? Of course, I won't compare you with those people, Shin Fu said helplessly. Because the message you saw about finding someone privately was also sent by me. Suddenly it makes sense. It was very reasonable for Shin Fu to do this. If you are not busy today, I can take you to see Alan at home now. She will be very happy to see you. Alan knew before that Shin Fu came to her brother like a god who came from the sky to save her life. She gave him money to save her life and left her nutrient solution to drink. Later, when her brother bought her a light computer, she lay on the bed to watch the league. At that time, she found that Shin Fu from the Galaxy Military Academy seemed to be her sister who had come to her house before. After asking her brother, she found out that it was her. People who have never chased idols. Seeing such a kind and powerful Shin Fu who saved her life and was also the top space-based superpower. Can't think of any other idols worth worshipping in this life. From then on, Alan was a die-hard fan of Shin Fu, a full-level player of Fuji Mushroom, and the first person to fight against Black on the entire network. At that time, she also had a record of quarreling with by watching fans online all night, and finally ended with the other party's failure. Although she is small, speaks softly, and looks quiet and well-behaved. If anyone says something bad about Shin Fu, she, Alan, will instantly turn evil and her fighting power will increase dramatically. So when I brought Shin Fu to her house, she immediately slammed the door shut, rubbed her eyes, pinched herself, took 3 deep breaths, and then opened it again. Shin Fu was still there. Brother. Alan looked at I. My ability is really problematic. Why don't we go to the hospital? I feel more seriously ill than before. What's wrong? I walked forward worriedly and supported her body as she hid back. I'm hallucinating. I actually saw Sister Shin. Shin Fu came to their new home for the first time. So a blue light flashed in her hand, holding a box of premium nutrient solution, fruit flavor mix pack, and a big rabbit doll, and said to Alan, Alan, long time no see. Congratulations on your recovery and awakening of superpowers. She stuffed the rabbit doll into Alan's arms. Alan held the doll in her hand in a daze. And then she realized that the person in front of her was actually Shin Fu. She came to her house like this? She even gave her a gift and congratulated her. She suddenly felt a sour nose, turned around and threw herself on the bed, covered her head and cried, leaving the two at a loss. 10 minutes later, Alan calmed down and walked into the living room. Seeing Shinshinfu still sitting on the sofa, she whispered hello, and then shyly moved to the seat next to her brother. She didn't dare to get too close to the idol, but couldn't help but stick her head out to look at her. Shinshinfu said to her, "Alan, I may need your help with something." Alan was shocked when she heard this, and did not even ask what it was, and immediately replied, "Help." No matter what she wanted to do, she would help her. Shinshinfu could not help laughing, and explained the situation to her seriously, hoping that she could cooperate with the test to see if she was a memory-recalling supernatural person. Alan nodded vigorously, and her actions were completely different from her weak appearance. She stood up and said, "Shall we leave now?" Chapter 440 Rose War. Shinshinfu took I and Alan to the laboratory. In this way, they could not remember any route. After all, they did not take any route at all, and went directly underground, and the positioning of the equipment in the laboratory was invalid. The two siblings flashed before their eyes, and arrived at a laboratory that looked very expensive and sophisticated. Others were very accustomed to Shinshinfu's arrival, and even if they were in a hurry and did not say hello, they would still make way when they saw her. I suddenly had a question in her mind. Whose territory was this? She took Alan to a testing room, and immediately someone came to ask Shinshinfu's specific requirements, and began to check all the conditions of Alan's body, while I and she were waiting on the side. Someone brought tea, which made him doubt Shinshinfu's identity, because she looked like she had a very high level here. The two watched Alan inside through the isolation board and tried various things. The inspector gave her many old-looking items, and she injected superpowers, and soon scenes appeared in the air. Basically, here, Shinshinfu can confirm that she is really a memory-recalling superpower. It's just that, if you just awaken, you may not be able to trace back to the scenes from so early. The fact is as she thought. The tester told her that Alan's ability has just awakened for less than half a month, and she is not proficient in it. There are also very few records of this skill, so she can only try it by herself. At most, they will arrange personnel to analyze her daily data and adjust her body. She can only trace back to the scenes 9 years ago at most. The items just given to her are all the items that the tester has used for many years. When Shinshinfu decided to find someone with this ability, they were already prepared and ready to test at any time. In summary, Alan still needs some time to train. But if he trains, Alan has to do it at Lang's house, which is the fastest, and he also has to be protected. But in Shinshinfu's view, this is also a limitation. So she hesitated. Alan also understood it on the side, and said to Shinshinfu and I am willing to train here. It's great to be able to help Sister Shin and make progress. She knew that it might be very difficult to trace back to the images of 14.5 years ago, but she really wanted to repay her, do her best and go all out. I had no objection. Even if he felt that Shinshinfu's identity was not simple, he would not ask more questions. Instead, he advised her, just fulfill Alan's little wish to get closer to her idol. Shinshinfu's heart softened. Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, don't talk about money. Alan also echoed, yes. Sister Shin has given us a lot of money. But if she doesn't give money, what else can she give? She only has some now. Suddenly, she remembered the swallowing roses that had been pulled all over the mountain recently. She raised her hand, and after a blue light flashed, a pot of swallowing rose seedlings appeared. Shinshinfu said to Alan, in that case, I give you a potted plant. That's okay. The two siblings didn't know what this was, and even if Alan knew the surrounding information of the Freedom 1 team, she couldn't tell that this was Xiao Kai's predecessor. So she nodded in confusion. This is okay. When she was about to take it, Shinshinfu's hand sank down, and she was pricked by the thorns. Then, before she could react, Shinshinfu took the seedling back and said, I give it to you when I grow it better. In this way, Alan settled down in the laboratory. But her route would not overlap with Luo Heng's at all. She lived in another area, and someone took care of her diet and made training plans. It was only noon when she sent I home and returned to the training planet. She told Xiufei the news, but Xiufei didn't seem very excited. After all, they were looking for a heavy answer. Shinshinfu didn't have much time to rest. He ate a little at noon and was ready to rub bombs again. Su Ming was not afraid of her being exhausted. In short, he thought of her too often recently, and he felt that he was very familiar with her. He said that a friend's sister was also his sister. But he came to the conclusion that he asked her to help him. His brother, Shinfu, always didn't know how to refuse people who were too enthusiastic. So he went out to help him fight monsters several times. She didn't know how Su Ming became friends with Shinjoli, and thought that maybe they complemented each other. Just when she was about to make the bomb, she ran into Su Ming, who was in a hurry. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. But Shinfu just wanted to run. During this time, she fully understood why Lu Shi wanted to stay away from the military area so much and kept shouting that he wanted to be the owner of an ice cream shop. It was tiring. Really too tiring. However, Su Ming did not come to her this time to do a job, but asked her with a little secret feeling of showing off. Do you want to see my rose army? Seeing that he looked more expectant than her, the invited guest, Shinfu was really a little curious. So she agreed to go and see. After arriving at the destination, Shinfu looked at the large, shining signboard of the Rose Commando in front of her, and said to Su Ming, "You are exaggerating a bit. Didn't they agree to be low-key and keep it secret? Is his secrecy so ostentatious? If the ants passing by knew how to read, they would also want to go in and take a look." Su Ming looked her up and down with a look of "What do you know? You are still young. You don't understand how dazzling they are." Shinfu understood after entering. It was really dazzling. Those were 5,000 roses fighting in a group battle. Who has seen it? And they were very organized, looking like people, managed by more advanced roses. And each flower of different colors had different skills. Su Ming pointed to the red rose, with a golden sheen, that was spitting fire. Those that ate the blazing dragon. He then pointed to the white rose with colorful light. Those that ate the holy light deer have the ability to heal. He pointed them out to her one by one, and with the explosion of various energies, Shinfu felt that she was watching a miniature battle, and the attacks were no more virtual than the real battlefield. They were all real explosions. But when she saw Xiao Kai, Aotian and Laning on the 3 earth slopes, she suspected that she had seen it wrong. She didn't know when they came. They looked like 3 earth kings, commanding the soldiers to attack each other and grab the flag. They came to help themselves, Su Ming explained. Shinfu shook his head. No, Laning is fine. Xiao Kai and Aotian, they must be here to play, because they were waving their own flags with all their might, telling their soldiers to defeat the other side. Shinfu even saw the feeling of gritting their teeth. It seems that the 2 flowers are still silently keeping a record of the last fight. How is it? Isn't it awesome? Shinfu applauded Su Ming sincerely. Major General Su, you are really awesome this time. Hey, you are awesome this time too. That being said, Su Ming's nose was actually about to go up to the sky. While the 2 were watching the flowers fighting, Shinfu could hear Su Ming's screams and cheers from time to time. It seemed that because there were not many people here, he didn't pretend to be serious at all, and was very happy. It was also at this time that Shinfu understood why there was a word Ming in his name. He was really noisy, and it felt that he was not much worse than the screaming chicken beast. After careful consideration, Shinfu asked him, Major General Su, how did you become friends with my eldest brother? Chapter 441 Shin is rude. Su Ming didn't think much about it. His eyes were still fixed on the battlefield that was constantly bombing in front of him. And he replied casually, We used to be in the same dormitory. And you should know Su Lang. I think your mecha has his feeling. He didn't have time to watch any post-match interviews. It was just that when he saw them using mechas in the Black Phoenix nest, he recognized Su Lang's style. It's just that the style has changed. There are some things he can't do. So Su Ming thinks it may be a team assignment. Shinfu was curious. Aren't you from the Department of Superpowers? Mr. Su should be from the Department of Mechas. No. He majored in the Department of Superpowers, and took the elective Mecha Master to become what he is now. We used to go out to help him find materials. Teachers from both departments fought for him, and almost fought. But Su Ming realized what she meant by asking just now. Do you think Shinjoli has a good character, and shouldn't play with me? Shinfu didn't say anything, looking at him to agree. Then you are totally wrong. Su Ming looked at her with an expression of you fool. You have been deceived and told her a shocking fact. Originally, we were the ones who pulled Shinjoli to fight with others. Even if we dragged him, he would jump up and kick people. Compared with him, I am considered introverted. Shinfu, ? Will he fight with others? Jump up and kick? Then she thought again. Su Ming is introverted? He was obviously speaking human language. Why did she suddenly not understand? It really doesn't look like it. Shinyoli, a practitioner of the dream of protecting the stars, looked so serious and mature in every move. How could he be such a thorn? Shinshinfu couldn't make the connection at all. But when he said that, she suddenly remembered that Shinyoli threw Shinyoshing off the broken part of the spacecraft in the 6th military region. It seemed that he was indeed a little crazy. Suming sighed. At that time, the teacher didn't dare to delay him if he went to class. He would say something to anyone he was upset with. But no one could beat him. We were all just over 12 years old at that time. And it hadn't been long since we awakened our superpowers. He was the best at fighting. And it looked like he had been practicing for a lifetime. I have never seen such a person in my life. Later, I heard him say that he was more like his mother. I thought at the time that his mother was too crazy. Oh, you don't know? There was a teacher who treated poor students and rich students differently. But it was not so obvious. Before everyone reacted, he dared to challenge the teacher directly. It was a fight to the death. He wanted to beat the teacher to death. But because of his notoriety and his identity as a student, the teacher didn't dare to accept it. Shinshinfu didn't even know that the challenge system of the school dual field could actually choose the teacher. Then Su Ming kept exposing Shinyoli's shortcomings, which made Shinshinfu stunned. Whatever. Shinyoli was the most undisciplined and troublemaker in the entire supernatural department at that time. It seemed that he was suppressed at home. Not only did he skip classes, but his temper was also not very good. He went to the classes he wanted to go to, and didn't go to the classes he didn't want to go to. Although he almost always got full marks in the exams, he often got very low marks in his daily life. Those teachers loved and hated him. There were many things he didn't like. He would fight with others when he was unhappy, although he had legitimate reasons. It seemed that he was bullying others unilaterally when he started fighting. So he wrote a lot of self-criticisms. At this point, he lamented, I helped him write 30,000 to 40,000 words at that time. She knew about self-criticisms, 3,000 words each time. And Su Ming helped him write more than 10 times? He provoked many troublemakers like him outside. And the door of their dormitory was smashed every now and then, and was finally replaced by a special explosion-proof door by Shinyoli. He also tricked Su Lang into making a dormitory defense system, laying traps around, and detecting unidentified people who broke in by force and firing cannons. It was simply lawless, and was finally forcibly demolished by the school. In short, those years, Su Ming felt terrified when he thought about it. He looked at Shinshinfu with a weathered look. So, they all said that I was his old mother, cleaning up the mess all day long. I said you should change your name to Shinwuli. Shinshinfu felt a little sorry. It turned out that she was wrong. They complement each other. But it was not mainly Shinyoli who complimented Su Ming, but Su Ming who complimented Shinyoli. However, as he spoke, his eyes sank. But later, he suddenly changed. That year Shinyoli was 16, and his younger brother Shinyoshing was only 8 years old. But at that time, they didn't know what happened specifically. They only knew that Shinyoli went back to attend a funeral. A few days later, when he came back, he locked himself in the room and slept for 2 days. After that, when he opened the door again, he became the current Shinyoli. I still remember that day when he opened the door. He actually said good morning to me, and asked me if I wanted to go to the cultural class together, which was his most hated class. And he never went before. But that day when he asked him to go to class, he was very calm all day, and some things that would make him angry usually did not make him react at all. So Su Ming, who had been trembling with fear all day, couldn't help but sprinkle a bag of salt on him at night. He thought Shinyoli was possessed by a ghost. But even though he was covered in salt, he was not angry, but asked him calmly, What are you doing? I bought this salt to cook. Su Ming was shocked. He was actually going to cook for himself? He immediately attacked. You demon. Get off him quickly. What was creepy was that Shinyoli just looked at him and smiled helplessly. Even more scary. In the end, this confrontation was interrupted by Su Lang, who came back. And it took a long time to make him believe that Shinyoli was still himself. It turned out that he lost his parents in a battle against the star beasts. His grandparents' last child also died. The family was desolate and cold, lifeless and without any vitality. He said that he still had a younger brother after all, and he couldn't do whatever he wanted like before, relying on someone's support. Now he was the head of his family, so he would make himself more stable. He would become more like a father. Su Ming sighed. You don't know. I cried that day. He coughed twice at this point. It made me feel bad. Anyway, since then, he has never been as crazy as before. Boom, a loud bang exploded in the field. And in the end, the Blue Shadow team won the final victory. Because Xiao Kai and Ao Tian bit each other. And it took the opportunity to grab the flags of both sides. The little flowers cheered, as if they had won a real victory. Su Ming looked at their happy faces and said, So we must solve the problem of the star beasts. Their original appearance is troublesome enough. And I didn't expect that they would even want to destroy or replace humans. Shin Shinfu nodded. We will do it. Hearing Shin Shinfu words, Su Ming, who was rarely serious, smiled again. Hey, there will be a strange beast tomorrow. Can you come with us to fight it? Shin Shinfu, Okay. Although their personalities are completely different. They are both first class at commanding people. Chapter 442 Before the action. Time passed in the sweat of everyone's hard training. The weather on the training planet in October was getting cooler. And the fresh air could make people's thoughts clearer. More than 2 months, short or long, can also happen a lot. For example, they found hundreds of rebel families and tens of millions of puppets except for Pap and Star. One of the most important things was that they finally found the hiding place of Luo Ji of the Luo family. Hide Star. In fact, their location was found as early as September. But because they were not fully prepared, they did not act rashly. They just set people to observe their behavior of constantly making puppets in a very covert manner. The observers did not stop them. So they let the number of their puppets increase and just reported the data. Until the middle of October. The Luo Ji elimination operation scheduled to start on October 15th was only 2 days away. However, the action on Hide Star was up and down because she had to attend a banquet that day. The head of the Song family has been decided. The winner is the eldest daughter Song Ke. And her brother fled in a hurry and went to a very border location. It is said that Song Ke intends to kill them all. She is going to hold a banquet to celebrate her becoming the head of the family. As the head of the Lang family, Shin Shinfu is naturally invited. But she is also invited as Shin Shinfu. This time, she will go. She is sitting on the ground at this moment, eating a piece of bread because she is hungry. She returned to the capital Star at the end of August last year. It has been more than a year now. Her stomach disease has been cured long ago. And she is no longer as thin as before. She has gained 48 kilograms. Although she is still thin, it is a relatively healthy value. Because she eats when she is hungry. Even at this time, she eats while sitting on the training ground. There are many people watching her eat. In such a cool weather. Although she can't stop her from sweating all over because of the fight with everyone just now. She is the only one who still has the energy to eat bread. There are still many people lying on the ground. All exhausted. Since she and Lu Shi broke through the 80th level of the domain. There is one more link in life. That is, to become a training assistant for others, and to become more familiar with their own domain. Lin Xian, Yu Jianya and Mu Tua, 3 brothers in distress, lay together, with wounds all over their bodies. Yu Jianya sighed. I didn't expect that the 3S domain can also increase mental power. I'm really envious. I want to be a 3S in my next life. Mu Tua rolled his eyes at him. Do you think that if you lie on the ground and look at the sky, God will really make it happen for you? Lin Xian smiled. It's true. Didn't he send the supernatural space bomb yesterday? Yu Jianya was happy again when he thought of this. Because he sent them all supernatural space bombs yesterday. It was simply everything they needed. He also privately asked Shin Shinfu for 10 kaleidoscopes, 10 Lu Shi's judgment runes, and took his battle song. If this goes out, who dares to say that he is not at the level of 3S? It's even more comprehensive than the average 3S. But there is no domain. While they were chatting, Shin Shinfu finished his bread and came over to ask, Are you still practicing? Practice. Practice. Why not? They quickly got up and just as they were about to start, they heard the melodious music from the sky. They looked up and saw hundreds of blue areas of 100 meters in size appearing in the sky, rotating in the air. And the energy slowly spread out. Shin Shinfu and Lu Shi from another training ground knew at a glance that Tu Jia had just upgraded to the 80th floor. She finally succeeded. Tu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. She had been stuck on the 79th floor longer than Shin Shinfu and Lu Shi. So she was a little anxious during this period. But the more anxious she was, the harder it was to break through. Until Shinshinfu took her back to the Blue Sea Star a few days ago. She didn't know what Shinshinfu was thinking at the time. But Shinshinfu took her to stand on the waves of the sea, and said in the deep blue, "Tujia, don't worry. Your ability is as vast as the sea. Even if you are a little slower, it doesn't matter. You are already the best among the sons of the sea. She is unique in that she is about to reach the 80th level of the Son of the Sea before she is 18 years old. She is faster than she and back then." Suddenly she felt relieved. Why should she compete with her and lose her? They are not opponents. She is just a little slower. No one will look down on her for this. She was too anxious. So after she figured it out, her training became smoother. She understood that only by focusing on herself can she make real progress. And she did it. Suddenly a bunch of fireworks were launched from the training ground with a bang. The daytime fireworks were not very obvious, but Tujia liked it very much. From that angle, it was Shinshinfu's position. I really don't know how many things she put in her space world. Is the money from her Lang family enough to fill her space? Why is there even fireworks? It's not like she hibernates. She has to go back and pack things every week. If Shinshinfu knew what she was thinking, he would definitely reply, "It's better to be prepared. After all, everything looks very useful. The things she has accumulated now are enough for her to go to the end of the world. She has everything." She even bought 10 big watermelons cultivated by the botanical department of the Galaxy Military Academy. She even bought a lot of gardenias from Li Jizi. She likes the smell of gardenias. So she wants to use those gardenias that can be preserved for a long time to fumigate the space world with a fragrant smell. But maybe Li Jizi is rich now. So her flowers are reduced to 2 yuan a flower, which is really cost effective. When Li Yu smelled the fragrance on her body, she didn't buy it herself, but took 1/3 of it from her, saying that it smelled good in the dormitory, and then left happily. Now Li Yu's life has a new rule of don't spend money if you can. And the Miss Li who spends money casually has grown to another extreme. Some time ago, Su Ming's first batch of Rose Commandos were all sent out. Later, he stockpiled some exotic beasts and cultivated another batch. Still 5,000 flowers. And sent them out again. No one knows where they went. On the other hand, Xiao Fei spends some time reading the travel notes every day. She sees the traces of Shinemo growing up. But Luo Heng has never contacted her. Not even once. When he saw her in the laboratory that day, he couldn't help but get excited. But now, he has not disturbed her original life once. It's like, knowing that she is alive and well is enough. One day, Xiao Fei excitedly held a thick travel note to show Shinshinfu, saying that Shinemo later found other information about the Blessing Stone. It is said that if the Blessing Stone is successfully activated, not only the blessed person, but also the blesser will also be protected. But it must be within a certain range of the Blessing Stone. However, Shinshinfu still felt that it was useless after seeing these. Because if the Blessing Stone can protect, how could Shinyang and Shinemo end up like that? So she just regarded it as a legend. A beautiful imagination. After the training, she saw that the optical brain on her wrist had received a message from the laboratory. It was said that Luo Heng was clamoring to participate in the operation to kill Luo Ji again. He knew that they would probably take action at this time. But Irene felt that it was still inappropriate for him to go. What if he saw his brother and couldn't bear it again? Shinshinfu was also distressed about this. However, there was another important news, saying that after training day and night, Alan could miraculously trace back the images of old objects that could be traced back to the S level up to 15 years. But because she practiced too hard that day, her superpowers were exhausted. So they were asked to go back the next day. On October 14th, Shinshinfu took Xiufei and Shin Yoxing back to the laboratory early in the morning. Alan was already waiting. Chapter 443, Recalling the Image. The skill of recalling the image takes the longest time point. That is, if you can read images of 10 years, you only need to reach the 10-year time point at one time. And all the images in the future do not need to consume more mental energy. But it is very difficult to increase each time point. Alan found that this is like a level-breaking game. Her initial reading time point is 9 years and 11 months, which is counted as 10 years. To reach the limit of 15 years, there are 30 levels to pass. And reading the image of an old object is not as simple as injecting superpowers. In fact, you need to use superpowers to outline the time traces of this old object and condense a time ring. The number of circles of the time ring represents the years she can read. If an item only takes 10 years to become a finished product, then the time ring depicted by this object is at most 10 circles. But if an item is 30 years old, she can only read the upper limit of her superpowers at most. Recently, she has been training day and night. Even her brother did not have much time to reply to her contact. She had to learn to quickly and accurately depict the time rings of objects. And she must help Shinshinfu. The upper limit of her level is 15 years. And Shinshinfu basically needs this upper limit. So she can only work harder. Except for eating and 4 hours of sleep. She is practicing until she is exhausted and her superpowers are exhausted. During this period, she even successfully traced back to the experimenter putting caterpillars in the cup for her father more than 10 years ago, which made him a little embarrassed and hurriedly replaced the old things. But she still felt that she spent too much time, because more than 2 months had passed, and she didn't want to disappoint her. What's more, Sister Shin also gave her a devouring rose, saying that it was used to protect her. It was an extremely beautiful sky blue rose with white clouds floating on the side. But her flower was a bit strange, and liked to jump around like a zombie. Later, Sister Shin told her that because it ate a violent kangaroo beast, it walked differently from other flowers. Not like a zombie, but like a kangaroo. Alan named it Qintian. It was also because of Qintian that she could successfully read the image of 15 years. After all, no matter how hard she trained recently, she could only read the duration of 13 years. The longer the time, the higher the difficulty. She had awakened for a short time, and being able to read 13 years was already her current limit. She didn't think she was a genius, so it was actually a miracle that she could successfully read 15 years. Because Qintian added to her yesterday, and it was a bonus to the reading ability. She checked the list of strange beasts that Qintian had eaten given to her by Shinshinfu. There was a strange beast called Huansha, which had the ability to read things. After reading, it transformed into the most important thing or person of the other party, broke through its heart, and then swallowed it. So in fact, her ability and its ability have something in common, which is reading. But she projected it, while it transformed itself into a certain object. During this period, Qintian always accompanied her, watching her constantly carving the rings of the tree. So he understood the operation of her ability. Yesterday, when she was dizzy from practicing, he actually stepped forward to give her a reading bonus, which increased her reading ability by 2 years under the bonus state. Alan wanted to kneel down and kowtow to it at that time. It was like when you couldn't swim to the end and were about to drown. A good person picked up your collar and flew over. When Shinshinfu knew that it was Qintian who helped them a lot, she just thought it was too coincidental. She knew the skills of the phantom snake, but at the beginning, she just thought it was compatible with her ability. So she put one in, and she had 3 more that were useless. It was a coincidence when she followed Su Ming to fight the monster before. What is this called? The harder you work, the luckier you are. Shinshinfu felt this sentence for the first time, just when Xiao Fei was about to take off the necklace and replay the image for Alan. Shinshinfu said, "If there is only this one thing, isn't the perspective too single?" Alan explained. "Anyway, wherever the necklace is, you can only see the scene it has experienced." Xiao Fei asked, "Sister, what do you mean?" Shin Yoshing replied, "She means that she doesn't know if Luo Heng has anything, so that our perspective will be more comprehensive." But the 3 of them knew that if Luo Heng really had something, only Xiao Fei could get it. But in fact, Xiao Fei didn't want to go. She didn't know why she suddenly felt awkward. Maybe it was because Luo Heng didn't look for her once in such a long time. So she didn't want to look for him. She was just a little angry for no reason. But if you want to know the whole story, you must go and see if there is anything of his. Shinshinfu thought about it and said, "If not, I will go to the old house of the Luo family before. Maybe there is something of his there." At this time, Xiao Fei did not show that he was unwilling, but just said, "I go now." The 3 of them waited in Alan's training room, and Xiao Fei went to find Luo Heng by himself. When he found him, he was discussing the personnel distribution of the Lang family with Irene. Xiao Fei's sudden appearance next to him surprised him very much. "Xiao Fei? Why are you here?" Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment when he looked at his overjoyed face, and the nameless fire in his heart dissipated. Irene knew that they would come today, but just asked the 2 to go to the lounge next to them to talk. Luo Heng started to ask about her life again, and she replied absent-mindedly, because she really didn't know how to ask him for something from a long time ago. After her brain was working frantically, she said directly, "I want an old thing of yours." As she said that, she picked up the necklace on her neck and said, "This is my mother's thing. And I want one of yours." It was completely like a child without parents, who wanted to establish some connection with them, and asked for an item. Luo Hung suddenly panicked. I don't have anything to give you. He is now a penniless man. And he doesn't know if his previous account still exists. It is impossible for him to go back to the Luo family. Just when he was distressed, he suddenly thought of something. He took out a necklace from under his collar. But it was not an ordinary pendant, but two rings, one large and one small. "This is the ring between me and Imo. I give you mine." As he said this, he took one of the rings from the rope without doubt, wiped it with some reluctance, and handed it to Xiao Fei. She took it easily, and then watched Luo Hung put the other ring back on his neck. Xiao Fei looked down and saw that the ring was also made of star and moon silver, inlaid with colorful star stones, and engraved with a string of words she couldn't understand. But since she got it, she quickly ended the conversation and told Luo Hung that she had something else to do and left first. After watching her leave, he returned to the information room to continue discussing the layout. Chapter 444 Retrospective Images. Xiao Fei returned to Alan's training room and put the necklace on her neck and the ring in her pocket on the table. Alan took them in front of her and first carefully observed the two ornaments. Then told the three that she could carve them separately, and then play them together after the carving was completed. The three agreed with her approach and watched her mobilize the warm-colored supernatural power, just like the color that was covered when recalling. With a warm breath, and Qingtian jumped to her side and injected white mist-like energy, mixed with her supernatural energy, which looked a bit like a hot cup of coffee. Alan's carving time was not long. The necklace took an hour, and then the ring took another hour. The three sat quietly aside waiting for her, until she finished carving. The necklace and the ring on the table were floating above the rings of time composed of circles of light. And Xiao Fei was a little nervous. Alan knew that this was Xiao Fei's parents' business. So she asked her, "Do you want to start now?" She nodded. "Start." Alan pointed at the two rings in front of her with her fingers, and two scenes appeared in the air instantly. She closed her eyes and carefully recalled the scenes from nearly 15 years ago. She fast-forwarded or skipped those that were not important. At the same time, Shin Yoshing turned on a video recording device and recorded the scenes in the air completely. The magical thing is that these scenes are not from the first-person perspective. It is like watching a movie, allowing them to see the actions of the characters in the scene from the perspective of an observer. That was the beginning of the year 3060 in New Star. After Shinemo wiped out a group of rebels and returned home, she was preparing to rest when she received a message on the optical computer she used for her study tour. It was a person with a blue apple avatar who wanted to see her. His tone was a bit accusatory, and he said he hadn't seen her for half a year. She smiled and agreed. The place where the two met was very extraordinary. At the top of the highest peak of a snow-capped mountain on a somewhat remote planet. They did not climb the mountain together. They climbed the mountain from their favorite routes respectively. After more than 10 hours of climbing, they finally met at the top of the mountain. When Shinemo saw Luo Hung in front of her, she became lively, and no longer had the heavy anger she had after completing the mission. She wanted to take advantage of his inattention and jump from behind to scare him. But when she rushed over, her foot slipped, and Luo Hung, who was waiting for her to play a prank, turned around and lifted her up, and laughed at her. "Miss, there is no need to be so polite when meeting." Shinemo was so angry that she hit his chin, and Luo Hung covered his chin and cried out in pain. Seeing him like this, Shinemo smiled secretly. "Let you underestimate me. I will be polite to you like this in the future." After saying that, she stretched out her hand. "Where is my gift?" Luo Hang's chin was still aching slightly, but he was not angry at all. He just complained that his chin had become two parts and it was ugly to death, and was about to take something out of the storage bracelet. And Shinemo suddenly waved her hand. Wait, let me guess. Is this the horn of the rock sheep beast that I said was very beautiful last time, or the star handmade lamp of the Shimu clan? Or, she just muttered 30 or 40 things she liked, and other people's professional menus were not as smooth as hers. Luo Hung shook his head. "You guessed wrong," Shinemo said with an expression like, "Do you know what I like? Then you can't remember these simple, obvious and clear things. So you don't know what I like at all." At this moment, a small box appeared in Luo Hang's hand. And then he leaned over, knelt on one knee in Shinmo's shocked eyes, and said seriously, I want to marry you. Ah, mo. He didn't say marry, but you and me. Before she could speak, he said in the wind and snow, in my dim and lightless world, you are the only sunshine that shines in. You don't know how grateful I am for your appearance. I thought I would never encounter a good thing in my life. But thank God, I met you. If you are willing, I will find a way to leave my family, and not be the head of the family. I just want to travel the stars with you. In my world, you are more important than myself. Shinemo sniffed. You have to leave your family to get married? Your family is really weird. After saying that, she felt that she had gone off topic a bit. But recently I have. I won't travel anymore. I still have things to do. Then you can take it first. I wait slowly. Okay. When you're happy. When you have time. When you want to talk about it. Luo Hung just watched, waiting for her decision. But seeing that she was really distressed, he pretended to take the ring back. Well, in that case, then, Wen Hung, what are you doing? Shinemo grabbed his hand. You regret it so soon? Don't let me think about it more. I have to choose even if I go to the supermarket to buy a fish. This one of mine must be more obedient than the golden puffer fish you caught last time. You can think about it. Okay. But, you wouldn't dare. Would you? Don't use provocation here. You've been using it for more than 10 years. You're not tired of it. Luo Hung clearly saw the joy in her eyes, and immediately changed his face, looking at her aggrievedly. Do you want it? Luo Hung handed the ring forward a little further. Heh. Shinemo rolled her eyes, pretending to be pitiful again. TSK. Really speechless. I just fall for it. Shinemo pretended to be helpless and stretched out her hand. I'm really kind, cute, beautiful and charming. Put it on me. Luo Hang's mouth corners rose wildly, and he couldn't help but giggle. But he held her hand and didn't put it on for a long time. Shinemo asked, What's wrong with you? He said anxiously, Your gloves are too strong. I can't take them off. Can you? Why are your hands shaking? I don't. Huh? You're being stubborn. In this way, Luo Hung, who was in a hurry, finally put the ring on Shinmo's hand. But the wind and snow were too strong, and his knees were frozen to the ground. He tried to get up several times but failed. Shinemo laughed at him for a long time, and finally shoveled away the ice. And then the two walked down the mountain together. There was a house they had built together halfway up the mountain. Because of the weather and time, they would stay overnight in this house if they came here. When Shinemo went in, she saw that all the dozens of gifts she guessed she might receive were all in this small house. Each one was brand new, with a small bow tied on it. Luo Hung leaned against the door. I haven't seen you for so long. I can't find time to give it to you. He squinted his eyes and asked, Just tell me if you called me a stingy guy when we went down the mountain just now. Shinemo was shocked. How did you find out? The two quarreled, but they were extremely happy. When the wind and snow conditions were better the next day, they went down the mountain and went home. But seeing this, the three of them found a problem. That is, when the two occasionally called each other by their full names. They called Wen Hung and CMO. They did not tell each other their identities. After Shinemo went back, she never told her family about this matter. She said that she would put it on the agenda after she sorted out some things. And the time was unlimited. And Luo Hung had no objection. But he had already started planning his fake death when Shinemo went back to carry out the mission. He went back very happily and excitedly, and told Luo Yuan about himself. The person he trusted most in the whole family was his younger brother. So late one night, he said to Luo Yuan, Yuan, can you be the head of the family in the future? Luo Yuan showed a very surprised expression and asked him why. He said, I want to be with her in the sun. I want freedom. You will help me. Right? You guys back then. Don't ask about background. Good friends game. I still don't get tired of playing it. You still want to go with her? You don't understand. Only when I am with her do I feel like a living person. Luo Yuan was silent for a long time, lowering his head, not knowing what he was thinking, and finally replied to him. Yeah. In this way, he and Luo Yuan made a lot of preparations, hoping to find an opportunity to blow themselves up in a battle. And then Luo Hung would completely disappear in the Interstellar, and only Wen Hung would be left. More than 2 months later, he finally found the right time. Recently, the adult was organizing a new operation. which was said to be a plan to encircle and kill Shinemo, the third daughter of the military marshal Shin family. She had killed too many rebels in the past 2 years. So the adult ordered that not only puppets should participate in the operation, but also regular superpowers. He felt that this was the best time. So even though they would not go to such operations normally, and no one would ask them to go, he and Luo Yuan still volunteered to join the operation that time. But he would not really kill the other party, but let the other party kill him. It was just that when he saw the name Shinemo, which was somewhat similar to Simo, he was stunned for a moment. But then, he did not think much about it, and began to wait happily for the operation a few days later. During the operation, everyone was driving mechas, and he saw those people designing to lure Shinemo into a trap and prepare to encircle and kill him, just when he was looking for an opportunity to leave no trace. When he died at the hands of Shinemo, the energy suddenly vibrated, and the familiar star Qilin appeared in front of him. Chapter 445. Luo Heng showed a panic expression. It seemed that he couldn't believe that CMO, who had been traveling outside since childhood, would actually be Shinemo, the daughter of the highest commander of the military region. Luo Yuan had also mentioned the don't ask about the background game before, which reminded Xiao Fei of their first encounter when Luo Heng said that. She seemed to understand why. Although they both guessed that the other party was a pseudonym at the beginning, they all thought it was good because it seemed more pure. So they agreed not to check who the other party was. But it just happened that the son of the rebels and the daughter of the military region played such a game. The other two were also shocked when they saw this part. I didn't expect that they had known each other for so many years without revealing their true identities to each other. But this was very reasonable. Because if either party found out that the other party's family was different, it would not develop into such a situation. The two people made an agreement, and no one broke their promise. They continued to read on. Luo Heng obviously stopped where he was, but the others continued to charge forward and besiege Shinemo. Her star Qilin looked like a divine beast emitting blue-green light in the dark, and was extremely powerful. Then she summoned the shadow nine-tailed fox and the white flame tiger, which were ancient void beasts. They protected Shinemo and could kill dozens of people with one palm. But even so, there were too many people coming this time, and there might be star beasts in the dark. So he panicked and talked to himself. What should I do? How can I let her escape from here? Someone connected his signal. It was Luo Yuan who asked him to act quickly, lead her to other places, and then fake his own death to escape, and he would take over the next thing. Luo Heng came back to his senses and attacked Shinemo, but pretended not to notice and opened a gap in the siege. As expected, she did not miss this detail, rushed out of the gap, and drove the mecha away quickly. He chased after her. Shinemo was very fast, and the surrounding void beasts dispersed, leaving only the star Qilin. He slowed down, ready to give up the chance to leave this time, and put Shinmo's safety first, watching her mecha getting farther and farther away. And he intentionally or unintentionally stopped the people behind him from following. But suddenly, his mecha panel showed that his own flying boat appeared. When he looked up again, the flying boat blocked Shinemo in front of him, and a golden light appeared. When he accelerated to rush over, he saw Shinemo and the mecha, all suspended in the air. The door of the flying boat opened, and several ordinary-looking people stood by and looked at the mecha in front of them, then looked at Xingchen Qilin, and sighed. What a pity. You have a beautiful Qilin. As he said that, he raised his hand, ready to strike a fatal blow. And Luo Heng now understood that the person who came was the adult's puppet. So he couldn't care less and could only stand in front of him. But he also knew that he was no match for them. So he begged, Sir, please spare her life. One of the puppets spoke, as if he was a little curious. Do you know her? No. Then you shouldn't. She killed so many of us. It's a big trouble. If I spare her life, wouldn't our people have died in vain? As he said that, he waved his hand, and a golden light slapped Luo Heng away, and then dismantled Shinmo's mecha, revealing her in combat uniform. Luo Heng couldn't help but mobilize his superpowers, and a huge moon wheel appeared behind him. He pointed at Shinemo, and the moon wheel instantly appeared in front of her, spinning to become a shield. Luo Yuan didn't understand why he did this. Brother? You are? She is A.M.O. Luo Heng explained the situation very briefly, and only Luo Yuan understood what he was talking about. The puppet tilted its head. Are you going to betray us? At this time, a woman's voice sounded. Her body looks good. I want it. The woman walked out of the flying boat to the door, glanced at them coldly, and said to the two brothers, "Don't you know how to say hello when you see me?" Luo Yuan lowered his head. "Mother." And Luo Hung also spoke, lowering his eyes to hide the hatred in his eyes. "Mother." Mrs. Luo, who was controlled by the star beast, said to her two sons in a cold tone, "Get out of the way." But Luo Hung not only did not let go, but also actually stood in front of the moon wheel shield again, proving with his actions that he would not let go. The atmosphere froze for a while, and Luo Hung observed the positions in the flying boat and prepared to take action. But just as his supernatural power was flowing, a golden light flew in front of him and unfolded into a golden pattern. He immediately found that he could not move, and pink energy appeared around Mrs. Luo, dragging her to fly in front of him and slapping him hard. Then she broke his shield with contempt, and stepped on Shenmo's mecha with her high heels. At this time, Shenmo's time pause had gradually cracked, and her supernatural power flow began to accelerate. Madame Luo was very satisfied with this. She said to the time puppet on the flying boat, "Sir, I think she is very good. If I were in her body, wouldn't I be able to enter the Shen family? Isn't it more fun and more convenient this way?" The puppet smiled helplessly and replied, "But she will definitely resist fiercely, and it will be difficult for you to control her. Ah, it would be a pity to kill her directly." The puppet seemed to have discovered something and interrupted her. "You overlooked a better one." "Better?" Mrs. Luo frowned in confusion, looked at Shenmo, and used pink energy to wrap her up. After a moment, she was surprised and said, "She is pregnant." "Yes, this is the best," the puppet reminded. "There is still a location in her body." Mrs. Luo cut open her arm and took out the device. Because the time was stopped, the device was destroyed without any disconnection. Mrs. Luo grinned. Her lips painted with red lipstick looked like a bloody mouth. Although she was smiling, there was no warmth in her eyes. Her beauty had an inhuman weirdness. After that, both of them were knocked unconscious and brought back to the Luo family's old house. Luo Yuan was watching the whole time. His expression looked a little dull. He didn't say anything, but just took a deep look at the unconscious Luo Hung. When the two woke up, they found that their superpowers were locked by the superpower restraint belt. Shenmo didn't react as violently as expected. He just looked at Luo Hung, who was also tied up. But at least he could move freely. He seemed to have figured it out and asked, "Is this your home?" Luo Hung looked at her with an apologetic look and said sorry. Shenmo waved his hand. "Xingchen Qilin told me that if it weren't for you, I would have died earlier." Neither of them spoke of their identities, as if they didn't exist. However, although she still looked at him with a smile, she took off the ring on her hand little by little and put it on the table. She didn't say anything else. Luo Heng's breathing became rapid. Tears welled up in his eyes. He wanted to say something several times, but he seemed to know clearly that everything was over. He slowly walked forward, picked up the ring, and held it tightly in his palm. He just glanced at the room before leaving, and his eyes stayed on the chandelier on the top, the flowers on the bedside, and the paintings on the wall for a little longer. Afterwards, during the examination, Shenmo realized that she was pregnant. She didn't know what these people wanted to do with the baby in her belly, but it wouldn't be a good thing. Both of them were under surveillance. But even though Luo Hung had been with Shenmo and had previously disobeyed the adults to save her, the then head of the Luo family, Luo Heng's grandfather, still did not waver in his determination to let Luo Hung be the next head of the family. He said to him, "It's just a woman. If you like her, use some tricks to keep her. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But you have to be sensible. As the head of the family, you have to think about the Luo family." It seems that Luo Yuan didn't tell them that he was going to fake his death and leave. Otherwise, they must know that he has no sense at all. Chapter 446. Later, Shenmo did not try to escape. In the past few months, she would make a scene every now and then. After that, perhaps because she found that she could not get out at all, she rarely escaped. As the situation gradually calmed down, Luo Hung on the other side tried to gain trust. He said that he had figured it out, and that he should make contributions to the Luo family. He even joined the discussion on how to use this child to enter the Shen family and the subsequent plans. In his plan, he could even kill Shen Yin silently and cause chaos in the military region. The Luo family and the Star Beasts were very satisfied with him. Luo Yuan stayed with him during those days. Luo Hong and Shinemo broke up in such a calm way. She no longer paid attention to him after she put down the ring that day. However, Luo Hong still went to see Shinemo every day and prepared all kinds of gorgeous clothes for her. Like a person who had lost his mind and wanted her to stay no matter what. So the Luo family believed him again. Or perhaps they felt that he could not make any waves. So they untied his supernatural constraints and observed his reaction at the same time. However, he was normal from beginning to end. But even when he went to see Shinemo, he never asked her to forgive him, but just asked her to eat well. As Shinmo's belly grew bigger, Luo Hong became more and more nervous. Until half a month before the birth, when everyone had already relaxed their vigilance against her. He asked Luo Yuan to help him for the second time. Luo Yuan then realized that he had never given up. He didn't want them to become puppets, and he had to save them no matter what. So he agreed to help him after his repeated requests. He also said that he would help his brother with whatever he wanted to do. But he told Luo Hong that what they said about saving Shinmo's life was all false, and that she would be killed immediately after giving birth. So they needed to hurry up. Luo Hong had no doubts. In the end, he gave her a purple flowery outer robe. But in fact, it was not just an ordinary dress. In the flowers, he hid the information he transmitted with a unique code for the two of them. And only the two of them in the world could read it. Shinemo took a look and knew his action plan. This was a game they used to play often. Hiding information in pictures. Only the two of them knew that the information was in the petals and leaves. And the clothes before often had such messages, telling her not to worry. He would definitely find a way to get her out. 1 week before the due date, when the host's parents were out for a banquet, he started to act. Luo Hong just wanted to take Shinemo away. So he asked Luo Yuan to bring potions and release them silently at night to knock everyone out. Then he directly destroyed her power restraints with his superpowers, took away the locator buried under her skin by the Luo family, and took her away immediately. But as soon as he ran outside the manor, he was surrounded. There were actually many people guarding outside, as if they had discovered their actions long ago. He used the moon wheel to attack the Luo family and clear the way for Shinemo. But he didn't expect that the Luo family's parents, who were supposed to go to other planets, would appear. There was no way he could beat the two star beasts. Seeing his stubborn resistance, Mrs. Luo said to her husband beside her, "Look, I said Luo Hong was more interesting." Fortunately, although the time was short, Shinemo also recovered some strength, at least summoned the star Qilin, and rushed out with her on his back. The four-seasoned star beast took action, and the maple leaves all over the sky chased Shinemo. The guards of the Luo family also followed the guidance of the maple leaves to catch her. Shinemo asked Qilin to take her to the downtown area. It jumped in the air and took her flying, but it was still caught up. After all, she was pregnant and weak. It was impossible for her to fight against the star beast alone. And there were so many people besieging her. Soon she was injured, and her clothes were cut by maple leaves and stained red. Just when she was about to faint and be caught, a white light suddenly appeared and swallowed her, and she disappeared in the siege. Those people rushed to nothing, and Shinemo disappeared without a trace, leaving only the bewildered guards. In fact, when the white light disappeared, the unconscious Shinemo was transferred to the other side of Hanyu Star, in a garbage dispenser that was ready to leave. The people outside searched for her all night but couldn't find her, because she was unconscious and taken to the ruins. Xiao Fei and Shin Yoxing, who were watching the video, didn't understand what the white light was. Only Shin Shinfu's heart was beating wildly, because she knew that she had seen it, when she was seriously injured and swallowed into the body of the Chaos Star Beast, desperately trying to escape. What she saw was exactly the same white light. What on earth is this? Shin Shinfu suddenly thought of what Xiao Fei said. The Blessing Stone's protection. Could this be it? Can its protection allow the protected to bring people to a safe place 100% when they are seriously injured and desperate? No matter the time, place or space, it will bring people to a safe place. And the protection ends here. But why was she protected? Is it because Shin Yang is a blessing person, and her protection was not used that time, so it fell on her? Perhaps at that time, the Chaos Star Beast had reached the interstellar border not too far from the ruins. So the Blessing Stone on Shinemo, who was lying in the ruins, activated that protection and brought her out. Her own teleportation was actually teleported into the protective white light. It was not she who really took her away, but the Blessing Stone. Shin Shinfu had no idea that she was protected by their Blessing Stones when Shinemo and Shenyang died so long ago. She knew nothing. It was also because Shinemo was in the ruins that Xiao Fei was born there. So she met her. Now it seems that everything is destined. It seems that there are not so many accidental things in this world. Everything is destined. And when Shinemo was taken away, Luo Heng was beaten to a bloody pulp by Madame Luo and dragged back to the Luo family. Because he held the idea of dying together to stop them. He killed hundreds of people in the Luo family, and even attacked the star beast in Madame Luo's body. But when he woke up 2 days later, he didn't remember anything. His memory was locked. He couldn't remember anything. Shinemo, the child, the blue apple, the snow mountain, the gift, the ring, the proposal, all locked up. Almost at the same time, the seriously injured Shinemo woke up and found herself in a garbage dump in the ruins. She had already lost too much blood, and suddenly became violent, with no one to turn to. She gritted her teeth and gave birth to Xiao Fei alone. She used her last bit of supernatural power to cut the umbilical cord connecting them, and kissed Xiao Fei on the forehead before he opened his eyes. She said, "Baby, all this has nothing to do with you. We are sorry. We were not completely honest with each other. So we ended up like this. The relationship between people is never that simple. The family is also a part of him. I don't blame him. I'm just sorry for giving birth to you in such a place. I once thought that the three of us would travel the stars together. I would take you to see the most beautiful flowers, eat the sweetest fruits, jump into the bluest sea, know the most gorgeous stars, and be the happiest person in the world. But we are sorry." After saying that, she took off the necklace from her neck with difficulty. Originally, she wanted to put it on Xiao Fei, but she felt that it would definitely be stolen in such a place. Instead of being stolen, it would be better to keep it on her. So she swallowed it raw. She slowly closed her eyes, as if she was sleepy. "Sister, Amo, is here to find you." Finally, she hummed a cheerful song for children intermittently. She died holding her baby. Chapter 447. Xiao Fei looked away when she saw this, not daring to look again. But the ballad she just sang was still echoing in her ears. It was a tune she had never heard before, and she didn't remember singing it. But it pierced her heart. She wanted to cover her ears, just like she did when the old lady hid her under the garbage. At that time, it was because of fear. And now, it was because of sadness. But this was Shenmo's last voice. She wanted to listen. Even if she was already in tears, she couldn't escape. Because even if she covered her ears with both hands, her tears couldn't stop. Although there was an expectation of their story, it was different from what she actually saw. Those scenes seemed to be played out in front of her. She could clearly see how the two people determined their future, and how they crushed those beautiful things in a plain way. She could see very specifically that Luo Heng really wanted to leave that family, and was willing to do what he was willing to do for Shinemo. And how sad Shinmo's eyes were when he put down the ring and turned around. These are two people who shouldn't have met, shouldn't have been friends, and shouldn't have been lovers. But everything was just so coincidental. The interstellar space is so big. They just met. After that, the ruins were silent for 2 or 3 days before someone came to that area. Xiao Fei, who had been quiet as if she had died with Shinemo, burst into tears. Her cry echoed in the air and spread far away. Some people heard the sound and rushed over to see her, and found her. And Xiao Fei also saw the old lady who asked her to hide. They picked her up and fed her water, and she stopped crying. They found that Shenmo's clothes were not ordinary. So they stood on the side to discuss that if someone came to find them, they could get some rewards. So they made a simple coffin with wastewood boards and buried Shinemo under the garbage. This was already a very good treatment in the ruins. The people here were not protected by the interstellar space, and those who could actually do this were more naturally kind. In this way, Xiao Fei was brought to the vicinity of the red tassel tree and grew up. The images of the Luo family continued, and Luo Heng had his memory blocked by the mental and memory psychics. And he forgot everything about Shinemo. But he also vaguely felt that he had forgotten something. He often woke up in tears and almost suffocated in his sleep. But after waking up, he only felt lost and empty. And he couldn't remember anything. The Luo family lied to him, saying that the enemy had sent people to attack him before. So he was seriously injured in that battle, and his spirit was damaged. He was a little suspicious. But everything had a trace. After all, even the gate of the Luo family was blown up. And there were many traces of fighting. He saw statistics that many guards of the Luo family died. And looking at the itinerary, his parents went out that day. And there was almost no mistake. I don't know why. Everything in his room was cleaned up. He felt empty in his hands, as if something important was missing. His younger brother Luo Yuan always accompanied him. In the early stage, the family installed surveillance in his room to observe his condition. Luo Yuan had to check from time to time, which was why the image of Luo Heng was not interrupted, because the rings were on Luo Yuan. He left the pair of rings when he cleaned them up. Luo Yuan helped the Luo family to find Shen Mo's whereabouts. But the garbage dispenser that sent Shen Mo to the ruins was the last one. From then on, the line was abandoned, and no one would notice that the Interstellar lost an insignificant garbage line. In this way, the two hosts that the Luo family had originally obtained were completely gone. They wanted two hosts instead of one, which was also known by the ring following Luo Yuan. Because when he went to report the affairs of finding Shen Mo, Mrs. Luo said with some annoyance, "It's a pity. Even if she would resist, I would have wanted to keep her and try. At least I had to keep one." But in the end both were gone. At this time, the few people who had been watching the video realized that Luo Yuan lied. At that time, the Luo family had no intention of killing Shen Mo immediately. But he told Luo Heng so, urging him to act quickly. In the next 6 months, Luo Heng didn't remember anything. But Luo Yuan seemed to struggle. Finally one day, he seemed to have made up his mind and asked Luo Heng, "Do you really not remember?" Luo Heng asked, "Remember what?" He put 2 rings strung together with a rope in his hand and told him, "The 2 most important people to you, Shen Mo, and the child in her belly. Your memory is locked. But she has disappeared for half a year, and she doesn't know whether she is dead or alive. Do you really want to continue like this?" Luo Heng grabbed the 2 rings and tried to recall them in his mind, which caused severe pain in his brain. He was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. But he was afraid that he would forget even these few words. So he put the rings on his neck first. He mobilized his supernatural power and used his greatest mental power, without doubt, to start looking for the mental power lock in his brain. And Luo Yuan had been watching from the side. When he finally broke through the mental lock with great effort, bleeding from all 7 orifices, shaking his head and saying to him dizzily that he remembered, and his mind was at its weakest, Luo Yuan suddenly said, "I told you that you were going to escape before." Luo Heng couldn't believe it, and thought he had heard it wrong. "What did you say?" He didn't answer, but said, "In short, Shen Mo may have died. I sent people to look for her according to the traces, but couldn't find her. The military district didn't see her appear either. She died at that time. Now I don't know if she died in some corner of the Interstellar. Brother, you have completely failed." This made Luo Heng, who was already shaky and had not recovered yet, feel a huge betrayal, and also face the reality that Shen Mo might have been dead for half a year, and his spirit collapsed. At that time, he only remembered one thing. He must go find her. And who she was, he forgot again. The crazy Luo Heng naturally could not be the head of the family anymore, and he had to leave the Luo family whether he was sober or crazy. So finally, the head of the family at that time and the star beast gave up on him, and the heir was replaced by Luo Yuan. As for Luo Heng, he was originally going to be sent to a nursing home for the rest of his life. But Luo Yuan begged to keep him in the old house of the Luo family, saying that he had a good relationship with his brother and wanted to visit him in the future, which would make people look up to him. For him who became the heir, they would agree to such a small request. And the Luo family moved to Sanma Star from then on. And only Luo Heng remained in the old house. But when he left, the sadness in Luo Yuan's eyes seemed real. But he clearly took away the position of the head of the family that he wanted to give to Luo Heng, and made his brother crazy. Very cruel, but not cruel to the end, and saved his life. At this point, the story of Luo Heng and Shen Mo ended. They all knew what happened later. Luo Heng was brought back by Shin Chenfu for treatment, and Xiao Fei found Shen Mo. They met in the laboratory and were separated forever. One life and one death. They could no longer say a word. Shin Chenfu knew why Luo Heng didn't tell Xiao Fei the truth. Because if she wanted to take revenge, her enemy was not only him, but also the Luo family, the Star Beasts, and the entire rebel army. What should she do? He wanted her to be safe. But Xiao Fei wanted revenge. Or in other words, no one could be calm after seeing such a record. They deprived her of her entire future. If Shinshinfu hadn't been in the ruins, she might never be able to return home. She didn't know who she was, where she came from, and how precious her life was, because it was Shinemo who exchanged her life for it. So she said, I will go to the Luo family tomorrow. Neither Shinshinfu nor Shinyoshing stopped her. No one had the position to stop her in such a thing. Xiaofei looked at the ring, and suddenly felt a little sorry for him. He couldn't choose his birth. He wanted to leave several times, but he was always just a little short. He didn't want Shinemo and her to become the host of the rebels. So on the day he sent Shinemo away, he was really ready to sacrifice his life. But he was just a little short. He was always just a little short. And then, he was so short that he could never leave. He lost everything. Finally, Xiaofei wiped his tears, picked up the ring, put it through Shinmo's necklace, and put it on her neck. Because they were all made of star moon silver. It looked like they were originally a set. Chapter 448. The training camp is over. It took only more than 3 hours to watch the entire video. Because Alan fast-forwarded or skipped some daily routines. She released the 2-time rings, and they turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the air. But as long as she read the items, the time rings she had carved before would appear again when she wanted to check them later. And it would not take as much effort as the first time. She also finished watching the whole story, and looked at the 3 people in front of her in silence, and asked carefully, Sister Shin, is it okay? Shinshinfu came back to his senses. It's okay. Thank you very much. Alan, you must have worked hard for us during this period. Alan shook his head. I'm very happy to help you. Xiaofei listened to the 2 people's words, pulled away from the emotions just now, stood up and bent down to Alan. Thank you, Sister Alan. You really helped me a lot. If it weren't for her, maybe she would not know the specific truth of that year in this life. Now, she also understood why Luo Heng repeatedly asked to go to the Luo family battlefield. After reading their story, no one would doubt Luo Heng's determination to seek revenge. He really wanted to destroy the entire Luo family and those star beasts. So Xiaofei said to Shinshinfu, Sister, let him go. Shinshinfu nodded and sent a message to Irene, telling her to add Luo Heng to the action the next day. Shinyoshing didn't say anything after watching the video. He just watched them thanking him. But he was in a daze. He obviously hated the rebels. But he didn't know how to look at people like Luo Heng. In the end, he just sighed and asked, Are we leaving? Alan heard him say this and looked at Shinshinfu. Sister Shin, can I go home? She hasn't been home for more than 2 months and misses Yi a little. However, Shinshinfu did not agree. Alan, wait a few days. This is the safest place. Your brother will stay in the underground trading city these days, and go out in a few days. Alan was very obedient, and said with a smile, That's fine. The nutritious meals made for me here are delicious. Shinshinfu rubbed her hair, and then took the 2 back to the training star. She didn't plan to train today. It was 4 months since she came here, and it was just the end of the training period. She didn't have a day off during this period. So this afternoon, she was curled up on the lazy sofa holding little coal ball and emptying her mind. Looking weak and powerless, and not thinking about anything. Little coal ball. Meow. Why can't you speak human language? She got a light paw as she said that. During this period, little coal ball would accompany her out every night. And the time they spent together was much longer than when they were in the league. Shinshinfu asked it. Do you think we can succeed? Little coal ball glanced at her, then stretched out his paw to pat himself, and then nodded. You mean, because you are here, it will definitely succeed? It continued to nod. But there is a banquet tomorrow. Is it appropriate for me to take you there? The little coal ball gave her another claw and rolled his eyes. Shinshinfu stroked its fur from time to time, looked at the sky outside the window, felt the wind, and said to the little coal ball, I finally know what my wish is. It is to be able to find a good piece of grass at any time, blow the wind, bask in the sun, and sleep as long as I want. I've been so sleepy recently. It's so hard to be a useful person. If we can solve this problem, I might open a collection store next to Nei's Wanchawu and Lusher's ice cream shop in the future. What do you think? Meow. You think it's good too, right? Then you can be my lucky cat. Hey, little coal ball, can you attract wealth? Shinshinfu looked down at the little coal ball, raised one hand, and waved it up and down. That's it. Can you? She rarely acted childish. so the little coal ball also imitated her movements. But her expression was a little perfunctory, and she waved her paws. It was like trying to make a child happy, and she had to make such a move. But Fu was very satisfied. That's great. We will just enjoy the sun and eat delicious food in the future. You don't eat? But I can. I think Ning Chung can open a delicious food store next to my store, so that he doesn't have to worry about food. And Fu talked about her fantasy about the future in a relaxed manner. She never fantasized before, but now she does. She didn't think there was anything wrong with just wanting to be an ordinary person. If she was needed, she would do her best. But she also wanted to be herself. This was the answer she got after Shinyoli said those words to her in the 6th military region, which made her think. And she went through so much. She is not Shenyang, not Feiyong. She actually doesn't have such lofty ideals and great wishes. At the very beginning, she just wanted to have a safe corner, where she could eat well, sleep well, and live in peace. Now that this peace would be broken, she would try her best to protect the world and return to a state where people could feel safe. The world needs her strength, and she can appear when needed. As for the rest, she might prefer to be an ordinary art student. When selling collections, she can also paint. That's enough. This is why. In fact, before the rebels killed 3S and came to train them, Mu Xian was only the owner of a flower shop in the corner of the star. And Zhe Yu, who was killed at that time, was a teacher. Because even if they are born with stronger abilities, they are ordinary people and have the right to pursue themselves. She will not escape. But she must be herself. On that day, all the students had a meal in the cafeteria and had a food party. All the teachers who taught them came, and the table was full of food. And everyone also prepared gifts for them. After Amuchen opened it, he saw many blades, while Mushin saw all kinds of beautiful flowers. The contrast between the two was too strong, and Su Xiao laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. When Su Ming saw the box of supernatural bombs given by Fu, he gave her a thumbs up with satisfaction. There were also various other coaches and teachers who were opening gifts without hesitation, and their tables were full of gifts. Several flowers were also sitting on a small table drinking various beverages and sodas, as well as some delicious jellies. Fu opened a big watermelon and shared it with everyone. Lu Shi and Tu Jia sat on the side with plates and waited for her to share. This time, the food was made by Ning Chung and the uncles and aunts in the cafeteria, and it was very delicious. Nei helped to serve the dishes, and everyone felt that the dishes served by this lucky girl were like being blessed, and they were especially popular. Xiaoshu was afraid that Xiaohua would eat herself to death, so he took away her chopsticks and spoon halfway. But she just grabbed it with her hands while wearing gloves. Liu no longer controls calories now, and is willing to eat a few bites of everything. She even took a picture of it to her brother, saying, "Look, you ungrateful fox. Do you think I have a bad life? Look, I'm so happy with all the delicious food." When Ning Chung brought a pot of big pig's trotters, Lin Xian was afraid that Ning Ting wouldn't be able to grab it, so he cheated and went to grab it with lightning steps, and put it on her plate as quickly as possible. Ning Ting was obviously very familiar with this situation, and she didn't understand why Lin Xian liked to watch her eat so much. She asked once before, and he said it was good to watch. Yu Jianya and Mu Tuo were trying to grab the last chicken leg, and they pulled each other's hair. 2S and Super 2S superpowers were fighting for it in such a primitive way, but Ji Che grabbed it with his quick eyes and hands. He ate and showed them. "Oh, it smells so good." She and Shiyu and Jasmine sat together, saying that the dish was more flavorful than the one at home. During the meal, Jasmine also iced some water for them. Now they know how to say thank you properly. Cici and Xiao Ai competed in reciting the jingle backwards, and she lost miserably, losing 2 crabs to him. But Xiao Ai later removed the meat and returned it to her. Zhao Chung Chung brought Hua out for the first time, and it was so scared that it hid in her pocket. So she had to pour drinks into her pocket, which looked very weird. Shin Yoxing was peeling shrimps on the plates for Xiufei and Fu, while Fu was cutting watermelons. He had already built a shrimp tail tower, which was extremely spectacular. Xiufei also returned to her original optimistic and cheerful appearance, and even ordered Shin Yoxing to pick up food for her in between peeling shrimps. Fu later ate while listening to them talk. She hated noisy environments the most, but at this moment she felt a real sense of security. If happiness can be tangible, it is now. In this way, Everyone ended this training camp successfully with a lot of noise. Just as they were leaving, Shi called Fu. Sister, tomorrow is your birthday. Fu paused. She really forgot about this. The Lang family's ID card was her real birthday. But they didn't say happy birthday to her in advance. But said, when you come back, we will celebrate your birthday. Fu raised the corners of her mouth and said to them, okay. Training start early morning. Fu sent Liu and Ji Che, who were also going to attend the Song family banquet, to their locations. After that, she changed into Hill Lang's dress and mask, took Xiao Meiqiu, one person and one cat, and set off for the Song family banquet on Sanma Star. Chapter 449 Song Family Banquet. This was not the first time Fu came to Sanma Star. The most impressive time for her was when she was thrown down by Qi Mingyue and then swallowed by the Freestar Cave. If she had not been lucky, she would have died 10,000 times. For her, this place seemed to be the starting point for the change of fate. But now, she came here again. This Song family banquet lived up to its reputation, and was even more grand than the previous Lang family banquet. Of course, this was normal. After all, there was not much time for the Lang family to prepare for the banquet at that time. While the Song family banquet had a date set more than half a month ago, giving all kinds of wealthy families and celebrities time to prepare. And the number of people invited was also unusually large. It was as if they wanted to invite all the richest wealthy families in this interstellar space. The Song family booked half of the district to prepare for the banquet for the inauguration of the head of the family. And the interstellar space made a big fuss about the generosity of the new head of the Song family. Fu was sitting in the Lang family's aircraft at this time. They had been waiting for her on Sanma Star for a long time. There were several other aircraft flying synchronously around in a protective state, and her guards were inside. It was drizzling outside the window, but it stopped when they arrived near the Song family's banquet venue. They used equipment to disperse all the clouds above the banquet, just for the banquet that night. Before she came down, she put the small coal ball on the aircraft and left in its resentful eyes. After all, pets were not allowed to be brought to this banquet, which was much stricter than the previously family banquet. Fu still wore a mask and walked in with more than 50 guards. This high-profile style attracted everyone's attention. Even though she had never attended a banquet since she succeeded as the head of the family. This was the first banquet after the Song family took office. Everyone felt that it was reasonable for her to come and gave her enough face. I didn't expect Hill Lang to come too. It's really rare to see him. Even though the previous head of the Lang family passed away, it didn't affect their business at all. They even took nearly 1/3 of the Bai family's territory. The Li family and the Ji family are also fighting for it. Who wouldn't want to get a piece of meat? I don't know why Bai Ting didn't show up. Even if it was because of her daughter's previous crime. It's really strange that she didn't dare to show up until now. Yeah. Is it because of something that stimulated her, and she doesn't plan to stay in the interstellar world anymore? It seems that the Lang family has done more charity than before. And there is also a ruin. According to the plan, the military district arrested all the criminals in the ruins and punished them. Ordinary people who lived in the garbage dump for many years were taken out and resettled. And they were taught survival skills again. It may be related to the new owner's previous wandering experience. The whispers of the people around were too loud, and she basically heard them all. When she was about to enter the inner field, the guards were stopped. Sorry, Miss Lang. You can't bring so many guards to the banquet. I hope you understand. Fu raised his hand, and the people behind him consciously stood aside. Only Ling Jiao and Ling Shi were left on her left and right. And then they entered the field. Before she arrived, the Li family and the Ji family arrived. Liu and Ji Che saw her coming and nodded as a greeting, but did not come forward to chat with her. Liu hadn't seen her brother for a long time, and Li Yao was satisfied with his sister's calm temperament. Said to her, I unlock your card when you come back. Liu snorted. Who cares? I work for myself in the future. No one can stop my card. What's so great about you? She has seen it all during this period. Everyone is working hard to live normally. There are many people who even earn their living expenses at school by working part-time. She is not incompetent. After all, she is an S-level superpower. She can make a lot of money just by catching some monsters and selling them like Fu. Who would have thought that Li's father would be shocked when he heard this? Work? What work? You want to work? He waved his hand. No. Absolutely not. You were born to enjoy life. Who told you to work? Your brother? He looked at Li Yao. I didn't agree with you stopping her card from the beginning. Look at what she has become. She doesn't even spend the family's money. What's the use of you? Li Yao, He felt so wronged. If Li's father hadn't used this kind of education method from the beginning, he wouldn't have to be both a father and a mother. As a result, he is still being blamed now. For the sake of his sister, he could only swallow the bitter water. Ji Che was not as calm as Li Yu. He talked to his parents about how interesting his new friends were, and said that he would bring them home to play later. The two of them kept smiling and nodding gently. Until now, they had never mentioned that Ji's father was assassinated by the rebels, and almost died. As for Ji's mother, Shin Chinfu's eyes swept over her legs. Although Ji's father almost died at that time, she was also seriously injured. Her right leg was shattered at that time, and even splicing could not be done. So now her right leg under her long skirt is a bionic prosthesis made using biotechnology. Even if it has feelings and uses her own cells, it is just a prosthesis. But Ji Che didn't know anything. Maybe because of this, he has a pure heart. If he knew, he would definitely cry. She glanced at the people in the field, and others were also looking at her. But the people in the inner field were a little surprised to see that she came alone except for the guards, because it was rare for one person to attend the banquet. Why is she the only one here? Didn't she bring her brothers and sisters? It seems that their relationship is not very good. Yes, after all, she was just found, and not born by the same mother. She was robbed of the position of the head of the family right after she came back. If I were those two young masters, I would not have a good relationship with her. Other people came up. I heard that the other three each received an extremely generous family property, and Hill Lang did not do anything to them, and they are still living a comfortable life. Is that so? Then she is much kinder than this. He lowered his voice. Than the Song family. Yes, he is still her own brother, and I don't know where she drove him to. He is so weak and sick. Who knows how many days he can live? If he loses, he will die. Shin Chinfu listened to what others said, and his expression did not change at all. Based on the way that Song's siblings tried to kill each other before, no one would think that their relationship would be good. There were many small glowing scenes floating in the air at the open-air banquet. There was also a stage in the air. It seemed that there was a show to be performed. At night, the lights were brilliant. The furnishings in the venue were all exquisite. Even the ordinary tableware on the floating dining table was made of pure gold, and expensive gems were inlaid on it. The waiters in the venue served every guest very carefully and attentively, and shuttled around this huge venue in a well-trained manner. However, Shin Chinfu felt that there were too many more waiters here than at her family's and Li family's banquets. But others didn't seem to find it strange. They just thought that the Song family attached too much importance to this banquet. It was approaching 8 o'clock in the evening, and the banquet was about to begin. At this time, Hyde Star, where the Luo family was hiding, had just dawned. Chapter 450. Luo Yuan and Luo Ji got up early and checked all the information in the report, but did not find any problems. Luo Ji asked, "Is there anything unusual around the planet?" "No. Since the last loss, they not only monitor the situation nearby every day, but also check the entire exterior of the planet. After all, no one wants to be suddenly put on several military starships and teleported to their doorstep. While the military district is monitoring them, they also have people in the military district. Although not many, they can know something if they want to completely annihilate them. Basically, every military district must send people out. But there has been no news that the military district has sent a large number of teams. It looks very quiet." After Luo Yuan finished speaking, he looked up at the gloomy sky. "It's just that there has been too much rain recently." "Rain?" Luo Ji snorted and laughed. "Maybe it's crying for this world. After that, human tears will be more than these rains." Song Mo's star. Soon it was time for the banquet to begin. Song stepped on the small flying platform and stood on the stage in the air, looking down at everyone below. Li Yao and Li Yu frowned at the same time, very unhappy with her high profile and somewhat offensive behavior. Even the banquets of the other two families before were only held on the second floor. She was like a king who was about to ascend the throne in ancient times. But this was her home court after all, so she suppressed such emotions. She was accompanied by a voice transmission device and said to the guests who came here, "Song of the Song family, thank you all for coming. I hope I can lead the Song family to the top. Today will be a historic day. And you are all witnesses. Songka's words were a bit arrogant. But the people below just thought that she was too excited to finally grab the position of the head of the family. They winked at each other and didn't say much. Now, the banquet begins. After she finished speaking, the small glowing scene in the air started, and waves of dreamlike glowing mist floated out. Then the small scenes were connected by light curtains, and beautiful images appeared on them, forming a large scene in the air. And the mist that went down like agarwood gradually fell to the ground, like a beautiful waterfall, rendering the entire inner field like a fairyland. The waiters brought all kinds of food, each of which was expensive, exquisite and beautiful. After Songka came down, everyone along the way wanted to congratulate her. But she first walked straight toward Shinshinfu with her gorgeous skirt. She picked up 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Shinshinfu. Master Lang, please. Shinshinfu took the glass of wine and shook it gently, but still refused. Sorry, I'm wearing a mask. It's not convenient. Songka became thoughtful and generous again, as if the crazy speech just now was a little bit of her nature that she accidentally revealed. It doesn't matter. Naturally, it depends on your preference. When she said this, it seemed that she expected Shinshinfu's refusal. Congratulations on becoming the head of the family, Miss Song. Shinshinfu's words were full of certainty, as if he had guessed that she would win. Songka smiled in surprise. I didn't expect you to be on my side? Of course. After all, Miss Song is a good person. Shinshinfu spoke slowly, and his eyes moved to the people eating and drinking on the side. But he took it back after a glance, and continued to look at Songka's smiling face and said, Hey, where is your brother? I haven't seen him, and I'm a little curious. Isn't he coming to such an important banquet? Shinshinfu pretended to ask casually, and the people around him took a breath of cold air when they heard it. This Lang family master is really fierce, and dares to ask anything. Isn't this firing directly in front of others? Songka smiled. He is recuperating outside. Really? He didn't come to the banquet? That's a pity. Shinshinfu suddenly curved her eyebrows, as if she was smiling. It happened that other people came forward to congratulate Songka, and she didn't seem to want to continue talking about this topic. So she left and joined the crowd. Soon, the atmosphere in the field became warm. There were people dressed as fairies dancing on the stage, using hidden flying machines. They jumped down and flew in the air like fairies, which was very artistic. The guests raised their glasses, and the people in the circle greeted each other, laughing continuously. As the glasses collided, everyone was a little drunk. After a while, she noticed that the dancers who were performing had all retreated. She looked at the time on the light brain, and half an hour had passed. At this moment, a single person suddenly went up to the stage in the air. Shinshinfu looked over, and it was a young man with a faint smile, who looked approachable, but his skin was too white, and he coughed twice gently. He was not wearing a suit, but a loose and comfortable cotton and linen dress, which fluttered in the wind, making him look more fragile and harmless. She saw that there was no surprise on Songka's face, and it was obvious that he knew. He was just a liar, because the person on the stage was clearly her brother, Song Fan. Most people had never seen him, because he was weak since childhood and rarely showed up. In fact, Shinshinfu had never seen him either. But at that moment, she was extremely sure that this was him. The little cold ball outside opened his eyes and walked out of the aircraft, and the guard guarding it immediately opened the door for it. It turned into a black shadow and quickly went to the banquet hall. Even if someone wanted to stop it, they couldn't stop it at all. Not to mention that the gatekeeper only felt that he was dazzled for a moment. Songka looked at the people on the stage, showed a satisfied smile, and walked to the middle. At this time, the waiters with relatively high levels in the field also put down their tools and slowly gathered. But everyone's eyes were on the stage, and they didn't notice their movements, except for the people from the Li family and the Ji family. They began to move closer to Shinshinfu. Song Fan on the stage began to speak. I'm glad you're here. I've been waiting for this day for a while. He was a little excited when he said this. I've actually watched you for many years. It was quite interesting at the beginning, but as I watched, I couldn't find the meaning of your existence. You are greedy, jealous, hateful, treacherous, stupid, and you also killed us. So I decided to play a game with you in person to kill time. The people in the audience listened to his nonsense and shouted, Who are you? Talking nonsense here. What is the Song family doing? And they don't even come down. That seems to be Song Fan, the young master of the Song family. Song Fan? Didn't he lose and be driven away? Why is he here? Is he crazy because of the stimulation? Song Fan listened to the shouts of those people and waved his hand casually. Several golden lights pierced their necks and took their lives in an instant. He put his index finger on his lips. When others are talking, be quiet. At this time, Shin Shinfu's shoulders sank, and the little coal ball found her, jumped onto her accurately, and looked up at the people above. Song Fan looked at the little coal ball below and said with a smile, "Ah, you are here too. Very good. Then this time, we can solve it all at once. I hope everyone can perform a good show for me." Suddenly, the people below had weak steps and stood unsteadily and swayed. What's wrong with me? I feel dizzy too. At this moment, a golden light shot into the air from Song Fan's position, emitting a huge energy wave. More than 100 star beasts dormant inside and outside the Interstellar all went to important planets. The tens of millions of puppets and millions of human rebels also began to act. Song Ke stood below, and Song Fan stood above. The two of them smiled with similar faces and said, "Everyone, please die." Chapter 451 Star Wars. The similarity between the two made Shin Shinfu a little confused, but she recognized that Song Ke in her glasses was not a puppet. Just wait for the words to fall. The waiters gathered at the Song family banquet immediately attacked thousands of guests in the field, and chaos broke out in an instant. The Song family siblings watched the scene with interest. Most of the glamorous upper-class people were panicked, but they had no strength, and their supernatural powers had problems. The precious utensils and delicious food at the banquet were overturned to the ground, and they were trampled by you and me until they lost their luster. The things that were originally sought after are now considered stumbling blocks. When facing life and death, there is no such thing as high or low. However, just as the Song family siblings finished speaking and they started to fight, several groups of black mist suddenly appeared in the field and quickly spread to the whole field. The small scenes floating in the air with mist were instantly framed by the space block and photographed into a plane and thrown aside. Shin Shinfu was sitting on the plane and was brought out of the mist, looking a little shaky. After she went up, Song Fan didn't feel that surprised. The poison in Xiao Jing's mist would definitely be affected even if 3S inhaled it. But after all, her level and type of superpowers here must be longer than others. Song Ke threw out a long whip from the black mist that completely blocked her vision, wrapped around the stage above, and brought her up. Screams rang out below, as well as chaotic fighting and roars. From another perspective, it was as lively as the banquet just now. Shin Shinfu stopped when he lifted himself to the same height as the aerial stage of the Song family siblings. She sounded a little weak, and said to Song Fan, "You are the Time Star Beast, right?" Song Fan was a little surprised. His black eyes were tinged with a little gold, and a trace of curiosity flashed across his face. "How did you know? But saying one is too vulgar. To me, you are the one." Shin Shinfu swept the black fog below calmly, and after a few words, the noise below had become much quieter. The two of them talked very calmly, but Song Ke was no longer as calm as before. She didn't expect Shin Shinfu to know this. How could it be possible? If she knew, she would definitely take action. She immediately connected the communicator beside her ear and asked the people arranged by the Song family in various locations on the planet, "Is there any abnormality around?" All the reports in her ears were that there was no abnormality, and no troops appeared around the Interstellar, which was completely different from the previous Black Beach battle. At that time, there were starships outside the Hanyu Star on standby before they were teleported to the battlefield. Even the people they arranged in several military regions. The news before the banquet started said that they were in simulation training, and only a few regular teams went out. She was relieved, thinking that Shin Shinfu had just guessed Song Fan's identity. After all, she had seen the fight between the time puppets and understood their energy fluctuations. After she said that sentence with certainty, she did not ask anything else, which made Song Fan even more interested. "You didn't even ask me why I wanted to kill you," others would ask. "Aren't you curious?" Song Fan thought she was very interesting, because for so many years, it's not that no one had discovered his actions, and they would question him, but she didn't seem interested. This made him very interested in her. Shin Shinfu didn't ask Song Fan why, because there was no need. It's not a species of creature. so it's not strange to do anything to other species. I almost understood it after listening to it say a few words just now. It just thinks that it is the higher creature in the universe. Human beings? But it's just like a bug on the roadside. Not even a cat or a dog. Originally, it was toyed with by these star beasts, and easily took away the life of the existence. But it actually developed to the point where it could kill them. So it decided to gather the star beasts together to eliminate most of the humans. As for the rebels, Shinfu didn't think they would regret killing them all. If they wanted the game to be more fun, they would train their own people to manage the game field. It might be too polite to describe it as a game field. It could be said to be a slaughterhouse. If they overthrow the entire Interstellar Federation, the people they control can be kings, and the star beasts will become true gods. So Shinfu didn't answer. She waited until the sound of the black fog below became smaller before she said, "You have started to act. Right? The star beasts have been released. Right? Dozens or hundreds of them." Song Fan showed a regretful expression. "If you were not from the Shin family, I really wanted you to be one of us. You see, you are from the space system, and I am from the time system. These are the two highest dimensional abilities in this world," he said and thought for a while. "Hey, why don't you come to my side? How about I let you be the king of the new interstellar empire?" Song Fan thought that this was what most humans wanted most. The pinnacle of money and power. So he sincerely used this as a bargaining chip. Song's face turned pale when he heard this, and he looked at him in disbelief, as if he didn't expect him to say such a thing. But Shinfu shook her head. "No, I don't have such ambitions. It's a bit far from my ideal life." She looked at Songku again. "No one can be." Songku was just startled by Song Fan's words, and after hearing what Shinfu said, he finally couldn't maintain his previous generosity in the sense of crisis. "Then you can only die like the people below." Shinfu just looked down and said to himself, "Yes, they are all dead." Songku used his banquet as bait to gather all the people who controlled 80% of the wealth in the galaxy here, which was the beginning of the rebel action. According to Luo Heng, isn't his family's situation very similar to that of the Song family? Parents died, and children were parasitized. But she and the people in the information analysis room of the Lang family guessed that the Song family was still a little different, because the Luo family has been parasitic for a long time. And that adult, judging from the story of the Luo family, has been hiding, and will not stay in the same family for a long time. But the Song family is too convenient. They are engaged in the business of mecha and special weapons. No matter what kind of weapons they make, it is very simple. And Song Fan's weak body has always been a good cover. So when he went to kill 3S, it was easier for him to deceive people's trust and let them down than ordinary people. After the death of the head of the Song family, the siblings acted vigorously, and they wanted to let the whole world know that they were robbing the head of the family. This behavior is like saying that only people will rob the head of the family. So for a while, they didn't notice this problem at all. But the two people robbed too much, and they were noticed. Moreover, the siblings of the Song family were organizing strong people on a large scale. In fact, it was not for robbing the head of the family, but for the actions of the rebels. When the time came, brainwashing and modifying memories, no one would be more loyal than them. This is why she was willing to hire her 3S superpower at a sky-high price, because she would be slowly transformed into a rebel. After this guess, she also asked Zuiyu for help and asked him to calculate the probability. It was just that time that Zuiyu used the most 30-sided dice, which was the most accurate and the most accurate in calculating the probability, and used the most mental power. When the 5-3SS of the training star all added up their fields to add to him, Zuiyu's mouth and nose were full of blood, and he almost lost half his life. The number of dice that calculated that Song Fan was a star beast was 30. 100%. It was also because of this that Shinfu did not doubt that Songku, who had just suddenly revealed some energy fluctuations that were very similar to this time Star Beast, would be the Star Beast. If Song Fan did not appear, this matter would not end. So the people at the banquet were actually real baits. In order to lure him out, he had arranged it for so long, and he would definitely come to enjoy his own achievements. And her task was to save all these people by surprise before Song Fan took action. The black fog was dispersed by Song Fan's wave, and those lying on the ground were all their waiters, and all the people who had attended the banquet before disappeared. Chapter 452. How could this happen? Songku didn't sense anything wrong just now. She naturally didn't know why. because there was a bomb of confusion perception in the space bomb, which was made by Mu Xian. The noises just now were all illusions, and even if they were perceived, they couldn't be sensed. The waiters were confused by the illusion and killed each other. She also added some poison, which became the current situation, and the real guests were all sent to a safe place by the portal she kept opening. It's very simple. They don't need to go in by themselves. The portal is opened under their feet. They just step on the air and fall to the destination. The first use of the space bomb was very successful. Liu Ji-che and Ling Jiu Ling-shur were all sent away by her. They will take those people to other places when the time comes. And the poison sprayed from Shaojing was weakened by the antidote bombs they secretly opened. When they are in an absolutely safe place, someone will immediately detoxify them, in order to prevent people from discovering and resisting too quickly. The Song family will only choose relatively slow poisons. As long as there is this time, they will be fine. Seeing this, Song fans' expression finally changed, because the death of those who attended the banquet was very important to them. But now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He rubbed his eyebrows. It's okay. We will kill those people later. Now you go and die first. How much can she resist as a poisoned person? After saying this, dozens of golden arrows whistled in front of Shinchinfu. And what surprised her was that a small part of them was shot by Song Ke. Song Ke obviously did not have a puppet pattern, but he shot the same skills as the Time Star Beast. It's just that she can feel that her golden arrows are much weaker than Song fans. But now there are more important things to do. Her figure flashed, and she instantly avoided these attacks and disappeared. She didn't fight the two head-on at all. The smooth movements and the energy fluctuations that never weakened told Song Fan that she was not poisoned at all. The poison was actually useless to her? How is it possible? Her voice came from the sky above. Our plan is about to begin. He actually knew that the two highest energies in this world are time and space. Although she was too young compared to him, he still underestimated space. Shinchinfu domain appeared in the air, and it was still extremely gorgeous even in the middle of the night. Song Fan shot out a golden light like a meteor, but the small coal ball on Shinchinfu's shoulder used the same amount of golden light to block it one by one. At this time, Shinchinfu was surrounded by blue light, because she mobilized a lot of superpowers. A blue vortex appeared around her body. The energy vibrated so much that even the golden light retreated away. And with a buzzing sound, she unfolded her new skill that she tried for the first time. The space corridor. That is, the largest space teleportation array with the most planets, and the widest range in the history of this galaxy. A huge blue transmission beam of light shot up from not far from the banquet, piercing through the clouds and connecting to the universe. Due to the folding of space, the connection of the energy beam became very short. In just a few breaths, the entire Interstellar, whether day or night, as long as you look up, you will see the huge connected blue star map in the universe. That is the place where Shinchinfu went out every night. Connected are the 800 planets of the Federation where she has set up anchor points in the past few months. Although not all. It is the limit of the number she can set at night in the past few months. Now the people in the military district can directly reach the battlefield from the military district. And the time for their action to start is determined by the rebels. Just as the starship gradually appeared on Sanhua Star from the blue beam of light, Luo Yuan and Luo Ji, who were preparing to act after sensing Sanfan's order in the Luo family on Hyde Star, also saw a blue beam of light suddenly appear. In just a few seconds, the same starship also appeared above the Luo family. All 33 military districts were dispatched. Shen Yan, who was at the headquarters of the 1st Military Region, sat in a huge command room. Below him were dozens of senior commanders, and below them were thousands of screens and information officers, observing all situations. The locations where star beasts appeared were fully monitored and updated in real time. Whenever a star beast landed on a planet, the army would be dispatched immediately. Other important planets also mobilized their troops to arrive in advance and were on standby at any time. When they walked to the light column, they would see a miniature version of the star map. Those who were marked with a blue square on their wrists by Shinchinfu could use the space corridor. They only needed to know the interstellar address and click on the light spot they wanted to go to. And all the thousands of people they wanted to take away would be teleported away. In this way, before the space corridor was activated, even if there were human rebels in the military region, it was impossible for them to think that the 33 military regions were ready to kill the star beasts and rebels at any time. At the same time, the entire Interstellar began to broadcast a special emergency alert, and everyone must go to the nearest underground air raid shelter. Luo Ji looked at the blue light column with familiar energy fluctuations, and he could hardly suppress his anger. It was Shinshinfu work. It's her again! I originally thought that this space system was taken seriously enough, and the planetary monitoring was to prevent Shinshinfu from teleporting people from the military district like last time. Who knew that her teleportation range was so wide? This star map that can be seen clearly in broad daylight is like a huge net, and it is obvious that they want to catch them all in one net. They still underestimated her even though they thought they valued her. Luo Ji glanced coldly at Luo Yuan beside him, as if he was blaming him for the failure of the last operation, which led to such a big problem at this time. Originally, they wanted to play the time difference. Even if the starship jumped, it would take several hours to a day to reach a distant planet. They originally let those star beasts constantly switch planets to cause trouble. But with such a huge teleportation array, this time difference does not exist. They can even arrive faster than the star beasts. However, Hyde Star has 400,000 puppets and rebels, and because of today's operation, they have been on standby nearby. So he doesn't think it's too late to deal with it. A combat aircraft with the Lang family emblem appeared in the light column. After the door opened, Luo Yuan saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. In a few months, his body seemed to have recovered well, but his expression was extremely cold at this time. There was a girl standing in the slightly darker place behind him, and his face was not clearly seen. Luo Ji sneered and asked Luo Yuan, "Is this what you said? Luo Hung will not have any problems." Luo Yuan didn't say anything. They were able to find Hyde Star accurately. It seemed that Luo Hung was guiding their actions. I didn't expect that he was cured, and he was not curious about Shenmo's news. After all, only the Luo family had sporadic clues. Lang's laboratory was buried somewhere, and they turned the capital star upside down and didn't see any shadow. But if he hadn't insisted on keeping him in the old house, there wouldn't be such a situation now. So he couldn't say anything to refute. Before he could see clearly, the starship above fired directly at the manor, trying to blow them to death. Luo Yuan could only drive the mecha to escape, while Luo Ji frowned and dragged him up wrapped in orange-yellow maple leaves to avoid this round of bombing. A huge explosion sounded, and the manor was razed to the ground in an instant, and even a mushroom cloud rose and rolled in the sky. The puppets and rebels of Hyde Star all rushed here, and the military soldiers in the starship drove the mecha in batches and jumped off the starship, surrounding this area in a circular shape. Yu Jianya, Lin Xian Mutuo, and others followed Su Ming here. This action was voluntary for military academy students, but all 480 students participating in the training camp volunteered to participate. But they were sent to different positions according to their strengths and abilities. After all, star beasts in other positions will also cause chaos and kill people. The 3S leading the team this time was Amu Chen. A white semicircular sphere was thrown high into the sky, and then it quickly turned and deformed like a body, and finally turned into an air shield that was very similar to the shield deployed by the Sky Castle before, covering this area. The only difference is that this was transformed from Amuchen's maze space, and this shield can be used to release skills. This is indeed the inspiration that Amuchen got from the previous Star Beast War of Lang's family. In this world, it is not only Shinshinfu's space system that can restrict the actions of Star Beasts. His maze space is also space. Even if Amuchen is in the mecha, he only wears a pair of slippers. But now his expression is a little serious, pointing at Luo Ji surrounded by maple leaves in the air. The maze shield immediately condensed into tens of thousands of cross-hook sharp arrows of different energies, rushing towards Luo Ji like a storm. Chapter 453. Seeing this, Luo Ji's eyes darkened, and the maple leaves around him became more and more, as if the autumn season had turned into a human form. He pointed to the sky, and the maple leaves that were originally floating around him stopped instantly. And then, they seemed to be living creatures that received instructions, and they seemed to be swept up to the sky by a gust of wind, and all were thrown out, and collided with Amu Chen's rain of arrows. Amu Chen's sharp arrows continued, and his maple leaves did not stop. But the maple leaves that were so sharp still made a rustling sound when they were fired in all directions, as if they were really fallen leaves on the road, which was extremely deceptive. At the same time, bursts of extremely cold white mist spread around him, causing the temperature to drop quickly. But he did not turn into the appearance of the Star Beast, but just dodged those attacks lightly. But he wanted to play with ease. But others would not give him this opportunity. Lin Xian and Yu Jianya, two crazy people, rushed out suddenly after seeing Luo Ji, almost turning into a flash of lightning and a black shadow, flashing in front of Luo Ji at a speed faster than all the soldiers in the military district, and threw more than 10 small cubes, like throwing small stones at people. Luo Ji was shocked by the sudden attack of the two people for a moment, and at the same time he also felt their energy. But he didn't expect that they would throw things at him in front of him. He didn't know what those things were, and thought they were new alien bombs. So he blasted out a ball of burning flames and then prepared to dodge. However, those cubes were untied with a light touch, and what came out was not a bomb at all, but various superpowers. The dark jungle tightly entangled his feet and dragged him in desperately, like a spherical crusher, and actually wanted to strangle him directly in the human state. Then two glowing 5-line scores, with some notes on them, floated over and came towards his head. There was another thing that looked inconspicuous, just a small white character, but when it flew in front of him, he felt a bone-chilling cold. As a 4-season star beast, his winter ability was cold poison, so even if he was in a human body, he had never felt cold. But now he felt it clearly. The coldness in the character could freeze his body to death, and many strong attack abilities, fired at his heart, were bound to pierce the star core at his heart. Then he was blocked by the kaleidoscope, which gave him a stronger sense of crisis than the black shadow-like plant that was dragging him. He knew that this skill was from Shinshin Fu. He didn't see her coming either. It's impossible that she can throw skills through those teleportation beams now. Not to mention that they threw out many kinds of skills. The Luo family analyzed the abilities of those who participated in the last battle of the Black Beach. He knew that there were several 3S skills. They, humans, actually made skills into bombs? He had lived for 1,000 years, and had never seen such an operation. Luo Ji had a new assessment of the military district's preparations this time, and made up his mind in an instant to unfold his body. Otherwise, his host's body would be blown to death this time. And even if it didn't die, it would cause him very serious damage. The people in the air watched the kaleidoscope connect and close by itself, slowly expecting it to strangle him like this. Yu Jianyao laughed happily. Hee hee. I'm so awesome. Mutua just caught up and heard him proudly. Do you want to see whose skills you threw? I threw them. Mine. You can live like this for the rest of your life. It's also good. Optimism is also an advantage. Lin Xian observed very carefully. Before the 4-color light was emitted from the gaps between the closed kaleidoscopes, he immediately stepped back and told everyone, "Get out of the way." Huge 4-color energy sprayed out from the kaleidoscope that had not yet closed, breaking the skills they threw out, and the mecha in the air was instantly blown away, while the star beast quickly unfolded. First, a ball of white gas condensed into a white ice ball, then released orange-yellow gas, full of maple leaves, and then the red flame superimposed on it. Even the cold air in the air was driven away for a moment, but soon all of it was covered with green. It looked like a miniature green planet, with flowers and trees growing on it. Not only did it look harmless, but you could also feel the birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. All the dangers inside were hidden under the spring. Those who knew the star beast in the field frowned, because the body it just turned back to had 4 layers. The general purgatory level star beast only has 3 layers, but it actually has 4 layers, which means it is even more difficult to reach its center. The people who were dizzy by the energy when it unfolded finally stabilized the mecha, but there was no fear in their hearts, and they approached the star beast that was still growing plants with the people who came behind. There are only more than 300 StarCraft 2s, and not all of them are in the military district. There are too many positions to guard, so even in the Hyde battlefield, in addition to the military academy students who volunteered to participate, the military district only assigned 5 2s. This is why it is important for military academy students with higher levels to participate in this kind of battle. Just as they approached the star beast in the air, Luo Heng and Xiao Fei drove the mecha to catch up with Luo Yuan. The two blocked his way one after the other. Luo Heng looked at the star beast that was forced to reveal its true form like a monster and chuckled. Then he said to Luo Yuan, "Long time no see." "Ah, Yuan." Luo Yuan knew what he meant. This was the way Luo Heng liked to call him when he was young. He said, "Long time no see." Not in the past few months, but in the past 10 years. He finally met him again with a clear mind. Luo Heng really didn't understand why he was so good to him and regarded him as his only relative. But he still betrayed him. Since childhood, he felt that they were the most loyal brothers in the world. So he almost never hid anything from him. And the matter with Mo was also known by Luo Yuan on the first day. That day, Luo Yuan saw that his brother's eyes were a little red. But he was inexplicably happy. So he asked him what happened. Luo Heng said that he met a very interesting person and hoped to have a chance to play with her in the future. In the end, he also knew all his plans to leave with her. But he didn't expect that the brother who he was willing to tear off his mask to stand up for him, press those who offended and laughed at him into the water, and forced them to apologize to him, and who also protected him in life, actually betrayed him. After nearly 14 years, Luo Heng finally asked that question. Why? Why betray him? Stab him in the back? Why tell on him? Why destroy everything for him? Luo Heng really didn't understand. When Luo Yuan heard these 3 words, he knew what he was asking. It was nothing more than what happened in the past. But it was because of his noble attitude of being untainted by the mud and innocent of knowing nothing that made him more resentful. Because they all came from the same den of thieves. Yes, he also found out later that he hated him. It was from the day Luo Heng told him, "You will be the head of the family from now on." His hidden resentment, complaints, sadness, and jealousy, which he had never discovered before, were all released. So he replied, "Because of me? I hate you. I hate you." Chapter 454. In Luo Heng's heart. Luo Yuan has always been a low-key person who doesn't talk much and doesn't express his emotions well. However, now his tone is getting more and more intense, as if he is accusing or venting. Let me guess. Are you looking confused now? You don't know why I'm saying this at all? That's right. How can you, who has been envied since childhood, understand the thoughts of people like me? In the eyes of others, you are always the best person in our family. What am I? I can only follow you forever. Your level is higher than mine. You are a 2S level favored child of heaven. And I am 1 step away. Super S level. You are a moon phase warrior superpower. And your superpower weapon is the moon wheel. High above. Bright and clear. What about me? The dirtiest black water among water superpowers. The condensed water has a corrosive effect. And even the simplest use, cleaning, can't be done. You are always so likable. Even if you go out for a trip, you can make friends like Shinemo. But behind you, no one wants to look at me more. It has been like this since I was a child. No one in my family cares about me. You are the only one in my grandparents' eyes. My parents' eyes are the only one in my eyes. And the star beast, after being parasitized, can only see you. You don't know how hard I have worked just to surpass your previous score. But when I studied day and night and finally surpassed you, you got a higher total score. You have to choose everything first. And only after you choose can it be my turn. Or you give it to me. I have never made a choice before you. Yes, your choice is always so correct. I was born to be your control group. Your shadow. Listening to other people's pursuit of you and ridicule of me. But I used to think it was nothing. Everything was nothing. I didn't even realize that these were questions. Because I was born like this. I have never won you even once. So at that time I thought it didn't matter. Just like this. Just follow you like this. But you actually told me to let me be the head of the family. Luo Yuan's voice was full of sarcasm. Let me be the head of the family. What a ridiculous thing to say. The family will never consider letting me be the head of the family. You have always been the only choice. As if I never existed? But even this, you don't want it. You said give it to me. You said you want freedom? But in fact, at that time I still felt that it didn't matter. Even if others ignored me, I was important in your eyes. So it turned out that I really wanted to help you. It's just that I couldn't help but start to fantasize. If I became the head of the family, would those who ignored me be like I was a transparent person? People can see me? I started to look forward to it. But it failed. You exposed your relationship with Shinemo. And you also went against the decision of Grandpa and Grandma and them. You were knocked unconscious and taken back. You resisted them. But everyone thought it was okay. Even if you mixed with the people in the military district. They thought it was okay. And even thought it was an opportunity. An opportunity to enter the Shin family. Ha ha ha. How ridiculous, even if you might betray. They can't see me and never consider me. So I don't want you to give in. And I don't want you to give in anything in the future. Master, I take it myself. That's why I told you that they would kill Shinemo soon. You didn't have time. urged you to act, and told them that you were going to take her away. You didn't know that when you were fighting at the door of the Luo family, I was watching from the side. I thought they would be able to see me this way. But they still didn't. If you take Shinemo away, all our plans will be discovered. Even so, they still choose to seal your memory. Still can't see me. Why can't anyone see me? That's why I made up my mind to let you remember it again. I originally wanted you to know everything and then die. But I didn't expect you to go crazy. After saying this, he laughed, as if he was gloating. A madman can't be the head of the family. Right? They finally saw me. Are you satisfied with this answer? After listening to him, Luo Hung just asked him, then why don't you kill me? If he hated me so much, wouldn't killing him be a permanent solution? It wouldn't end up like this now. With all the secrets being said to the Lang family by him, Luo Yuan was silent for a while. The outside of the four-season star beast in the sky had begun to make bombing sounds continuously, and some mechas were falling down. It was so noisy, but the two brothers and Xiao Fei behind them were so quiet. After a while, he replied, of course, I feel most refreshed when I see you falling into the quagmire. After saying this, he mobilized his supernatural power, and didn't give him time to speak. He used the black water ball to hit the two. At the same time, he asked the rebels who had been arranged, why haven't you come yet? He only heard the whirring of wind in his ears, and it took him a long time to receive the news. Master, they are all out of control, and most of our people have fainted. Not far from the manor, the puppets that were originally on standby were controlled to come here. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, starting from the low-level ones, the patterns on their backs gave off a burning pain. They fell to the ground and wailed in pain. And soon, their consciousness began to clear. The four-season star beasts that appeared in their original form naturally paid full attention to the attackers, and had no time to switch perspectives to see where the puppets that were already very close were. As for the rebels, since their positions were already known and counted, it would not be difficult to poison them. After all, the Rose Army has many poisonous flowers, and they also have many poison-type psychics. It is not difficult to prepare some poisons that will only occur when controlled by psychics. These are what the Devouring Roses have done during this period, disguising themselves as ordinary flowers and poisoning their headquarters everywhere. And the potion to deal with the puppet control pattern depends on rain. The entire interstellar space has been raining for half a month. As long as the water cycle enters, these potions will continue to contact the puppets and will be integrated into their bodies. The clever thing is that these potions must be taken through another kind of powder that is finer than dust to take effect. And it is harmless to ordinary people. The powder was mixed in the air in the shells of the starship that bombed the Luo family manor at the beginning, and was blown far away by the wind-type mutant. Other locations were spraying potions when Shinshinfu opened the space corridor, and the puppets in the interstellar space officially began to get out of control. And there are only a few who are lucky enough to avoid all these arrangements. So at this time, the Luo family only has a few dozen guards. Luo Yuan himself, the four-season star beast, and the tens of thousands of rebels nearby who were lucky enough not to be poisoned. This is why the information Luo Hung knows is so precious. Because after preparation, even if the rebels want to kill people, they can't do it. Luo Yuan didn't expect that they could prepare to such an extent in such a short time. His supernatural power flowed, and the black water gathered into more than a dozen black tigers, staring fiercely at Luo Hung and Xiao Fei in front and behind. Let's start. The two immediately started to attack Luo Yuan, wanting to kill the first enemy for the dead Shinemo. On the other side, after Shinshinfu opened the space corridor, the smile on Song Fan's face froze for a moment, and finally became a little serious. Song Ke was even more panicked, and obviously not so calm, because there were especially many starships. 10 starships were facing the blue light column, like a moving fortress, huge and full of oppression. Lu Shur and Tujia, as well as the 3S Mushin who led the team this time, all appeared here in mechas, prepared to formally surround and kill the world-destroying star beast. Chapter 455. Song Fan felt the energy fluctuations in the space corridor and the loss of control of most of the puppets. He paused for a moment and laughed speechlessly. Song Ke looked at him incredulously. Sir, you are now. He was still in the mood to laugh? The arrangements made for so long were almost destroyed. How could he still laugh? It was just reported that there were only 20,000 to 30,000 puppets, and rebels available on Sangma Star. With such a small number of people, they could not cause any trouble. It can be said that they could only rely on those star beasts. Song Fan turned his head and glanced at her. What's the hurry? Now it seems that the main trouble is Shinshinfu, the cat, and those 3s. Since there are not many puppets left on this planet, he can only do their tasks himself. Song Fan sighed, raised his palm upward, and golden light flowed around him, taking him away from the stage. Standing in the air, his clothes fluttering, and the gorgeous and solemn glory fell on his body and face, which really made his face, which had no offensive power at all, look like the compassionate incarnation of God walking on earth. Unfortunately, he was not. Shinshinfu found that the situation here was not right, and threw more than a dozen supernatural bombs below. But his figure flashed, leaving only the barrier protecting him, and collided with those bombs. The golden light in front of him was still gathering at an astonishing speed, and Shinshinfu could only deploy a large space barrier at the fastest speed. However, he smiled disdainfully, and pointed his other hand into the air. After 1 or 2 seconds, a very large golden pattern appeared at the position where the barrier was deployed. No, it can no longer be considered a pattern, but a pattern array. The space barrier was instantly slowed down in its spread, as if it was stuck. Lu Shituja and Mu Xian reacted quickly, and also deployed shields in the air. But the time of that piece became slow, and the deployment of the barrier was almost as slow as a turtle. Just as they were preparing to attack, Little Cold Ball jumped from Shinshinfu's shoulder to the side, opened his mouth towards the diagram in the air, and fired the same golden light, colliding with the diagram. The dazzling light suddenly exploded in the air, causing cracks in the diagram in the air. Lu Shur went up to help Little Cold Ball, and without wasting time, he used heavenly punishment directly on the diagram, completely shattering the deceleration diagram. After the diagram was broken, the barrier of the 4 people was fully deployed. Shinshinfu had already teleported down and instantly approached Song Fan's position. But at this moment, the rebels near the banquet had already appeared. Many of them were puppets of the 4-seasoned Star Beast, while the human rebels drove mechas and flew up to face the soldiers coming down from the starship. And the 2 sides officially began to fight. However, Song Fan didn't seem to care about the array being shattered, because he had completed what he wanted to do. The golden light ball was injected with too much energy by it, and even the air began to tremble, throwing it upwards gently. The energy ball was like a rising golden starlight. Although he raised his hand so gently, it rushed straight to the barrier in the air with unstoppable force. It turned out that he had no intention of stopping the deployment of the barrier, because it could directly break through the barriers of Tujiao Lu Shur and Mu Xian, and then hit the barrier connected by the 100-layer mental power network upgraded by Shinshinfu. But this only made it pause for a moment, and it still rose to the highest sky unshakably. In addition to Shinshinfu's space barrier that delayed the time for the light ball to rise, the ordinary energy barriers of the other 3 people were like paper, and almost did not make it pause at all. It was torn apart when the halo approached. It seems that other types of barriers cannot stop the large energy ball of the Time Star Beast. After its energy ball was launched, many people chased it and launched supernatural attacks on it, trying to defeat it. But unfortunately, they could not keep up with its speed, because Song Fan's light was given a speed, which was the same as the delay that delayed the barrier from unfolding. The opposite skill, the object being given the speed up. When the light reached the sky, Song Fan felt satisfied. He seemed to have seen what the light would look like after it exploded, which was absolutely beautiful. When the planet would become golden, the golden light would penetrate into the human body, and they would be wiped out by him without any resistance. This light would kill more than 20 million people. No problem. This is the difference between the world-destroying level and the lower levels. If he put 20 or 30 of the 600 million people on Sangamo Star, they would all be wiped out. Just as he raised his mouth and dodged to look at the energy ball that was about to explode, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Almost at the same time, the energy ball suddenly darkened for a moment, followed by a crisp sound of ding. And the energy ball that had been halfway activated and began to emit the first light point was annihilated. Shinshinfu secretly sweated, because Song Fan's energy was too strong. Her barrier couldn't even stop the energy ball, and it almost killed all the people. Fortunately, she caught up. Her portal was open to the maximum to catch up with the speed of the golden energy ball. And the moment it was about to start but slowed down, she started the space annihilation. But this was her strongest attack. But she could only barely catch up with the energy ball against the Time Star Beast. Fortunately, as her domain strengthened, the range of her annihilation space continued to grow. Otherwise, if it was as small as when she first tried this skill, it would not be enough for several times. At this time, the faces of Amu Chin with disdain and Mu Xian with smiles seemed to float in front of her. And she felt grateful. Although it was difficult, it was really useful. Song Ke was a little shocked to see the scene. Xin Shenfu could actually annihilate the adult skills. Such a huge and terrifying ball of energy was wiped out by her and disappeared completely. This was like a terrible skill, like cheating. Absolute disappearance in any sense. But she didn't show it, and still hoped that the Time Star Beast could kill them all. Even if such an action would kill many innocent people. She didn't think about it, because she has always only thought about success, and has been looking forward to this day for so many years. Xin Shenfu didn't want to be on their side. Didn't want to be the king. But she did. That's why she volunteered to sacrifice her brother to the Star Beast. She was the only child in the family before, and she had been held in the palm of her hand for 10 years. Why did everyone's eyes fall on Song Fan after he was born? Isn't it because he is in poor health? But why should she let him go when he is in poor health? All that love was originally all hers. They should give her all their love when they gave birth to her. When she wanted to throw him to death, she was discovered. What a pity. Her parents always said that she should be brighter in her heart and learn to share. Excessive selfishness becomes greed. If she continues like this, there will be big problems, and she will not be able to be the heir of the family. Ridiculous. What is not bright about her? Obviously she is better than him in everything. Physical fitness, grades, layout. She is better than him. Why can't you look at her more? No wonder she sacrificed them all. Yes, even her father was sacrificed by her personally. The first person to trade with the adults was actually her. She was only 12 years old at the time, when they were angry on the roadside because they always paid attention to their sickly younger brother. The adults came to her and said they could help her. But she didn't believe it. So she asked him what ability he had. After he showed her his time ability, she was very happy. He said, "What's the big deal about being the head of the family? He could make her the king of the new world." The king of the new world. She was moved. Her father always threatened her not to let her be the head of the family. So she didn't want these things from them. She wanted to be a more powerful king. But she said to the adults, "Since you are so powerful, can you give me your ability? You have to give me some benefits now. Otherwise it will be hard for me to believe you." After hearing what she said, the adults just looked at her for a long time, and finally smiled and said, "Yes." He took a piece of fragment from his star core, extracted the star marrow in it, and turned the star core fragments into gray, and then injected it into her forehead and asked her to try to swallow it. At that time, she had awakened her superpowers. Although it was a bit of a headache, she still did it. So she had the time skill. And he said that as long as he didn't die, she could always use some of his abilities. He also said that she was a natural businessman and the first person in the world who let him sacrifice himself for her. Although it was only a small part that didn't count. So she helped and let the adults go home as a tutor. With the time skill, she first made her father a puppet, and then let the adults enter his body. It was very simple. This was the price they paid for not loving her completely. Later, some rumors that they didn't value her were spread, and the whole world knew about it. In the future, she will not only be the head of the family, but she can also be the king of this world. So what if she serves the Star Beast? She will succeed. Chapter 456. Song Ke unfolded his mecha and retreated to the remaining Song family rebels, where he was protected by layers of protection. After all, she personally selected the people who were brainwashed and controlled, and they were at least more reliable than the Star Beast puppets. She commanded these people to form different formations to fight against the people in the air. And as for the puppets, she had no control over them. Song Fan looked at the annihilation space in the sky that was darker than the night with an unhappy expression, and then swept across the 4-3s in the air, his eyes full of contempt. In this situation, even if he could tear open the barrier, he would not run away at all, because he wanted to clean them all up. Xin Shenfu and others were extremely serious at this moment, because she might not be able to receive every attack. If he fired the same energy ball in different directions at the speed of almost teleportation, it would be bad. In his eyes, life was not even as good as grass, and he could take it away if he wanted to. And now, he has not even turned into a star beast, which means that he does not bother to use his real power to deal with him. Shin Shinfu touched the little coal ball that returned to her side. We have to fight to the death. After that, the three people and the cat all went to Song Fan's side. Mu Xian ability was not suitable for close attack, so she was ready to assist in the attack at any time in the upper position. The others did not come forward, but just fired light blades or various long-range attack skills on the side. Anyway, they could not get close, because of the war between them. Getting involved now would be courting death. At least, he had to force his body out first. The three of them turned on the stealth of all the mechas. But their stealth would show the position to their own mechas, so there was no need to worry about accidental injury. They flashed to the vicinity of Song Fan at the speed of thunder, and all three of them opened their domains. Shin Shinfu briefly explained. Chains. Control. Lu Shi immediately set up 9 crosses in the air, and chains with white flames grew out of them, all to lock Song Fan's body. Tu Jia condensed a huge harp and played the control song in the air by itself, just making his thinking slow and his movements slow. At the same time, Mu Xian domain was superimposed on the domains of the three people in the sky. From it, a lot of colorful lights emerged. Even Song Fan was dazed for a moment. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Shin Shinfu and Tu Jia Lu Shi's mechas appeared in the sky, and each one looked real. He felt it was real. Energy cannons and light blades attacked his position like falling stars, but he applied speed to himself, so those things looked very slow, and his actions were difficult to catch even the shadow in the eyes of others. It was just that from time to time, a large number of golden arrows, like a long dragon, would be shot out, making it difficult for people to dodge. This is one of his skills. Sure. If the golden arrows are not intercepted at the fastest speed, they will directly penetrate the mecha and hit the people inside, no matter what level. As long as they are hit, they will turn back to their 8 or 9 years old, and their memories will stay at that time. At most, the high level will shrink slower and last shorter. But how can such a small person drive a damaged mecha? So almost the next moment, the circular energy blade that followed would cut his neck, and the mecha would fall out of control. Song Fan was too fast, and others could not see clearly, so they did not know that he was just watching the tragic scene he caused indifferently. However, Shin Shinfu Black Cat began to chase him. He was so fast, but he could let the Black Cat catch up, and when they met face to face, it found that the energy and skills of the Black Cat were almost exactly the same as his. He shot out a time vortex, and the Black Cat also shot back a time vortex. He released a golden arrow, and the Black Cat also released a golden arrow. Even when he increased his own speed, the Black Cat also increased it. This cognition made him a little creepy, because even if it was a star beast, there would not be two exactly the same, and its skills were the same as his. How is this possible? But he could still feel that the energy of this Black Cat was weaker than his. If it was a star beast, it would not reach the world-destroying level. At most, it would be higher than the purgatory level, but definitely below the world-destroying level. It was obviously weaker than him, but it listened to the human and came to kill him without hesitation. He activated the general time-freezing diagram, and made all the people in the radius except 3S pause their actions, because these 3S seemed to have grown a lot compared to the last time, and the supernatural power flowed too fast, almost forming an energy shield around them that tore time and space apart. But this couldn't stop the Black Cat. It was simply born to defeat him. After the static time, he didn't have time to kill a few people, and the Black Cat used the same energy as him to form a huge claw, and smashed his diagram several times like a wild cat going crazy. Because of the exact same skills, it caused him a lot of trouble. Originally, he thought it was just a strange beast or a small star beast with some time ability, but he didn't expect that it had hidden its strength in the last battle with his puppet. Not to mention that different power blocks were thrown out from time to time in the field. He was like opening a blind box, not knowing what kind of power was thrown in front of him. Even if he was a world-destroying level, the impact was still too great in this sick body. To exert his strength, he must unfold his body. Originally, he didn't expect the plan to be discovered in such a short time. According to his consideration, it would take at least 100 years. When making a deal with Sanku, he just said that it might be possible to act soon. Originally, he thought that the body of the head of the Song family was useless, and he stayed in Song Fan's body for a short time to cooperate with Song Ke's actions and gather a large number of people. After a few years, he would switch to the body of Song Ke's child and return to the Song family without anyone noticing. Unexpectedly, everything happened so quickly, and Chi Mingya's death opened the curtain of war in advance. When Shinshinfu drove the stealth mecha closer, he could still hear Mu Xian advise. Be careful of the golden arrows. Don't get hit. After entangled with him, use the annihilation space to kill him directly. Even if that doesn't work, you have to hurt his body. According to the information they integrated, hurting the host's body is also harmful to them. The white chains in the field of Lu Shi are almost denser than spider webs. But Song Fan keeps cutting them off, and the energy fluctuations make the entire chain structure tremble. It was also because he felt the ease of splitting the chains that Lu Shi was so shocked when he saw the little coal ball fighting Song Fan in the field. When he set the fire, he was still thinking, where did Shinshinfu pick up the lazy cat? Can't he have a cat like this? Why is her luck so good? Is she the biological daughter of some universe? Shinshinfu didn't know that Lu Shi could still have ideas about her cat at this time. She just started at the fastest speed when the little coal ball forced Song Fan to hit the black space block she scattered in the gap of Lu Shi's chain. The sound of annihilation sounded. Shinshinfu's eyes were fixed on Song Fan, who was bleeding and half of his body was gone. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a golden light in his eyes, and a clock appeared in front of him, making a click sound of a clock moving. Then a golden light flashed, and his body, even his clothes, were visibly restored. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Chapter 457. Even Lu Shi wanted to curse after such a futile fight, not to mention watching him recover. But even if he traced back his own time, her annihilation space was still in the same place, which might mean that he could not shake her skill. Time and space seemed to have relative limitations. He did not trace back the energy group that was annihilated before. I don't know whether it is because energy cannot be traced back, but only objects, or because the energy group was annihilated as a whole. Half of his body is still left in this world, so he can still trace back. Does he have to annihilate his star core together? Everyone present felt extremely difficult about his operation. Only the little coal ball still followed him, like a shadow regardless of anything. But Song Fan had some different feelings, because he felt severe pain just now. The host's body being cut off in half brought him the greatest pain in his life. The star beast itself is not so sensitive to pain. Only humans, if a little bit is cut off, will feel as if they are dying. He has not fallen so hard for a long time. Since this body bound him, he had no choice but to unfold his body. He stood in this dazzling attack, gradually surrounded by black clouds, which became larger and larger, and all the attacks that hit him when he unfolded his body were lightly pushed away. When it changed to about 1,500 meters, luminous bodies with different colors of soft light like small stars began to appear in the clouds. And then it became larger and larger, and stopped when it was nearly 3,000 meters. Shinshinfu was almost stunned in place. Isn't this the Chaos Star Beast of the past? Is it the Time Star Beast? When the Time Star Beast unfolded its body, the Four-Season Star Beast of Hyde Star was being madly attacked by the Spring Barrier. This barrier is more unpredictable than imagined. Originally thought to be just plants and recovery power similar to wood-type mutants. But it is more than that. In the woods on this barrier, even a bird is a cannonball. It looks harmlessly singing. A small one, but it rushes towards people unexpectedly. Such a sturdy mecha can actually have its mechanical arm blown off. As for the mecha barrier, the earthworms in the ground attached to it, and it was like a deadly poison, tearing the barrier apart. The vine attack was the most common, and it kept strangling. There was also a big tree inside, which looked like a human, with 2 wooden arms, and it looked like it had muscles, and it would hammer people. Not to mention that there were many small creatures that did not match their apparent abilities. As soon as the bees saw the broken mecha, they would immediately shoot their poison needles. If they were not rescued in time, they would die with a dark purple face. Then butterflies flew over and attached to those fresh corpses. After a while, only the bones were left, and the mecha was useless. When they used the fire power to burn these things, the big tree opened its mouth from nowhere, spit out the winter cold poison, and froze snowflakes to fall, extinguishing the fire. But if they were going to use the ice power to freeze everything here, the inconspicuous little mushrooms on the ground would be like small volcanoes, erupting summer flames and melting the ice again. Finally, they used a real drill and drilled directly into the ground. After all, last time Shinshinfu drilled through the thick flesh barrier of the blood star beast. And then he saw the innermost barrier. This is just some soil, which is nothing in theory. But the soil here can actually grow on its own. Almost the same as flesh and blood. Yu Jianyao fought for a long time without success. And was a little angry. He wanted to let the shadow wolf eat the soil. But was stopped by Mutuo. Use your brain to think about it. Don't be so anxious. The soil is endless. Then my hidden wolf will also be difficult to use up. It's not that big of a deal. At least use the giant shadow hand to dig. Oh! That's right. Su Ming was on the starship. And just observed the skills of the four-season star beast and reissued the order. Next, use elemental attacks alternately. The gold power can be replaced with a strong attack. When it counterattacks, use the energy of the opposite power to quickly switch, so as to slowly weaken it. And Lin Xian, listen to my orders. Let all lightning power users at the critical moment discharge electricity to temporarily paralyze it, and slow down its ability switching speed. Everyone responded. And with his order, they began to attack the four-season star beast in an orderly manner. Amu Chen also released different types of energy thorns in the maze shield and began to cooperate with others to attack in a large area. When the fire burned, the star beast began to snow. At this time, they immediately used the earth power users, and their skills drilled into the soil, and at the same time pulled down all the plants on it. When the plants counterattacked, they used strong attacks to cut off the plants. When the flames came up to deal with the gold power, they released the water power. And it's not only the elemental power users who can use these powers. A large part of the countless space bombs made by Shinshinfu before were from elementalists. And since only S level and above can use independent superpowers, the skills in the superpower bombs are even more powerful than those of ordinary superpowers. And all they need to do is to throw different superpower bombs accurately when they hear the command in their ears. In this way, both the loss of mental power and casualties are minimized. During the period when Lin Xian was converting energy, he led the lightning superpower team to release lightning attacks around. His lightning storm can also connect all the lightning of other superpowers to form a larger and stronger storm. After being bombarded by them like this, the four-season star beast would stop counterattacking from time to time. In this way, it didn't take long for the star beast to become bald visibly. The four-season star beast's combat was initially effective, and the rebels who came from below had also begun to counterattack, helping Luo Yuan deal with Luo Heng and Xiao Fei. There were also some four-season puppets and a small number of time puppets. Time puppets were particularly difficult to deal with. After an area was immobilized, other people could only break the pattern to release the immobilization. But they were not that easy to break. So most of them could only protect the immobilized people and then attack the time puppets with all their strength. After killing them, the patterns disappeared automatically. Fortunately, the time puppets were not as powerful as the original bodies and could not immobilize the entire space. Even with just a few dozen of them, they were difficult enough. It was also because of these people that Luo Yuan was not defeated so quickly. Xiao Fei stared at Luo Yuan, fearing that he would run away. Following her instructions, the white feather arrows chased Luo Yuan all over the field, trying to kill him with every strike. But there was always someone in front of him to defend him from the attack. He deserved this kind of person? It was during the pursuit that Xiao Fei realized how much she hated this person. Even if he had just said so many grievances he had suffered, she could not understand it at all. Absolutely not. Chapter 458. Isn't it just that his brother is smarter than himself and is valued? According to what he said, he also knows that his brother treats him very well. Isn't that enough? She, Shinchen, is so much weaker than her sister. When she goes out, people pay more attention to her. And she is also the one who studies better. She thinks that in comparison, except for this mouth, she can't be better than her in other aspects. Will she be jealous? Never. She will only be happy for her. In a family like that, it doesn't matter whether others value her or not. If he doesn't like it, just tell his brother. He turned him crazy because of jealousy. How can this be? In short, from her point of view, it is incomprehensible to push the person who loves her into the abyss. After fighting for so long, she has to speed up. And there is a bigger enemy above. When the Luo family rebels rushed over again, she said with an unexpected look, "Stop. The blocked route in front of her and Luo Yuan at the farthest distance were stopped in the air by her. Although her divine speech did not stop for that long. It was enough. Luo Yuan knew that one of the two people chasing him frantically was Luo Heng. But he didn't know who the other one was at first. Nor did he know what the other's skills were. When he saw the white feather arrow, he thought of the previous battle on the Black Beach, when Shin Chenfu's sister Shin Chenfei seemed to have used the same skill. Based on the information of the Freedom 1 team, he realized that it was the divine word technique. He felt that it was reasonable for Shin Chenfei, who was related to the Shin family, to chase him. Because Luo Heng woke up and must have told the Shin family all this through the Lang family, which led the little girl, who was related to the Shin family, to kill him frantically. It's just that Luo Heng's sudden appearance made him recall many things in the past. Even if he was fighting by intuition, his thoughts were still confused and difficult to calm down. Just when he was a little distracted, he was suddenly suspended, and Luo Heng once again unfolded the cold and beautiful moon phase diagram in front of him. But this time it was to kill him. Those were the 9 stages of the moon. The new moon repeated. A total of 8 different forms of the moon. From nothing to lack to full. And finally to nothing. Circled together. Connected to form a complete moon phase diagram. In front of this moon phase array with white and pure light, he felt that he was made into a ball of mud again. But now, he couldn't even raise his hand. This is his strength as a weak man. But for some reason, the moon phase array has not been activated. Luo Heng knew that as long as he activated the array, Luo Yuan would die. Because he couldn't beat him since he was a child. But it was precisely because he said that he had been inferior since he was a child that he was slow to act now. He really came with overwhelming hatred. And he still hates it now. But he just can't do it. When Luo Yuan was still young, he was taken care of by him. He was not so introverted at that time, and always followed him timidly and called him brother. Later, he still followed him, but became more silent. It turned out that there were so many reasons for his silence. Xiao Fei looked at his movements in the air and knew that he couldn't do it. He was fighting with himself. And it didn't matter about others, because he was his beloved younger brother since he was a child. So before the divine word skill failed, she raised her hand to Luo Yuan's mecha, condensed a ball of white light, and hit the front fiercely. Luo Yuan could only feel a huge thrust coming from behind him, and his mecha disintegrated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person separated from the mecha and fell down. As he fell, the white feather arrows followed him. But he was powerless to resist. He was easily caught up, and the white feather arrows pierced through his body and left, and pierced through again. When he felt the severe pain, he felt that this was retribution. Then he fell hard to the ground. But at this time, the restriction of the divine word on him also disappeared. He could move. But because of the fractures all over his body, he couldn't move at all. And even breathing was accompanied by unbearable pain. He opened his bloodshot eyes, looking at the moon phase diagram array in the air that had not been activated in the end. And Luo Heng, who was still in the air, and suddenly felt that he was the one who failed completely. Even if he became the head of the family, he was not like him. He was just dirty at heart, and could never compare. At this moment, he actually admitted that those people were right. And Luo Heng was the best one. Luo Yuan coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, feeling the rapid passage of life. But he looked at the slowly disappearing moon phases above without blinking, and suddenly felt that he seemed to disappear with the moon. Obviously Luo Heng was very good to him, and he did those things out of his mind, and never dared to admit that he was wrong. If you get everything and then say that you regret it, then hypocrisy will be added to the filth of jealousy. But in the dead of night, I always remember that my brother would bring gifts for him every time he sneaked out. And he would bring him those new things. He even received a gift from Shinemo. But he forgot all about it in his unwilling heart. Thinking of this, his eyes were scattered. And suddenly a figure came over. His eyes were completely blocked by blood, and he couldn't see who it was. The man slowly approached and stabbed him 3 more times, which seemed to be venting his anger. You are? Xiao Fei sneered coldly. Me? Of course I'm here to seek revenge, so that you won't feel innocent when you die in the hands of others. I am Shin Chenfei from the Shin family. Remember to find me when you become a ghost. After saying that, she gathered white light into a long blade, pointed it at his heart, held it with both hands, and stabbed it in. Go to hell. Luo family. Second uncle. Second uncle. He couldn't even feel the pain in his heart when he heard this name. He realized that this was the child who was originally going to be sacrificed. She was really rescued by Luo Hung, and Shin Moen survived. But his 3 children. Luo Su died. Luo Ji was dead. And the youngest one, although taken away and hidden by the child's mother, was probably found. In fact, this world has long been hell for him. What he snatched from Luo Hung was not glory, but an inescapable cage. In the end, he just sighed in his heart, said nothing, and died just like that. Just like the decades he had been silent. He died quietly. After he died, a special team came immediately to pack his body and take it away. After all, he had a time puppet. If he was traced back, wouldn't it be a waste of work? So the military district specially equipped a body packing team to prevent such a situation in advance. After watching him being taken away, Luo Hung said to Xiao Fei, "Sorry, Xiao Fei." He was so useless that he asked her to do it herself. Xiao Fei didn't think it was a big thing, but just said, "There is such a big guy up there. It's not time to apologize." Okay. The two drove the mecha and joined their team to attack the Star Beast barrier. Just watching the Star Beast getting closer and closer, Xiao Fei was a little worried, and he didn't know what happened to his sister. Chapter 459. When Shin Shinfu saw the Chaos Star Beast that she hadn't seen for a long time, her first reaction was to suspect that she had seen it wrong. But it looked just like the Chaos Star Beast. But it looked a little bigger. But because she had seen it before, she had no idea where to start. Because it was different from other Star Beasts. It had no barrier at all, and anyone could enter and exit at will. But if you entered, you might not be able to come out alive. The small luminous bodies on its body, which were only 10 to 30 centimeters in size, looked harmless. But they were really deadly when they hit people. Although she had entered and exited many times at the beginning, she had never seen the Star Core. And in the end, she was accidentally hit on the head and swallowed. But she didn't even understand how she was swallowed and where she was swallowed. Not only was it chaotic, but her mind was also chaotic. So she named it the Chaos Star Beast herself. Seeing Shin Shinfu suddenly stop moving, Tujia hurriedly asked, "Is there any problem?" "I have seen this Star Beast. Its luminous body is very powerful, and there is no Star Core inside." They don't ask Shin Shinfu when she saw this Star Beast now. None of this matters. Since she said she had seen it, it must be true. Shin Yoli in the starship also heard her words and issued an order. "Everyone, don't enter for the time being. First look for a breakthrough from the outside." At this time, all mechas began to change their arrangement, surrounding and attacking the Star Beast. And countless shells and energy were thrown into the Star Beast desperately. But it was useless. If these attacks hit the luminous body, they would explode due to the collision between the two. But if they didn't happen to touch, they would directly pass through the body of the Star Beast. It was futile and easy to hit their own people. And, even if it was 3S, when using its own domain to sense the luminous body, it was just a ball of air. So they still had to use mechas to fly to eliminate the luminous body. And they couldn't stand still and launch skills at any time to accurately lock it like before. At this time, the small cold ball was a dark cloud with golden eyes. In front of the Time Star Beast, it was like a big watermelon and a small sesame seed. The size difference was too big. After the Star Beast unfolded its body, it stopped in the air and began to observe it, as if it was looking at something important. However, when the small luminous bodies outside it that were originally changing all kinds of colors all changed to gold, the small cold ball issued a very sharp warning. Shin Shinfu had never heard it called like this, and immediately told everyone, "Beware of these luminous bodies." But they did not turn golden very quickly as she thought, but changed little by little as if accumulating energy. Lucier swung his sword and hit dozens of characters. When he collided with these luminous bodies, many of them could not be easily damaged by the Judgment Rune. As the color turned golden, they became stronger and stronger. All the surrounding attacks were aimed at these luminous bodies. Shin Shinfu felt very bad and directly locked them with small black space blocks of different sizes, and then kept making annihilation sounds, like the ringing of an ancient telephone. She flew around the Star Beast quickly, and wherever she passed, it was like turning off the lights, and large areas of darkness fell. On the other side, the small cold ball also damaged the light bodies. But before they could destroy all the light bodies, the whole Star Beast flashed. And then all the light bodies immediately shot out with long streams of light. Many of them shot at the barrier above. The Time Star Beast instantly turned into a pure black cloud. Those light bodies didn't even need to collide with other people. As long as they found someone, they would start immediately, and quickly unfold a spherical energy shield. From the center point of the light body, it could unfold a distance of 100 or 200 meters. Those who didn't avoid it in time were all slowed down. Those who moved faster could blow up the light bodies before they unfolded to avoid their own time being slowed down, or rescue those who were already in the deceleration shield. But there were still many people who were too late to rescue, because as the center of the light body, it would emit many tiny rays of light, piercing those who slowed down their movements, and rotating irregularly, like a laser, cutting the mecha and the people into pieces. Moreover, the luminous bodies did not disappear after unfolding, but kept floating in the air. If other people passed by it later, they would also be slowed down. Their activity space was greatly reduced. With this attack, the original 13,000 people around were reduced by more than 5,000 in an instant. Even if they were cut into pieces, they would fall down so slowly within the range, and the process of death was prolonged, and everyone experienced longer pain and torture. Not to mention the luminous bodies attached to the air barrier. They were attached to the barrier, slowing down the local energy flow of each person's barrier, and then using golden light to continuously pass through, so that the air barrier seemed to be corroded by the sphere, and dozens of holes were drilled. The barrier was broken irreparably. However, what was even more desperate was that, after the Time Star Beast had fired that batch of luminous bodies, new luminous bodies gradually began to condense in the mist. But they had not yet turned golden. After the reappearing luminous bodies condensed, those that were fired in the air gradually broke apart, and the mecha corpses fell down and piled up together. Although it looked like garbage and scrap metal, there were people inside. Shinshinfu felt helpless again. But now, it was much more powerful than when it used to deal with her. At that time, when it was in the Freestar Cave, it only used the initial luminous body to hit her, and it did not turn golden. However, she fought for too long. She didn't know the time. She just felt exhausted, and hadn't found the star core yet. In the end, she persisted for a long time in a state of being injured, hungry, and sleepy. She couldn't dodge and was hit on the head, so she was taken away by the Star Beast. It was also because it didn't even use the time skill at that time, so she didn't know it could control time at all. Was it because she was too weak that the Star Beast thought it didn't need to use skills and fought with her for so long? Or was it simply because of boredom? Shinshinfu raised her hand to output blue space power, connecting all the small spaces that she had just annihilated, and repaired them at a very fast speed. Because the annihilated space was too dark, it would affect everyone's judgment. Shinyoli saw the situation in the whole field, and had a new judgment on this Star Beast that took thousands of lives lightly. Now he made a decision. Another 5,000 people came down, and tried their best to prevent those luminous bodies from turning golden. The second group of people came down from the starship. In addition to this, there were 10,000 people who were specifically dealing with the 20,000 rebels here. They intercepted the rebels below and prevented them from going up to effect the battle against the Star Beasts. Even if the number of people was not equal, it would not be a big problem with Mu Xian. She established a very large illusion power field, with the blessing of several other 3S. Most of the rebels, who did not exceed the 2S level, were hit. Their behavior became chaotic, and most of them did not distinguish between friend and foe and attacked randomly. Songka was getting a little anxious, and from time to time she threw out the time-stopping pattern to help them. But the number of people was still decreasing. She was at level 2S and couldn't use the time reversal of adults. So if they died, they were really dead. When the people in the military district saw the fragments of the mecha falling down, their mentality began to change, and everyone was extremely heavy. The little cold ball looked at the piled fragments below, then at Shinshinfu, and then at the Time Star Beast. Originally going to deal with the Star Beast, it seemed to have suddenly changed its mind, and went down instead. Its golden eyes emitted a brilliant light. Everyone knew that this was Shinshinfu's strange beast, so they didn't attack it. It just flew to a low altitude. The six-pointed star on its forehead became dazzling, and then it flicked its tail downwards. Thousands of golden clocks appeared, exactly the same as those used by Tsong Fan to rewind time. Looking down, they were densely packed, illuminating the entire battlefield. Almost all the people who died from the previous attack were covered. Chapter 460. Click, click, click. After a few sounds, the golden clock disappeared. The mechas gradually moved and spliced together. The signal connectors that were originally silent now made a sizzling sound. After a moment, the voices of people who should have died appeared. Just now. Wasn't I pierced and cut into pieces? Me too. My heart was blown up. Oh my God. My ancestors appeared? Isn't it someone who is pressing on my mecha? Can you get off quickly now? I thought I was reincarnated into an abandoned refrigerator immediately. You call this reincarnation? The people who came back to life didn't pay attention to what occasion it was for a while. And they started to complain. Only those who saw the whole operation of the small coal ball knew what an incredible miracle it was. The small coal ball can actually turn back time. And it saved the lives of more than 5,000 people? Almost the whole audience cheered. And morale rose again. Although surprised, Shinshinfu still cast a worried look at the little coal ball. Such a large-scale time travel. I wonder if it will have an impact on it. And she didn't know it had such a skill. While destroying the new luminous body, Lu Shi asked Shinshinfu, "Hey, where did you buy this cat? Do you have any more?" Shinshinfu used a small cluster of kaleidoscopes to cover the luminous body and crush it. I picked it up. Picked it up? Your secondary ability is the lucky halo. Right. He paused. Where did you pick it up? I go pick it up some other day? Tujaw said speechlessly, in front of the Time Star Beast. You still have time to ask her where she picked up the cat? Just asking. I don't know if there is any. Shut up. Oh. Lu Shi, shut up and concentrate on dealing with the Star Beast. After the little coal ball retraced the time of those people, it returned to the air to help Shinshinfu and others destroy the luminous body. However, the Star Beast seemed to repel the little coal ball from entering its interior, and it would be attacked violently as soon as it approached. Every 5 minutes, the Star Beast will condense a new batch. If it is not eliminated in time, the golden luminous body will be shot out again, taking people's lives. But they fought for nearly an hour, and did not find where the star core is. They also sent people in to eliminate the internal luminous body. There was nothing except the luminous body. And even if the luminous body inside did not change to gold, it would explode and attack people directly. Just when they had no idea where to start, the whole Star Beast suddenly began to shake. After shrinking, it suddenly grew larger, like the fluctuations when the heart beats. After 7 or 8 beats, light came out from the inside. It was 4 large balls of light. It was the same as the one Song Fan shot at the beginning. It was going to kill the people outside. But even if they knew it, there was no other way. Because there were 4 balls, heading in different directions. After breaking the luminous body embedded in the barrier before, they repaired the barrier stacked by several people. Generally, the purgatory-level disaster-level star beasts must not be able to get out easily. But these balls of light still broke through the barrier and rose into the sky. The people arranged outside the barrier could not stop these attacks at all. Shinshinfu teleported Lu Shi and Xiao Meichio to the highest altitude, and they immediately separated to chase different light balls in advance. The judgment energy in Lu Shi was running to the extreme. He set up many layers of barriers in one of the directions where the golden light was about to rise. Not to intercept it, but to sense its position. When it passed through, it was like a nesting doll, putting on hundreds of layers of cages. The cage that originally had gaps was put on horizontally and vertically by him, and it turned into a huge white solid cube, and he was in the innermost layer, releasing 10 times the heavenly punishment. Bang bang bang, the sound of explosions continued, and Lu Shi knew that it was the cage inside him that was destroyed. But there was no way. He could only continue to stack layer by layer, just like Shinshinfu did before. But his cage was more suitable for only entering, but not exiting. So it was actually difficult to open from the inside. After stacking thousands of layers, he finally heard no sound inside. Shinshinfu also annihilated one of them. But the other 2 positions were somewhat different, as if deliberately provoking the small coal ball, when it used energy to destroy the golden light. The 4th direction unfolded the time-still pattern, and it was different. The pattern was more complicated, and a spherical cover appeared. Originally, the conventional time-still pattern could move Tujia, who was 3S, with the ultimate operation ability. But this one was different. She was completely still. When Shinshinfu and Lu Shi found out, it was almost too late. Shinshinfu could only draw a black space in the distance for the flash of golden light, but did not accurately frame it. And a golden arrow suddenly appeared in the pattern. Although Tujia was in the mecha, it was aimed at her heart. At this moment, Shinshinfu went through all the known conditions. If this is not a normal time-still pattern, It can only mean that this is absolute stillness. Just like the absolute annihilation of her spatial annihilation. It is the absolute stillness of other things in the rules of time. Tujia will die. After the golden arrow hits the body, it will trigger the effect of returning to the childhood state, followed by the circular blade and the energy ball above that will explode. If she is shot in the heart, and then the circular blade cuts her neck, and then the energy ball above explodes, she will be shattered. Even if the little cold ball has the ability to reach the sky, it can't save a ball of air. But if it is absolute stillness plus a spherical cover with regional restrictions, then after she enters, she will also be stilled in it and unable to move. But there is no time for her to think too much. At this moment, she thought about so much but couldn't get a perfect answer. So she could only let herself make decisions according to her heart. She could only believe in herself. She rushed forward and opened the portal. And the next moment she blocked in front of Tujia. And the little cold ball came a step late. Because the golden arrow penetrated the stilled mecha and shot Shinshinfu's body. And immediately merged into it. After the little cold ball smashed the circular blade that followed to take her life, she could only go up and slap the golden energy ball that was about to explode. At the same time, Lu Shi, who rushed to the vicinity, felt the domain shattered again. He turned around and saw that it was the golden light rising in the distance, followed by many attacks as if delayed. Then, it exploded like fireworks. The time star beast tricked them. It had already condensed 5 balls of energy, and knew that they would intercept. So it lured the tiger away from the mountain. And it would be best if it could kill a 3S. The golden light exploded into countless small light spots, which scattered all over the planet in all directions. The space station that observed the situation of the planet in the universe found that at this time, Sanma star was like a snowflake firework in hand, starting from a point, and the light spots spread all around, quickly covering the entire planet. When these scattered small light spots fell down again, a light spot would explode into more golden light within 100 miles, passing through the building and the bodies of everyone. Although it was sad, the only thing to be thankful for was that because the risk avoidance notice was issued early, there were fewer people on the surface now. Originally, one strike would kill tens of millions of people. But this time, it took away hundreds of thousands of people who didn't have time or didn't believe in it. But it was already a lot. Lu Shi used the heavenly punishment to fight against the many golden lights in front of him. And after calming down, he didn't dare to rashly enter the absolute time still range. Only the little cold ball could walk in it. The golden pattern on his forehead emitted a strong light, and he stepped down to shatter the diagram array. In her opinion, the time recovery of Tujia was just a blink of an eye. So looking at Shinshinfu mecha blocking her, she called her in disbelief. Xiao Fu. But before she could go forward to see Shinshinfu, and the mecha fell straight down. At the same time, the light column of the space corridor flashed twice, but soon lit up again. All the people in different battlefields of the entire Interstellar noticed the changes in the space corridor. For example, Liu and Ji Che in the battlefield of the capital star, as well as the people of the Freedom 1 team and the Study Tour team, and even the Huahua group who were fighting against the rebels. Sweating in the general command room, but looking at Shen Yin who looked normal. And even those rebels, including Bai Tung and his group who found that the situation was not right, and were about to escape, but were stopped and had no choice but to join the battle. And Songku who was looking forward to Shinshinfu's death on Sanma star, etc. All saw the space corridor flash twice. But she didn't fall much, and was lifted up by a space plane. And then the black and gold mecha scratched its head in some confusion. The two people and the cat watched her fiddle for a while, and suddenly opened the mecha. An 8 or 9-year-old girl with a cold expression and eyes full of caution and murderous intent jumped out from inside. Chapter 461. The almost 9-year-old Xiao Chenfu untied the oversized suit jacket, and found that she was wearing a fitted black and gold combat uniform. She didn't know how she put it on, and she seemed to be in a mecha. She knew about mechas, but she had never operated them. So when she appeared here, she thought she was crazy and had hallucinations. But the weightlessness of the mecha falling down made her sober again. She really came out. But she didn't know how she suddenly got outside. She was just wandering in the star cave, and was about to eat some meat to fill her hunger. The wounds from the fight with the monsters had not healed yet, and she still had a few wounds. After trying for a while, she opened the mecha and walked out. She jumped down, and the mecha turned back into a necklace and hung it around her neck. She stood in the sky. The wind was very strong, and the night was very dark. But there were many people in the sky. Or many mechas. There were several huge, tattered barriers below. And a star beast was locked inside? Many people were fighting it. But the effect was not good. People kept dying. And it looked very tragic. There were 10 starships a little further away, which looked very domineering. But she looked at the blue light column not far away. That thing was indeed supported by her superpower. Although she didn't understand what it was at first. She felt that an important skill was being shut down. And it seemed to be a huge teleportation array. It was not difficult. But there were many locations. And people were using it. I don't know who came up with it. Setting anchor points in so many places. It's too crazy. But she just came out. And everything was not confirmed. So she hesitated for a moment, and then connected it. After all, there would not be a skill connecting her mental power for no reason. The pain in her shoulder was particularly severe. As if she was pierced by a sharp arrow. A girl's voice suddenly came from the communicator on her ear. Shifu? Are you okay? Shifu? Who is she calling? 2 mechas quickly flew in front of her. And one of the platinum-colored mechas released a ball of white light at her. She dodged it with a flash and took a fighting posture. Lu Shur didn't understand. How did you dodge it? Xiao Qinfu didn't understand either. And looked at them warily. Are you talking to me? Tujia remembered. Yes. It seems that it was said just now that this thing not only makes people smaller, but also stops their memories at the age of that time. Tujia blamed herself. If it weren't for her, Shin Qinfu wouldn't be like this now. It's a pity that she didn't have much time to blame herself at this time. She could only explain the current situation to her as soon as possible. We were fighting the time star beast below. And you were shot by the star beast's golden arrow to protect me. The golden arrow has the ability to go back to childhood. Xiao Qinfu frowned. You mean? I was back? Her physical condition has also returned to the same as before. She hasn't spoken for a long time, and her sentences are not very smooth. Lu Shur looked at the fierce battlefield below and urged. I will treat you first. Don't hide. We are all comrades. Comrades? Xiao Qinfu heard someone say that it was her comrade for the first time. She has always been alone. But she still didn't believe it. Why should I believe you? Tujia was anxious and said directly. There are a lot of strange beasts in your space world. Right? There are also a lot of food. I bought a lot of gardenias and big watermelons not long ago. Go and have a look. As long as the backtracking does not affect her independent space world. These things are likely to still be there. According to the fact that Shin Qinfu's previous space corridor was still running. She guessed that the space world would not be affected. After all, space and time check and balance each other. So it is not a space world that exists at this level. And it should not change. Perhaps going back will only affect her body and mind. And turn her into what she was before. Xiao Qinfu really tried to take a look at her space world after hearing this. After the connection, the fragrance of gardenias came to her face. She saw that there were many more exotic beasts. And there was an area with many small cubes. All kinds of resources. And special nutrient solution neatly stacked. And there were a lot of food. She also saw a big watermelon. Which was really big. Is it really a watermelon? There is also an area with many pots of transparent thorny flower stems. And there are no flowers on them. There is also a whole area of exotic plants on the side. Most of which she doesn't recognize yet. When she saw so many things in the space world, she suddenly felt safe. And this is really what she occasionally imagined in the Freestar Cave. A space world with so many resources that she can't use them all. And even looks a bit wasteful. At the same time, she believed her words. After all, as long as she doesn't tell anyone about the things in the space world, no one will ever know what's inside. So she must be someone very close to her later self to know all this. So when Lu Shur's healing light flew towards her again, she did not dodge. The wounds on her body healed almost instantly. And even the sleepiness from not getting enough rest disappeared. She hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. So she thanked him and asked, "What's my name?" Lu Shur replied, "Shin Qinfu. You should have chosen it yourself." But he looked at the fighting below and said, "We are in a hurry to fight the star beasts. So let's take you to the starship first. It's safe there." At this time, he didn't have time to notice why Xiao Qinfu could stand on the space plane now. He thought it was set up before Shin Qinfu became smaller. And there was a space corridor. And he also thought it was Shin Qinfu's independent supernatural skill. I still think it's a bit amazing. People don't have supernatural powers, but they can still run the previous skills in such a short time. Xiao Chenfu had already drunk several bottles of special nutrient solution with satisfaction, and felt the precious sweetness. Unlike them, she was not anxious, but pointed at the black coal ball and asked, "What is that? A strange beast? Why doesn't it attack people?" Lucia replied, "That's your cat." Cat? The little coal ball had been looking at her quietly, and now it pounced on her position, turned back into a cat, and called out to her. Xiao Chenfu stared at the little coal ball, and most of the coldness in her eyes disappeared. Is this her? So cute. I like it so much. This must be her cat. And she wants to raise it now that she sees it. When Lucia was about to take her away directly, Xiao Chenfu said, "I'm fine. Since we are fighting star beasts, let's continue fighting." Both of them didn't quite understand. You fight star beasts? What can she, a child, do now? Not to mention them. The commanders on the starship who knew that she had turned back to her childhood were very desperate. They had lost a lot of combat power, and they didn't know how long it would take to recover. Those who had changed to a lower level than her before had not yet changed back. However, 3SU, who was killed at the time, was seen to be restored to his original state after his death. It is estimated that the duration of the transformation was about 40 to 50 minutes, which was not too long. Xiao Chenfu held the cat, and the little person looked at the star beast below and nodded. "Well, I'm full." After saying this, she jumped down, thousands of meters high, without a trace of slowness. The little figure disappeared in the air in an instant, and even when she fell down, she felt it was too slow and opened the teleport. Tujia was shocked and followed them. "No. You. She. This. Where did the superpower come from? Didn't they say that when they turned into children, they all lost their superpowers? How come Xiao Chenfu has it?" Lucia realized it later. Could it be that she has already awakened her superpowers at this time? Little Chenfu listened to what the two said and replied, "Yes." She quickly teleported to the side of the star beast and stopped, feeling the terrifying breath. This star beast is stronger than all she has seen. She really didn't expect that she would still have to fight these star beasts after she came out. However, most of the people in the air were desperately fighting those small luminous bodies. She quickly understood and stood on the plane of space, facing a piece of luminous bodies, unfolding a large kaleidoscope. Chapter 462. Although she doesn't have that many skills now, the kaleidoscope can still crush those luminous bodies, but the speed is slower than her later black space blocks. Tujia was speechless. When she was so young, she had already created a supernatural power like kaleidoscope? No wonder her domain upgraded so quickly. This is not a genius. This is already abnormal. Others also saw this little figure shuttled among many mechas after reaching the exact location. Oh my god! Is this Xiao Chenfu? She can fight star beasts at such a young age? Why is her shrinking so different from others' shrinking? Even on the battlefield, everyone couldn't help but complain about this too strange scene. Xiao Chenfu asked Tujia, "What were those two big black blocks in the sky just now?" Tujia's battle song was almost out of tune, and she replied, "Oh, that's the space you just annihilated." Which means that everything in that space, including the space itself, is absolutely annihilated and no longer exists. She jumped into the body of the star beast and replied at the same time, "That's pretty awesome." Tujia, is she really not showing off? However, since she doesn't know how to use the mecha yet, she just took Xiao Meiqiu into the body of the star beast. It's just that it's too fat for her now, and it weighs heavily on her shoulders. There are many luminous bodies inside, and new ones will appear after they are destroyed, and they will explode or use new skills unexpectedly. But just after she went in, Xiao Meiqiu patted her shoulder. "What's wrong? Cat?" Xiao Meiqiu approached her and quickly pointed at a dozen luminous bodies with his claws. Then after a while, it pointed at a few more luminous bodies. But some of the ones it pointed at the second time were the ones it pointed at the first time. Xiao Chenfu sighed. "It would be nice if you could speak human language." Xiao Meiqiu tickled her, as if thinking whether this person was big or small. She wanted him to speak human language. At this moment, more than 40 luminous bodies flew toward Xiao Chenfu, blasting out countless circular blades, like a blade storm specially prepared for her or Xiao Meiqiu. She originally wanted to dodge directly, letting these circular blades miss and fly to other places. But she suddenly thought that there were so many people outside. Although she didn't know any of those people. They were all her comrades in the future. So she swayed for a moment, and stood firm again. She superimposed hundreds of layers of space blocks to protect herself. And then took herself as the origin. Continuously shooting out space spikes. Colliding with those golden circular blades. Destroying them one by one. Although she is not strong now. At least not as strong as herself, who can use space annihilation. She is definitely not a person who will betray. What she hates most in this world is betrayal. While she was inside, Tujia, Lu Shi and others were eliminating the luminous bodies outside. The three of them had been communicating all the time. She suddenly became curious. What are your names? Tujia. Lu Shi. Where did we meet? The two replied together, Military Academy League. Tujia told her. It was a competition among the 16 selected military academies. You two were opponents. And in the end, your Galaxy Military Academy won. Then when did I come out? I'm not sure about this. You rarely mention the past. But you and Xiafei are living well now. Xiafei? Tujia realized that she hadn't met Xiafei at that time. And explained. She is your sister. But you said she picked you up and brought you back to the ruins. Later you went back to see her. But Xiafei is now in another battlefield. Is that so? Xiao Chenfu didn't know that she had a sister. That is, her family. Tujia seemed to understand Xiao Chenfu's curiosity about the outside world. So he told her briefly, after you participated in the competition, you gained a lot of fans. And everyone likes and admires you. Lu Shi agreed, yes. Your blessing mushroom is now famous in the interstellar space. Tujia, and you have a lot of money now. You can't spend it all in this life. As long as you want. You will have endless food to eat. And you have many big houses all over the interstellar space. Lu Shi, yes. You are the richest person in the entire interstellar space. Tujia said little by little. And Xiao Chenfu's eyes became brighter and brighter. She didn't know that she was living such a good life now. And she had so many friends. Even if it was only not long ago. She thought that she might die in the star cave like this for the rest of her life. Where would she have any family? Friends? Classmates? Delicious food? A house to shelter from the wind and rain? Such an incomparable and beautiful life. In this way, she felt that everything was expected. Even if it was only for a short period of time. But Lu Shi suddenly thought of something and said, you agreed to give me your cat before. To prove its authenticity. He emphasized. It's true. This. Xiao Chenfu looked at the little coal balls surrounding her, and fighting the circular blades together. This can't be possible. Tujia sighed. Don't pay attention to him. He's lying to you. After Xiao Chenfu finished that round of circular blades, the little coal ball returned to her shoulder, as if guiding her to observe those luminous bodies. She was not an arrogant person. So she immediately locked herself in the space block and began to observe what was different about these luminous bodies. Xiao Meiqiu saw that she was now concentrating, and the pattern on her forehead lit up. An array of golden light floated out. At a different moment, it connected more than a dozen luminous bodies together, suddenly forming a star group map. Just like the constellation maps in the books she read when she was a child. They were actually star groups formed by connecting light points one by one. But before it could inject more energy, a sudden golden wave of light like a flood blew away the entire space that protected her, until she was washed out of the star beast. She used her mental power to connect the communicator beside her ear. After the connection, many group choices appeared in front of her. She chose to connect everyone and said slowly, maybe we need to go inside the star beast and connect into star groups according to the changes of the luminous body. Many people replied that it was okay. Then the people who were originally inside the star beast began to observe the changes carefully and sent more people in. Xiao Chenfu was shocked that they believed her without any doubt. Why did they believe her so much? Are comrades like this? Unconditionally believe in each other? It is really enviable to have such an existence. Even if it is hers. It is not hers at this moment. She went in again and observed the rules. It was difficult for Xiao Meiqiu to stay in the star beast for a long time. She found that she was attacked particularly strongly because she was with the cat before. So she came in by herself. It was just difficult to observe it completely, because it would be very dangerous when it turned golden. So it could only be eliminated every 5 minutes. And the feeling changed again. Time passed quickly. When she turned back to her childhood for more than 30 minutes, she seemed to feel some of the same rules. But before she could continue to watch, She suddenly felt that the energy in her body began to increase. She intuitively felt that the future self was coming back. So she connected to Jia and Lucia. Thank you. You let me know a lot of interesting things. It feels like a dream. But I should change back. I'm glad you are my friends. Tu Jia heard this childish but hoarse voice. Even if he knew that this was the former Shinshinfu, he still felt a lump in his throat. Thank you very much. Lucia was very disappointing. It's okay. When you grow up, you can be a cow and horse like me. We are all good cows and horses in the same field. Goodbye, kid. Tu Jia, The blue energy vibrated violently, and a teasing female voice sounded in their ears. The two laughed after hearing it. Shinshinfu is back. And she still remembers what happened just now. Sure enough, she was right to believe in herself. Even if she didn't know what happened when she was a child, she still made the right judgment quickly. And she was full. It's just too much. After all, it's a special nutrient solution. She won't have to eat for a long time. Hiccup. Chapter 463. She continued to observe the differences between the luminous bodies with colorful lights. She had clearly felt a little pattern just now. But before she could look at it again, it changed back. And her mind also recovered the memories of so many years. And the conversation she had just had with Tu Jia Lucia here seemed to be remembered in her childhood. And she suddenly felt a little more comforted. When she thought of the past, it seemed like a dream. She calmed down and focused all her attention on the luminous bodies in front of her. And the field was opened again. They had used their supernatural powers to sense the changes in the thousands of luminous bodies of the star beasts outside before. But it was useless. But she had never sensed it inside. But it didn't go as she wished. Because she still couldn't sense the luminous bodies inside. She could only observe with her naked eyes, and use energy to capture the extremely subtle changes in the surrounding area. And then connect what she saw when she was a child just now. And the differences in the luminous bodies in the pattern connected by the small cold balls at that time. Color. Change. Light. Star group. Connection. Inside and outside. Counterattack. When she combined the information and observed the luminous bodies again, it seemed a little different. The flashing frequencies of the luminous bodies seemed different. But in fact, if you extend the time of observing a luminous body, you will find that although there are changes in length, these changes will still repeat. It's just that each one does not flash at the same time. So it is difficult to find. Little Cold Ball should have just told her to find the pattern of the flashing of these luminous bodies. Find those with the same pattern, and then connect them into star groups, so that the luminous bodies of a star group can be locked or destroyed. Otherwise, eliminating a single one will endlessly consume the combat power of the party. And after Little Cold Ball connected a star group, the star beast immediately began to counterattack, excluding Little Cold Ball and not letting it in. Which is also the reason. Because it knows how to eliminate these luminous bodies. After understanding it, Shinshinfu kept avoiding sudden attacks inside and observed quietly. If it weren't for her domain still adding bonuses to the people outside, everyone would suspect that something happened to her. 10 minutes later, Shinshinfu raised her hand and pointed at one of the luminous bodies. The energy formed a line through this one, and then connected to the next one, and then connected to 18, forming a new star group, which suddenly lit up golden. She injected more energy, and the entire star group broke from the inside out, which was relatively easier than breaking them head-on. But after breaking one group, the star beasts attacked more fiercely, forcing her to take shelter temporarily. But soon after, she came back here and found that the group of luminous bodies, just now, had never recovered and was completely eliminated. She immediately told everyone about this discovery. The people inside fully observed which of them had the same luminous frequency. And there was some progress in dealing with the time star beast. The four-season star beast of Hyde Star was finally about to open the barrier. But everyone's state was a little strange. Although they were still cooperating to dig inside. And the elemental powers were constantly changing. The group of people closest to the star beast barrier could no longer do it. Do we have to dig? It doesn't seem good. It's wrong to harm lives. Yeah. Didn't we agree to protect the environment? Look. The big trees, the grass, the flowers, and the mushrooms. They all look so pitiful. It seems that it's really wrong to have a conflict with them. Even if they are star beasts. They have the right to exist. We should sit down and apologize, and talk about what to do next. But Anu Chen, who was far away and had a higher level, scolded them when he heard this. What the hell? Did you just say human words? Didn't you see how many of us were killed by this barrier? The bodies of your comrades below are piled up into a small mountain. And you are here to tell me that star beasts are peaceful? Who said that? Come out now. I will send you to heaven directly without any trouble. However, they were scolded very aggrieved. We can't control this. Yeah. I want to go back and cry now. But Lin Xian has actually seen the people of Papant Star, and knows that this is affected by the spring mood. Just said, when we break this layer, the situation will change. But with Xiao Fei, the situation is much better. Although she didn't go at that time, she can understand from hearing this that her mood was affected. She mobilized her supernatural power, and the divine word technique was activated. Everyone nearby heard her say, clear the mind and clear the spirit. It was like a knock in the depths of the soul, and all the strange thoughts disappeared. Everyone was embarrassed to the point of digging their toes on the ground. I must have gone crazy just now. It's so embarrassing. What should I do? I want to go home. Is there a hole here for me to crawl into? One person pointed to the star beast pit. There is a pit there. Go ahead. Even if they were affected again, it was not as exaggerated as before, because they soon dug through the spring barrier, and it only took 2 hours in total. But before they could be happy for a few seconds, a ball of fire suddenly exploded, like a volcanic eruption, gushing out from the hole dug on the green planet. And there was really magma with burning flames falling down. Everyone avoided the surroundings. Many plants in the spring were turned black by the magma. Some soldiers and rebels in the military area below who could not dodge were doused from the head. And the mechas and people were submerged in the magma and burned to nothing. And the flames continued to spread. And soon the battlefield became a sea of fire. It was like a real hell on earth. Looking at the hole that was constantly spewing flames, Yu Jianyao paused. Can we go in? This roasted pig doesn't have such a big fire. What about the flame mountain inside? Mutu aside. We have to go in anyway. How long can my mecha last? I finally saved up enough money to buy a new mecha. Then you take the mecha and let the people go in. That's fine. How can I compare to the expensive mecha? But in fact, it was not entirely because of the mecha, but because the mecha was too big and so many people would be inconvenient to move in. So they could only go in with high-temperature protective shields. This time, 2,000-man teams were sent to the flame eruption vent. After entering, they saw a sea of red, and the black rocks under their feet looked like volcanic rocks. Sometimes they could find a way to walk, and sometimes they could climb up. But they were very hot. Lin Xian suddenly thought that if Jiche came here, he would definitely say, I'm not some barbecue. I'm cooked for the star beast to eat. And so on. Thinking about it, he felt a little funny. Just as they went a little further in, a lava snake appeared. Its dark red and black scales were glowing red, and there were flames on its body. It spat its tongue out on the rock and looked at them coldly. And it wasn't just one, but a bunch of tangled lava snakes, which looked extremely disgusting. Chapter 464. Lin Xian's scalp was numb, and 30 lightning balls were thrown out. Yu Jianyao was also numb, and 30 clones came out, one by one to help him beat the snake. But after the lightning balls and clones attacked the magma snakes, they turned into a ball of magma and then merged into the magma river above that was generally not affected by gravity. When they approached, they jumped down on their necks without warning and opened their mouths to bite. Fortunately, the high-temperature shield was still working. But if more than a dozen snakes were bitten like this, it would be broken and must be replaced with a new one. And those who didn't have time to replace the shield or didn't avoid it, after being bitten on the neck, smoke suddenly came out of their bodies. And finally their 7 orifices were on fire. Their internal organs were burned, and they turned into a pile of ashes, and were cremated alive from the inside out. Yu Jianyao used his shadow giant hand to catch the magma snakes that tried to kill him and smash them against the rock wall. His 30 clones stood at a distance, arranged giant hands, and protected the team's progress. With the addition of these giant hands with long black nails, the journey looked more like a journey to hell. Although the team made some mistakes at the beginning and injured some people, after getting used to their attack rhythm, the overall situation was still orderly. But the magma snake is only the weakest attack among them. Later, they also encountered creatures such as fire fox and flame wolf that are faster than the magma snake. In this red and black world, they were constantly attacked by these creatures, and there were always times when they failed. Many people in the team died. After more than 2 hours of going deep, The second group of people were sent in, and the outside was still attacking, because the star beast was ready to move. It kept attacking the maze shield in the air. Su Ming felt that it was about to run away, so he sent more people to besiege it. Fortunately, the rebels on the Luo family side had experienced the death of the head of the family, and were suppressed and beaten. They had long lost their morale. Now there were only a few hundred people left who were still resisting stubbornly. The pity was that if these rebels did not use mechas, they would not be able to land like them. Only the four-season puppets can still walk freely in the magma. So a group of puppets are still attacking. Now we just need to conquer the second layer and reach the third layer. It's just that because they spent too much time in the summer this time. Their mood has changed again. Hurry up and go in. What are you doing? You are so slow. Are you going to fight or not? You are a bunch of trash. Keep your mouth clean. What do you mean? Do you want to fight me? Come on. I've been displeased with you for a long time. They quarreled and quarreled in such a dangerous environment. But they couldn't help it and actually attacked their comrades beside them. The weaker the mental barrier, the easier it is to be affected. By the time Xiao Fei saw it, more than 100 people had been ruthlessly killed by the magma creatures because of beating their own people and burned to ashes. The people beside them not only did not stop the fight, but also seemed eager to join the fight. She had to use the Qingxin technique again to calm everyone down. When they woke up, they looked at the scene beside them and were shocked. They couldn't believe what they had just done. They apologized to each other at the same time. But the dead couldn't come back. Summer was especially difficult to walk. So they walked in for nearly an hour before they reached autumn. It was a warm light in the red and black world. After they stepped in, they faced the dense maple leaves that were almost suffocating and rushed from all directions. The clone that Yu Jianyao had opened the way in front was torn into pieces in a few strokes and turned into black smoke and disappeared. At the same time, the moment he entered, the whole star beast shook, and the remaining plants outside withered instantly. All the leaves fell, and then they flew into the air without wind even though they were dead. There was also an exit for the magma to flow out, and it began to spray life-taking maple leaves in a posture that almost filled the entire maze shield. The number gradually increased to the point where people had nowhere to hide. They could attack the gaps where the mechas were connected, which were relatively fragile even under protection. As long as they open a hole, the other leaves will rush to the gap like a tiger pouncing on its prey. And after entering, they will attack their necks and hearts. Even if they react in time and are only scratched, the wound will begin to shrink and turn into a dead blue-gray color. Even if a Muchin uses the maze to release a large amount of flame protection, it is too late to protect everyone. When the maple leaves fill the entire shield, it shows that 3,779 new deaths have been reported, which is not as many as the previous two layers combined. And the number is still increasing. Everyone can only gather together in this maple leaf with very low visibility, and jointly deploy a larger barrier to prevent individuals from being wiped out. The same is true for the people in the Star Beast. The 2,000 people who came in the first time are now only more than 1,200. After entering autumn, groups of about 100 people gather together, and the superposition of barrier protection will not cause such heavy casualties. They also use space blocks. Shinshinfu space blocks. This was Jiche's little ingenuity at the time. He said, Shinshinfu kaleidoscope is beautiful, but I still like the most classic space blocks of the space system. Can't you give me some space blocks? In this way, Shinshinfu made space blocks in addition to kaleidoscopes. Put the space block in a small space block and lock it. When you want to use it, the same method is used. And because it is her own skill, she stacked many layers. There are 50 layers in a small space block. When you want to use it, grab it in your hand and inject mental power to release a layer. If you want to move forward, release another layer. Just like peeling an onion. But because it is not controlled by the person, the space block will not follow. So you can only use the space block to connect into a road. And the connected position can be passed. It's just that in summer, because of personal emotions and the terrain that requires constant climbing and drilling, it is not very convenient for them to use. Xiao Fei looked at the maple leaves that kept making harsh sounds outside the space block inside. Brother Jiche is sometimes inexplicably useful. Jiche? Luo Heng, who had been very quiet and used the moon wheel to protect the team's progress, asked, Who is that? He is our friend in the league. The most innocent person in the world. I see. Xiao Fei has many friends with different personalities now. Well, Sisterly is hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. And she will be happy if you say a few nice words. Hua eats a lot, but is very righteous. And Xiao Fei told him one by one. Although it was just a trivial life. But he could feel that she liked everyone. Luo Heng listened to her with a smile on his face. And finally felt really relieved. Because what she said was actually saying she was living a good life. He was extremely grateful to everyone around her, as well as the head of the Lang family, Xiao Fei's sister Fu. He knew that it was she who brought Xiao Fei out. And it was also she who brought him out of the Luo family. If it weren't for her, Xiao Fei would have been an orphan in the garbage dump for the rest of his life. And he would have been a madman in the Luo family for the rest of his life. Fu didn't know that Luo Heng was grateful to her. During this period, she had been working with others to eliminate the star groups inside the star beasts. And finally eliminated the last group. Chapter 465. The rules of the flashing of the luminous bodies are different. An observation can only be seen from the inside with the naked eye. So it is very difficult to remember the frequency of those long-term changes. So only 3SS with photographic memory were inside to observe. And everyone else went out. In this way, they have more space. And they will not be affected by anything except the attack of the star beast. However, every hour, the star beast will launch energy balls into the sky to attack people outside the battlefield. So they have to go out once an hour. And more people are arranged outside the big barrier to help. After 3 or 4 hours of observation, they finally eliminated all the luminous bodies of the star beast. This time, after it turned into pure black clouds, it could no longer condense new small luminous bodies. All 3 people came out of the star beast to prevent its changes from hurting themselves. Now they can't even relax at all. And they are still staring at the star beast with great vigilance, waiting for its changes. After losing the luminous body, the star beast, which originally had unclear boundaries in the dark night, began to change, glowing as a whole. And a golden star core suddenly appeared in the middle. It was all golden from the inside out. But the border was purple, becoming a real bubble-shaped irregular spherical luminous nebula, instead of the original dark appearance of only a few thousand luminous bodies. In the middle of the night, it looked incredibly beautiful. Lu Shi asked while taking pictures. Shall we go in? Tu Jia heard his unmuted click and said speechlessly, don't check in at this time. Why not? This is so rare. The star beasts he had fought before were not as powerful and beautiful as this one. This was the first time he had seen it. So he kept it as a souvenir. Tu Jia wanted to say something, but heard Fu say, it is indeed beautiful from an aesthetic point of view. Then followed by a click from her side. She was overwhelmed by the 2 people's attitude of doing things day by day. Then shouldn't we all get together and take a group photo? That's fine. It's a bit troublesome. Tu Jia, Can you drag these 2 people away? However, after their interruption, she was not as anxious and nervous as before. The little coal ball had been outside helping to resist the attack until the star beast entered the second stage. Then it returned to the position near Fu. But its eyes looked more alert. Now everyone can see the star core in the middle of the glowing nebula, which is completely different from other star beasts. Other star beasts will use layers of structures to protect the star core. But it just tells you through the light that my star core is here. And you can come and get it if you have the ability. This somewhat gorgeous purple border should be its only barrier. Sanka was still below, and was stunned for a moment when he saw the glowing nebula in the second stage. The boredom and urgency of being suppressed did not ease much, because she just received news that there are only more than 30 star beasts left out of more than 100. After all, there are not only these 3S in the Interstellar. There are 11 3S. And after killing 2, there are still 9. In addition to the 5 from Hyde Star and Sanma Star, and Xinyan, who is in charge of the military district. The other 3 are constantly shuttling in the Interstellar, killing those star beasts below the purgatory level. That level of star beasts is not difficult for them. Not to mention the other 2S. It has been nearly 6 hours since the beginning. And those vicious star beasts have been almost eliminated. Now the ones that are holding on are basically disaster-level star beasts. The military district has developed a new barrier. Even if those barriers are not as good as the 3S barrier here, they are enough. So the star beasts have only stayed on the planet they first arrived at. After the deployment, ordinary star beasts can hardly leave for a while. And they can't even go to other planets to destroy. And even if they go, what's the use? Fu's space teleportation array is still open. Sanka felt uneasy in her heart. But there was no way back. She could only resist with all her strength, hoping that the adults would at least eliminate the people here, so that she could live with them. Some people felt that they could not help much here, so they asked Sanku, after the adults break through the barrier next time, should we find a way to get out? It seems that there are only a few thousand of us left here, and it is useless. Sanku snorted. Go out? It is useless to go out. Today we have only two options, follow the adults to live or die. They can arrange the plan so detailed, so it is impossible for them to miss the details that may allow them to escape. For example, the old man by tongue panicked at first and wanted to escape with people, but he was stopped. Now I don't know if he is dead. He is really a fence sitter. So she whipped the opponent's mecha away with a whip and ordered, continue to defend. Shinshinfu and others have already started to think of ways to deal with this glowing nebula. She was outside the star beast, pointing to the star core in the middle, trying to annihilate it. But she couldn't contain it. It seems that we still have to enter the barrier. However, she was not in a hurry, but tried to throw a few space bombs at the star beast. Originally, everyone thought that the space bombs would hit the purple outer barrier and explode. But they were thrown in casually, as if the purple was really just light and not a barrier. Of course, if those bombs did not become extremely slow because they entered the star beast, unlike the energy speed that would not be controlled before the star beast entered the second stage, the energy here would be affected when it was shot out. She also tried to teleport in, but hit a wall in the time field. This is a large-range energy shield, which not only limits the teleportation to walking in, but also the time of the people who enter will be confused. It can also be said that it is the time field of the star beast. But even so, they can only bite the bullet, arrange personnel to enter in batches, and keep replenishing people around. In fact, when they eliminated the star group before, people always died. But Xiao Meichio may have been trying to retain his strength, so he did not open the large-scale backtracking array as before. It was like they only recovered the personnel losses caused by the information gap of their lack of understanding of the star beast's skills at the beginning. And then they didn't care so much. The mechas entered one by one, but the mechas were tied with energy ropes at the back, and they would be pulled out if there was any problem. As expected, it was difficult for them to move as soon as they entered, and they moved slowly in the outermost circle. The first group of 500 people, after entering, was like a copper wall made of mechas, but it seemed to be running in slow motion, and the star core in the middle, after enough people entered, suddenly flashed. Hundreds of circular blades flew out from the center at a high speed, and the further out, the larger they became, and they chopped at each mecha without mercy. The person holding the rope at the back saw the flash and immediately pulled hard. The energy rope was pulled straight, and the mecha was dragged out. But the large circular blade did not disappear because the mecha withdrew. They followed and cut off more than 200 mechas. The people who were pulling the ropes felt their hands sink. They were still pulling the ropes and feeling their weight, but they realized later that they were dragging corpses. And because they had to defend themselves, they had to let go immediately and watch their comrades fall. Chapter 466. How can we fight this? The speed of time inside is different. Yeah. We just tried, and 200 people died. We can't fight at all. Is there no way? With such slow movements, even if there is only a child who can move inside, he can kill us by constantly throwing stones at us. Not to mention the star beast. While they were talking, the little coal ball rushed in first, but after it went in, its body was like the wind showing its shape, and it was like a water film formed in the water, rushing out of the purple-gold boundary in a golden color. Its time did not change, and it went very quickly towards the star core. But before he ran to the center, the star beast started to attack first. The star core began to rotate, sometimes orderly, and sometimes disorderly, throwing out energy balls, which were the golden energy balls it had launched into the sky once an hour before. But now it was frantically launching in all directions, in order to bury all the people here, or on this planet. This time, it threw out 100 or 200, even though the distance was very close. Half of the small coal balls were destroyed, but more than 100 were still thrown out. The star beast knew that the small coal balls were in the way, so it mobilized more energy to hit the small coal balls, trying to force it out. The people outside were choking, and they could only dodge helplessly when they saw the overwhelming energy balls. Lu Shi's chain pulled the other person's mecha and pulled it, avoiding many attacks. Tu Jia used control to let those who reacted slowly move autonomously and dodge. Fu used his space to instantly load thousands of people, raised his hand, and sent them all to the high sky to avoid, and opened portals in different locations to save people. Afterwards, he immediately chased and annihilated those energy balls that flashed by at a terrifying speed. In fact, it is not difficult to destroy its energy balls, but the difficulty is that they are too fast. Even the starship can only retreat in a hurry and cannot help in the battle at a too close position. Even one of the starships was hit, exploded, and fell out of control. It was only because Fu used a plane to drag it that it was not destroyed. The sky was filled with golden light, as if it was in another world. After the energy balls that were not eliminated exploded, they were like a group of lasers that penetrated all the defenseless things. In a few breaths, the whole world became riddled with holes. Half of the 18,000 people who were originally surrounding the Star Beast and preparing to go in or on standby outside were gone in an instant. Not to mention the people in non-battlefield locations on the planet. There are always some people in remote areas who have not reached the underground air raid shelters. In this way, the last 6 to 7 million people on the ground of Sanhua Star were almost all killed this time, and all the high-rise infrastructure equipment venues collapsed. Fortunately, the underground air raid shelters are set deep underground and are protected by very thick and solid shield walls on all sides. Even if it can blow up the ground this time, it will take some time to reach deep underground. However, no one thought that it was the fault of beating the Star Beast to the second stage, because only at this stage could it be possible to destroy the Star Beast. This was originally a battle of blood and tears. The world-destroying Star Beast once again proved to them its incomparable strength. The little cold ball inside was still rushing forward under pressure. Fu watched but couldn't think of a better way for a while, because she knew that even if they could use their pure energy to resist the time changes inside for a short time, they might not be able to get to the middle, because it has an absolute time stillness field. Before, in the high altitude, Tujia and she were both stilled. This means that this skill is also absolute for 3S. And only the little cold ball that can also stop time can enter. If they were stopped after entering, they would die in vain. But she still decided to go by herself. There was her little cold ball inside. It was just a lazy cat. If it weren't for her, it wouldn't have to face so many things. And she also had a new idea. I don't know if it's useful. So she just said, I go in first and try. You guys stay outside to resist its next large-scale bombardment. After saying that, she took back the mecha, built a space plane leading to the golden, gorgeous but extremely dangerous star core, and walked into the time domain of the Star Beast. Her energy collided with the golden light inside, and a boundary appeared like the little cold ball. But it was blue, purple and gold intertwined, as if walking in against the wind and rain. The little cold ball had just taken on several waves of attacks, and was beaten back a lot. Seeing Fu coming in, he walked with her. But perhaps because the attack just now made the Time Star Beast very happy, it focused on dealing with Fu and the little cold ball inside the Star Beast. And the time change inside still had too much impact on Fu. So her walking speed was really not fast. During this period, the Star Beast kept using the slow time, childish time on her. And the golden arrow ring blades were also continuous, all aimed at Fu alone. The little cold ball surrounded her and protected her as she moved forward. It wasn't that the people outside didn't go in. They used energy ropes to pull people in and tried to attack the inside of the Star Beast. In short, it was impossible to watch Fu go in alone. Time passed by minute, under the reverse control of time by the little cold ball. She was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Sometimes she had to retreat when she was attacked. She walked back and forth for 2 hours before she reached a position 300 meters away from the star core. But just when she was about to continue walking in, the little cold ball meowed, as if reminding her. But Fu seemed to have a telepathic connection and understood that it might be that from here on. It was an absolute stillness area. Fu took a deep breath, and then launched a skill in front of him. Then he stepped into this area that was almost unsolvable for humans. At the same time, Xiao Fei and others in the Hyde Star battlefield also stepped into the winter of the four-season Star Beast, the season closest to the star core. The cold air that hit them made everyone shiver, even with the protection of the barrier and space block. The tears on most people's faces were frozen. In autumn, they started crying while walking. I don't know why they cried, but they just cried very sadly. It didn't make sense to say it. For example, my favorite pair of jeans has a hole. I'm so sad. Another example, I was just beaten and my knee hurts so much. I really don't want to live anymore. The more they talked, the sadder they became. Tears welled up in their eyes, and their faces were covered with tears. When they walked into winter, even their snot froze into icicles. The fire-type psychic burned a fire road, and everyone felt better. They felt better in their hearts. The scope of winter is not large. Just like an ice ball. Eugene's shadow giant hand stopped digging the soil and started shaving ice. And there were also fire-type psychics, who attached a layer of flames on it. But even if the barrier was opened and they stood, some people were affected by the cold poison. I always unconsciously think that everything is meaningless. The world is difficult, and there is no happiness. As long as I continue to think along this line, the cold poison will be planted in my heart. The next moment, my body is stiff and cold, and I fall straight down. In order to stabilize my mind, those who are temporarily fine have to dig ice while reciting the core values of the StarCraft. Chapter 467. When they were digging ice, the outside also changed. The endless maple leaves stopped attacking when they entered winter, just like real maple leaves falling down helplessly, covering the ground. The corpses and broken mechas that were hit by the maple leaves and had no time to be cleaned up were originally piled up. But after being covered with layers of yellow and orange, they seemed to be buried. Then it began to snow, and covered with a layer of white, as if all the blood and cruelty were wiped away, leaving only white. In a few minutes, the temperature outside reached -70 to 80 degrees Celsius. People could not stay outside for a long time with their own barriers. But even if they returned to the Mecca, they could not relax, because the soldiers' mechas that had experienced autumn were more or less damaged. So they had to replace a group of new people to continue to deal with the Star Beast. At this time, Amu Chen's maze space was actually densely covered with traces shot by maple leaves. But he had been repairing it. But the Star Beast had not given up on going out. After all, it was the only Star Beast left now, and there was no reason to stay here. Snowflakes flew upwards, sticking to the damaged parts of the maze shield that had not been repaired in time, and gradually formed a thick layer of ice. And the strange thing is that even if Amuchen burned it with fire, it was difficult to melt it. The frozen area could not launch new attacks, and the frozen range was still increasing. Now he could only hold on to prevent the maze shield from breaking, hoping that they could break the star core as soon as possible. The people inside the Star Beast broke the ice layer without interruption, but more and more people were affected. Almost only those with high levels and fire-type ability users could hold on. So they all retreated to the autumn layer and sent some people to protect them with space blocks, waiting for others to break the star core, which would have a greater chance of survival than returning the original route. Mutua originally wanted to send out the golden rock to hit it, but after it came out, a burst of cold air hit it, and it froze to the ground. He had to use his spear to break the ice layer, and his upper and lower teeth kept knocking at the cold. Eugenio laughed at him. "You are standing here peddling the sewing machine." Mutua almost didn't have the energy to say to him, "You have time to complain about me. You might as well assign a few more people to dig." Eugenio pointed to the several human-shaped ice sculptures lying together with his golden rock ice sculpture. Divided, they are all frozen to death. Mutua, until Eugenio's shadow giant hand had frozen more than 50 of them. He finally dug deep and saw a space filled with white fog. However, less than 200 people could enter here and see the four-color star core, and Luo Ji with his eyes closed in the star core. Lin Xian shot a flash of lightning, and a white energy shield instantly appeared in front of the star core, blocking the attack back. Then the star core began to glow, and all four colors lit up, with a flash of strong light. For different types of attacks mixed like a huge storm and blasted everyone who entered the central area. There was no gap in front of them that could be seen, and even the space block given to them by Shinshinfu was torn apart layer by layer. They could only attack the front based on their instincts, and the remaining space bombs also smashed into the air frantically. The air waves from the bombing and the attacks of the star beasts mixed together, making the temperature around them much higher. But the attacks in the center were much stronger than those outside. Not to mention that the people who entered here were already tired, and many people's mental strength was in a critical state. Xiao Fei took a step back, leaned forward, and the barrier around her turned white. But she was still beaten back several steps by this wave of attacks. When she raised her eyes and tried to lock onto the star core, which was only 100 meters away, she suddenly saw an arm flying in front of her. At this moment, she looked to the side and saw the frowning face of the person whose arm was cut off because of saving people. But she still didn't expect it. It turned out to be Lin Xian. A few seconds ago. Perhaps the Star Beast knew that Lin Xian was one of the 2 highest level people here. So even if it was a range attack, the intensity of the attack was stronger than other positions. In this way, the people around him would be more difficult to resist. The energy of the 4 seasons was like a heavy punch that had been accumulated for a long time, hitting him again and again. Originally, he had no problem resisting temporarily. But the barrier of the soldiers next to him was broken by these energies. And the Star Beast would naturally not miss this good opportunity and tear the man to pieces in an instant. Lin Xian's first reaction was to reach out and pull him. But the cold air of the Star Beast had already attached to the man when the barrier was broken, just waiting for Lin Xian to reach out and pull. And the cold air immediately flowed along his hand to his heart. Fortunately, he had the power of lightning. So even if he cut off his arm, he was faster than ordinary people. Moreover, he made decisions quickly. In this way, he cut off his hand with a flash of lightning and flew in front of Xiao Fei. Fortunately, the man was still saved by him and pushed out, staying with those poisoned and weak people. The healing psychic was too weak to walk here, so no one could help him reattach his arm. And there was no such environment. Everyone who had participated in the league knew that when Lin Xian first competed, he would abandon his injured teammates for a victory. But now, he would actually break his arm for a soldier he didn't know. And it seemed that he had no complaints. He quickly tied the broken end of his arm with a tourniquet in his bracelet. And then he saw that his left arm, which had just been broken, had disappeared. It must have been shattered by these energies. Suddenly they felt a rising force. It was the 4-season Star Beast that froze a big hole in the maze shield outside. And it immediately escaped. The people outside immediately chased and followed the barrier, trying to intercept the Star Beast. Even the starships were all driven to the front to block. And the remaining 30,000 people in the starships all came out to give Amuchen time to deploy a new maze shield, because his space needed to be portrayed, which was different from Shinshinfu instant opening. Xiao Fei inside felt that this was not going to work. But she had been in for so long. And she had used Qingqing Mingxin on many people. Especially the stronger the deeper she went. She also had to resist those attacks. So her mental power was also consumed a lot. And it was impossible to make the entire Star Beast still. All the others were asked to withdraw by the high-level people. Now they were here, which could only increase casualties. In addition to several 2S and S with high military levels, there were only a dozen people left in the center. Xiao Fei couldn't stop the attack. But she did her best and said, "Slow down." The dozen people who were bombarded like they were facing the attack in front of the storm mouth suddenly felt that the overall attack slowed down. But Xiao Fei coughed a few times. And she was almost at her limit. The control of this energy is extraordinary. Because the energy slowed down. Everyone saw each other's appearance. Everyone looked bad, with cold sweat on their heads and many cuts on their bodies. They winked at each other, and then rushed forward at the same time to launch the strongest attack on the Star Core. Chapter 468. But at this time, the Star Beast that was attacking the outer encirclement suddenly cracked, like a ball that was knocked open. The 3 layers of spring, summer, and autumn all cracked and fell off. Su Ming was shocked and immediately ordered a starship and thousands of people to fly over to catch the pieces of the body abandoned by the Star Beast. Because the first and second batches of people who went in were all there. It couldn't be destroyed like this. The purpose of the Star Beast doing this was nothing more than to make it easier to escape after becoming smaller. The light outside was very strong, and they could hardly open their eyes when they shone inside. They felt a crisp cracking sound and thought that the Star Core was broken. But they didn't expect that this cunning Star Beast would take advantage of their eyes closed because of the strong light, and cut off the inner part of the Star Core, and return to the host Luoji's body. Only a layer of shell was left to pretend that the Star Core was still being broken by them. At this time, his exposed skin was covered with patterns of different colors. Even on his face, with a triumphant smile, he opened a hole in the ice ball and prepared to escape from there. He saw that there was no problem for one person to go through the gap between the encirclement and suppression of him. However, just as maple leaves appeared around him, and he jumped up and was about to leave, a moon with clear light appeared in front of him. And the moon phase diagram was also unfolded above his head. Luo Heng had been with this Star Beast for many years. He knew that he was more cunning than the pink Star Beast in his mother's body. So he condensed energy and prepared the diagram early. waiting for him to escape. After leaving Luo Ji's winter ice ball center area, he fell straight down. Several people who didn't drive mechas suddenly fell down with the ice ball. The ice surface tilted, and they had no place to stand. And this place was originally high in the sky. When Xiaofei fell, he saw the moon phase diagram above through the hole where Luo Ji escaped. And Luo Heng was chased out by a moon wheel. Before Luo Heng went out, he just turned back and smiled at her, took something from his neck, threw it down at her, turned his head, and went out of the hole. Luo Ji had not been in his body for long, and was still weak. He was chased and beaten by these people to this extent. And just now, he had consumed part of his star core. He finally found a chance to escape. But he was blocked by Luo Heng. He threw his hands in anger. Get out of here! If he hadn't saved his life back then, why would he come to chase him and kill him now? What a thing that can't be tamed. He has been his father for so many years. How abominable! Luo Heng's moon phase diagram array surrounded the two people, and he activated it immediately without hesitation, forming a spherical area surrounded by moon phases, temporarily locking Luo Ji inside. In such a short time, Amu Chen's second Mei shield has been built, thrown into the air, and began to unfold. Luo Heng just looked at Luo Ji in front of him calmly. He was so angry at this scene that his face was hideous. And he was no longer as calm as when he chased Shinemo. You deserve to die. When Luo Ji shot out a ball of energy to kill him, Luo Heng curled his lips. Father, for so many years, you have never paid attention to every skill of your son. Otherwise, why wouldn't you kill me? Luo Heng didn't dodge at all, and was hit by Luo Ji and crashed into the waning moon of the moon phase diagram. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But his face was happy, and he said a dark moon with some joy. All the moons went to the black moon in the moon phase diagram and gathered together. And then the spherical area of the diagram experienced the 9 stages of the moon, step by step becoming the brightness of the full moon, and then getting darker and darker. When Luo Ji saw this, he remembered that he had never seen Luo Heng's moon phase diagram in its entirety. 9 phases. Each moon phase is a different skill. It takes time for his formation to unfold. It is easy to escape before he opens it, but it becomes difficult after opening it. His full moon is the most powerful. And what is the dark moon? The dark moon is absolute annihilation with life for life. Luo Heng spat out another mouthful of blood and told him, as long as he is in the formation, injecting the power of the full moon into the dark moon. The dark moon, which was originally used to restore itself, will become the last desperate blow, which is most suitable for this kind of cost-effective deal of exchanging his rotten life for a purgatory-level star beast. Even if Amu Chen has opened the second space shield, he doesn't want him to live a second longer. Although part of it is because fighting again will kill people. And he doesn't know if he will take the opportunity to escape again. But he can't waste any opportunity. He dare not gamble. He must make him die. This is what he should do. He thought of the last time he saw Shinemo in the laboratory. He said, wait for me. This is what he decided long ago. He thought, today is going well. Amo. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes in satisfaction, and perished together with the 4-season star beast. Luo Ji frantically wanted to smash the dark moon and get out. But at this time, the diagram array had been fully activated. His eyes went dark, and the star core that he had cut off a part of shattered into pieces. His host's body was like a broken porcelain doll, with cracks on his face and body. He felt his vitality rapidly withering, and covered his face in disbelief. No. No. No! Human beings! How could they kill me? How could they? Before he could finish his words, he turned into ashes. The dark moon in the air dissipated after a few waves of wind. However, no one was still alive. Luo Heng and Luo Ji shattered and dissipated together. The whole operation happened very quickly. From Luo Ji jumping out to the unfolding of the dark moon, it took less than a minute. The falling ice ball was stopped by Xiaofei with the last energy. She jumped out of the hole with a pale face and flew into the air with the others. What she saw was the dark moon disappearing in the sky. The sky was empty. Nothing was left. Her father was gone too. She raised her hand and looked at the ring that Shinemo threw to her in the ice ball. Suddenly, her heart tightened and she sniffed lightly. He succeeded. His wish was revenge and to leave this world. She knew it because she also heard the last words he said to Shinemo. Luo Heng wanted to die, not live. So there was another reason why he was not allowed to come to the battlefield before. It was not until she watched the video of that year that she realized that he could not survive. She took a deep breath, took off the necklace on her neck, and strung the ring on it. The 2 rings and the blessing stone together seemed strangely perfect. A trace of slightly hot tears passed across her face. Finally, she whispered, "Have a good journey, Father." A moment later, everyone received a notification that the puppet used by the Four Seasons Star Beast for reference was out of control, and the pattern on its back turned black. It was successfully killed. The whole audience was silent for a while, and then cheers and cries immediately rang out. Xiao Fei sorted out his emotions and thought that there were more important things to do. So he drove the mecha to ask Lin Xian to return to the starship together. Lin Xian was pale, and blood was still dripping from the broken part tied with a tourniquet. He asked Xiao Fei what happened, and Xiao Fei took out his severed hand from the storage bracelet. Her first reaction at the time was to keep the arm and see if it could be reattached. So she used the divine word to protect the arm. Xiao Fei handed him the arm. "Here, go to the healing department to see if it can be reattached. Although it is poisonous, the cold air has frozen the arm, and it has not been for a long time. Besides, the Star Beast is dead, and perhaps the cold poison will disappear." Lin Xian took it and said thank you seriously. The door of the starship was open, and the others gradually returned to the starship for treatment. Yu Jinyao saw Xiao Fei handing his hand to Lin Xian at a glance. This scene was weird no matter how he looked at it. But Lin Xian's hand was broken. Could he fight him in the future? Yu Jinyao was very worried about this. He sighed and said to Mutua, "I don't know what's going on over there. Let's go to Sanmostar after a little treatment." Mutua nodded, and the 2 of them hurriedly prepared to go for treatment. And Xiao Fei followed. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from behind. Several people turned their heads to look, and it turned out to be Shinshinfu's space corridor. It was closed. Chapter 469. 1 hour ago, Shinshinfu walked into the absolute stillness field in the Star Beast, but was not stopped. And it was not because of Xiao Meiqiu, but because of herself. The extreme strength space block she used to save Xiaofei at that time would be stopped for 1 second. However, although she, as the creator of the space block, would not be suspended for this second, she would still feel tight and restrained. So she didn't like it, and didn't use it often. But as her field strengthened and her mental power increased, she felt less and less restrained. Now there is almost no sense of restraint. She guessed that Xiao Meiqiu could enter this absolute field without being stopped. Perhaps because it also had such an ability. So it offset the skills of the Star Beast. What about her? If she can also create a 1-second stillness, can she get stuck in the absolute stillness field of the Star Beast? After all, as a Star Beast of the time system, its time skills can also be divided into areas. And there are also changes in time in her space. And the 2 energies are related. So she decided to try it once. But she didn't expect to really walk in. After entering, she reopened the domain, all concentrated in the 600 meters in the center. And after discovering that the extreme space block can block time, she expanded it to the entire domain, so that she can move freely in the entire central area. She initially felt some resistance to the time domain, but gradually she got used to this resistance and increased the frequency of superimposing space blocks. If it was 1 per second before, now it is superimposed every 0.2 seconds. In this way, even if 1 or 2 space blocks are accidentally broken, she will not be immediately stopped. Her entry was also seen by the Star Beast, and its star core lit up curiously. Although Song Fan's body in the star core did not move, a golden light appeared from it, and a golden figure was formed with energy, which seemed to be Song Fan's soul, and it was transparent. It was a little surprised. You can actually stop time? As a Star Beast walking in the human world, it has encountered many space systems over the years, and none of them can stop time. She actually used her own time stillness and its resonance frequency to offset the original stillness. She is really a smart and powerful person. She is also the first human in this universe who can move after entering here. I really don't want her to die. Shinshinfu wiped the sweat off his face and didn't say much. The man and the cat separated when they approached the middle star core, and attacked the Star Beast and the star core at the fastest speed. The little coal ball pounced on the Star Beast energy body, while Shinshinfu pointed at the star core. The moment the black space block framed the star core turned into a golden light spot and flew around the Star Beast energy body. People outside can also see the scene in the middle through the barrier. No one has ever seen a star beast that can change the star core into such a form and follow. But after trying for so long, there is no way to get in. After entering, it will be slowed down. And no matter whether there is anyone in, the star beast will attack continuously. Even if Lucier and Tujaw try to go in, they can't move at the end and can only be pulled out. Now all hope is on Shinchinfu and the little coal ball inside. Shinchinfu grabbed a handful of space bombs and threw them out. But even if the time stillness was overcome, it could still slow down and speed up. He used those skills very slowly. And when Shinchinfu dodged forward and raised her hand to lock it, it would be accelerated. In this way, she could not control her body shape and pass by it directly, and could not lock it properly. And such a moment was a good opportunity for the star beast to kill her. The time star beast waved its hand, and hundreds of circular blades were about to chop her head. Although she could not teleport inside, she could move the plane under her feet and move herself away at a very fast speed. The little coal ball was looking for an opportunity to fight with it during her attack. The gold and black blue were intertwined, and the energy shock wave was very large. Every attack could even vibrate outside the star beast. These entangled energies rushed out at a very fast speed, and many mechas near the barrier had no time to dodge and were shattered. The people inside fought faster and faster, and gradually, almost no one could see the movements inside clearly. However, her normal space blade was too weak. Even if it hit it, it would only bounce back or be smashed. It was useless to it. So, she changed a new method in this critical moment. Recalling the feeling when she created the annihilation space, she tried to turn the annihilation energy into blades, which gradually gathered and formed in her hands. Those were two long black blades. Little coal ball, hearing Shinchinfu's voice, it immediately opened its mouth and spit out a ball of golden light to force the star beast to her. And Shinchinfu lowered her body and ran quickly to its position. She could now quickly distinguish the difference between fast and slow times. The energy fluctuations of the two time skills are slightly different. One is a positive fluctuation, and the other is a reverse fluctuation. As long as she can quickly analyze the fluctuations, she can adjust her speed when the two skills are activated to maintain the original speed. This time she approached the star beast, crossed her hands, and chopped it from behind to its head. The star beast instantly lowered its body and dodged. But she immediately changed her action and pressed down with her right hand. And the black space blade finally chopped the star beast's back, cutting its body fiercely. Because the contact position of the blade was small, but it was annihilated. In this way, there is no such thing as a tough and powerful barrier that she can't open. And the black annihilation blade light is still left where she cuts. Just like the annihilation space, she needs to repair it. The annihilation blade she created at the moment is better than the space blade. The star beast's energy body flashed away from the previous position, and a large gap was dug from the shoulder to the back by her. Although it is an energy body, it still feels the pain brought by annihilation, and its backtracking has great limitations on itself. It cannot retract its own energy. It can only restore its own matter. So the damage caused by the knife just now is real. Shinchinfu did not wait for it to continue to react, and attacked it at a faster speed. Xiao Meiqiu cooperated with her to reduce the activity space of the star beast. Shinchinfu chopped the star beast's energy body more and more times, and there were many black annihilation knife marks in the air. But there were also many circular blades that cut Shinchinfu. It added a lot of speed to itself. So it seemed to it that Shinchinfu time was much slower. Even if Xiao Meiqiu also added acceleration to Shinchinfu, because they were separate, it was impossible to find the right time every time. And the expression of the time star beast was always so calm. And Shinchinfu became more and more uneasy. Although the star beast was hurt more by her, it felt that its attention was not all on her, but more on Xiao Meiqiu. Her feeling was right. It had never used its body to sense Xiao Meiqiu so closely before, so it had not thought that if Xiao Meiqiu was similar to it to this extent, then it might try to swallow it directly. Chapter 470. So when the little coal ball spit out a large amount of golden energy again, it mobilized the star core that had been following nearby and caught this ball of energy. Although it was impacted at first, the energy of the little coal ball was really gradually absorbed. It was as if its energy recognized the energy of the little coal ball as its own. If there was any difference, it could not be absorbed by it, because each star beast is unique. It must absorb the energy of the universe and slowly condense it into its own energy to upgrade. and then merge it into the star core to increase its level. Only a few star beasts can snatch the vitality of other creatures. But devouring star beasts is almost impossible. Without the same star beast, there is no same energy to be absorbed. So this cat is also a gift from the universe to it. After the golden energy was absorbed into the star core, the star core instantly became brighter. When it wanted to try again, Shinshinfu rushed over quickly to block them, shot out a large kaleidoscope, and retreated with the little coal ball. The star beast could actually eat the energy of the little coal ball. This was something Shinshinfu had never thought of. He had never heard that the star beasts could devour each other. If that's the case, she might as well use up all her energy and annihilate the entire middle area. But the star beast seemed to have sensed her thoughts and didn't give her time to carve out a space block. As long as it increased the slow time to a terrifying amount, Shinshinfu movements would definitely slow down, and it would change its position to avoid it. The time skill had a strong suppression on Shinshinfu, so it still wanted to devour the small coal ball more now. So it pointed at Shinshinfu, and in an instant, 10 energy bodies, like it now appeared and surrounded Shinshinfu. Each of them looked at her with a smile. But the star core and the original energy body stared at the small coal ball like prey. Shinshinfu clenched the annihilation blade in her hand. The pain of the wound on her body made her more sober at this moment. She didn't expect that it could condense 10 such energy bodies. Maybe more than that. And devouring the energy of the small coal ball would make it stronger. The situation was worse than ever before. There was almost no way out. But there was no way back. But even if it was a dead end, she had to go on. Shinshinfu mobilized all the energy now, so that the blue around her body was faintly black. She had discovered before that her mental power was actually more than that of other 3S. She had been with Tujia Lucia for such a long time, and she would find something wrong. Especially after the 80th level of the field increased her mental power. It was even more, and it would increase with each level after that. Before the war, she was 82nd level, which was much stronger than when she first returned to the capital star. So she had been opening such a large space corridor and fighting for a long time. Although it consumed a lot, her mental power was not particularly scarce. But now she had to speed up. Otherwise, if the small coal ball was swallowed, the star beast would never be killed again. And she didn't want to lose the small coal ball. The use of annihilation space was too fixed, and it took a short time to lock and start. So it was always avoided. She had just used the annihilation blade and understood many changes in superpowers. So, she wanted to turn all her superpowers into annihilation power. Before the kaleidoscope was shattered, her tied hair was blown away by the wind raised by the energy. The blue energy light that originally surrounded her body became darker and darker, until it became pure black like the small coal ball. The kaleidoscope shattered like a colorful curtain, and a large ball of golden energy suddenly rushed out from it. Shinshinfu jumped high, avoided it, and then a burst of black energy was shot at those energy bodies, instantly hitting the head of one of the energy bodies into a black ball. Unfortunately, they don't need a head and can still attack. The other 9 were shocked for a moment when they saw her supernatural power change. And then, they joined the headless man and surrounded her in the middle, and shot out golden energy balls, like the energy balls that were projected into the sky before to kill a large number of people. Such energy is enough to tear any ordinary person into pieces 10,000 times. But Shinshinfu just kept transforming and using his black supernatural power to wrap those energy balls, and then annihilated them to leave different shapes. When she felt that the fight was going smoothly, the situation on the side of the small coal ball was not good. Ever since the time Star Beast knew that it could devour it, it has been suppressed and beaten. Every time it attacks, it will be locked and absorbed by the Star Beast. In this way, the attack was not only ineffective, but also made the Star Beast stronger. But the little coal ball could not absorb its attack, because the Time Star Beast was stronger. During the fight between Shinshinfu and Xiao Coal Ball, they saw that Xiao Coal Ball was slapped away fiercely, and the black clouds surrounding it were scattered, turning it into the appearance of a black cat, sliding away far away. But it did not make any sound, but immediately stood up and stabilized its body. She saw the Star Beast walking toward Xiao Coal Ball, and when she was anxious, she was careless, and was hit by an energy body on the back. The bones in her shoulder were instantly broken, and she could hardly lift it up, and her internal injuries were serious. Feeling the rising bloody smell, she tumbled in the air and stood firm after landing, spitting out blood, but her eyes were still looking at the little coal ball over there. When the little coal ball saw Shinshinfu injured, Her golden eyes lit up, and she set a time reversal in front of Shinshinfu, restoring her body to the state before she was hit. At least her shoulder was fine. Seeing it like this, the Star Beast smiled and said, "At this time, you still have the mood to care about her? What an enviable relationship." But he said with some relaxed joy, "But you will soon become my nutrition." Kitten. It gradually merged with the star core that turned into golden light behind it, becoming a new energy body. It was still Songfan's face, but there were countless patterns on his body, like a human figure made of patterns. The Star Beast slowly raised his hand, and the patterns on his body glowed, ready to completely devour the little coal ball. Shinshinfu was extremely anxious, and the energy around him exploded. And before the slow time took effect, he lifted the energy body surrounding her and ran to the position of the little coal ball. Little coal ball only glanced at it, then looked at Shinshinfu. She rushed to save it. It knew, but it also understood that if the Star Beast devoured it, it would only be a matter of time to kill Shinshinfu. Both would die. And after eating it, no one in the universe would be able to kill it. Not only the civilization of the Interstellar Federation, but also the civilizations outside of it, which could be played around with by it at will. This was unfair. Finally, it blinked, as if it suddenly understood something. Its eyes lit up, and it became firm, and it seemed to have made a decision, and looked at Shinshinfu with some sadness. Then it closed its eyes, and the golden hexagram on its forehead, which had originally dimmed a little, began to rotate and change. Its star pattern quickly increased, becoming an 8-pointed star, a 10-pointed star, and a 12-pointed star. After leaving its body, it became a huge diagram array, carrying a powerful force, flying into the air, and then unfolding. Shinshinfu's eyes suddenly went dark, and when he saw the dots of light in front of him, he was stunned, because this is also a chaotic star beast. Little coal ball? It's really a star beast like the time star beast. Before she could react, she suddenly felt dizzy, and in a blink of an eye, the light disappeared, and she was actually at the place where she was swallowed by the chaos star beast before, and it was still pitch black. But this time it was different, because a golden energy body came. Shinshinfu thought that the energy body that came in would be Songfan's energy body, and the knife in her hand was placed in front of her, ready to take action at any time. But when she saw the energy body, she showed a surprised expression, because it looked the same as her, but with a touch of gold on its forehead, and its eyes were also golden. Shinshinfu asked tentatively, "Little coal ball?" It spoke in her appearance. "You always say you want me to speak, and now I'm speaking. Are you happy?" Chapter 471. Little coal ball? How did you become? Her appearance? Little coal ball spoke a little slowly, but still replied with a lazy smile. "The first thing I thought of was your appearance." It continued to say something Shinshinfu didn't understand. "I didn't want to give up the cat's body because you liked it very much. But now there is no other way. If I don't do this, you and I will both die. But I don't want you to die. Although you don't know, you are the first person I saw. After you left, I looked for you for a long time. I wanted to take you out, but you were afraid. So you hid me, and I had to fight back. You fought for more than 30 days, and finally I knocked you out. I wanted to take you out because you are space and I am time. We can get out together. But when I sent you to the border of the Interstellar, you disappeared. I don't know where you went. I looked for you for a long time again, and saw someone next to you. I wanted to go into her body so that I could talk to you, but you took her away. So I went into the cat's body. I knocked a big hole in the barrier of your capital star." At this point, its eyes narrowed. It looked the same as her, but Shinshinfu saw a cunning feeling like a cat. But she still had many questions. "You saw me? Where did you see me? You brought me out. So you were the star beast at that time?" This made a lot more sense. Shinshinfu also felt that the chaos star beast's attack was not as deadly as the time star beast's. Otherwise it would have easily killed her by pausing her time. It turned out to be the little coal ball. Did it know her before? It didn't want to hit her at that time, but wanted to take her away. She really didn't know that she was afraid of everything at that time. Not to mention that there was a star beast in front of her, so she fought hard against it at that time. But she didn't find its pattern and star core, so she kept fighting endlessly. Shinshinfu apologized with guilt. "Sorry, little coal ball. I didn't know you wanted to take me out." It didn't answer, but just said, I'm happy to be with you. I like every bed you prepared. The little dolls. The gardenia you put next to me. And the watermelon you sometimes feed me. I like them all. And now I finally know why I met you. This seems like a destined miracle. Suddenly there was a bombing sound outside. And the Time Star Beast was approaching here. Little Cold Ball walked closer and stood in front of Shinshinfu. Just like she always touched its head before. She raised her hand and touched Shinshinfu's head, saying, I wanted to do this a long time ago. Then it took Shinshinfu's hand again. She was originally holding the blade of annihilation in her hand. But now she was afraid of hurting it. So she immediately released it. Little Cold Ball took Shinshinfu's hand and put it on her head to touch it. It said, This is the last time. Shinshinfu shook her head, her eyes firm. The war is not over yet. This will not be the last time. No. Little Cold Ball smiled. This is the last time. Because everything is destined. Destined? I can't beat the Star Beast outside. Its energy fluctuations are stronger than mine. So it can devour me. But I can't let myself be devoured by it. And I can't hurt your body like them. So I decided to give it to you. After saying that, Shinshinfu was hugged. And a golden star core suddenly appeared in front of her. But it was smaller than the Time Star Beast. She didn't understand what it was going to do. But she felt that this must not be a good thing for it. She struggled immediately, but was hugged tightly. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her brow. So strong that it seemed to chisel open her skull, making her unable to move. And everything was already running. The surroundings began to change color. After the golden star core appeared, the surrounding black clouds dissipated. And it also became a real nebula. But the border was not the purple of the Time Star Beast, but blue. And the range was smaller. Other than that, it was exactly the same. The Star Beast stopped attacking because of this sudden change. The people outside were also confused by the situation at this time. They didn't expect that another Star Beast would directly unfold inside the Star Beast. It was really unheard of. Don't Star Beasts repel each other? How is this possible? And this Star Beast is obviously the cat from before. Shinshinfu raises a Star Beast? She is not amazing. But it is outrageous. Right? One of the Star Beasts actually helps humans deal with Star Beasts. This is really unheard of. Lu Shi's mecha was seriously damaged. So he came out and stood on his cage and asked Tujia, Is there something wrong with my eyes? Shinshinfu cat is the same as the Time Star Beast except for the color? 2 Time Star Beasts? Tujia shook his head, then nodded, and also couldn't believe his eyes. When the Time Star Beast saw the small cold ball unfolding its body, it seemed to be expected. After all, everything was the same. And it was strange that the body was different. However, it really didn't understand why it would help humans like this. What did it want? But now, it was too lazy to think about it. As long as it swallowed it, it would become more powerful than now, and have no rivals. It attacked its star core. And the golden energy formed a vortex. And the energy was sucked in strongly, trying to swallow its star core. However, its smile gradually froze on its face. Because the energy in the star core was uncontrollably going to Shinshinfu. In order not to be swallowed, it actually sacrificed itself to humans. At this time, all 11 energy bodies of the Time Star Beast entered the central area of the small cold ball. But the small cold ball used extremely strong energy to add a barrier outside, and then refined its own star marrow and injected it all into Shinshinfu's eyebrows. The overpowering energy was like a heavy punch to Shinshinfu. She felt her soul trembling. She was almost tortured by the severe pain and almost forgot where she was. Shinshinfu's face was covered with cold sweat in an instant. She was trembling when she spoke. Little cold ball? Stop. You will die. Tears welled up in her eyes. She never thought it was a star beast. It was just her cat. Why couldn't even the little cold ball stay in this world? How much more would she lose? But the little cold ball seemed not to hear it, and continued to refine its star essence at a high speed. It hurt too much. As the energy increased, her whole head seemed to be about to explode. And gradually from head to toe, her whole body began to hurt. She unconsciously used her mental power to guide the energy in the right direction. She didn't know if it was right to do so. That is, to guide it to the place where the mental power would usually flow. However, when the energy of the little cold ball was injected, her supernatural power gradually precipitated, and after unfolding, it floated with the golden light. Not long after, She felt a golden time pattern being carved on the edge of the domain pattern in her mind. The kaleidoscope-like domain pattern was already dazzling enough. As the energy in the golden pattern became more and more sufficient, it became brighter and brighter, glowing together with her domain pattern. But in contrast, the core of the small coal ball became visibly darker and grayer. Chapter 472. Shin Shinfu was in so much pain that she couldn't raise her hands. She was sweating all over and leaned on it. However, since all the power was given to her, it also began to weaken. She didn't know who was leaning on whom. She felt that her mental power was recovering at a very fast speed while guiding the time energy, until there was little gold left in the star core. The barrier set up outside was finally broken. The time star beast was furious and smashed the star core in front of it with a palm. "No, little coal ball." But in the end, it only said, "I'm leaving. You have to be happy." Shin Shinfu's arms were empty. The little coal ball that turned into her appearance was broken together with the star core, and turned into stars and scattered, and its body disappeared. Shin Shinfu staggered forward 2 steps in pain in this golden light spot. Her knees were also painful, and she almost knelt down. Tears blurred her eyes, but she still shook her hands and condensed a space blade to barely support her body. People outside had no idea what was going on inside. Why did the second star beast suddenly appear? And why did the star beast suddenly explode and disappear? The star core was blown to pieces. So it was dead, wasn't it? But the time star beast didn't see any damage from such an operation. Seeing her, the time star beast sneered. "Who can bear the energy of a whole star beast? You will eventually explode and die like this. And the time energy that explodes will still be mine." Shin Shinfu lowered her head since it came in. She didn't know why everything she cared about was always taken away, and she always couldn't give what she wanted. Wasn't she working hard enough? She was still too weak, right? So she couldn't protect anything. The time star beast slapped her with another ball of golden light, as if to accelerate her explosion. Shin Shinfu was still unable to dodge at this moment, and was hit directly. After being slapped away, she fell on the space plane drawn by her body's natural reaction due to the severe pain and rolled many times. The star beast energy body with patterns all over its body slowly walked towards her, and a scimitar gradually condensed in its hand, while the other 10 incomplete energy bodies gradually merged with it as they walked, and turned back into the body of the human Song Fan. But the patterns on their bodies were still there. It was ready to leave here after killing her. It stood condescendingly beside Shin Shinfu with sarcasm, without lowering its head, and only glanced at her coldly with its eyes. Now she was surrounded by golden and blue light, and when they interacted, they would collide with small energy beams, which were obviously resisting each other. "Now it seems that your space system is really a big trouble for me. If I had known earlier, I would have secretly killed you first at the beginning, and there would not be so many problems now. From the beginning to now, which thing has nothing to do with her? Shi Mingyi, Xiaoxiu, for seasons, Luo Heng, Lang's family, super large teleportation array, space skills that can pause time, and even her cat. Isn't all this against it? She was born to be on its side. Now I think it's ridiculous that I wanted her to be the king of mankind." The star beast raised its hand, raised the scimitar high, and chopped at her neck. Heh. It only laughed softly, and it chopped into nothing. It looked around and saw the person in the distance, who lowered her head but stood with the space blade. All the energy around her was flowing into her body. Shin Shinfu suddenly said, "You really don't know who wants to kill whom more. In fact, her deep hatred, in the final analysis, is not it because of this star beast? Its game ruined everything for her. Mother, father, little coal ball, herself, her brother, her sister, their Shin family, Lang family, were all hurt by it. Not to mention that there were thousands of people like her who were all ruined." As she said, she raised her head. Although she was a little embarrassed because of the torture just now, there was a golden light on her forehead, and her eyes were glowing at this time. One was blue, and the other was gold. But the same thing was that both eyes were filled with dangerous murderous intent. The pain in her body gradually became lighter, after the energy of the small coal ball broke in. It had washed away most of her mental power, and restored most of it. Obviously, the time skill should not be able to trace back energy. So this is not backtracking. Could it be that because its energy was completely given to her, the two energies merged apart when they intersected, which restored her mental power? Most of the energy of the small coal ball was still independent. She didn't have time to merge all the energy. In this case, she could only let the two energies stand on their own side peacefully. But the two mixed a little bit. Otherwise, she was unable to control the energy and was in pain. And the star beast had just chopped off her head with a knife. Although she didn't know how to use the time skill now, because the energy was in her body, she was not affected by the star beast's time at all, because her extreme space block had been closed long ago. But she could still move freely in the absolute stillness of the time star beast. So she guessed that now, whether it was speed, slow, or pause time, it would be useless to her. The suppression of the time star beast on her was gone. Shinshinfu curled his lips sarcastically, his tone extremely cold. Come on. One of us must die today. Even if it didn't die, she would seriously injure it. The people outside would definitely not let her down, and would help her continue to take revenge. In this situation, she couldn't retreat at all. She could only bet her life. Sorry, Xiafei. Sister might have to break her promise. One person and one star beast, standing opposite each other. Both sides wanted to kill each other, and the energy around them almost tore the space apart. The time star beast took action first, throwing out several slow time patterns, surrounding her like a cage. If it was before, Shinshinfu would be affected by these patterns and slowed down. But it didn't happen. When she swung the knife, the space blade turned into the annihilation blade, instantly chopping the pattern in front of her into pieces. Without any delay, the star beast didn't expect that even a human being would not be affected at all after getting the time energy. But it thought again. Does that mean that it can also swallow the time ability in Shinshinfu's body right away? Thinking of this, a ball of golden light suddenly appeared around Shinshinfu and wrapped her up, as if a ball of golden flame was burning out of nowhere. In fact, these things were trying to extract the time energy in her body. Shinshinfu didn't know how to use time energy yet, but the golden time pattern in her mind lit up on its own and broke through the golden energy around her. The star beast then realized that it couldn't absorb it, because these energies were mixed with some of her abilities in the body of Shinshinfu, who was a space system, and were labeled with her, and the fluctuations were inconsistent with its own. To extract, the two energies must be separated, but Shinshinfu will never be able to cooperate to separate the energy. Therefore, Shinshinfu is now not only immune to most of his time skills, but also restrains his space system. At that moment, it made a decision. The nebula that the star beast had spread out was instantly retracted. It mobilized all its time energy, and with golden light all over its body, it hit Shinshinfu fiercely. Go to hell. It was going to beat her to death now. If skills were useless, it would use pure energy. It realized that Shinshinfu could really kill it now. If it was too late, it had to leave immediately. The Master of Time, who had lived for a long time and felt that he would never die, finally had the fear that time was about to end. Shinshinfu saw that it suddenly changed its method and wanted to use energy to turn her into ashes. So she spared no effort to spread all her space power and turned into a blue shadow mixed with gold, and rushed towards the time star beast. It was too late to even convert the power into the power of annihilation, so it could only use the space power to blast it. You are the one who is going to die. Two huge waves of energy suddenly collided, and even the air was shaking. The people present were numb all over, and their ears were instantly ringing, and they could not hear any sound. They could only retreat as fast as possible. When its main body was retracted, only Lucia and Tujia, who were closest to it, could not help but move forward immediately. But they were thrown backwards by the force, and Tujia's mecha was damaged and shattered. Before they could stabilize their bodies, they saw that the light between the two energies became more and more dazzling, even illuminating the entire battlefield in daylight, splitting the entire night. The two called her in panic, Shinshinfu. The moment before everyone was almost blinded by the strong light. The light suddenly retracted, and the surroundings suddenly darkened. It was like turning the light to the brightest, and then turning it off directly. Very suddenly, when their eyes adapted to the change, they looked in the direction, but they did not see a single figure. The space corridor was also closed. Shinshinfu and the star beast disappeared without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Chapter 473. The war is over. The energy in the air came quickly and disappeared quickly. If it weren't for so many malfunctioning mechas and people whose mental barriers were shattered by the energy, this quiet environment would seem fake. Lucia and Tujia had just rushed forward to help Shinshinfu, and were almost hit by the energy. Both of them broke several bones and had blood at the corners of their mouths. But they had no time to care about the pain in their bodies. Tu Jia kept connecting to Shinshinfu's signals, but nothing could be connected. Her barriers and domains in the air all disappeared along with the space corridor, leaving only many black annihilation marks in the air that she had not had time to repair due to the annihilation power she used in the previous fight. Those were all symbols of her hard fight. Tu Jia was very anxious. Will she be in trouble? If she was still there, she would definitely remember to finish it and restore the space to its original state. The 2 large space blocks at the top were still there, and a few more were added later. Now there are still 5 annihilation spaces at the top. Lu Shi was also very serious. If Shinshinfu was weak, it was possible that he would be torn to pieces with the energy impact just now. But he couldn't speak in this situation. Shin Yoli in the starship was completely unable to maintain his composure as the commander-in-chief of this battlefield. He stood up in panic when Shinshinfu and the Star Beast made the final blow and prepared to rush out. But the starship was very large. Before he even ran to the door, the terrifying energy fluctuations outside had disappeared. Then someone reported in his ear, Shinshinfu and the Star Beast were gone. Shin Yoli took 3 deep breaths, suppressed the anger that wanted to smash all the doors in front of him, and turned around. Go check the current situation of the puppet of the Time Star Beast. If the Star Beast is fine, then she may not be. No. After Shin Yoli was determined, he walked back to the command cabin and began to command the follow-up of the battlefield. The adjutant asked him, what about Song-ku of the Song family? There were only a few hundred people left to protect her. Whether to kill or keep her depended on the commander's order. Shin Yoli's eyes were full of killing intent. Kill him. The adjutant was stunned, as if he had not expected him to do this, because he had always considered everything in the military district. But he just agreed and executed the commander's order. But when the adjutant just turned around and took 2 steps, he heard him sigh. Just leave Song-ku. He really wanted to kill these people. But after the war was over, there was still information to be dug out from Song-ku. After all, Luo Heng only knew about the Star Beasts and those families, as well as their operating methods. And Song-ku's understanding would definitely not be exactly the same. So leave them for the time being. And it won't be too late to kill them later. Song-ku knew that he had lost this time as soon as he saw the Star Beast disappear. He really didn't expect that a small Shinshinfu could make the Star Beast disappear. But she tried to use the time skill again, and a trace of golden light appeared on her finger. But it became very weak. As if it was about to go out, she rekindled her hope. The master was not dead yet. Maybe it was nearby? Shinshinfu was originally a space-based person. Maybe he was teleported away. It was also possible that Shinshinfu was killed by the master and had left. This was not impossible. Thinking this way, Song-ku felt that there was still a glimmer of hope for her great cause, and said to the people beside her, evacuate with all your strength. But it was too late. A white cage locked her in with a bang. And then a purple block was thrown in. After the block exploded, the cage was full of flowers. Each flower was so beautiful that it looked like it was not in the same world as the dilapidated battlefield, but just by accidentally smelling the fragrance of the flowers. Song-ku completely lost consciousness and was taken back by Lu Shi. Only the others fled in panic. Before she lost consciousness, she realized it too late. She would never get out. After the space corridor disappeared, many people saw it, but most of them thought that the battle situation was clear. So Shinshinfu turned off the skill. But Xiao Fei didn't think so, because she had a feeling that Shinshinfu had a problem and was forced to shut down. She glanced at Lin Xian, who was still holding her left arm, and reminded him, you go get treatment first. I asked. In fact, it is reasonable to say that the Time Star Beast is difficult to fight, and they may still be fighting at this time. But she couldn't help asking. Even if it was just to make herself feel at ease, she had to ask. So she thought about it and contacted Shin Yoli. She leaned against a fully open door on the side of the starship, and people kept coming in and out. She listened to Shin Yoli's words, nodding from time to time, and replying from time to time. The wind was very strong, blowing her loose hair. She heard someone say, so. She disappeared with the Star Beast. Disappeared? She said she understood, forced herself to calm down, turned off the call, and stared at the layers of maple leaves below after the ice melted for a while. Then he turned around, showing no emotion, and went to the treatment cabin. Yu Jianya and Mu Tuo's injuries were not bad, but Lin Xian's arm was important. because it was frozen to preserve vitality. But once it was connected, it would be poisoned. Now we can only keep it frozen first. And it is safest to find Xiaoshu on the capital planet for treatment. But without Shinshinfu, everyone cannot teleport across the planet. So it will take several hours. When most of the battlefields have begun to clean up, a group of people are sneaking away from the pursuit. It is Bai Tung who has long seen that this operation will not succeed. Although tens of thousands of people died to protect him from escaping, he didn't care at all. And even cursed. It's useless. People are useless. And star beasts are useless. Such a powerful star beast actually died? So many puppets. Most of them lost control before they started, leaving only a few. And they fell down while fighting. At this moment, they are preparing to escape through a forest to an underground shelter. This is their Bai family's hiding place. He has many such hiding places, which have small teleporters inside, which can be teleported to other different shelters on the same planet. It should be easy for no one to find them. But for some reason, they were surrounded as soon as they showed their heads at the beginning of the operation. They had been fighting for so long, and so many people blocked him before he ran out. He was in a panic, and his mind was confused. He kicked a stone accidentally, and was about to fall down when he was pulled back by a hand. Bai Tung looked over and saw a woman in her 40s. He didn't remember her name, but he had the impression that he had seen her before. The woman said, "Master, be careful." He retracted his gaze and stood firm. He didn't take the help of an unimportant subordinate seriously. After all, the entrance was not far ahead. When he took a step with the joy of being out of danger, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Bai Tung looked down and saw a knife condensed with supernatural power piercing his heart. And the person who did it was the woman who had just pulled him. You? Although he didn't remember everyone, the people around him today were all people who had done a lot for him, and were absolutely flawless. Why would she betray him? Did the Lang family bribe her? The woman's knife grew long thorns from the inside, instantly piercing his heart on the knife, making him unable to move. The housekeeper who was escaping with him couldn't believe it either. Teacher Liu. You? Why did you? Teacher Liu? You are the one back then. Chapter 474. Where is my sister? Luli nodded. Yes. Ruoxue was taken by you to be a substitute for your daughter, and died in vain. So you should die too. Ruoxue? You also gave the clone a name? She is my daughter. I have long regarded her as my daughter. Even if there is cloning technology, Xingji does not allow cloning. So Ruoxue is the first clone she cooperated with the Bai family to successfully make. She watched her grow up little by little, and taught her carefully in a place where no one knew. She taught her to talk, walk, write. Luli herself is an orphan, so she is very sensitive to the emotions of children. She knows that Ruoxue likes her very much. So when she asked her, "Everyone has a name. Can she also have a name?" She softened her heart and named her Ruoxue. Giving a name. Everything is connected. She knew that she should not have feelings for her, because she was meant to be a substitute. But she was so sensible and obedient. And after a long time, she forgot why Ruoxue was cultivated. Until that day when she came back. Ruoxue was gone. Others told her that she died in place of Bai Ruoxing, and her expression and tone were as if a trivial insect had died. She watched the criminal's video on the internet. Ruoxue was casually used as a substitute and burned alive to ashes. She did not do anything wrong, but died in the midst of thousands of people's curses. Later, she found Ruoxue's diary, in which she called her mother. It was all, "Mom came to see me today. So happy. When will Mom come next time? I miss her very much. I really want to see the real sky, which is said to be azure and must be beautiful. But because I was afraid of causing trouble to her, I never called her in person once. But why doesn't she count? She is the child she raised with her own hands. It is ridiculous to let a pure white person die in place of a demon." Every day after that, she had trouble falling asleep. And even if she fell asleep, she would see Ruoxue being engulfed by the fire. Regret. Regret made her heart sore that it was about to explode. She should have taken her away earlier. Let her see the color of the sky. See the world. She had never seen it. So she decided to avenge her daughter. She sent out the address of the hiding place. Otherwise it would not be so easy to find. She sneered and pulled out the blade. Because the heart was strung, she pulled out Bai Tung's entire heart. Bai Tung couldn't believe that he was killed by a mere clone. Luli looked at Bai Tung, who was spitting blood and breathing his last breath, and the people around him, who were stunned and finally considered whether to escape because Bai Tung was about to die, and smiled and said, "We are not good people. We have to die together." After saying this, Luli pressed her button, and the signal transmitter inside told the military district their current location, in the slashing swords and shadows. She laughed wildly, because no one can escape. A few hours later, all the star beasts that appeared in this war in the Federation, except for the time star beast that disappeared, had been killed. The reason why it disappeared was that its puppet regained consciousness after it disappeared. But there was no black pattern on its back. Other planets were fine. But the most tragic one in this war was Sanma Star. The entire planet can be said to be completely destroyed, and everyone has no home. But at least the people underground saved their lives. But after coming out and seeing their homes that were destroyed and riddled with holes, they couldn't help but cry with their family, friends, and even strangers. The military academy students who participated in the military district operation this time agreed to gather at the capital star after completing the mission, because the capital star is located in the middle area and is more convenient. Capital Star, Galaxy Military Academy. All students dealt with the rebels on their own. Liu and others also brought the people at the banquet to the school before, because the school wall is a lightning shield after it is unfolded, and there are many high-level superpowers. The guests of the banquet were hidden in the school after detoxification. However, since it was the capital planet, 2 disaster-level star beasts came. Fortunately, the military district arranged many people, including Xian and Shi, but they were injured when fighting the star beasts, and their bodies were covered with blood. The people from the Lang family treated them before they returned to the school to gather. The school is now very noisy, with all kinds of people. There are many little roses on the ground, shuttling quickly, helping to carry things and save people. They saw that the flower group didn't know where it came from, and 7 roses sat in a row. There was a big hole in the leaf of Laniying, and Shakai sat beside it and cried bitterly. Tears sprinkled on Laniying like a gushing faucet, but she didn't forget to treat it. But the missing leaf couldn't be cured. Jean was so tired that he couldn't even lift his head. Normally, he would have a beauty sleep, but he fought all night. Tuan Tuan turned into a black flower, and only the halo on his head told others that it was Tuan Tuan. He didn't stay in school with Nai, but went to the battlefield with Hua Hua Tuan. Ain toasted with Aotian, who was almost bald, and poured water on his head together. It seemed that they had become good friends with flowers. Only Lu Bingbing was cleaning herself carefully. When Shinshinfu's space corridor was closed, Xian and the others also saw it, but they didn't know what happened. When they saw Shin Yoshing coming back, they asked him, but he didn't know either. Shin Yoshing contacted Shin Yoli, but he was probably busy and didn't get through. He also felt a little uneasy. But not only Shinshinfu, but Lu Shitujia hadn't come back for a long time. But Xiaofei came back first with Lin Xian and the others. Ning Ting was originally in the Galaxy Military Academy, and was still wondering why Xiaofei and the others hadn't come back after so long. He was just worried when he saw them coming over. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Xian, but he looked a little bad. She was about to ask him something, but when he walked out from behind Yu Jianya, she stopped and tears instantly ran down her cheeks. Seeing this, the others quietly moved to the side, but they couldn't stop looking over here. Lin Xian's head was a little dizzy and hot, and when he saw Ning Ting in front of him with tears on her face, he suddenly became much more sober. He quickly stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with you? Where are you injured?" When he wanted to raise his hand to pull her to see, he found that his left arm was gone. Ning Ting cried very sadly. Lin Xian, this little bitter melon, had a bad life since childhood, and now he has lost a hand. How painful it must be. Crying, "You are too miserable." Lin Xian realized that it was because of his hand, and he was at a loss, but his voice softened. "You don't cry?" A student from Sirius, who was pressing the corner of his mouth, passed by, and inadvertently stuffed a clean handkerchief into his right hand, and then left like the wind, pretending that he had never been there. Lin Xian grabbed the handkerchief and wiped it on her face without thinking much. At this moment, the surroundings immediately heard a crackling sound. The two were stunned, and when they looked over, everyone was suddenly very busy. Yu Jianya sighed, walked between the two without thinking, and didn't pay attention to those who whispered that he was tactless, saying, "What are you doing? Go and take it." Ning Ting stared and asked, "Can you still take it?" "Yes." Shifei picked it up. It's amazing that she still remembered to pick it up in that situation. "Then go!" Ning Ting immediately dragged Lin Xian to find Xia Shu to cut in line. Shifei had already gone to see if Xiaokai was missing any pieces when the two met. She was really worried that she would see a headless flower or something like that. Fortunately, the head was still there, and she could still cry. When Li Yu and Ji Che were looking for Shen Yoxing, they happened to see Lu Shi and Tu Jia coming back. She and Shiyu stepped forward to ask questions, and they followed them. Hearing the two ask, "Where is my sister?" Tu Jia curled his lips and said nothing, looking away. Lu Shi sighed. "I don't know where she went. Anyway, she's gone for the time being." Not seen for the time being? Xian couldn't understand it at all. So many people went. Why did she get not seen for the time being? Anyway, she disappeared with the time star beast. Xian was anxious and angry. His eyes were red. And Shiyu stood aside and murmured, "According to the time of the capital star, today is my sister's birthday. We agreed to celebrate her birthday. I heard that she never celebrated her birthday. This time, she finally agreed to them. But she disappeared." Thinking of this, his eyes gradually moistened. Tu Jia and Lu Shi wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to comfort. They obviously went together, and now only the two of them came back. They also blamed themselves. When Xiao Fei came over, she saw two people who were as hopeless as death. She said unhappily, "Why are you crying? What's there to cry about?" Seeing that she was fine, Xian was shocked and burst into tears. "You have no conscience. You are my favorite." Xiao Fei rolled her eyes. "My sister is not dead. She just disappeared. She is from the space system. It's not normal for her to fall into any space. You are so useless. You are scared to death by a small problem." "Really?" Both of them stared at her blankly. "Really? Can you calm down a bit?" She glanced at Shen Yoxing, who was standing next to her with his head down and not saying anything, and walked over to pull him. "Can't you be as steady as Brother Yoxing?" "Right. Brother?" When Shen Yoxing raised his head, his face was covered with tears, and he looked like he was crying more miserably than the two brothers. "Whoa! My sister?" There was no stability at all. No calmness at all. His crying made Li Yu and Ji Che beside him feel sad. But before Li Yu could speak, Ji Che burst into tears, and his cries echoed over the entire military academy. "Fu! Where have you been?" Chapter 475 Soul Shackle Star. After 24 hours of darkness, there will be 24 hours of daylight. The darkness and daytime of Soul Shackle Star are different from those of other planets. According to the interstellar calendar, it takes 2 days to experience 1 day and 1 night. The houses on the planet are classical in appearance. All black. They look dark and oppressive during the day. But when the lights are on all over the planet at night, it is very lively and looks like the opposite world. The most eye-catching thing in the central city of Soul Shackle Star is a 99-story white building. There are more than a dozen huge dragons carved on it, as if hovering on this building, named by Jiao Building. The high-rise building is in a huge and complex building with layers on top of each other. This area is the most famous slave fighting city on Soul Shackle Star, Shangqing. Shangqing is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The outer city is mostly retail trading, and the inner city can also be directly called the fighting city. All the trading, fighting, and slaves in it are managed by the Star Master. This is a planet notorious for the slave trade. In addition to the people of the Star Master, there are also some people who go to other planets to deceive, kidnap or rob people, and gather here to trade. They call such people wild hunters. Although it is the world of night here, daytime is a good time to trade. A wild hunter has a chain in his hand, and the chain is connected to a ring. One after another, more than a dozen people are buckled behind him. Both men and women, young and old, from a few years old to teenagers, with black collars buckled around their necks. And they are dragged away without human rights. They are all injected with mental inhibitors, deceived or captured from various planets, facing the situation of being sold or beaten to death. Some people feel extremely uneasy when they see the tall building getting closer and closer in front of them. They originally just shed tears silently, but now they can't help sobbing softly. The wild hunter doesn't look scary, and even kind. It is precisely because of this that he can easily deceive people. But his superpowers are also powerful. It is not too easy for an S-level superpower to knock out a few people and take them away. He heard the crying and turned around. Like the uncle next door, comforting them with a kind smile. Don't cry. Kids, this is a good place. As long as you work hard, you can change your life in the future. The hot-tempered one spat at him. You're talking nonsense. You just want to sell us. You big liar. I trusted you so much. A short-haired girl behind him pulled him. Don't say it. It's already here. There's no use except to anger him. The wild hunter was not angry, but still smiled. I'm not lying. If you are sold to a good family as a slave, you can live a good life. If not, you can fight in the arena of Chongqing, and you can get a bonus if you win. Right? He took them to the inner city of Chongqing and pointed to the most dazzling high-rise building. Look, that's where the Soul Shackle Star Lord is. If you work hard, you may see him again in the future. Star Lord? The short-haired girl asked. She didn't understand why even the Star Lord would live in a gladiator city. It was really despairing. Yes, the wild hunter said, as if to remind him. Don't even think about escaping after you go in. If you get killed, don't blame me for not telling you. This is the most heavily guarded city on the planet. As soon as the words fell, a blue light fell from the sky and went straight to the White Dragon Tower. In the surprised eyes of everyone, it landed hard on the top and slammed into it. But the sound didn't stop. Bang, 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 bang. The huge noise continued. And after dozens of times, there was no sound. Only the inner city issued an invasion warning after realizing it. Everyone looked at each other. This is the most heavily guarded city? The head of one of the dragons was smashed off. And it didn't look that great. They were rekindled with hope by this inexplicable change. The people in the Baiju building were awakened by the loud noise. Star-Lord Lang Fu looked at the big hole connecting the upper and lower parts. He didn't know what happened at all, and thought someone was trying to assassinate him. Soon a guard came up. Star-Lord, are you okay? He sneered. It's okay. I was just almost crushed to death. You can come later. The guards all knelt down after hearing this, almost crawling on the ground with their heads touching the ground, begging for his forgiveness. He pinched his eyebrows. He was too tired from the activities all night. He had just fallen asleep and was awakened. He was in a bad mood. Just when he was about to order all these people to be killed, his subordinates came to report. Star-Lord, we found out what it was. He waved his hand to let everyone else go down, and then looked at his subordinates. Said. The subordinates replied as if they couldn't believe it. It was a person who looked like a young girl. She was so injured that she couldn't see her face clearly. I don't know where she fell from. Now he found it interesting. He had never seen anyone fall from the sky in his life. Is he dead? No, he's not dead. I just don't feel any spiritual power. He looks weak and ordinary. He kicked him twice and felt like he was dead. But he asked the doctor who lived in the building to see him, and he said he was not dead. Ordinary person? Was he thrown down by some enemy and wanted us to destroy the body? He thought about his enemies, and thought that maybe they wanted to deter him when they killed people. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that he hit his Baiju building? If they came to kill him, they couldn't throw a half-dead person. The subordinate asked, then Star-Lord, should we kill her? Lang Fu has been here for so many years, and has encountered many strange things. So although he feels it is new, he doesn't think it is so strange. Kill her? She has punched so many holes here. It would be too easy for her to be killed directly. He thought for a while. In this case, let's keep her alive, and don't let her die now. When she wakes up, arrange a day to throw her into the arena, and use the girl falling from the sky as a gimmick, with a picture of my Baijiao Tower, and then arrange an unlimited melee, and then beat her to death. Even if they come to harm me, they can be deterred. Besides, they are coming, so this is a show prepared for them. Even if she has any ability, she will be given a superpower suppression bracelet, and nothing will go wrong. The subordinate was stunned. He didn't expect that he could still think of the most profitable way at this time. How else can he be the Star Master? And the unlimited melee is a big melee of 100 people regardless of whether there is superpower, age, or gender. Usually, such a big show is very exciting and not easy to watch. And the ticket price is very expensive. There are new slaves they specially collect in this melee. But they will let Chongqing's own superpower slaves in. After all, if they are all ordinary slaves, there will be nothing to watch. After he agreed, he went to make arrangements to treat the girl's external injuries casually, and keep her alive before throwing her to the slave farm. On the 63rd floor, a boy with long hair that dragged on the ground sat on his bed. Through the gap in his hair, he saw the doctor casually treating the girl who was lying on the ground at the end of his bed and couldn't see her face clearly. He didn't react at all, because she fell in his room. He hadn't been out for a long time, and it was the first time he saw such a person. It was really magical. Chapter 476. At night, there were all kinds of cheers and shouts on the Soul Shackle Star, which could not be blocked even by many walls. In a small room in the slave area, the noise outside was accompanied by the crying inside, which made Shinshinfu think that she was really dead. When she opened her eyes, she felt pain all over her body. She glanced at the surrounding environment and didn't know where she was at all. But it seemed that she was lying on a mat on the ground. She was not dead. When she fought against the Time Star Beast, she spared no effort to hit her energy. But the energy collision caused her and the Star Beast to suffer considerable injuries. Just when her mental power was almost completely emptied, she suddenly saw a vortex appear in front of her, and the Star Beast was sucked in. She immediately thought that it was a trick of the Star Beast to escape, and immediately jumped in. In that vortex, it was like falling into an old washing machine. She was dizzy while losing weight and spinning, and she also had an inexplicable feeling of soul pulling. However, in the chaos, she still remembered to hit it with the power cube, and even threw out a box of nutrient solution, which broke it all over. After that, she fainted in severe pain, and when she woke up, she was here. But, where is this? Her voice was a little hoarse, which scared the people around her, and the people who were crying stopped crying. A girl came over and asked tentatively, Are you awake? Shinshinfu propped herself up and found that she was wearing a superpower suppression bracelet on her hand? No, she had no superpowers at all. So why would she wear a bracelet? What kind of place is this? There was something wrong with her neck. 2. She was wearing a neck ring, which was very heavy and tight. She looked at the girl in front of her and asked again, Where is this? This is the arena. Shinshinfu was confused. She looked at the light-transmitting window. It was dark outside but unusually bright, so she could see clearly in the room. In addition to the short-haired girl in front of her, there were 3 girls and a little girl who were scared by her waking up in the corner of the room. The little girl had tears on her face. She was the one who was crying just now. Shinshinfu realized that she was not talking about the arena on the capital planet, but the arena city on another planet. It seemed that she accidentally fell to another planet. She looked at her combat uniform, which was dirty and torn because of the long fight, and could not be seen in its original appearance. She felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had returned to the past. She remembered that many of her bones should have been broken, but they were all connected at this time? But there were still hidden injuries that had not been treated. Did anyone treat me? The short-haired girl nodded. It should be. I heard someone tell the guard to spare your life and send you to the arena to fight. So I treated you casually. But you have been sleeping for 3 days, and we dare not touch you. Here? She looked carefully at the pretty girl in front of her and asked, Do you have the ability of good hearing? The girl was stunned and nodded. Who are you? Slaves who were tricked to this planet. The little girl pouted and was about to cry again. I was sold by my family. Slaves. Sold. Is there such a planet in the Interstellar Federation? She thought she had been to many planets. If there was such a situation, even if she didn't know, the Lang family would submit a report to her. When she went to arrange the anchor point, she planned the planets to land every day, and the information of the planets would be sent to her. Shinshinfu glanced around. Although this place looked like a cell, everyone had a mat, and there was a small bathroom next to it. She stood up, passed a few people gathered together, and walked to the bathroom. When she saw her appearance in the mirror, she was also shocked. There was blood on her face, and her hair was messy. She looked like she ran away from a refugee camp. No wonder they were so afraid of her. She checked the bathroom and found a surveillance camera, but it was too obvious. Although her mental power was empty, the time energy given by the cold ball was not yet. But if she doesn't use it, it's as if she doesn't have this energy, so others can't feel it. And the supernatural power suppression bracelet can't suppress the time energy. She tried to connect the time pattern. Perhaps because she didn't have many space supernatural powers, their output was unexpectedly smooth, and a golden light suddenly appeared on her fingertips. She wondered if she could pause the time of this camera. Unexpectedly, As soon as she had this thought, a small pattern instantly unfolded under the camera. She knew this pattern, and it was the same as the pattern of the time star beast that paused time. She had something important to check next. She mobilized the time energy and passed it across the suppression bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet, which was designed to be a little heavy, was cut open like tofu. After she took it off and washed her hands, she found a blue gold pattern on her wrist. She didn't know where it came from. She closed her eyes and felt her mental power carefully. It had recovered 15% in the past few days, although not much. It was also because she had a hidden injury that had not healed and was suppressed by the bracelet. She took out a space bomb and crushed it, and a ball of white light floated out, instantly wrapping her whole body. After a while, all the injuries inside and outside her body were healed. Xiaoshu's healing light is really powerful. I treat him to a big pork elbow when I go back. It was worth it that he almost drained himself every day. Then Shinshinfu didn't waste time and began to investigate the location of the time star beast. Or in other words, where the body of its host Song Fan was. Yes, she could find it. The blue light flashed in her hand, and a glass bottle appeared. It contained the tracking butterfly that she asked Shin Yoshing to prepare for her before the war began, when she pretended to attack randomly and smashed the nutrient solution. She mixed it with the tracking solution of the tracking butterfly, just like when she dealt with Bairuaching. She couldn't let it have a chance to escape. Injecting mental power, a straight line appeared in front of her, and then connected to a red dot, which didn't move much. If he ran around, he would have a route map. The connection of the tracking butterfly is a straight line, because they are not on the same planet. Only a few days have passed. She only needs to recover within 30 days, and then kill the star beast. He was also injured, with his energy already damaged. He would never change his host at this time, and he certainly could not think that she could find him directly. During the bombardment, she felt that the other party should be afraid of her ability, because it could not take away the time energy when it came to her. But she could avoid being controlled by time. She has more advantages. As long as she recovers her mental strength, she will definitely kill it. However, the most urgent thing now is to take a bath. There is everything in the space world. A full set of clothes and shoes, shampoo, shower gel, and towels and slippers. But the water here is only cold water. Pouring cold water on the head makes people sober and sad. She suddenly realized that the little cold ball was dead. Gone. It was like a gift from God to her. To heal her, help her, and finally give her life. How could she have done that? Tears flowed silently with the water on her head, and she thought that she would never raise a cat beast again. Little Cold Ball was the only cat beast in her life. More than 10 minutes later, Shinshinfu, who looked brand new, fragrant and clean, came out of the bathroom and changed into new clothes and slippers. It felt good to have enough supplies, and she knew it would come in handy. But the other girls were staring at each other. You are the one just now. Except for the collar around her neck. You can't tell at all. Is she so beautiful? Besides, where did the clothes come from? She still felt hurt when she stood up. How could she be healed by taking a bath? Then she performed a magic trick. Took out a new mattress and quilt. Put it on the original mat, and sat on it comfortably. Of course, she temporarily stopped the surveillance. She asked, "What day is it today?" The short-haired girl answered, 9th. Shinshinfu's heart sank. November 9th? It's almost been a month? The action was on October 15th. Her birthday. But now it's November 9th. Won't the tracking butterfly be useless soon? October 9th. It's been a year? Then how did she find Song Fan's location? The youngest girl thought she was a little bit amazing, but also a little bit weird, and pointed to a small, glowing clock embedded in the wall on the side. Today is October 9th. 1769 in New Star. Chapter 477. Shinshinfu was silent, disheveled in the non-existent wind. New Star 1769? This? She traveled through time and space? She used the pure energy of time and space to fight against the time star beast, and actually opened the door of time and space? The mark on her wrist means that she is a person who travels through time and space? Then how will she go home? She was still thinking about this outrageous thing until the others were so sleepy that they fell asleep. During this period, the guards observed the situation from the window. When they saw her things, they just thought that they were arranged for her by the higher-ups. After all, She was the highlight of the fight later. Just now, the short-haired girl Xiaoxin told her everything she knew about her, such as smashing the Baiju building, participating in the fight to make money, and being announced with great fanfare. For her, if she didn't want to participate in the fight, she could leave now. But she had just arrived and had not yet understood the situation. She had to recover herself. So there was no need to be so anxious. After killing the Time Star Beast, she will find a way to go home. Everything she has is in the future, so it is impossible not to go home. She sighed as she thought about it. But suddenly she heard someone crying. She looked over and saw that it was Yaya, the youngest girl here, who was only 8 or 9 years old. Shinshinfu asked, "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" The nutrient solution given here is very ordinary, which is enough to survive. She now knows that children need a lot of nutrition. So her first reaction is that she is hungry. Yaya sobbed and said, "Sister Xiaofu, I'm scared." She remembered that she said her name was Xiaofu, so she called her that. Shinshinfu's heart softened when he heard this sister, and he waved to her. "Come here." Yaya got up from her mat and moved to the side of Shinshinfu. She was still wiping the tears that kept flowing out, and suddenly a soft thing was stuffed in her mouth. She heard this sister who fell from the sky say, "Try it. It's very sweet." A sweet taste surged in her mouth, which she had never tasted before. But for some reason, she felt even more wronged when she ate something sweet. She cried while eating until Shinshinfu gave her the 5th one. She choked and said, "Sister, I can't eat anymore." Shinshinfu took out a bottle of fruit juice that Xiaofei liked and twisted it open for her. "Drink slowly. I still have a lot of food. Tell me when you want to eat." After drinking it, Yaya's eyes were shining. "Sister, how can you make anything happen? You fell from the sky. Are you a fairy who came to save us?" "Fairy?" Shinshinfu shook his head. "I'm just a..." Suddenly, she wanted to tease her and said, "I'm a magician." I didn't expect that Yaya, who believed in fairies, didn't believe in magic. "Master, it's a lie. There is no magic." She pointed to a girl sleeping on the ground. The elder sister was knocked unconscious by a liar pretending to be a magician. "What about you?" She seemed to remember that she said she was sold. But why would the family sell the child? She pouted and wanted to cry. "Because my parents don't like me. My eldest sister and third sister were sold before, and only my second brother worked at home." Shinshinfu's heart sank. "But this is against interstellar law." "Interstellar law? I don't know. I am from Sol Shackle Star. Because we are not a planet of the Interstellar Federation. We are independent. No one of the planet is in this situation. It is not in the Federation, so it can't be controlled." But she knew that buying and selling people is a violation of human rights no matter what. Especially for this reason. Suddenly she thought of Song Ke. She pretended that she was neglected and excluded because of her brother, and got so much attention and kindness. Because every person who was really treated like this by their parents faced a lifetime of shadows. So everyone would cherish such children more. She stepped on these pains to take advantage of others. Song Ke is absolutely greedy, and it has nothing to do with any factors. She was born in such a family, and she was extremely lucky. She even wanted to overthrow the Federation and become the king of the stars. The real oppression is terrible. But this place is now. Shinshinfu looked through the overly bright lights outside the window, listened to the noises, and suddenly felt that everything was arranged by fate. So he asked Yaya, "What is your biggest wish?" Yaya thought she was just chatting. But when asked this question, she suddenly didn't dare to answer easily, because she met the light in Shifu's eyes. Although she didn't understand, she felt inexplicably that she might really realize her wish. She thought for a long time, and finally said, "Sister, my wish is that there are no slaves on this planet, and everyone can do what they want." She originally wanted to find her sister and be with them, and wanted to say that the girls should not be slaves. But she thought of the younger brother next door, who was also sold as a slave. Besides, there are all kinds of people who were tied up and sent here. There are always different people here, who are sold for different reasons. It is not the people who are sold who are wrong, nor their identities, nor other people who are not involved in this matter, but the buyers and sellers who are involved in the transaction. Although she was hurt, she also wanted to fight for everyone once. What if it could be realized? She was afraid that she would not say it well, and she was afraid that she would say it too much. But Sister Xiaofu looked very powerful. She made all her things by herself. Isn't she a fairy? She had deep expectations for her. Shinshinfu thought that she said it very well. She pointed to the starlight outside the window that could not be covered by the lights. You make a wish to the stars, and the universe will make it come true for you. Really? Then, sister, what is your wish? Shinshinfu paused and touched her head. Sister wish is to go home. It was God's will that she fell here. So she also had to see what kind of place this was, and what she could do. Maybe it was because she had been with her classmates at the military academy for too long. Or because she saw how much Shenyang and Shinemo loved this world. So she felt that she seemed to care more about this world now. Even though this world does not belong to her now. But people are alive. The pain is real. The tears are warm. And nothing is not real. After Yaya fell asleep, she went to the bathroom, paused the camera, and found the least one from the space cube. The puppet doll. This was the skill of Eureka, a puppeteer who was the deputy commander with Ji Che at the Kata Military Academy. At that time, she saw that everyone had done it. So she also tried to save a puppet doll with her. But everyone thought it was useless. Only she had it. Ji Che wanted it. But Eureka would not give it to him. Just take it out and drip a drop of your own blood. And the doll will become her appearance. And it will also have simple movements and speak. After it is turned on, it will be no problem to use it for half a month. Although she is alone now, she has received help from everyone. The feeling of emptiness in her heart is also less. She instantly replaced the collar on her neck with the puppet's neck. If the collar was removed, it would explode. So she paused time. She sighed that the time skill was really useful. After doing this, she let the puppet go back to the room to sleep, and took out a lucky bracelet that Nei had prepared for her, put it on, and teleported out easily. She also set up an anchor point outside so that it would be convenient to come back when the time comes. Chapter 478. She spread out her perception and analyzed the terrain structure and equipment layout of the inner city of Chongqing. Because it had not been restored yet, she tried not to open the domain. However, she didn't know how the domain was. Generally, there would be an improvement after the war. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes, connected the domain and took a look, but was shocked. 88 floors. Before the war, she was on the 82nd floor. I didn't expect that after fighting with the Time Star Beast, she could jump 6 floors in a row. Is this a heaven-sent reward? She had never jumped so many levels in the previous battles with other star beasts. Suddenly, she felt more confident. The entire inner city is very large. In the middle of the arena city and the outer city, there is actually a large circle of commercial areas and high-end residences belonging to the inner city. However, the slave area is the inner area of the arena city, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The inner area is built around the White Dragon building. At night, this 99-story building is glowing white, although the dragon on it is white in color. Its expression is very terrifying. If the dragon hadn't had one of its heads smashed off by her. Outside the Baiju building is the work area. After all, there are many gladiatorial matches arranged here, and there is also an auction. But it's not just the auction items. More importantly, the auction of slaves. Outside the work area is the territory of the guards and thugs, who guard all the important places inside. The outer circle is the slave area. But there are people guarding outside the slave area. The slaves are under the control of 2 layers of guards, and they can neither steal things inside nor escape outside. But for Shinshinfu, who is a space system, there are very few places she can't get out of. Further out is the gladiatorial area, which is not hidden underground like the gladiatorial arena on the capital star, but has been transformed into a high-rise building with great fanfare. She counted and found that there are 300 large venues and 500 small venues. Even if they are built high, they are spread out very far. There are many aircraft flying in the sky, but the style of the aircraft looks a bit old-fashioned, and compared with those in her space world, they are a bit bulky. The venue requires ticket inspection before entering, and everyone who comes here wears a mask, and their identity is kept secret. Shinshinfu chose a higher arena, took out a black cat mask from the space world, put it on and teleported directly in, evading the ticket. Although it is an arena, the audience here is also divided into layers. The bottom is the general seats, with only half a person's distance between the seats. Above are the high-end seats, sofas for 6 people in a group, with partitions, suitable for several people to watch together. Above this is the box style, with special service inside, which looks more expensive than other seats. Shin Shinfu found an empty seat in the front and sat down, watching the fight in the arena. There were 10 superpowers fighting, each with a number plate on their body. And there was a virtual screen in the air with everyone's name and serial number on it. You can use the screen on the armrest of the seat to choose the player you support to bet. This is a death fight. Only 3 people can survive, and the other 7 can only end the fight if they are killed. The whole game cannot exceed 2 hours. Otherwise everyone will die. Therefore, everyone spared no effort to kill the other party. And every move was aimed at the heart and neck, which were fatal places, cutting blood and flesh flying everywhere. But the whole place was filled with screams. Although the people around Shin Shinfu wore masks, their mental fluctuations revealed excitement. But the people behind her were still chatting calmly. Hey, how much money do you think the Star Lord made tonight? I don't know. For most people, they can earn money but not spend it. A young voice asked in confusion. Hey, big brother, why is it so dangerous even if you are a Star Lord? The big brother replied. The Soul Shackle Star Lord was fought for by 37 city lords. No matter who becomes the Star Lord, they won't live long. There are many people who want to kill them. He spoke in a lower voice. It's just that Star Lord Lang Fu is the one who has been the Star Lord the longest. For more than 10 years. I don't know what method he used. No matter who came to assassinate him, he couldn't take his life. Moreover, it is said that when he was just a thug, he experienced several fatal things. But he didn't die. He is so lucky. Is this his ability? The strange thing is that he is S level. But he is just an ordinary gold warrior. Shin Shinfu thought that maybe this Star Lord had some special way to save his life. Otherwise, with an S level, it would be too easy to be killed in the battle of 37 cities. There must be a secret that others don't know. Not a lucky coincidence. She looked for a while and was about to go out, and suddenly heard a little quiet at the entrance. Turning her head, a man in his 40s or 50s with a fierce face and a scar on his face came in. He should be from Chongqing, and his level is relatively high. There are many people following him, and the guards around him all bowed their heads when they saw him coming. He walked to a private room above and greeted the people inside. It should be a distinguished guest. Shin Shinfu originally wanted to avoid it, but when the door of the VIP room opened, she vaguely heard someone calling him Wolf Star Lord amid the cheers. Was the man just now the Star Lord Lang Fu? She was halfway up, but sat down silently again. She spread her mental power to perceive. The equipment here is far inferior to the anti-perception equipment of the later arena. It can only filter out a layer lightly, which is really useless. His ability is indeed no different. But it seems that there is a strange energy lingering around him. After a while, Lang Fu came out and prepared to leave. But Shin Shinfu suddenly felt that a person with very small fluctuations was bypassing the guards and approaching him. Sure enough, a moment later, there was a cry of surprise, and everyone turned their heads. It was Lang Fu who was stabbed in the abdomen and his neck was cut open. Blood was gushing out. No healing ability person came for a long time. No matter who saw it, he would not survive. His blood sprayed in the air, but it dripped out a human figure. It turned out that an invisible superpower had sneaked in to kill him. The guards rushed forward and pressed the assassin to the ground, and several others helped Lang Fu and carried him out. But before he was carried out of the venue, Lang Fu's body changed. Shin Shinfu had never lost her perception, so she knew very well that Lang Fu, who had just lost his vitality and was almost dying, suddenly regained his mental strength and vitality. Could he really be like Nanchuan at the beginning, able to heal himself and have 2 superpowers? It's not impossible. But she still feels that there are some differences. Anyway, there are some subtle differences. However, she has seen a lot of things today, so she found a corner to teleport out. She teleported to the roof above the arena, and just as she stood firm, she looked awkwardly at a young man lying on the roof with no image through the cat-faced mask. Is there another killer? Chapter 479. The two of them were in a stalemate on the roof for a while. And then, they doubted each other for a while. And they also considered whether to take action first. And finally they both thought about waiting for the other to take action before they took action. So neither of them took action. And they were still for a long time, like stone sculptures. Until the man with a crooked mask spoke first. Are you from Chongqing? Shin Shinfu shook his head. I'm not. What about you? The man breathed a sigh of relief. Me neither. Are you here to kill people? The tone of Shinchinfu's question was as plain as asking, are you here for a walk too? So that the man was stunned for a moment before he replied, no. However, even if he came to kill the Star Lord, she would not stop him. But it was inconvenient to ask about other people's secrets. So she said, then you are busy. I leave first. The man didn't know her identity, but it was obvious that the two of them were sneaking around. And it seemed that they both had abnormal purposes. And they both had some handles on each other, barely considered grasshoppers on half a rope. He stopped her and asked, where are you going back to? Shinchinfu pointed to the lowest position a little further away. Slave room. You are a slave? The man was startled and raised his voice. And quickly lowered his voice. You look powerful. How can you be a slave? Seeing her standing there, her clothes fluttering in the wind, she didn't look like a slave at all. And she just stood beside him silently. You know, he is 2S level. And there are not many people in the entire galaxy who can stand beside him without a trace. So he had to doubt her identity. Could it be that he was wrong? And she was actually a newly hired guard. But if she was a guard, she should have fought with him just now. Shinchinfu shook his head. I'm not a slave. She couldn't be anyone's slave. I'm just staying in the slave room. The man unconsciously changed his posture and slowly sat up from lying on the roof. That's quite novel. This is the first time in my life that I have heard of someone staying in a slave room. He inexplicably felt that the girl in the cat mask in front of him was not a bad person. His intuition told him that he could ask her something. Since you live in the slave room, do you know where the people from the Interstellar Federation military district are being held? Military district? Were they caught here? Keep your voice down. I'm here to save them. Aren't you? Shinchinfu was speechless. You are from the military district. And you ask me like this? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Are the people in the military district so innocent these days? As a result, he paused and smiled heartily. I don't know what's going on. I just feel that you are very kind. Very much like someone from our military district. You can't have received a mission too. Of course. He felt that the person who lived in the slave room, but came and went freely and concealed it for him must not be from Shangqing. He thought it was a friend, not an enemy. When Shinchinfu heard this kind, you are very much like someone from our military district. He began to doubt himself. Is it because he has done too many missions recently and has too much work smell? How do you prove your identity? He acted on his intuition. But Shinchinfu would not trust others easily. So he took out his military badge from his very simple storage bracelet and said in a casual tone, I am the colonel of the 6th military district. Shin Yueya. And how about you? Comrade? 6th military district? Shin? How come this name matches this place? It seems like her ancestor? It shouldn't be such a coincidence. But his identity is definitely no problem. The hidden pattern on the badge cannot be reproduced. Shinchinfu walked forward and waved. Shin Yueya flashed in front of him and found himself sitting in the sky in an instant, overlooking the entire Shangqing area hundreds of miles away. Shinchinfu then replied, My name is Shinchinfu, a student of the military academy. Your last name is Shin too. It seems that our Shin family is really excellent. Shin Yueya nodded again. No wonder. I said it felt unusual. But the military academy shouldn't be able to come here. How did you get into this planet? Why can't you get in? Don't you know? The Soul Shackle Star was originally a planet that the pioneering team had not completed. It was occupied by a group of star pirates 500 or 600 years ago. Later, it was unknown which force it relied on and developed rapidly, becoming a bandit star, robbing slaves and buying and selling people everywhere. The Federation, after the discovery, they sent people over. But they strongly resisted the talks with the Federation and refused to join the Federation. They bought a lot of weapons and were very rich. They only sent a message saying that they had set up many explosion points. If the Federation broke in by force, they would blow up the entire planet. There are slaves from all kinds of planets here. So the slaves are not only exploited, but also hostages. In short, it is very difficult to enter this planet, and it requires layers of inspection. Shinchinfu finally understood why the day and night of this planet are 48 hours a cycle. It turned out that the planet was occupied by star pirates before the reclamation time was reached, and there was no subsequent adjustment. But she told the truth. I was fighting with a star beast. I accidentally fell from the sky and landed here. She couldn't say that she had traveled through time and space. so she could only extract some things to tell him. Star Beast? He was shocked. You are so young. And you can fight star beasts? The Federation really has a promising future. Shin Shinfu thought for a while. I've been here recently. Is there anything I can help you with? Shin Yueya sneaked in alone. And it would be great if he met someone who was willing to help him. Even if he cheated him. He was confident that he could get away with it. So he took a gamble. In addition to finding the people who came to the military district before, I also need to find the location information of the explosion point of the self-destruct program they set. As long as the location clues or the information at that time are found, those explosion points can be destroyed in advance, and the Federal Army will not cause too many innocent casualties when it comes in. This place must be destroyed. Then do you have any clues? Where is this kind of information usually stored? If he finds the record data, then she can go and get it directly. She didn't know how to help the slaves here. Now that Shin Yueya is a member of the Federation, it's just right. She just needs to cooperate with him. And then the Federation will come to liberate the slaves here. As a result, he shrugged. No. I just got here. He looked like an optimist who was not panicked at all even though there was no progress. Shin Shinfu, I don't know how he got in. Shin Shinfu took out a new communicator, which can crack any network and not be tracked. You only need to inject mental power to contact her. She handed it to Shin Yueya. Take this, and I will contact you when I find something. Shin Yueya grabbed the new version of the communicator and was surprised. How do you have such advanced equipment? It looks like it has surpassed the military equipment for 1,000 years. It's amazing. This question stumped her. After thinking for a while, she explained, my family is richer. Shin Yueya, reasonable. Shin Shinfu looked at the golden lights below and asked him, Then I take you back to the roof? That's fine. The two returned to the roof and separated. Shin Yueya flipped over and disappeared neatly. His skills were quite good. When Shin Shinfu was about to teleport back, the white bracelet on her hand suddenly glowed. A gust of wind blew, and she sniffed, frowned and looked at the glowing white building. It was the smell of blood. Chapter 480. The Baiju building was still under repair these days, so the top was not completely sealed. Shin Shinfu was directly teleported to the building. When using perception, he found that there were no guards on the top 49 floors of the building, and ordinary people could not enter. The entire Baiju building was actually the residence of the Star Lord Lang Fu. His own private area was on the top 49 floors, and many of his slaves lived on the lower 50 floors. She searched layer by layer. The surveillance at that time was not as advanced as in later generations. The frequency emitted when driving was very obvious to her. She paused a large area of surveillance wherever she went, and finally stood in front of a bookcase on the 63rd floor. She could clearly feel that the back of the bookcase was empty, and from the floor of the upper floor, the ceiling of the back area here was repaired. Even the room of Lang Fu himself at the top was not repaired. But the space behind this bookcase was repaired first, and the upper and lower floors of this floor were storage spaces, and the things placed were more precious, while this floor was placed with some things that were not too precious but still worth seeing. If someone came in, they would definitely be led to the upper and lower floors. Shin Shinfu couldn't go in rashly. She first released her perception and carefully explored everything in front of her. Each book on the bookcase corresponded to a different mechanism. The books were connected with wires that went all the way to the ceiling and the ground. If an ordinary person wanted to try to go in and pulled the wrong book, the trap here would be triggered. Moreover, the walls of the room inside should be made of anti-perception materials, which were much stronger than those in the box of the arena. But they could only block part of her mental power. She could feel that someone was lying on the ground, and the mental power fluctuations conveyed pain, as if he was suffering great torture. After mobilizing the time energy in her body and suspending the monitoring of his room, she teleported to the room behind the study. The room was not lit, and there was only a small window high up that could see the sky. A small gap was opened, and some wind blew in. It was impossible to see inside from the outside, and there was a guardrail. She drew a glowing space block and saw the person on the ground, who looked like a dead body. The black super long hair covered his face. The thin and young-looking teenager had a large pool of blood under him, concentrated on the upper body. But his mental power was so weak that it felt like he was going to disappear. Although she didn't know what happened to him. He was imprisoned here, and should be a slave. Or a more important slave. She found the remaining healing lights given by Xia Shu in the space bomb, and was about to crush one to treat him. But suddenly he ran out of breath, and his heart stopped beating completely. He died in front of her. She felt a little sorry. But she was powerless. Just when she turned around and was about to leave, she found that this person, who was about to bleed to death actually started breathing again. She got closer to see the man's injuries. The wound was on the neck, almost cutting off his head. There was also a large piece of blood on the chest, as if the heart was pierced. Can he still live? Shin Shinfu suddenly realized something in this man's increasingly stable mental power. The wound on the neck and the wound on the heart were exactly the same as the injuries that Lang Fu suffered when he was assassinated by the invisible psychic before. But when Lang Fu was taken out, she did feel that his mental power had stabilized. So, Lang Fu hid him in by Jiao building because he could transfer all the injuries he suffered to the man in front of him. Luckily, I just came to see him. Otherwise, I would never find out Lang Fu's secret and never kill him. But why did he recover? Shin Shinfu carved out a space block and sat down, or crushed the healing block in his hand to make him feel better and recover faster. If he was a slave and suffered such torture, he should be willing to tell her what happened. The person on the ground gradually calmed down and his mental strength recovered quickly. But he was suddenly choked by the blood in his mouth and nose and began to cough violently. He finally recovered and found that he recovered particularly quickly this time. Generally, he would have to suffer more than 10 minutes of torture to recover from such injuries. Opening his eyes, he found that the light in his room seemed to be on. No one would usually come to see him. So why would the light be on? Moving his eyes to the side, he saw a strange girl sitting not far away, wearing a black cat-faced mask, sitting on a strange block, looking at him seriously through the mask, as if waiting for him to wake up. Could it be that she was the one who made him recover faster just now? But looking at her figure and long hair, although he couldn't see her face, he seemed to know who she was. The boy slowly propped himself up and sat at the end of the bed. Perhaps because his throat had just been cut, he was a little careful when speaking at this time. Are you the person who fell from the sky that day? Shin Shinfu was stunned, and then realized that if the ceiling here had been repaired and the floor below had not been penetrated, it meant that this was the last place she stopped when she fell. Suddenly he felt embarrassed. Although he was imprisoned here, this was someone else's room. Yes. Sorry. I smashed your room. The young man shook his head. It's okay. I haven't seen anyone for a long time, so there's no need to apologize. There was an island in his room with 2 taps on it. One for drinking water, and the other for nutrient solution. A tasteless nutrient solution. So there was no one to bring him food. There were only robots that came in to clean every few days, and people who released drugs to knock him out after he was injured, to clean the room and check on his condition. In addition, Shin Shinfu was the only living person he had spoken to for a long time. He usually talked to himself so that he wouldn't become dumb, because he knew that if he didn't speak for a long time, he would really forget how to speak. Shin Shinfu asked, "How long have you been imprisoned here?" He shook his head slowly. Too long. It seems like many years have passed. I can't remember. Did Lang Fu transfer all the injuries he suffered to you over the years? He was stunned and nodded, as if he didn't understand how Shin Shinfu knew about this. Although his long hair covered his face and his body was covered with blood. If Tujiao was here, he would be frightened to the point of injury. But Shin Shinfu inexplicably felt that he was somewhat slow and ignorant. It was a bit like how she felt after staying in the Freestar Cave for a long time. Maybe it was because he had come into contact with too few people in these years. He brought someone here, and that person had strange superpowers. I don't know what he did after taking my blood. Anyway, from then on, the damage he suffered was transferred to me, because I could always heal myself. I have been locked up here and cannot go out. Shin Shinfu understood that because he had the ability to heal himself, he was like a stand-in who would not die. And Lang Fu was only S level, but he could survive many assassinations. This was indeed the reason. The boy looked young, and perhaps he was caught here by him after awakening his superpowers. Before this, Lang Fu could use the same method to let countless slaves bear attacks for him. But now this was the best one. But this was a huge torture for the person in front of him, because he didn't know when his body would be transferred and injured. Maybe when she was daydreaming. Maybe when she was sleeping. Maybe when she was drinking water. Suddenly, she was forced to bear all kinds of fatal injuries. She also understood those injuries. She was often injured before, and she always cried in pain at the beginning. Shinshinfu sighed, like a statement and a question. Then you must be in pain. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a string of tears stained with blood dripping from the long hair that covered her entire face.